You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. Little Bean said, "Daddy, don't listen to her. She's acting cold and indifferent. Let's ignore her and go. I found a good tiramisu place. We can try it." So, under Little Bean's pressure, Jack went downstairs to have cake with Little Bean. Little Bean finally found a legitimate excuse to eat. Avery and Pudding were the only people left in the home theater upstairs. "Pudding, you're not going to be liked this way. Kids that don't cry won't get candy. You should learn from Little Bean. Acting cute once in a while is a good thing, really," Avery slowly said. "Auntie, we're born as individuals. We don't rely on or imitate others. It's in Little Bean's personality to be pure, naive, and cute. I can't learn it. I don't want to learn it either. I was born calm and cool, and I think it's a good thing. Aren't you afraid that your mommy and daddy might love Little Bean more?" "After all, she's more friendly," Avery teased her. "No," Pudding sounded very sure. "Why? We're both daddy and mommy's daughters. They'll love us equally. Mommy carried us for 9 months and gave birth to us, and we're connected to daddy by blood. It's an invulnerable relationship. No matter how calm, cold, and prideful I am, they'll love me the same. I believe in that fact." Pudding sounded pretty domineering when she said that. Nothing like a cute 3-year-old girl. She seemed like a confident grown woman. Avery was very impressed by her niece. "Pudding, you're not like a 3-year-old kid. I think you were either reborn or a time traveler. You seem like you're ascending into a little god." She knew that Pudding was clever and mature, but there were so many things that even an average adult could not comprehend, much less a 3-year-old child. After listening to Avery, Pudding scanned her aunt's face. "Auntie, you watched too many soft dramas and read too many romance novels." Avery was speechless. "They're not good for you because they will lower your intelligence. Did you know that?" After thoughtfully speaking, Pudding patted Avery's shoulder and went downstairs, leaving Avery completely dumbfounded. That night, Jack's uncle ordered the kitchen to prepare a feast. The family gathered around the table and ate together. "What time are you leaving tomorrow?" Avery's father asked Jack and Chloe. "We're visiting my parents tomorrow to stay for 1 more day. We go back the day after." "So soon?" "Jack, stay for longer." Avery didn't want them to leave. "Yeah, it's so rare to have all of you here. Your parents love the kids. They'll miss the twins. Uncle, Chloe and I have things to take care of. We can't stay for long, but we'll have lots of opportunities in the future. We'll come twice every year, don't worry. Actually, have you considered leaving the twins here for school?" Jack's uncle suggested. "Here for school?" Jack was taken by surprise. They would receive the best education in the world here. The twins can go to school here and get into an elite Ivy League university, like Stanford. Isn't that great? Otherwise, they have to come abroad later anyway. Uncle, they're still too young right now." Jack immediately looked at his daughters with reluctance. "Yeah, they're too young. We can't let them go." Chloe smiled. "Dad, what's with you? They're only 3. How could you ask Chloe and Jack to leave them here?" Avery found her father's suggestion a bit absurd, too. "What's wrong with that? They seem to be independent. You don't have to worry at all." Nothing happened even when they went out on their own. Jack's uncle accidentally slipped up. Chloe immediately caught on, frowned, and asked, "They went out on their own?" The twins' facial expressions changed, and they looked to Avery for help. Avery immediately tried to cover up. "Ah, so this is what happened. This morning they wanted to go out, but I was busy. I asked the bodyguards to follow them, and I picked them up when I was done." "Avery, what were you thinking? How could you let the bodyguards watch my daughters?" Jack was immediately displeased. Jack's uncle realized his mistake and immediately shut his mouth. "I didn't have any other choice. I was busy, so it's fine with just the bodyguards." "Honey, calm down." Chloe smiled and comforted Jack. "You little brat, I'll take care of you later." Jack pointed at Avery with his chopsticks. Avery stuck her tongue out and stayed silent. The twins secretly gave Avery a thumbs up. They meant that she did a great job. After dinner, Jack and Chloe discussed business with their uncle, while Avery brought the twins upstairs for their bath. Inside the bathroom, Avery was turning the tap on when the twins waddled over to her side. They each kissed Avery on the cheek. "What are you doing? Trying to suck up to me?" Smiling, Avery asked the twins. Little Bean said, "Auntie, you're the coolest. Thank you for getting us out of trouble." Pudding said, "Sorry, Auntie. It's our fault that you got yelled at. Come on, it's fine. It's not the first time your daddy yelled at me anyways." Avery pinched their cheeks. If they didn't buy it, we would have been screwed. I noticed how much Mommy's face changed when she heard that we went out alone. It was so scary. Little Bean broke out in cold sweat, thinking back to what happened. "Ha ha! It turns out you can get scared after all," Avery loudly laughed. "Of course, my mommy is really scary. When she gets angry, even my daddy will be incredibly scared," Pudding added. "That's right. People who normally look calm are truly scary when they're angry. Chloe looks so gentle and calm normally, but when she gets angry, she can probably cause an earthquake. That's right." Pudding gave her aunt a thumbs up. "Okay, no more talking. It's time for your bath." After the water was ready, Avery helped them undress and put them into the tub. "Auntie, thank you for taking care of us. When I go back, I'll mail you a lot of local delicacies." Little Bean always expressed her gratitude through food. Okay. I'll wait for it as long as it's not a bucket of potatoes," Avery laughed. "Of course not. After all, international shipping is so expensive," Little Bean pouted. "Auntie, I still hope that you can find time to stay in the country for a while." Pudding was still planning to set her auntie and Justin up, and she thus kept bringing this topic up. "Okay, let's not talk about that for now." "Ah, you'll be gone tomorrow, and my vacation will be over. That's really sad. I don't want to go back to work," Avery complained. Downstairs, as Chloe was talking, she suddenly changed the topic. "Uncle, what happened this morning? You said that the kids went out alone." When Jack's uncle heard that, his facial expression changed and seemed very unnatural. It was nothing," Uncle Dawson said as he tried to cover up the fact. "Uncle, you can't hide it from us. Just tell us what really happened. Otherwise, we'll think of the worst." Looking at his uncle, Jack slowly said, "It turned out that Chloe was suspicious ever since he slipped up at dinner. Although Avery covered it up, Chloe clearly didn't believe her. After a few days of contact, Chloe got to know Avery pretty well. She was the type that would be willing to take days off to hang out with the twins, so it didn't make sense that she was decided to let the twins play alone with just the bodyguards following in order to focus on her own work. Something must have happened. Jack and Chloe weren't ordinary people, and they excelled at analyzing situations. Seeing both of them already making themselves clear, Jack's uncle had no choice but to tell the truth. After truthfully recounting everything that happened, Jack and Chloe's faces sank. "I didn't think that they would misbehave like this," Jack softly said. Chloe bit her lip and remained silent. "Sweetie, are you okay?" Jack realized that something was wrong with Chloe and put his arm around her shoulders. "I'm fine. It's getting late. We should let Uncle rest. Let's go back to our room." After speaking, Chloe and Jack got up. Chloe didn't go straight to her room. Rather, she headed straight into the bathroom, where the twins were enjoying a bubble bath. "Mommy, you're so impolite. Why didn't you knock?" Little Bean pouted. "Are you done?" Huo Mian patiently asked. "Almost, sis-in-law. Is something wrong?" Avery turned to look at her. "Nothing. Jack and I just missed the kids. After they're done, bring them to my room." "Okay, no problem. I'll send them over after they're done." Avery smiled. Chloe scanned her daughters before turning to leave the bathroom. "Sis, why are you being so quiet? What are you thinking about?" Little Bean patted Pudding's shoulder with her chubby hand. "I feel like there's something off with Mommy." Pudding seemed a bit worried. Stop thinking too much. No wonder Mommy calls you a pessimist. Be confident, you're not like a Scorpio at all. You're not cool," Little Bean complained. "Oh, so that's why you guys are so mean. You guys are Scorpios, haha." Avery suddenly thought of their star signs. "Right, Auntie. What is your zodiac sign?" Little Bean inquired. I am an Aries," Avery replied. "Ah ha 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 ha, you're an Aries, no wonder." Little Bean erupted in laughter. No wonder what? Avery looked confused, and she didn't know why they found it funny. Sis, why don't you tell her about the classic characteristics of an Aries? Little Bean poked Pudding. Pudding was pulled back to the real world, scanned her aunt's face, and said, The temper of Aries girls are short. They're quick to anger. That's true. I have a bad temper. At board meetings, I always fight with your grandpa over work. Aries are actually very kind. They're just short-tempered and impatient. They blow up if there's only a spark, Pudding continued to say. Am I a grenade? How do I blow up? Avery sighed. At that moment, Little Bean couldn't hold back and interrupted. You didn't even say an Aries' favorite thing. Pudding said, I don't think I should. She can't take it. What's an Aries' favorite thing? Hearing Pudding said that only made Avery more curious. You're mild in the streets and wild in the sheets? Avery was speechless. Delcy, what are you talking about? Avery's face and neck turned bright red. I'm being serious. Auntie, don't you know that Aries love doing that? What? Avery was on the edge of her sanity. Never mind. You don't even have a boyfriend. You won't get it even if I explain it to you. Little Bean lowered her head and rubbed her fat belly. Avery didn't know what to say. Okay, Little Bean, don't bully Auntie. She's still young, Pudding ordered. I know. Let's hurry. We have to see Mommy and Daddy later. Do you think they enjoyed New Orleans? Avery thought that her nieces were driving her crazy. A small astronomical sign could cause such a big disaster. God knows what would have happened if Avery continued to live with her nieces. She would turn into a rotten woman with a dirty mind. Auntie, you should read more adult magazines in your free time. Otherwise, when you get a boyfriend, he'll find you boring. Good luck. Before leaving, Little Bean reminded Avery. Avery felt as if she was struck by lightning. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Little Bean, I am telling your mommy. You're so dirty, Avery roared. Calm down. My mommy is used to it. Don't make such a big deal out of nothing. Little Bean whistled and followed her sister towards her parents' room. Eh? Sis, what's wrong? Seeing Pudding walk at a slow pace with her head down made Little Bean curious. I feel like something's wrong with Mommy and something is going to happen. I'm a little worried, Pudding nervously answered. Pfft, you're thinking too much. I'll walk in first and you can run away if something happens. After speaking, Little Bean ran ahead of her sister. The two arrived at the door and politely knocked. Come in, Chloe called. Mommy, we're here. Little Bean acted coy the instant she entered the room. Pudding, on the other hand, cautiously followed behind her sister. Jack and Chloe sat side by side on the sofa in the bedroom. They showered already, as they were in bathrobes. However, the formation of her parents made Pudding more scared. Come here. Chloe beckoned them closer without a hint of facial emotion. The twins didn't know what she wanted and slowly approached her. Pudding scanned her daddy's face. He looked serious. Mommy, why did you call us here? Pudding inquired. Give me your hands, Chloe softly said. Mommy, did you get a gift for us? Wow, I knew that you and Daddy would never forget us. Or did Uncle Rick get it for us? Is it food? Or a toy? Little Bean seemed very excited. Pudding was quite worried. However, the twins still obeyed Chloe. Right as they extended their chubby hands, Chloe pulled out a ruler from behind her back. She slapped their palms. Immediately, they were dumbfounded. Mommy, why did you hit us? Little Bean was dumbfounded and looked hurt. Jack felt bad but decided not to interrupt his wife. Mommy, we need a reason for being hit. Pudding raised her head, stared at Chloe, and calmly said, You need a reason? Very well. Let me ask you this. Whose idea was it to sneak out of the house alone? Chloe sternly asked. Hearing Chloe's question, the twins immediately stopped talking. They knew that the truth was out. It turned out that they underestimated their mommy's intelligence. Chloe didn't buy Avery's cover-up, and she found out the truth from their grandpa. It resulted in Chloe's fury, which had a serious consequence. Don't look at each other, look at me. Chloe caught the twins looking at each other, and it was as if they were passing signals with their eyes. So, who is going to answer my question? You guys went out alone without the bodyguards, without telling your grandpa, and avoided all the security cameras, causing chaos in the house and scaring the crap out of everyone? So, whose idea was it? Chloe couldn't suppress her anger and let it show in her voice. After giving birth, she wasn't as calm as before. It was because they would do enraging things at the times when you least expected it. Honey, calm down and lower your voice. Don't scare them. Jack couldn't bear to watch it. Seeing the two cute babies lower their heads and bite their lips made Jack surrender. Honey, we had an agreement that you wouldn't intervene. Chloe turned her head to look at Jack. That's right, I'm not intervening. I'm just kindly reminding you. I don't need your reminder. If you can't watch, you can leave and I'll speak to them alone, Chloe suggested. Daddy, don't leave. Please, Little Bean immediately begged out of fear. She knew that her father's presence was empowering and that they would suffer less. If her daddy left them alone with their mommy, that would be really scary. I won't leave. Jack looked at his daughters with pain in his heart. Pudding felt conflicted. She knew that if she confessed, she would face her mother's rage. This was worse than the time where she threw her phone, so her punishment would be crueler. No matter how calm and collected she was still a child with the ability to feel fear. Why so silent? Are you scared? Chloe coldly asked. The twins lowered their heads and remained silent. I'm counting down from 5. You have to answer my question. Otherwise, I'll take it that both of you came up with the idea, and both of you will be punished. Chloe began counting right after speaking. 5, 4, 3, 2. Mommy, it was my idea. Jack and Chloe were both surprised, as Little Bean was the one to answer. Pudding looked at her sister in surprise, as she didn't expect it as well. Little Bean, was it your idea? Chloe asked again. Little Bean put her hands behind her back nervously and rubbed them. It was pretty obvious that she was getting nervous. However, she kept her face up high and said, Mommy, it was my idea. It doesn't seem like you. Chloe meaningfully looked at her daughter. She knew their personalities too well. Little Bean rarely came up with her own ideas. Most of the times, she followed in her sister's steps. She would agree with whatever Pudding said to do. Other than having a stern opinion on food, Little Bean wouldn't overly interfere in anything else. Clearly, Chloe didn't believe her. Pudding seemed anxious and immediately said, Mommy, she's wrong. Actually, sis. Stop talking. Let's tell the truth. I know that you're my big sister and you want to protect me, but I want to take responsibility. So I'm coming clean to Mommy. Little Bean looked at Pudding and slowly said, But, Pudding seemed like she had something to say. There are no buts. Let's tell the truth. Little Bean was set on taking the blame. Why did you do this? Don't you know that it's dangerous to go out alone? Chloe asked. I thought that it'll be fine here. It's the United States. The bad guys are still in the country. Little Bean thought back to what her sister told her. You're joking. There are bad guys everywhere. You don't know where they are. If something happened to you guys, how will your aunt and grandpa ever face us? They were under so much stress. You disappeared for 4 hours and made your grandpa alert the Los Angeles Police Department. You really went too far. The twins lowered their heads and remained silent. I always thought that you guys were compassionate. When you're occasionally headstrong, I can understand that because it's in the nature of children. But this time, I can't understand you because you guys were selfish, inconsiderate of others' feelings, and only thought of your own pleasure. It's because we're strict in he country, so you act like this here. Do you know what a ridiculous thing you've done? You almost caused a disaster. Mommy, we're fine. Pudding was stubborn. Shut up. Don't tell me that it's fine. It's survivor mentality. What if something happened to you? What are we going to do? Think about how your grandparents and Uncle Cooper, how would they feel? Chloe sounded heated. Sweetie, calm down, calm down. Jack patted Chloe's back. He didn't feel good seeing how enraged Chloe was. He was stuck in a difficult position, where one side was his daughters and one side was his wife. Mommy, we know what we did wrong. Sorry. Little Bean was more obedient and immediately apologized. Even if she was insincere, she would calm down her mother first in order to get out of a beating. However, Pudding refused to give in. In her mind, buying Justin a present wasn't wrong. Nothing happened to them either. They were fluent in English, and their drive there was successful. It wasn't as dangerous as their mommy made it out to seem. Of course, they were still young. They didn't know how much Andrew wanted to hurt them, and they also didn't know that a demon-like legend was after their whole family. She just thought that her mommy was overreacting. Is sorry good enough? What if you did something worse in the future, like murder? Do you think you're going to be forgiven if you apologize? Do you think that you don't have to face the consequences? Chloe sternly lectured them. Honey, it's not that serious. Don't scare them. Jack felt bad. It is serious. If I don't set an example now, they are never going to learn. After speaking, Chloe raised the ruler in her hand. Little Bean, I am asking for the last time. This was your idea, right? Yes, it was mine. Little Bean was set on taking the blame. Okay, you're going to receive punishment for it. After speaking, Chloe held Little Bean's hands. She began slapping them with the ruler. The loudness of the sound reflected how much force she put into it. She hit each hand 5 times, 10 times in total. Jack felt his heart hurt with each slap, but he didn't dare to beg mercy for his daughters. Jack knew that while disciplining children, if one parent was lenient and the other one was not, then the results would be ineffective. Therefore, he turned his head so that he didn't have to watch. In an instant, Little Bean's hands reddened. Her face was flushed too, maybe due to the pain. The only thing was that she didn't cry. She was usually a crybaby, but this time she clenched her teeth. After the beating, Pudding began crying before Chloe could say anything. She was especially sad because she knew that her sister took the blame and the beating for her. Sis, stop crying. It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. Mommy didn't use force at all. Little Bean forced out a smile. At that moment, Jack's eyes became wet. Chloe almost cried as well. Both Jack and Chloe knew that it was Pudding's idea. They just didn't think that Little Bean would take the blame. Chloe intentionally beat Little Bean to hurt Pudding. They were twins, and Pudding could almost feel the beating that Little Bean took. Mommy, it wasn't her idea. Pudding cried while speaking. Little Bean walked over and covered her mouth. Mommy, if you're finished, can we go? We know what we did wrong. You can leave. Pudding has to stay. Huh? I said that it wasn't her. Mommy, you're going back on your word. Little Bean was agitated. I'm not. Then are you going to hit Sis? No, I am not going to hit her. You took all the beating for her. Chloe looked at Little Bean. Honey, bring Little Bean out first. I have to talk to Pudding. Jack nodded, picked up Little Bean, and said, Let's go. Daddy is going to clean you up. Daddy, it doesn't hurt. Stay to help Pudding. Little Bean was a little scared. Don't worry, Mommy won't beat her. Finally, Jack walked out the door with Little Bean in his arms. Pudding was still crying and her dress was wet from her tears. Her neat braids were falling apart now. She looked like she was in a mess. Little Bean, does it hurt? Right as they went out the door, Jack kissed Little Bean's cheek and asked, Do you want to know the truth? Looking sad and mistreated, Little Bean asked her father. Of course. Little Bean whispered into Jack's ear, It hurts so much. Mommy put so much force into it. Then why didn't you cry? I know that if I cry, Pudding will feel bad, Little Bean maturely said. Jack felt bad. After all, she was only 3. She was already so mature, and normally, Little Bean looked like a ditzy cutie. He didn't know that she was so thoughtful of her sister. Little Bean, it's obviously your sister's idea. Why did you take the blame? Don't you know that you'll be beaten? Jack was curious about what Little Bean thought. I know. I was mentally prepared. Little Bean nodded. You still took the blame, though? Because the last time she did something wrong, Mommy punished her. I feel like she'll be mentally scarred if she also got punished again this time. Maybe she'll think that Mommy doesn't love her. After hearing Little Bean say that, Jack's tears fell. He couldn't control himself anymore. What about you? Wouldn't you be scared? Are you mentally scarred? Jack hugged his daughter tightly. I'm fine. I have a bigger heart than Pudding. She's more introverted. It's just a flesh wound. It'll heal after a few days. Daddy, why are you crying? You're not handsome when you cry. Little Bean wholesomely wiped Jack's tears away. Inside the room, Chloe looked at Pudding with a heavy heart. She sternly asked, "Pudding, is there anything you want to tell Mommy?" "Mommy, this wasn't my sister's idea. It was my idea," Pudding said through tears in a somber voice. "Yeah? Then why didn't you tell me just now when I asked you?" Chloe stared at Pudding and asked word for word, "It's because—" Pudding bit her lip and struggled to explain. "Because of fear? Fear that you would be punished if you admitted your mistake?" Pudding nodded. "Then why didn't it occur to you that if your younger sister admitted this mistake instead of you, that she would be punished the same way?" "I didn't expect her to say that. That's why I was surprised. When I wanted to explain, it was already too late. You were afraid, so you didn't come clean. But Pudding, when you caused the trouble in the first place, why weren't you afraid?" "Mommy, to be honest, I don't think I caused trouble. I have my reasons for leaving the house. It wasn't because I wanted to play. I was going to buy a gift for—" Chloe cut in angrily without letting Pudding finish. "Stop it. I don't need to listen to your excuses. No matter what the reason was, you were wrong. Your selfish actions caused extreme trouble and worry for your aunt and granduncle. It was fortunate that nothing severe happened. Otherwise, whatever you have to say would be too late. Pudding, I always thought that between the two of you, you were the calmer and more mature one, more like your daddy. But this time, you really let me down. Your pride is the result of your selfishness, your princess syndrome, and your moodiness. You don't have a sense of responsibility like your daddy. Whatever your daddy does, he always thinks of his family and me. But you always put yourself ahead of everyone else. You even let innocent little Bean cover your mistake up for you. Little Bean is usually just a little foodie who doesn't care about much else. But at critical moments, she is more responsible than you. She's more like my daughter, not a coward like you. You are a troublemaker who causes mayhem and makes your sister cover for you." "Mommy, no. I didn't mean to do that." After hearing Mommy's harsh words, Pudding felt really sad, and she tried hard to explain. "I know you understand all the facts, but you still don't behave. So are you just trying to defy me?" "No, Mommy. I just wanted to go out to buy gifts. I didn't think about it and didn't know how worried Grandpa and Auntie would be. If I knew they would be like this, I definitely wouldn't have done it." Pudding, in this world, everyone needs to be responsible for the mistakes they make. It can't be easily let go by a simple line of, "I'm sorry, I apologize." It's not a horrible thing for a person to make mistakes. What's horrible is a person who doesn't want to assume responsibility. In fact, no matter how big the mistake is, how big the sin is, as long as you are willing to assume responsibility and make up for it, you can turn over a new leaf. I hope this time that you're actually growing up and will understand life better. I hope the fact that Little Bean got hit on your behalf can change you. That's it. You can leave now. Mommy's tired and needs to sleep now. Mommy. Pudding seemed to still have something to tell Chloe and couldn't stop crying. "Get out." Chloe sounded fairly cold. Pudding had to walk out while crying. Avery heard that the twins were being questioned and was worried, so she immediately came to the rescue. Pudding didn't say a single word, but was just walking over to her room with her head down when Avery ran into her. "Pudding, are you okay?" Avery felt bad. "I'm fine, Auntie." "Don't worry," said Pudding while holding back tears. She opened the door to her room and slammed it behind her. "Pudding, open the door. Auntie needs to talk to you. Auntie, go to sleep. I'm already really tired." Pudding refused to open the door no matter what. Avery turned around, walked downstairs, and saw Jack rubbing medicine on Little Bean. "Oh my God, did you get hit by your mom?" Avery exclaimed after seeing Little Bean's red and swollen hands. Little Bean nodded, with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Little Bean. Your grandpa accidentally sold you guys out. I already yelled at him. Avery was just complaining to her dad about why he sold the two little ones out." Jack's uncle was helpless too. Of course he didn't want to get them in trouble, but his niece-in-law was too smart, and he couldn't hide it away from her. "We don't blame Grandpa. Mommy is so smart. We wouldn't have been able to keep this a secret anyways. Little Bean was being pretty open about it. Big brother, let me put the medicine on for her." Avery knelt down. Jack was rubbing medicine on Little Bean carefully. It's fine. I'll take care of it. When it came to taking care of his daughter, he didn't trust anyone but himself. Or maybe you should go check on Pudding. I think she's in a bad mood. She was crying and went back to her room. Pudding doesn't need any comforting. She is pretty introverted and she'll think it through herself. Jack wasn't worried about Pudding, but more worried about Little Bean, who got hit. The whole family stayed up late, and Little Bean was already sleepy. Jack carried her back upstairs. While he carried Little Bean back to the room, Pudding was still awake. She sat inside the room by herself with both of her eyes red like a little rabbit. Pudding called Jack. She turned around. Your sister is asleep. She was hurt today, so please take good care of her, will you? Jack asked in a gentle voice. Okay, Pudding nodded. Get some rest. We'll be flying to Grandpa's home tomorrow. Yes, Daddy. Okay, good. Jack held Pudding, gave her a kiss on the cheek, and was about to turn around and leave. Daddy? Yes? Jack turned around and said in a low voice, I'm sorry for what happened today. Don't worry, you are Daddy's daughter, so no matter what you do, Daddy will forgive you. Your mommy loves you two a lot too. That's why she was strict with you. Don't blame her. Mommy was right. Everything she said was right. I was too selfish. I almost caused huge trouble again, and I let Sister take the blame for me. Daddy, even I looked down on myself for doing this. What Mommy said was right. I got my coolness and calmness from you, but I don't have your sense of responsibility. I know I let you down this time. No, Daddy doesn't think that, Jack comforted Pudding in a gentle voice. In the future, I won't be this naughty, ever again. I will behave better when we get back and won't let Mommy and Daddy down again. Pudding thought about this for the whole night and realized a lot. It seemed like she had made up her mind to behave better. This time, the fact that Little Bean got hit because of her was a huge deal for her and made her think hard. Good. Daddy is looking forward to your improved behavior. Afterward, Jack walked out of the twins' room and back to his room. Once he walked in, he saw Chloe sitting on the bay window, wearing one of his loose white shirts and showing her smooth and white legs. She looked sexy and different from her usual style. What's more was that there was even a cigarette in her mouth. It was only when Chloe was feeling extremely depressed that she smoked. Jack understood her behavior. Honey, why are you smoking again? Jack walked over, took the cigarette, and pressed it down onto the ashtray. I suddenly feel like I'm a loser, Chloe said with self-pity. Everything's fine. Why would you say that? Jack sat behind her, and he moved her shoulder over to his chest. I feel like I'm a loser. As a daughter, I'm not outstanding enough. I've been causing trouble since I was young. It's never peaceful. It's good that my mom never really blamed me. Sometimes even Thomas worries about me. As a wife, I'm not gentle enough. A lot of times I don't understand you or think in your shoes. I always cause trouble and need you to take care of things for me. As a daughter-in-law, I don't have enough time to care for my parents-in-law. As a mother, I'm even more of a loser. The twins have always been well-behaved kids, but I haven't spent enough time educating them because I'm always busy. I've always thought that my daughters were good enough, but it wasn't until this day that I realized that Pudding had been raised into a selfish egomaniac. Little Bean, on the other hand, is just a little foodie who doesn't have her own opinions and doesn't even know how to protect herself. Honey, you shouldn't say that. As a daughter, you've devoted a lot to your family. You worked hard and made money to provide for your mother and brother. As a wife, you've always been devoted to this family. Even when you were pregnant and giving birth, you toughed it out just by yourself, with me in your heart. As a daughter-in-law, you've done a lot for my parents. When I was in prison, it was you who commuted between home and the company and kept comforting them. You suffered so much to give them the 2 baby granddaughters. And as a mother, you've set enough examples for them. You can't set your standards for Pudding and Little Bean so high. Don't forget, after all, they are only 3-year-old kids. No matter how mature and smart they are still young. We need to educate them step by step with a lot of patience. We can't deny them just because of the mistakes they made. Honey, do you think I'm just being silly? No, I understand your anxiety. Honey, You are just too tired. Once we get back to the country, you should stop working at the company. Just leave everything to me. So are you firing me? Chloe turned around and looked at Jack with puppy eyes. No, I'm giving you time off, so you can spend some days with the twins, and then… Then what? Chloe leaned back to Jack's arms and looked up at the side of his face, which was almost perfect. Then, why don't you go back to work at Southside? Go back to Southside? Chloe was so surprised that her mouth was wide open. I already talked to Director Richard. There are not enough people at Southside. So if you go back, you not only can go back to your old position and continue to be the chief of the neurology department, you will also be the vice director. Chloe was speechless. Don't you think the pace of me being the president of the company while you work as a doctor is just perfect? I really miss those times, honey. Although we were busy, we had a fulfilling life. Honey, you're the CEO of GK Global. If you come back to work, wouldn't you be lowering yourself? Asked Chloe coquettishly. Not at all. Spending time with my wife and kids is my biggest happiness. Money and power are not my business. Jack said this with ease, but Chloe was feeling really emotional. Being a doctor had always been her dream. She never thought that she could return to the hospital one day. Her life back then was such a beautiful experience, and her husband had already arranged everything without her knowing. Honey, thank you. Thank you for always secretly arranging everything for me. At this moment, Chloe felt so happy. What more could you ask for when you have a husband like this? Because you are Chloe. No matter what I do for you, it's worth it. Just like Jack said, Chloe was so important that he would do anything for her. The next morning, the family of 4 was going to fly to Hawaii. Before leaving, the twins reluctantly parted with Avery. Auntie, you are really not going to go back with us? Asked Pudding sadly while looking at Avery. I really can't. I have so much work to do. Avery laughed. Grandpa, are you bullying Auntie by giving her a lot of work? Little Bean looked at her grandpa and asked cutely, Come on, I treat your auntie like my dad. She is at the top of the hierarchy. Other than you 2 little ones, she is on top. You think I would dare to bully her? Jack's uncle was speechless. But after all, aside from work, marrying a good man is important as well. So, Auntie, that should be your top priority, Little Bean instructed in all seriousness. Fine, you 2 little tricksters. I have had enough of your talking. My ears are hurting. Please leave quietly. It's hard for super talkative girls to find a boyfriend. Besides, you 2 are supposed to be cool Scorpios. Don't act like Virgos. Avery knelt down to kiss her 2 little nieces with a smile. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Avery and her dad, the 2 little ones hopped into the car first. Uncle, please take care of yourself. Don't be too tired and don't try to handle everything at the company by yourself. Just ask Avery to do everything, said Jack. I know. Your dad says that a lot too. At my age, maybe it is time for me to back off. Jack's uncle smiled. Sis-in-law, in the future, please bring the twins over often. I'll really miss them, said Avery, who was about to cry. After several days together with the twins, she found that she really liked the little ones. Now that they were going to leave, she felt something shake within her. This feeling was terrible. Yes, I will. Avery, you should visit us when you have time. Yes, of course. Maybe someday when I feel up to it, I'll just get a ticket and fly over. Ha ha, said Avery, while trying to hold off her tears. After Jack and Chloe hopped on the Bentley and left, Avery couldn't help but shed tears. How old are you? Why, you are still crying like a little baby. Avery's dad turned around to comfort his daughter. I really don't want my nieces to leave, said Avery with a smile, but also tears. That night, the family of 4 returned to Hawaii to reunite with their grandparents. The next morning, they took the plane home, transferring at Capital City. The long-distance flight was really tiring. The twins were not as excited as they were in the beginning. They spent most of their time sleeping, aside from when they were eating or using the bathroom. Jack was taking care of Chloe and the twins by himself. He was worried that they might catch a cold when sleeping under air conditioning, so he didn't sleep much himself. Finally, after a long flight, their plane landed in the city. Chloe yawned and stretched herself a little. We're finally home. President Green, how do you feel? Jack turned around and looked at her. It feels so nice to be home. Nowhere compares to home. East, west, home is the best, even if it's just a dog pen, said Chloe with a smile. Honey, you are being too humble. If your house, South Hill Manor, is a dog pen, what's everyone else living in? Are you saying their houses are worse than a dog pen? Jack was teasing her. Good point, honey. What I meant is just there is no place like home. To be honest, now that I think about it, I actually miss our home at Imperial Park. That was our first place, said Chloe with a sweet smile. That's easy. We can just buy it back again and go spend some time there once in a while, suggested Jack. Forget about it. Now it's no longer just us. We have two little troublemakers. Whenever Chloe thought about the twins, she felt that she had more responsibilities. So, how did President Green like this trip? Any feelings or thoughts? Asked Jack while massaging Chloe's shoulder. I had a great time, but there's just one little regret, said Chloe after thinking with her lips pursed. Really? Do you have regret? What is it? Jack was a bit surprised. Lisa lives in Chicago. I didn't have time to visit her and her baby. What a pity. She invited me twice and kept calling me, but our schedule was too tight, and your parents didn't want the kids to leave either. Maybe next time we can stay longer. We'll have time in the future. We'll be traveling to the U.S. a lot. Relax. Jack patted Chloe's hand. Chloe looked over to the little ones sleeping like little pigs in their first-class seats. Pudding was drooling with her head tilted to the side. Little Bean was even snoring, just like a little pig. It was super cute. Just as Chloe was going to wake them up, Jack put out his hand and stopped her. Wait, honey, don't wake them up yet. What? I want to take a little video of them. Jack was speechless. You are such an immature mom, said Jack as he laughed. Chloe took out her phone and started to record a video of her daughters. She already thought about how they would react after seeing their own awkward moments. After the plane landed peacefully, the flight crew announced that they were ready to disembark. Jack released his seatbelt and woke the twins carefully. Girls, we're home. Wake up. Jack said that in such a gentle voice that even Chloe felt jealous. Honey, you've never woken me up this gently. Yes, because I always wake you up with my actions. Jack smirked. Chloe immediately blushed. What are you talking about? It's daytime. Hurry up. Help me wake them up. The first thing we need to do when we get home is get over jet lag. It's so painful. Chloe walked over while the bodyguards pushed all the luggage. Jack and Chloe walked out of the airport, each with one kid in their arms. Daddy, are we home? Pudding opened her eyes and asked drowsily. Yes. Are you happy? Yes. Why? Asked Jack, smiling. Because then we can see handsome Cooper now. Little Bean was not even trying to lie. Jack was speechless. All right. It seemed that he was already used to the fact that his daughters were huge fans of handsome Cooper. Chloe was holding Little Bean and looked at her palm with sorrow. It was getting a lot better, but there were still marks from the ruler. Little Bean, does it still hurt? No, really? Really. Don't worry, Mommy. I'm like Popeye, haha. This little thing is nothing to me. Then, do you hate Mommy after Mommy did this? Chloe bit down on her lips and felt really guilty. No, I will always love you. Even if Mommy hits you, you will forgive Mommy, right? Chloe was constantly seeking reassurance just like a little kid. Yep. Even if Mommy hits me, I will still forgive Mommy. Because Mommy didn't want to do that either. It was us not listening. Mommy is teaching us to become better people, so I won't blame Mommy. Pudding won't either. Good girl. Thanks for understanding. After hearing what Little Bean said, Chloe felt so touched. Suddenly, Mommy, I want a pee-pee. Little Bean felt the urge to go to the bathroom and felt that she couldn't hold it. Chloe immediately put her down and looked around. The bathroom is over there. Come, Mommy will take you to the bathroom. Mommy, I want to go too. Pudding had the feeling of having to go to the bathroom, so she shouted to go along. Jack had glanced at the bodyguards behind him and said, You guys can leave first and wait for us at the door. We'll take the kids to the bathroom. Yes, Mr. Dawson. The bodyguards picked up the luggage and walked out. Jack and Chloe held onto the twins' hands and walked to the washroom. I'll wait for you outside. Jack stopped at the female washroom entrance. Chloe nodded and led her daughters inside. The twins were very independent, and they could go to the washroom by themselves. Chloe went in, and once she was finished, she waited outside the washroom stall. She kept waiting. There were quite a lot of people at the airport. "Mommy, I want to go poo-poo." Little Bean had eaten a lot on the airplane, so she was complaining. "Okay, no rush. Mommy will wait for you outside. Once you're finished, call me so I can help you clean up." Chloe smiled softly. "Okay, Mommy." Since Little Bean said she was going poo-poo, Pudding wasn't in a rush either. Chloe was waiting inside the washroom while Jack waited outside. Between Chloe and Jack, there was less than 3 meters of distance. There was only one exit in the washroom, and a lot of people were coming in and out, so Chloe didn't overthink. When she turned on her phone, the company was calling, and Stella had something urgent to report to Chloe. Therefore, she was on the phone with Stella talking about business. Jack was outside waiting for them. He wasn't on his phone, but something else caught his attention. There was a group of people chasing after 2 people. One of the people running seemed to be a woman in a black cashmere coat. She was wearing a hood and a mask, and she ran very quickly. There seemed to be reporters and fans in that group. Jack wasn't astonished by the scene, as it was normal for crazy fans to run after their idols. However, the woman ran directly into the washroom. Jack couldn't even block her and the fans behind her. Chloe was on her phone, and when she saw this, she was shocked. "What's going on?" Chloe looked confused. "Why would you run in here? It's a dead end. There's no exit." "Miss, please don't run. We just want to interview you." A few male reporters stayed outside at the door, but were blocking the way out. Chloe was shocked by the crowd, and she stepped over to Jack's side. "Where are the kids?" Inside. Little Bean said she wanted to go poo-poo. Chloe thought everything was fine. 3 minutes later, the kids still didn't come out. The crowd was gone by now, and the female star and reporters had left the washroom. Jack was a bit anxious. "Honey, can you go in and check to see why they're still not out yet?" "Okay." Chloe nodded and went back inside the washroom. "Little Bean, Pudding, are you guys done?" Chloe asked. There was no response. "Little Bean? Pudding?" Chloe was surprised by this and raised her voice to ask again. There was still no response. Now Chloe was worried. She pushed the door and rushed inside. Little Bean, Pudding. She tried pushing open every stall, but her kids were not in any of them. They vanished. "Pudding, Little Bean, where are you? Don't scare Mommy." Chloe was so scared that her face turned pale. Jack heard Chloe's yelling. He didn't care if it was the female washroom. He just rushed in. He grabbed onto Chloe's hand and asked, "Honey, what's the matter? Honey, the kids are gone." Chloe was so scared and worried that she could barely stand. "What?" Jack was also surprised. There was only one exit, but he did not see the kids leave. Jack and Chloe were both standing by the door, but the kids had vanished into thin air. "They've really disappeared." Chloe's voice was trembling and she couldn't think straight. Jack was anxious. He didn't care if it was the female washroom or what it was. He was so anxious that he pushed open all the stalls only to discover all of them were empty. "Little Bean, Pudding. Don't play hide and seek with us," Jack shouted. The washroom was empty and they got no response. "Honey, where do you think they could have gone? Do you think—" "But there's only one door, and we were there waiting for them. There's no way we didn't see them if they left." Chloe was already panicking. "Let's go look at the surveillance videos." Jack was worried, but he was calmer than Chloe. He held on to Chloe's hand, and the 2 of them rushed to the airport security. He explained who he was and the situation so that the airport security could pull up the surveillance tapes. Chloe and Jack watched the tapes closely, over and over again. The twins did not appear on the tapes once. Things took a weird turn when the random star came in with a bunch of reporters and fans. Wait. Rewind. Jack squinted his eyes, focusing all his attention on the screen. The security staff rewound the tape. "Slower, please," Jack said as his eyes glued to the screen. He discovered some small details once the movements were slower. The female star in the cashmere coat went in empty-handed, but when she came out, she was holding a large black traveling bag. Since there were a lot of people around her, No one noticed this small detail. "Go investigate where this female celebrity came from," Jack commanded as he looked at the head of security, who made a bunch of phone calls. Finally, he looked at Jack with a confused look. "Mr. Dawson, apparently the airport wasn't expecting any celebrities to leave the country today. What about entering?" "No," the manager responded. Jack slightly frowned. "That's strange. If this person isn't a celebrity, then this is a trap." Chloe's heart sank. "Honey, are you saying that this was a planned abduction?" Chloe's eyes opened widely. "Hurry and see where they were headed. There should be cameras by the airport entrance. Check the tapes to see what kind of car they were in." Jack was very anxious, and he continued to give orders. When they saw the parking lot tape, Jack and Chloe were both astonished. The silver van that the woman left in had an obviously fake license plate. The car had left, and they had no clue where they were headed to. "I can't let this happen. I'm calling Noah immediately. I'll ask him to investigate this car and lock down the whole city. We can't let them take away our kids." Jack was panicking as well. He immediately got his phone out and called Noah. Only now did Chloe realize that this was a planned abduction. There was only one path in and out the washroom, but the problem was that there were so many people there trying to muddy the waters. They had shifted Jack and Chloe's sight and decreased their alertness. After all, the airport was a public place. Who would have thought someone would abduct the twins there? The woman walked into the washroom with an empty bag and left with the twins in them. When she left, she stuck the twins in the bag. The kids had not uttered a peep from start to finish, so they were probably drugged. When Chloe realized this, she felt that her world had collapsed. If anything bad happened to her daughters, she would probably kill herself. She regretted that she didn't stand in front of the stall. She regretted how impatient she was and regretted taking the call from the company. She should have been more alert. Then her children wouldn't have been kidnapped right before her eyes. The worst part was that she didn't even know her children were kidnapped and just stood there like an idiot. Jack, on the other hand, called Noah anxiously. "President Dawson, have you come back from vacation?" Noah sounded happy when he picked up the call. "Listen to me closely. I want you to immediately look into the whole city's traffic cameras. Look for a car with the license plate, A65,288. It was driving from the airport. Also, lock down the whole city so this car can't leave." "What's the matter, bro?" Noah was very confused. "My daughters were kidnapped." "What?" Noah was dumbfounded. "Didn't you guys just come back from the US? "Yes, it happened at the airport." "When?" "Just now." Jack sounded distressed. "Okay, I'll look into it right away. Stay calm. You need to remain calm now." "I know." Jack nodded. "Is Chloe okay?" Noah sounded worried. Usually the mother was the one that took things like this the worst. "Chloe, she—" When Jack turned around, the expression on his face changed drastically. Chloe was swaying back and forth and seemed like she was going to faint. Jack immediately hung up and went over to support her. "Chloe." Chloe felt the world go blank and lost consciousness. Jack immediately called an ambulance for Chloe. Then, he called Noah again for an update, overworking himself to find out where his daughters went. At the headquarters of Imperial Star Entertainment. Since Justin Video chatted with the twins every day, he knew that this was the day they were coming home. He missed them very much and was waiting for them to come home so he could take them over to his place for dinner. This was also a direct order from his grandpa, as he had not seen the twins for a long time, and the Cooper family missed them dearly. However, he heard nothing. Justin was worried, so he sent Pudding a message. "Pudding, are you home yet?" He waited for a long time, but still didn't hear back. Finally, a little embarrassed, Justin sent Chloe a message asking, "Are you guys home yet? My parents and Grandpa miss them a lot. I wanted to bring them home for dinner." He waited for a while, but he immediately felt that something was wrong as he never received a response. Even if the twins didn't respond, Chloe should. She was an efficient person and tended to immediately respond to messages. After 10 minutes, Justin called because he was sick of waiting. Jack had just taken care of Chloe and was now speaking to the doctor. Just then, he received Justin's call as he was holding onto Chloe's phone. When he saw the caller ID, He hesitated for a few seconds, but still picked up. "Hello?" When Justin heard Jack's voice, he felt a bit awkward. "Jack?" Justin asked as he wasn't sure. "Yeah, it's me. Where's Chloe? She's at the hospital." "In the hospital? What's wrong?" "She fainted." "Why would she suddenly faint? Didn't you guys just came back from the States?" Justin was worried. "Yeah." "Then what happened? Is she too tired from the trip?" Justin asked with care. "Justin, my daughters are missing." Jack uttered each word clearly. He knew Justin loved the twins as much as he did, so he felt an obligation to tell Justin the truth. "What did you say?" Justin was very confused. "When we landed at the airport, the kids went to the washroom. We were tricked and Pudding and Little Bean were abducted. We're looking for them now. Chloe couldn't take it and she fainted." Jack sounded very serious. "Abducted? Are you sure they're not playing hide and seek with you?" Justin stood up and his face turned pale. "No, I watched the surveillance tapes and it's a planned abduction for sure. Where are you right now?" "The first hospital. Wait for me. I'm coming right now." Once Justin hung up, he raced to his Lamborghini and then drove towards the first hospital. Anne was by his side in his usual silence. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the first hospital. "What's going on?" Justin asked before Jack could say anything. He had run upstairs, so he was still catching his breath. Jack quickly explained the situation to Justin, and his face immediately turned grim. "Who the F dares to kidnap the twins? If I catch them, I'm going to shred them into pieces," Justin cursed. "I already started the investigation, so there should be an update soon." Jack was patiently waiting. Just then, Jack's phone rang, and it was Noah. "Jack, can you come to the Municipal Public Security Bureau?" "What's the matter?" "It's a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you when you get here." Noah sounded like it was something very serious. "Okay." Jack hung up the phone, looked at Justin, and asked, "Can you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Can you take care of Chloe for me? Please calm her down when she wakes up. She's in real shock since the twins are gone. She can't even think straight. I'm worried about her." "What about you?" Justin asked. "I'm going to the Public Security Bureau. Noah said the situation is complicated. It's probably confidential, so he couldn't tell me over the phone." "Okay, leave Chloe to me." "Thanks." "You're welcome, Jack," Justin suddenly shouted. Jack turned around and looked at him calmly. "Stay strong. Pudding and Little Bean will be fine. God is looking out for them." "Okay." Jack nodded, and then turned around to walk downstairs. After Jack left, Justin commanded Anne, "Investigate where the twins are at any cost. Once you find out where they are, get them back. I don't care how you do it. Kill the people who kidnapped them. Kill them all." Justin had gone nuts as he ordered to kill the kidnappers. "Yes, President Cooper," and turned around to execute Justin's orders. Justin walked into the VIP patient room, only to see Chloe was still unconscious. There was a drip attached to her arm, and she looked very pale. When Justin saw Chloe like this, he felt his heart tangle up. "Why do you have to go through all these hardships? Even I, as a bystander, can't bear to see you like this. Why is it so unfair? Why do people always hurt you?" Justin held his fist tight. He would rather take Chloe's place right now and lie in the hospital bed. Chloe was a strong and independent woman. She was omnipotent. She could be a doctor of a hospital or a president of a company. She was capable of anything. Now, though, she was silently lying in the hospital bed. Justin suddenly thought nothing was worth it. He quietly sat down by Chloe's side. There was heat in the room. However, he was still scared she would be cold, so he pulled the blanket up a bit. "Chloe, you're an angel. You have to stay strong. Nothing can stop you. God has given you many challenges, so you can reach maximum fulfillment in the human world. You will be able to go to heaven when you die, but you still have a long way ahead of you. Pudding and Little Bean are so cute and smart. They're going to be fine. They will come back safe and sound, so you have to stay strong." Justin was so emotional that he held onto Chloe's hand. Maybe he felt safer that way. When he held her hand, he felt she was closer to him than ever. Jack arrived at the Public Security Bureau in less than 10 minutes. He felt that the later he arrived, the longer his daughters would be in danger. "What have you got?" Jack went in, breathing heavily. "It's quite complicated. Do you know who came back?" Noah looked serious and concerned. "Who?" Jack suddenly realized the severity of the situation. "Liam Green is back," Noah replied. "Liam Green?" Jack was slightly shocked. He had not heard this name for a long time now. Andrew was the one who plotted the demise of the Green family. He even kicked his foster mother out of his way mercilessly. The methods he used were brutal, and he was the one that sent Timothy to his grave. Although the media did not report this, nor did the police investigate, Jack guessed that someone must have been behind all that. Chloe originally wanted to team up with Andrew to take revenge on the Green family. However, Chloe couldn't do it after witnessing how brutal Andrew's methods were. She even saw Timothy before he died. Afterward, Liam, Brenny, and their mother, Evelyn, were kicked off the Green Corporation's board. Even though Brenny stayed, she was barely surviving in the city. Andrew didn't do anything to her, as he just left her to die on her own. Evelyn and her son ended up escaping abroad, and no one had heard from them in ages. A few years had passed, and Liam had suddenly returned. By this time, Chloe had given birth to the twins, and they were 3 years old. "What's the situation like?" "I checked with customs, and it turns out that he's been in the country for a long time, but we just never realized it. It's our mistake. He probably planned this abduction for a long time and is finally executing it," Noah said. "Did Evelyn and her lover come back too?" Jack's heart sank. He felt like something awful was about to happen. "I'm not sure. Evelyn probably changed her name. We can't identify her. Liam also changed his name, but we have his fingerprints. If the twins weren't kidnapped and I didn't look into it, I wouldn't have even realized that he was back." "Are you sure he's involved in this?" Jack asked with a serious look. "I'm not sure. I've been a criminal police officer for many years, and I think my instincts are accurate. Liam wouldn't have come back in peace. I think he's here to seek revenge on Andrew and Chloe. After all, he thinks they worked together to kick him and his family out. That's why he laid his hands on the twins." "Are you sure he's still in the city?" "Yeah, we don't have any record of him leaving. Do you know which hotel he's staying at?" Jack held his fist tight. If it were Liam, then his daughters may be in grave danger because he was definitely back for revenge. "I don't know. None of the hotels have any record of him. He's probably not staying at a hotel but rather a hostel or poorer area. After all, it's easier to escape in those messier areas." Jack was silent. "Jackie, don't worry. Honestly, it's better if you just sit tight because Andrew's target is not the twins, but you and Chloe. He probably wants to threaten you two, so you will probably receive a message or a phone call soon. My daughters were abducted and you want me to sit tight?" Jack was slightly furious. "Calm down first. I'm not telling you to just sit tight. I mean, we should wait for the news. If Liam is behind this, then he won't let you find him easily. Why don't you investigate how Liam has been recently and where he is?" Noah suggested. "No, I can ignore everything else but not my daughters. Hurry up and pull up all the city's traffic cameras. It was the first time Jack couldn't keep his calm. Right now, he was just a father that lost his children." "Pudding. Little bean." Chloe woke up from a nightmare, screaming and sweating. "Chloe, calm down." Justin held onto Chloe's arm tightly. He was scared that she would move too hard and loosen her injection. "I dreamt that there was blood all over Pudding and Little Bean's faces and they were crying for me," Chloe said. Then she clasped her hands on her face and started to cry. Justin felt bitter. "Chloe, calm down. Your children will be fine. They're little angels. They will come back safely for sure. In some abandoned factory, Big Brother Liam. What should we do with these children?" A few men, who looked thug-like and were dressed in black, put a large black piece of luggage on the floor. Liam looked down at the unconscious twins, his expression icy and murderous. "So these are the kids of that batch, Chloe. They look just as pathetic as their mother." Liam glared coldly at the twins. "Boss, should we just kill them now?" One of his subordinates slid a finger across his throat. "Are you a pig? If we kill them, How are we going to get ransom money? Liam glared at his subordinate. What should we do with these two kids? Lock them in the warehouse, feed them water and food. I'll think about what to say before I call Chloe. Ha! Liam said. Then he turned around and walked away with evil laughter. The twins woke up from the drugs soon after Liam left. Where is this place? Little Bean opened her eyes, looking around, dumb-stricken. Pudding also woke up, climbing up dizzily. I think we were kidnapped. Pudding started to recall what had happened in the airport washroom. They had heard some loud shuffling noises before noticing a weird-smelling smoke. That's all they remembered. Kidnapping. Damn it. Are we in a horror movie? Little Bean didn't expect themselves to be victims of a kidnapping. Calm down. Let me check where we are first. Pudding climbed up and realized they were in a cold warehouse. She looked around the room to see only a small window up high and that she wasn't tall enough to reach it. Sis, are we still in the city? I'm not sure. Our phones and watches were all been taken away, Pudding responded calmly. Darn, we're doomed. Little Bean was freaking out. Stay calm. If they can kidnap us right in front of our mommy and daddy, they must have planned ahead. They're probably aiming for ransom money. Everyone knows our family is rich, Pudding analyzed. There are tons of people that are rich. Why would they kidnap us? Is our luck just better than others? Little Bean said in a sarcastic tone. Shh! You're so noisy I can't hear what is going on. Pudding went over to the door and slammed on it. Is anyone there? Someone come. I'm hungry. I want food. In less than a minute, someone opened the door, just like how Pudding expected it to be. An ape-like man with sneaky eyes and a sharp chin walked in. He looked at the twins and shouted, What are you yelling about, brat? I'm hungry. I want food. Ha ha. So you still are in the mood for food, eh? Do you even know where you are? The man laughed. I don't care where we are. You have to give us food. Otherwise, if we die from hunger, you won't get your ransom money. Oh, do you know that there's ransom money? Quite impressive. The man was surprised since he didn't expect that to come out of a 3-year-old. Bring food and water here immediately, Pudding demanded with an icy tone. I want teriyaki chicken, Little Bean added. You want chicken? Where do you think you are at right now? A restaurant? The man said in an irritated tone. Dahai, go bring 2 bento boxes over for these brats. The other man immediately followed orders and brought 2 bento boxes over. He then put them in front of the door. Who are you? Why did you kidnap us? Pudding asked the man. Our boss wanted to kidnap you. We have nothing to do with it. Who's your boss? Do we know him? Oh, you little brat want me to blabber out information, don't you? You're still too naive. Don't worry. You'll soon find out. Let's make your parents anxious for a bit longer so we can get better negotiating terms. The man slammed shut the door with evil laughter. Pudding picked up the bento boxes and brought it over to Little Bean. Little Bean, let's eat first. We need the energy to escape when the opportunity comes. Pudding, do you think we'll really have a chance to escape? Little Bean was surprised by Pudding's words. Even if we can't, we still have to try. Are we going to sit here and wait for death? But Mommy and Daddy are probably worried sick after they discovered we were missing. Little Bean puffed her cheeks and opened her big round eyes. Mommy and Daddy will find us for sure. They're incredible people, not to mention how smart they are. Don't worry, Pudding placated Little Bean. But Pudding, what if we're killed before Mommy and Daddy find us? Even if they kill us, you're going to be the first one to die. Pudding glanced coldly at her sister. Why? Little Bean obviously wasn't happy with the answer. Man should fear fame as pigs fear to get fat. You're fatter, so they'll kill you first, Pudding joked. What? Dina, your jokes aren't funny at all. When did you even start joking around with me? Are you getting a bit too relaxed? Little Bean was speechless. I'm just kidding. Don't get all tensed up. Let's dig in. We'll think about what we should do after eating. Then, Pudding led Little Bean over to a corner in the warehouse. They each took a bento box and held it with their small hands. It was a very sad scene. Take this. Have as much as you can. When Pudding opened the bento box, she realized there were only 2 types of dishes. One was very fat and oily pork braised in brown sauce, and the other was stir-fried spinach. Their meal was awful. And in Little Bean's words, it wasn't even something they would feed their pets. It was cold. Their kidnappers probably bought it some time ago. Pudding, there are only 2 pieces of meat. If you give them to me, what are you going to eat? Little Bean looked at her sister with puppy eyes. I don't like meat. I'm sick of it. Vegetables are good. They have vitamins in them. Then Pudding stuffed herself with a mouthful of vegetables. You never say your mind. I know you love me. Would it kill you to say it? You say you're like Daddy, but I think Daddy is better than you because he would often confess his love for our mommy. Little Bean complained about her sister's indirect way of expressing herself. Excuse me, Delcy. Daddy and Mommy are husband and wife while we're sisters. What kind of comparison is that? Are you stupid? The twins argued while eating, so time flew by quickly. The main accomplishment now was that Little Bean was no longer that scared. She knew her sister would be by her side. Pudding was very mature. She gave the meat to Little Bean. Pudding was worried that Little Bean would be cold, so they snuggled together in a corner. Pudding talked to Little Bean about interesting things she read from books or saw on television. Meanwhile, Liam flipped through the twins' phones. Oh, these 2 brats have such new phones. He was surprised how the 2 brats had the most advanced phone model from some brand on the market. Boss, it's about time. We should call for the ransom. The man with sneaky-looking eyes walked in with a chuckle. Why the rush? How are they? Liam was slightly annoyed. They're good. They said they were hungry, so I gave them food and water. Really? Wow, they sure are wickedly smart kids. They can keep calm in such a situation. Boss, say, who do you think we should call? After much investigation, we've gathered quite a lot of information. These twins are princesses to Chloe and Jack, but Justin loves them as well. Does that mean we can blackmail both of them and get twice the ransom? Liam's subordinate was very greedy. Don't be so greedy. I came back for revenge, so ransom is not the main objective. I am here to collect what rightfully belongs to me. I won't let Andrew and Chloe off the hook so easily. I want not only their money, but also them as well. Chloe should be easy. We have her kids here, so she would come for sure. Andrew might be trickier. His guard is up high that it's almost impeccable, his subordinate said with a grim face. On the contrary, Liam smirked evilly. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with Andrew. He'll come willingly. Time slowly passed by. Before they could arrive home, Jack and Chloe had lost the twins. Losing the twins was a huge shock to them. Chloe was worried that her brother and mother would be too worried, so she chose not to tell them yet. In the hospital, she was weak and was in grave mental pain. Chloe, even if you act like this, the problem won't be solved. You have to be strong. It was very rare for Justin to console someone. I can't. If my daughters are hurt, I'll kill myself. Chloe was blaming herself for what happened. In Los Angeles, she had scolded her children right before coming back, leaving the twins in tears. She even slapped Little Bean's hands a dozen times. Even though Chloe thought she was being too strict, she also believed that it would help them learn. She didn't expect her children to be kidnapped right after coming back to the country. She regretted her behavior and wanted to apologize to Pudding and Little Bean, but they weren't there anymore. Justin, where do you think they are? They're just 3 years old. Who in the world is so sick that they would kidnap 2 3-year-olds? This has to be some sort of plotted scheme. I'm so scared. I'll give them all the money in the world, but I'm just terrified that they'd hurt my children. Justin, what can I do? Chloe's emotional status was very unstable, and she cried while talking. Justin's heart ached upon seeing Chloe like this. Chloe, calm down. This isn't the time to lose your head. They're going to be fine. Their purpose isn't to harm the twins. They'll ask for a ransom for sure, and we'll meet all their terms. If we don't have the amount of money they want, we can go borrow it. As long as they don't hurt the kids, we'll do anything they say. Where's Jack? I want to call him. I need to ask him how the investigation is going. We need to find them as soon as possible. They're scared of the dark and are probably cold. Then, Chloe started crying again. Right now, she was as vulnerable as a baby. She was no longer calm and strong. This was probably how all women become once they were mothers. Their hearts are like glass when it came to their children, and when something bad happened to them, they would be left in a devastated state. Jack had been gone for quite some time now, so Chloe anxiously dialed his number. "Jack, where are you? I'm at the Municipal Bureau." Jack sounded tired as well. It seemed that the situation was bad. Chloe felt her heart sink deeper. "Any news? Any leads?" "Soon." "Don't worry, honey. Just stay in the hospital and focus on getting well. The kids will be fine. Noah and I are investigating. We have some clues on who's behind this. Leave this to me." Jack was very worried about Chloe. "What leads? I want to know." "Honey, you have to trust me." "I want to know. Tell me." Chloe was very anxious. Finally, Jack let out a deep sigh. After some thought, Jack decided to tell her the truth. "Liam is probably the one behind this." "Liam Green? He's back?" Chloe was shook. She had not heard this name for a very long time. It was 4 years ago, right? "Yeah, he's back. He changed his name and snuck back. That's how he fooled everyone." Jack regretted gravely how careless he was. He never expected Liam to dare to come back to the country. After all, back then, Andrew wanted to kill his whole family. Moreover, Jack never thought that Liam would go after his children rather than seek revenge on Andrew. "If Liam is behind this, then he must be after me for revenge." Chloe was able to calm down after hearing that Liam was behind it. "Don't worry. Liam is a simple-minded person. He's never going to succeed, and I'm sure he probably just wants money. We'll give him anything he wants as long as he doesn't hurt Pudding and Little Bean." Jack was scared that Chloe would become overly anxious. "I understand." "Are you feeling better?" Jack asked. "Yeah, I feel a lot better. Don't worry about me. Focus on the kids." "Okay. Can you hand the phone over to Justin?" Jack asked matter-of-factly. "Okay." Then Chloe handed Justin the phone. "Hey, it's me." Justin still felt awkward talking to Jack over the phone, since they were in love with the same woman. "Please take care of Chloe for me. I think Liam will call her or me for the ransom. I'm afraid that she might act rashly and bring him the money herself. Liam isn't after the money. He wants revenge. You have to keep an eye on her. If anything happens, call me. Don't worry. Leave it to me." Justin nodded. Chloe asked Justin, "What did my husband say?" after he hung up the phone. "Oh, he told me to take care of you. You're not doing so well, and he wants to make sure that you don't relapse in the future. You just came back from the States, so you're probably jet-lagged. You need to get some rest while waiting for the kids to come home. You can't destroy your body." "Really?" Chloe did not believe Justin. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Justin was slightly guilty. "I'm hungry." "Can you get me some food?" Chloe suddenly asked. "What do you want to eat? I can get someone to buy it. It's too much work for me to go myself." Chloe didn't say anything afterward, since Justin didn't fall for her trap. At the Municipal Bureau, Jack, Noah, and many other police officers were busy investigating. This case was huge, and they had a limited amount of time. "Who do you think Liam would call for the ransom money?" Noah asked Jack. "Probably Chloe." "Because he's here for revenge?" Noah furrowed his brows, and Jack nodded with a heavy heart. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. "Do you think Andrew will get involved?" Noah had analyzed the situation. Jack remained silent. It seemed like he was thinking hard about something. Time ticked onwards. Second by second, Chloe was staring at her phone in the hospital. Justin took note of that. "I'm going to the washroom. Are you going to follow me there?" Chloe got up and looked at Justin. "Of course not. Do I look like such a dirty-minded person?" Chloe secretly took her phone and earbuds with her to the washroom in the suite. Justin was worried, so he stood by the door. He suspected that she was hiding something from him. Chloe sat on the toilet and stared at her phone. In less than 3 minutes, a number starting with 1009 called. Since her headphones were plugged in, her phone did not ring. Chloe took the call and put on her headphones. "Chloe, it's been a long time." From the other side of the call, Chloe heard Liam's voice, and she felt shivers echo through her body. "Liam, where are my daughters?" Chloe's voice was soft. She put the headphone microphone very close to her lips so the person on the line could hear her clearly, while Justin, who was guarding outside, couldn't. "Ha ha, don't worry, they're with me. Liam laughed, fairly proud of himself. Please don't hurt them. I'm the one you're after. Chloe was very worried about her daughters. Don't worry. You're right. I'm after you. How much money do you want? I'll give you the money as long as you promise not to hurt my daughters. Not even a hair can be missing or else I'll kill you. Chloe started to threaten Liam. You better figure out what position you're in. Your daughters are with me, so I'm in charge. You are not in a position to threaten or negotiate with me. I don't know if they'll lose a hair or two. What I do know, though, is that if you don't follow my orders, you're going to be left with 2 corpses, Liam threatened. Liam, I'm begging you. Don't kill them. They're still young. They're innocent. They have nothing to do with this. You hate me so you can take revenge upon me. I'll do anything you say. Good. I'm glad you're so understanding. This was the effect Liam wanted. Chloe's desperation. How much money do you want? I'll have someone prepare it for you. Chloe was desperate. She wanted to save the twins now. Oh, do you think you can pacify my hatred with just money? Liam spoke in a cruel tone. What do you want then? Chloe had to lower her voice because she didn't want Justin, who was standing outside, to hear her. You have to come alone. You can't tell the police or Jack where you're going. No one can know. Yes, I'll come, but will you let my children go? Chloe tried to feel out what he was going to do. Of course. It's just exchanging hostages, Liam said. Okay. When? You can come now. I'll call you to update you. No, you can't call me. If I'm gone, Jack will check my phone and see my phone records. It's better if you change the plan. Chloe knew she was going to be tracked, and that may agitate Liam. If he was agitated, her children would be in danger. Liam did follow Chloe's suggestion. He thought she was speaking the truth, so he nodded and said, Then leave right now. Go to the intersection of Tangshan Road. A black van will be waiting for you. Just get on the car. Make sure no one follows you or else I won't show any mercy to your kids. Don't hurt them. I'll do whatever you say as long as you promise me to let them go if I come. Just come. I'll decide on that later. I told you, you have no right to negotiate with me. Then, Liam hung up. When Chloe came out of the washroom, she hid the earphones. She still held her phone in her hand but looked very casual. You don't look so good. Are you okay? Justin went up to support her. I'm okay. Chloe shook her head. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and fainted. Luckily, Justin was right by her side. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground. Justin was petrified by the sight. He carried Chloe over to the bed and ran to the door to call a doctor. Doctor, come. She fainted. Justin didn't think too much and immediately went out to call for help. However, as soon as Justin went out the door, Chloe opened her eyes and ran out of the room. Chloe was running the opposite direction of Justin, straight towards the exit. When the doctors arrived, Justin realized Chloe was gone. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into Chloe's trap. He immediately called Jack. Jack, speak, Chloe. Justin was ashamed, so he couldn't say it out loud. What about Chloe? Jack was worried by Justin's hesitation. Just now, she pretended to faint, so I ran out to call the doctors. When I came back, she was gone, Justin said anxiously. She's gone? How? Did you hear her picking up any calls? Jack guessed that Liam must have contacted Chloe. I didn't hear any calls, but what? She was in the washroom before she pretended to faint and the walls are soundproof, so I couldn't hear anything. I'm not absolutely sure she didn't pick up any calls. She was in the washroom for around 5 minutes. I understand. They ended the call. Both Jack and Justin were worried sick about Chloe. Justin had started to call everyone he knew, trying to have people investigate where Chloe and the twins were. Just then, Avery called. Justin didn't know Avery's number. He saw the call was from the States, so he hesitated before picking up. Hello? Justin? Avery asked as she wasn't sure either. Yes, that's me. Who are you? Hi, I'm Avery Dawson. Avery Dawson? Oh, you're Jack's cousin's sister. Justin realized who he was talking to now. Yes, it's me. From the timing, my brother and his family should have arrived in the country. I tried calling Pudding and Little Bean, but they aren't picking up. I also tried calling Chloe and my brother, but they aren't picking up either. I'm worried about them. Did something happen? How did you get my number? Justin was curious. It was rather surprising to Justin that Avery had his cell phone number. When Pudding and Little Bean were here, they often mumbled your number, and it's easy to remember, so it got embedded in my memory. Am I disturbing you? No, but we are in some trouble right now. What trouble? Are they in trouble? Avery was very worried. Jack didn't want to pick up Avery's call because he was in no mood to explain the situation to her. Time was also limited, and he did not want her to worry. Justin knew that they couldn't keep this a secret to her for too long. They're in trouble. I can tell you, but you have to promise to stay calm and not to tell anyone in your family, especially your dad and the twins' grandparents. They will worry. Okay, I promise. The twins are missing. Justin told Avery the truth. They're missing? What does that mean? Avery couldn't put the picture together. Someone might have kidnapped them. Kidnapped? When Avery heard this word, her mind went blank. How can that happen? My brother is a very cautious person. They have bodyguards everywhere they go. How can someone kidnap the twins under their nose? It's obviously a scheme. Even if your brother was prepared, he would still have some blind spots. This isn't the time to determine whether your brother was careless or not. Everyone is anxious and trying to find the kids. Chloe is probably worried sick. As the mother of the twins, she's probably the most affected, Avery asked. She started crying too. Chloe is also missing. Just as of now, Justin said hesitantly. What? Avery's mind was exploding with all the information. Your brother told me to keep an eye on her, but I let her slip away. She probably got a call from the kidnappers and is trying to save her kids. Oh my God. Chloe is a woman. How can she save her children by herself? How can she be this foolish? For the first time in her life, Avery thought that Chloe was irrational. Chloe usually isn't that rash. It's because her kids' lives are in danger, so she's acting especially irrationally. Of course. Every mother wants to protect her children. Avery was sobbing. Don't cry or worry. Your brother and I are thinking of every possible way to save them. It shouldn't take long. Do you know who's the kidnapper? Avery asked. I heard it's Liam Green, one of Chloe's old nemesis. So it doesn't look that great. If he was just after a ransom, then the situation would be a lot simpler, but he wants revenge. Justin, I heard you come from a powerful family. Please save Chloe. Don't let them get hurt. Please. Avery begged Justin for help while in tears. Don't worry. Even if you didn't ask me to save them, I'll still do my best. You're a very important and special person to the twins. You're the second most important man in their lives, just right after my brother. Did you know what happened in Los Angeles? What? The twins went out on their own to buy a present for you. They avoided me, the guards, and even the security cameras and disappeared for 4 hours. We were all petrified. All the twins wanted to do was buy a nice gift for you on their own. When Chloe found out, she gave them a huge lecture and even hit Little Bean. Justin listened quietly, feeling very bad inside. The present should be in their luggage. It's a limited edition Versace belt. Pudding said you liked that brand? Those kids. Justin was starting to get emotional too. When Pudding and Little Bean were in the States, they would emphasize how great their handsome Cooper was and how nice you are to them. You were like their dad. I heard them talk about these things so much that I believed them. Kids are pure and honest. They would like whoever treats them well, and because you treat them so well, they love you a lot. Yeah, I love them a lot too. For the past 3 years, Justin had been with them throughout the whole way. Justin was the one that carried them out of the hospital, and ever since then, he had been very attached to them. Just like their parents, Justin witnessed the twins' growth and felt great joy. Now that the twins were missing, he was as worried as Chloe and Jack. You have to save them. I beg of you, Justin. Avery was influenced by the twins. She felt that Justin was an incredible and omnipotent person, especially because she knew he had an army background. Although Avery kept begging Justin, Justin was actually very anxious and worried. I will save them. Don't worry. I'm going to book a plane ticket back to the country now. Avery hung up before Justin could respond. Justin lifted his hand to wipe off the tears in the corner of his eyes. In order to buy him a present, the twins had gone through a great ordeal. No wonder Chloe was blaming herself for being too mean to them. Those kids. When Jack heard that Chloe was missing, he immediately made Noah track her last call. He heard Chloe and Liam's conversation. After finishing, his eyes became dreary. He must be up to no good to make Chloe go alone. "She can't go. Chloe's being irrational," Noah exclaimed. "She'll go for the kids. That's the Chloe I know." Jack was surprisingly calm. "Can you trace the coordinates from where Liam made the call?" Jack turned around and asked a police officer. "I can't. The person is using an anti-tracking device to hide his location. This doesn't seem like Liam. He probably has some smarter person coaching him." Noah analyzed the situation. They all grew up together. Even though they weren't close with Liam, they still knew him from his behavior. They knew he was a stupid and reckless person. If he wasn't, Andrew wouldn't have pushed him into the corner so easily. Now, though, he was careful. This didn't seem at all like something Liam could think of. If Liam had brains like this, Andrew wouldn't have been able to chase him out of the country that easily, Jack said calmly. "Do you think Evelyn came back too?" Noah surmised. "I'm not sure. After all, you guys don't have a record of her entering the country." "Boss, I got it. Mrs. Dawson did go to the intersection at Tangshan Road. She also got into a black van." They had been able to locate Chloe through her phone records. "Where did the van go?" Jack and Noah asked in unison. "They went down a small crossing soon after getting on the highway. There aren't any traffic cameras there because it's a rural area. There are a lot of villages nearby. We aren't able to pinpoint where they went." "Do you think Liam is hiding in one of the villages?" Noah tried to analyze, though he was befuddled by the situation. Jack shook his head. "No, Liam is probably just trying to mislead us. The car drove there to get our attention, but that place can't be their final destination." "Then what should we do now?" Noah was now panicking too. There were no longer any clues to follow. "We still need to investigate the abandoned factories in the Western District and the slums in the Northern District. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will still do it to find Liam." Jack held his fist tight. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with sadness. Both his children and his wife were in the hands of the enemy. No one was more devastated than him. Jack had to calm down. Only staying cool would he be able to save his family. Time was slowing passing by. To Jack and Justin, each second was painfully inflicting. Very soon, Justin too arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He was going to join Noah and Jack in the investigation, planning how to go about the search. Back in an abandoned rural factory? "Someone come!" Pudding shouted. "What is it, brat? I want to go to the washroom. You can pee inside the warehouse," the kidnappers said half-heartedly. "No, I want to go poo-poo, not pee-pee. Just poo there." "What? That's disgusting. It'll smell. We need to eat and sleep there. I'm not doing that." Pudding was making a fuss. The kidnappers were playing cards and they were annoyed by the noise. "Dahai, take the brat outside to poop. Keep a close eye on her. Don't worry, she won't get away." The man called Dahai then got up and opened the door. He led Pudding outside with him. Little Bean sat quietly inside the warehouse, looking very composed. Pudding walked out with the man. She was very alert, trying to look around to decipher where she was. It was an abandoned factory. There were weeds everywhere and no one lived there. "Okay, just do it here." The man pointed at a piece of empty ground. "Turn around." "Hey, brat, do you think I'll take advantage of you?" "You're a man and I'm a woman. Hurry up and turn around. Don't be such a dirty man and watch as a lady goes to the washroom." Pudding put her hands on her waist and demanded. The man didn't even know how he should react upon hearing those words. "Fine, fine. Even if I turned around, you can't run away." The man firmly believed that Pudding would not run away. "Of course, I will never leave my own sister behind. Such a smart brat. You have good brains." The man actually showed respect for this 3-year-old kid. Pudding squatted down to poo. She was still looking around to see if there was a way out. At the same time, she continued to ask the man, "Hey, big stupid guy, of all the things you can do, Why did you become a kidnapper? Big stupid guy? Me? The man called Dahai said in shock. Of course you. There's only you and me here. Do you think I'm talking to a ghost? Pudding asked arrogantly. Pudding's words put the man in astonishment. What? Is my question that hard to answer? Being a good guy is useless. I was a good guy before, but people look down on me. I have a good grasp of this world now. No matter what you do, results are everything. As long as you have money, regardless of where the money came from, you are superior to everyone else. If you don't have money, even if you're a moral person, you won't end up well. If Robin Hood was alive, he would be cursed at and deemed useless because he was poor. This man was distressed, so he continued to complain to Pudding. Do you know that good and evil will always be rewarded? According to the three-character classic, man at birth is fundamentally good in nature. I believe your nature is good, but life pressured you towards evil. Am I right? Life pressured me? Yeah. Haha. If I had a choice, I wouldn't choose to do this. Big stupid guy. You just want money, right? From my perspective, you're just a worthless underling here. I think even if Daddy brings in the ransom money, you won't get much. Your boss is going to get everything. How about you work with me instead? Work with you? Don't kid me. The man was about to turn around. Don't turn around. You'll see my everything and I'll be mad, Pudding reminded. Haha, okay. I won't turn around. I won't see anything of yours. Don't get cranky. The man suddenly realized that this kid was very funny. Even though she was still a kid, she sounded like an adult. So, do you want to work with me? Pudding asked calmly. How? The man asked jokingly. He obviously wasn't taking her seriously. You can find a chance to let us go. I'll have my daddy give you a lot of money. For instance, if you were to get $2 million from this abduction, I'll have Daddy give you 10 times that amount. Given our example, you'll get 20 million. It's a good deal, isn't it? Yes, it sounds like a good deal. The big stupid guy laughed. There was a blink of hope in Pudding's heart. She continued to say, Don't worry, I don't lie. As long as you let us go, Daddy will repay you with kindness. He won't alert the police so you can get the money without any worries. You'll be able to live a good life. However, if you were to get the ransom money, you'll become a wanted criminal. Even if you have the money at that time, you would still need to live in secret, hiding from the hunt. I know you understand which one seems more beneficial to you. Pudding told him her analysis of the current situation calmly. This man suddenly realized that the kid in front of him made a lot of sense. With a choice, no one would want to become a wanted criminal that would need to hide. Pudding saw that he was wavering on his decision, so she continued to say, Technology is very advanced nowadays. The police can easily catch you guys. Kidnapping is also a huge criminal offense. If you get caught, you would probably be imprisoned for 10 or more years. I don't think you're that old. Do you really want to waste your youth in prison? You have family, right? Your parents and grandparents would be worried sick for you. Shut up, you brat. Don't talk anymore. Pudding's words had touched the heart of this man. He realized that he couldn't take it anymore. You want to shut me up because I said the truth. Am I right, or am I right? No, it's not that. It's a good opportunity that I can be alone with you. If it were another person in your group, I wouldn't have said these things. Do you know why I chose you? Pudding asked. Why? It's because you seem like the only one in that group that seems to still have some good in you. The others are lost causes. Evil has overwhelmed them. Heaven and hell are sometimes just a matter of a choice. You might not be a smart person, but you aren't a bad person. You probably joined this operation because you need money. How did you know I needed the money? The man called Dahai asked with astonishment. He didn't expect a child to correctly guess what he was thinking. He came from a poor family, and he needed money. This was his first time participating in a kidnapping operation. The other people on the team were all used to doing bad stuff. Not only did they steal and rob, they even kidnapped children. One of them was from the same village as he was. All he told Dahai to do was to keep an eye on the two kids, and once they were done, he would get $200,000. Even though he knew this was wrong, he desperately needed money because his mother was in the hospital for a cerebral hemorrhage. His family had been gathering money from many sources, but could barely afford to pay the hospital bill. However, his relatives and friends were not willing to help anymore because they didn't think he could repay the money. He and his father tried to work for the money, but the first job they took in the city was a bad deed. He first thought that it wouldn't be hard to kidnap 2 children, only later to discover that it was actually a difficult job. From the conversations of the group, he found out that the children's parents had powerful backgrounds, so this job itself was very dangerous. If he was captured by the police or these children's parents, he would be doomed. Since he had already pulled the arch, there was no turning back. However, Pudding's words had wavered his decision, and he was now uncertain on what to do. "I know that if you weren't pushed towards the edge, you wouldn't do such a thing. From the looks of you, your parents are honest people. They're good people, like you." Pudding repeated these words, trying to brainwash this man called Dahai. It actually had good effects on this guy. "My parents are good people. They are farmers working in the village and haven't seen the world. They haven't even been to karaoke. Each cent they earned was hard-earned money. I dishonored them. I can't even get enough money to pay for my mother's hospital bill. I'm such a loser." "What was your mom diagnosed with?" Pudding pinpointed the main problem and asked. "A cerebral hemorrhage, and it's very serious. She's in a hospital in the city, but we don't have money. She probably won't be able to stay for much longer. That's why I did this. It was the only thing I could do." The man fell to the ground and started crying. Pudding slowly stood up and pulled up her pants. She walked over. She never wanted to poop in the first place. From the start, she just wanted to check out their surroundings and try to find a way out of the situation. She put a little hand on Dahai's shoulder. "Listen to me, big stupid guy. A cerebral hemorrhage isn't a serious illness. My mommy is a great doctor. She even performed surgery for my grandpa when he was very ill." "Oh, your mom is a doctor? What a coincidence." Dahai looked around. "Yeah, she's a very famous doctor at Southside. If you don't believe me, you can go to confirm the facts yourself. Also, my daddy is a graduate of Harvard University. He's a neurosurgeon. I think your mother would be good hands with my parents. They can work magic." "Really? Don't try to trick me. Don't worry. Even though I'm a kid, I know I shouldn't lie. If you let us go, I'll make sure my parents treat your mother and give you a large sum of money so you and your family can live a comfortable life." Dahai was in a dilemma as soon as he heard Pudding say that he had to help set them free. "I've said all I wanted to say. I won't force you to make a decision, but you should think about it and see what is best for you." Pudding felt like she had said the perfect amount. She believed that most normal people would be able to make the right decision. "You're right, but the problem is, the situation isn't that simple. There are a lot of people here. They are all criminals. I can't even let you go if I wanted to. I'm afraid that before I can even set you guys free, our plan will be exposed and we'd all be doomed." Suddenly, Dahai heard footsteps from behind. Pudding was well alert. She let go of him and walked back a few steps. "What's taking you so long?" The ape-like man walked over and glared at the two of them. "Oh, the kid has a stomach ache." Dahai chuckled. "Are you done? Hurry up and take her back inside. Big brother Liam is coming soon. You'll be the one to blame if anything goes wrong." I know. Then, Dahai picked Pudding up and walked back. On their way back, Pudding didn't say anything. Dahai was actually moved by Pudding's words. However, he did not have enough power to set them free because the others were all there. He wouldn't have a chance unless they were all away. This, however, was very unlikely. Pudding was also in a deadlock. She looked down and remained silent, but she continuously thought of other plans to escape. When Pudding returned the warehouse, Little Bean immediately ran over. "Sis, how was it? What's it like outside?" "We're at an abandoned factory. No one lives around here and there are weeds everywhere. It's a deserted place. Even if we manage to escape, we won't be able to go home easily. I'm sure of one thing, though. That is, we haven't left the city. This makes it a lot easier for us because we can trust Daddy will come to save us." "Why are you sure we're still in the city?" Little Bean asked. "Because I saw the television tower, despite it being far away." I'm absolutely certain that that is the landmark of our city. Perfect. As long as we haven't left the city, the chance of Mommy and Daddy finding us is a lot higher. Pudding, you're really smart, Little Bean said with admiration. I wanted to get that big stupid guy to help us, but… What happened? Was it not successful? Little Bean asked with curiosity. Pudding sighed. I oversimplified the situation. Even if he wanted to help us, he doesn't have that ability. The guy in charge here is that ape-like man, but I'm certain he's a criminal and won't listen to what we have to say. Criminal. Oh my, will he kill us? I'm so scared, Pudding. Little Bean lost her calm once again. Don't worry. As long as they don't receive the ransom, we won't be in danger, Pudding said with certainty. I don't know which son of a batch kidnapped us. When I get out, I'll cut him into pieces, Little Bean cursed. Inside another factory on the outskirts of the city, Big Brother Liam, Chloe is here, one of the subordinates reported to Liam, who slowly got up from his chair. Bring her in. Liam was rather excited as he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Chloe was blindfolded. When she got in the van, they had taped her mouth too. Liam's subordinates held on to Chloe as they led her over. From the looks of the overall execution of the plan, Liam was a lot more careful than he used to be. They reached their final destination after making many turns and driving a long way. It seemed like they had passed many small roads. Chloe was now rather car-sick from all the movement. She was still in summer clothes because she did not have time to change after getting off the plane. She was in a light blue long-sleeve shirt with a pencil skirt. It was a simple and elegant outfit with no accessories. Chloe was actually a low-key person that didn't show off her wealth. She rarely wore luxury brands. No one would expect her to be a young president of the GK Empire that could command storm and cloud in the business world. Take off her mask, Liam ordered. Then, one of Liam's subordinates ripped off Chloe's eye mask. She looked up and slowly regained her vision. Liam walked over and stood before Chloe. He ripped out the cloth that was stuck in her mouth. Chloe, you didn't expect me to come back, did you? It's really you. Chloe glanced at Liam. After 4 years, a lot had changed. He looked a lot older and more mature. He also got a deeper tan, and there were many scars on his face. Liam was in a leather jacket, and his presence gave out an evil aura. His eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Chloe. It's strange. Why are you not after Andrew but me? He should be your #1 target. Oh, that BS Andrew's barriers are too high up. He's hard to get. In comparison, you're a lot easier. Liam smirked evilly. Where are my daughters? I want to see them. Let her see them, Liam ordered. One of Liam's subordinates walked over with his phone in his hand. He was on a video call, and some other place appeared on his phone screen. The twins were sitting in a warehouse. They weren't in a great environment, and Chloe couldn't help but tear up a little. Liam, you made a promise. Now let my daughters go. Sorry, Chloe. I never keep my promises. Are you still a man? Chloe was irritated. I've come back with a clear purpose, and that is for revenge. I don't care what I have to do or whether it's chivalrous. Even if you beg me, I won't let your kids go. I'll push you, your kids, and your husband slowly to hell. Then, Liam grabbed onto Chloe's chin tightly, and the latter glared angrily at Liam. She realized that not only did Liam look different, his heart also undergone great changes. He only had revenge in his mind, so much so that he had gone nuts. Liam, my kids are innocent. You're after me. Please don't drag my kids into this. I beg of you. Chloe was usually a strong and stubborn woman, but when it came to her kids, she was weak. She begged Liam to let her kids go. This doesn't work on me. You don't even deserve to beg to me. You and that BS Andrew teamed up against me. Did it never cross your mind that I and my mother were innocent? Do you know what kind of lives we've been living abroad? Do you know how many times I almost lost my life? Saying that your children are innocent is useless. It's hilarious, really. Let me tell you how late it is for you. The only choice you have left is death. Upon hearing this, Chloe's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Meanwhile, at the Green family residence, boss, Liam kidnapped Miss Green and the twins. Andrew had been in a bad mood for the past few days, and hadn't left the mansion in days. When he heard this news, he immediately sat up on his bed and asked, "When was that?" "It's already been a few hours." "A few hours? And you're telling me now?" Andrew was going to explode in anger. I didn't want you to be mad. You're not in good shape right now. I'll deal with you later." Andrew got off his bed and rushed to get changed. Andrew knew Liam came back a while time ago, but he never got a chance to tell Chloe. He had given her a friendly reminder before, but Chloe didn't take his words seriously. Rather, Chloe thought Andrew was threatening her. Liam came back with a plan for sure. He had stayed tight for a long time. When Chloe felt she was being stalked, it was Liam behind it. However, Chloe didn't know that Liam came back, so she wasn't aware that she was in danger. "Boss, what should we do now? I had you investigate before. What's Liam's current address? Where's his hideout?" Andrew massaged his temples. He didn't look that great. "He was at the abandoned factory near the Huiru building," one of his subordinates responded carefully. "What about now?" Andrew noticed that his subordinate said was instead of is. "Now, we're not sure. We lost him and his people. They seem to have moved to another place. What did you say?" Andrew was getting really mad now. "Boss, please don't blame us. Liam is a cunning man. They realized we were following them, so they started playing Catch Me If You Can. They went to hide at another location after getting rid of us." "So, you can't tell me where Liam is now, right?" Andrew asked in a serious face. "No, boss." Andrew got up and slapped the subordinate so hard that he became dizzy. "You losers can't even deal with Liam, a stupid BS. I can't believe you work for me. You're all useless." Andrew was usually very calm, but now he was furious. "Boss, Liam is different now. He's a lot more careful." The subordinate tried to explain himself. Andrew was in no mood to listen to excuses. "What's the situation like now? Does Jack and Justin know about this?" "Yes, they're at the Municipal Public Security Bureau right now trying to find out where Liam is. But he already has his hands on Miss Green. We don't know if she's in danger or not." When Andrew heard that Chloe had been captured as well, he was as mad as an erupting volcano. "I think Liam will connect with me." Andrew took out his phone. He was positive that Liam would not let him off the hook. Liam had captured Chloe, so now he would be after him next. In an abandoned factory, Chloe's arms and legs were all tied up. She looked pale. She was in a dark corner. Liam had made some of his subordinates go inside the room. Then, one of his subordinates held up his phone and recorded a clip of Chloe. "Are you trying to get ransom from my husband?" Chloe seemed exhausted. "Ransom? No. That can wait. Haha. I have more important things to do first." Then, Liam sent the recorded clip to Andrew. Ding. Andrew received the video on his phone. His heart ached when he saw Chloe in such a desolate state. 1 minute later, Liam called. The number was a bunch of random numbers and letters. He had obviously used an anti-tracking device. "Andrew, did you watch the video yet? What do you want? Does your heart hurt? Oh, your poor little sister Chloe." Liam's tone was filled with mockery. "Don't touch her. What do you want? We can negotiate." Andrew was very worried about Chloe's well-being. "Are you worried? What is it? Do you love her or something?" Liam laughed. "Liam, what do you want? Stop the BS and get to the point. I want you to come, alone. Otherwise, I'll kill Chloe. You don't want ransom money?" Andrew was slightly surprised. "You might not know, but I don't lack money. I've already made a name for myself outside this country. Money's not what I want. I want revenge. I'll give you an hour, and if you aren't here by then, Chloe is going to die. Don't touch her." "I'll come." Andrew responded to Liam's request immediately, without further thought. "Looks like I am right. You do love her. Ha ha." Liam laughed wickedly. "How do I find you? Just take your phone and leave alone. I'll have someone look for you. Remember, don't you dare play tricks with me. If I find out someone is following you, I'll immediately kill Chloe." Liam realized that Chloe was Andrew's weak spot. Every time Liam mentioned Chloe, Andrew would become anxious. "Don't worry, I won't play any tricks, but you should also know that if Chloe is hurt in any way, you'll be doomed." Andrew threatened back. After he hung up the phone, Andrew changed and left the house. "Boss, Where are you going? Don't follow me, boss. Andrew's subordinates were worried. Get the F out of my way. Are you guys rebelling against me now? Are you not following my orders? Andrew frowned. Boss, we're worried that if you're alone. Don't worry. Liam's a stupid BS. We grew up together. He wasn't my opponent back then, and he still isn't. I know what I'm doing. Just stay and wait for my news. Oh, did you hear anything from Brenny? We went to her home but realized that she and her daughter have disappeared. She didn't even go to work today. So Liam has everything planned. Andrew left looking worried. Meanwhile, at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, what did Case Chase say? Could he get in touch with Brenny? Jack asked. Justin shook his head. I just chatted with him, but he said he can't get in touch with Brenny anymore. She's not at work nor at home. Even her kid is missing. So Liam planned everything ahead of time. Fine, we don't need to keep looking for them. Even if we were able to find them, there's nothing we could do. When Liam and Evelyn escaped for their lives, Brenny was left here. You can tell that she doesn't mean much to them. Jack analyzed the situation. Are we supposed to do nothing and wait for them to call us for a ransom? What if he's not after money? Justin was now a bit scared. He was scared that Liam only wanted revenge and that money meant nothing to him. No one will say no to money. Liam will call for sure. Jack was in a bad mood. He had to keep calm no matter what, even if it meant putting on a facade because he needed the situation under control. Oh, your sister found out about what happened. She said she's coming back tomorrow. Justin looked at Jack. How did she find out? Jack furrowed. Justin explained how Avery called him and what they talked about over the phone. Jack didn't ask any further questions. In the abandoned factory. Sis, hurry. We're almost there. Liam, why are you bringing me to this place? Brenny looked very confused. I have something great to show you. It's something that can make us rich. Liam smiled wickedly. Brenny was overjoyed when she saw Liam again. She didn't even wonder why he would take her and her daughter here. Her daughter was in another side of the warehouse playing with a large-breasted lady who had thick makeup on. Liam said he would show her something great, so she was rather curious. However, when they walked into an abandoned factory, Brenny started to get worried. Big brother Liam! The men were eating, but immediately stood up when they saw Liam. Hey, this is my sister. She is one of us, Liam introduced. Hi, big sister. The gangsters all greeted her politely. Brenny was very not used to this. Liam, who are they? They're my subordinates, Liam said, acting as if it wasn't a big deal. Come, Brenny, let me show you our chips. Then, Liam led Brenny over to a small warehouse. Inside were the twins, curled up in a corner and eating their bento. They are... When Brenny saw the kids, she was astonished. Yep, these are that batch Chloe's twins. I had them captured. I can get as much money as I want from them. Jack would give me anything. Ha ha, Liam, how could you? Brenny looked at Liam like she didn't know him. She couldn't believe what he had done. What's wrong? They destroyed our family in the first place. We were such a happy family. Dad loved us, but all because that batch Chloe and that BS Andrew, we had to run for our lives. I'm sorry that you had to live such a pitiful life for the past few years. But sis, I'm back now, and I won't let anyone bully us. Liam didn't look for Brenny right when he came back, because he didn't want anyone to know where he was. Only when he got the twins and Chloe did he order his subordinates to secretly pick up Brenny and her daughter. His plan was to get revenge and the ransom money. Then he would leave this place with Brenny. Where's Mom? I want to see her. Brenny thought Liam had gone mad and crazy. She wanted to see her mom and try to get a better understanding of the situation. Mom's in Vietnam. She didn't come back. Vietnam? Why were you in Vietnam? Brenny was shocked. It's a long story. I'll tell you when we have more time. Let's eat. Then, Liam closed the door and led Brenny away. Pudding, who was that woman behind that bad guy? Do you know her? Little Bean asked softly. I've never seen her. I don't know who she is, but from the looks of it, she's with them, Pudding analyzed. How many more bento boxes do we have to eat? They're disgusting. I want fried chicken and hamburgers. Little Bean pouted. putting on a long face. Be good. You just have to wait a little longer before we can go home. Even though Little Bean was a foodie, she was a picky eater. She couldn't take eating these bento boxes any longer. Pudding felt very bad for her sister, so she got up and knocked on the door. Someone, come. Dahai, go check on that brat and see what she's up to this time. The other men were impatient, so they waved Dahai over to check on Pudding. Dahai opened the warehouse door. He looked at Pudding, but couldn't tell if she was Pudding or Little Bean. It's me, big stupid man, Pudding said in a low voice. What's the matter? After what happened yesterday, Pudding and Dahai had formed some sort of revolutionary bond. These bento boxes are cold and disgusting. My sister can't force herself to eat it. Do you have anything else you could give us? Even ham or sausage is good. Please. Pudding put her hands together and put on a very sad face. The man called Dahai pitied her when he saw her like that. Wait a sec, he said. Then he turned around to the table and brought some ham over. Here you go. Thank you, big stupid guy. We'll repay you when we escape. Pudding smiled sweetly back at Dahai. You don't need to say these things. Hurry up and eat. Dahai was in charge of feeding the twins. He suddenly thought that they were pretty cute, especially Pudding. The way Pudding thought and spoke was like an adult, and he felt that this was a very amazing trait. Pudding handed over the ham to Little Bean, who was sitting in a corner. Pudding, let's share this. I don't like meat. I'll get fat. You have it. Pudding and Little Bean were caring for each other. Outside the warehouse, the gangsters started to play cards after dinner to kill time. Dahai, are you done zoning out? Hurry up and play. Then, the ape-like man kicked Dahai. Oh. Only then did Dahai come back to this world. What is with you lately? You don't seem like yourself. Big brother, why do you think we have to do things like this that's morally wrong? Why do we have to kidnap such young children? Dahai started to feel uneasy. Oh? What's wrong? You've come to your conscience now? Are you scared and want to back down? It's the 21st century, and courage is everything. Anyone weak would stay poor. High risk, high rewards. If you don't even have the courage to do this, you should go home and cry to your mommy. I don't mean that. I mean, would Big Brother Liam let them go after we get the money? Dahai asked worriedly. You don't have to think too much. All we need to think about is the money. Whatever happens afterward is not our problem, whether Mr. Liam kills them or lets them go. That's his problem. Hurry up and play the damn cards. Dahai still felt very bad and didn't want the twins to be hurt. He would feel bad if such playful and innocent twins were to die here. After all, they were such cute and smart children. However, there was nothing he could do. Even if he wanted to set them free, the others wouldn't agree to it. Meanwhile, Liam brought Brenny to his hideout. Sis, see who else I have? Liam pointed to a corner in the warehouse. Brenny looked over. What she saw surprised her. Is that Chloe? See how amazing I am? She's actually pretty easy to capture. I got her kids first so this batch would come. Liam, don't you think you're overdoing? Before Brenny could finish her sentence, one of Liam's subordinates came in and reported, Boss, Andrew is here. Good. Now everyone is here. Liam patted his sister's shoulders and said, Sis, I'm going to go out first. You can chat with this batch or slap her. She's just a piece of meat on a chopping board now. Liam thought Brenny hated Chloe as much as he did. Then he left. Brenny was shaking while she opened the warehouse door. Chloe, she said softly. Brenny. Chloe looked up. She sounded very weak. Her cheeks were swollen. Someone had obviously beat her up. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know Liam C. came back. I didn't know. Brenny ran over and knelt down in front of Chloe. She started sobbing. Don't cry. I know you had nothing to do with this. I saw that your kids are locked up on the other side of the factory. Kids? My kids? Are my kids doing okay? Chloe sounded excited when she heard Brenny mention her kids. Chloe, don't worry. Your kids are fine. They're unharmed and safe, Brenny said, trying to reassure Chloe. Where are they locked up? On the other side of this abandoned factory? Then, where are we right now? I'm not sure. When I came, someone put an eye mask on me. Liam puts his guard up with me too. When Chloe heard Brenny's words, she nodded. Are you okay? You don't look that great. I'm fine. As long as the kids are okay, nothing else matters. Don't worry. I'll find a way to save your kids, Brenny said sincerely as she held Chloe's hand. Thank you, Brenny. Chloe was sincerely grateful for Brenny at this moment. You don't have to thank me. When I was bullied, you stood up for me. I won't forget what you've done for me. Also, I know you and Andrew are enemies. What happened in the past wasn't your fault. You didn't cause our father's death. But Liam is too stubborn. I'll try to slowly talk him out of it and not let him hurt you and your family. Liam only has revenge in mind. He won't listen to anything you say. You don't have to say anything to him. It'll just make him suspect you. If you have the chance, can you please tell my husband to come and save us? But Liam picked you and your daughter up, so he probably won't let you out or let you call to get help for us. If worst comes to worst, don't mind me, but please just save my kids, all right? Chloe held onto Brenny's hand tightly. Don't worry, I'll do my best. I know how important your kids are to you, Brenny said as she looked straight into Chloe's eyes. They suddenly heard footsteps from behind. Chloe gave Brenny a look to signal her to back up a bit. Miss Brenny, please come out first. Big brother Liam told me to bring this woman over. Okay. Brenny nodded. Then, she walked aside so the man could walk over to pick up Chloe and drag her out. Brenny followed behind while being on high alert. Brenny, you don't have to get involved in the business here. You can go and rest in that small room over there. I'll take over from here. Your daughter is waiting there for you. Liam turned his head slightly and said to Brenny, Liam, don't overdo it. You need to have mercy, Brenny warned since she was worried. She had been through a lot the past few years and had become a much more open-minded person. She knew that even if you had a deep hatred towards someone, you still shouldn't kill that person. Chloe helped Brenny, even though she knew she would offend Brenton's younger sister, Zuri. A lot of the bystanders thought Chloe was a pretentious batch because she was trying to help out someone who once didn't get along with her. However, Chloe saw through Brenny, realizing that Brenny reflected on her past and was a new woman. Chloe wanted to give Brenny a second chance. Besides, Brenny was a single mother. Chloe too was a mother, and she knew how difficult motherhood could be sometimes. That was why she chose to help Brenny despite all else. She never would have thought that she would be able to find the last strand of hope from Brenny when she was in danger. Karma was actually a thing. If Chloe were to have bullied Brenny or left her to wilt away, she would not have hope today. This portrayed the lesson that people should have kindness in their hearts. Okay, I'll go and check on my daughter. Brenny understood that Liam didn't want her there. She knew she couldn't stay there, so she allowed herself to be taken to a small room by one of Liam's subordinates. This was where Liam lived. Other than him, there was another woman. When Brenny went in, her daughter stood up from the floor. The other woman was on the bed smoking. The woman's legs were crossed, her hair was down, and she had heavy makeup on. She looked decadent. Little brat, do you want a puff? Ha ha, the woman said to Brenny's daughter before laughing to herself. Brenny saw this, so she immediately went over and grabbed her daughter. Are you okay, Tiani? Mommy? When the little girl saw her mommy, she immediately rushed over. She looked terrified. Don't worry, Mommy is here now. Hello, sis. The woman sat up straighter when she saw Brenny come in. She held a cigarette between her right index and middle fingers. Who are you? Did Liam not tell you? I'm his girlfriend, the woman said with a bright smile on her face. No, he did not tell me. Brenny didn't have a good impression of this woman, so she was on alert. Oh, I guess he's been too busy and didn't have the time to let you know. It's okay. Let me tell you. I saved Liam and his mom. Oh, right. She's also your mother, a few years ago in Vietnam. When they arrived, they lived in a pitiful state. That man your mother found was a gambling addict. Later, he couldn't repay his own debt, so he used your mother to pay. Your little brother, Liam that is, tried to save your mother but was almost beaten to death. Luckily, I passed by and saved them. Then, I brought them into the Vietnam gang. The Vietnam gang? Brenny was very confused. It's the biggest gang in Vietnam. I managed to get Liam in because I have some connections. He lived up to my expectations and helped out a lot. The boss liked him, so he was able to get a respectable status in the gang. I'm his lucky star and lover, so I obviously couldn't stand idly by when he still couldn't get his revenge. That's why we came back this time, and we are planning to do something big. What are you going to do? Brenny felt something bad was going to happen. Did Liam not tell you? The woman squinted her fox-like eyes and looked at Brenny. Brenny held her daughter tightly as she shook her head. Ha, since he didn't tell you, you should just wait for the news. We're not going to go back to Vietnam after this. We'll go to a new place and start fresh. You should feel lucky that Liam never forgot about you, his sister, after all these years. He still came for you. Brenny didn't feel good when she heard this woman's words. She was able to imagine how tough it had been for Liam for the past few years. Her mother's longtime lover turned out to be in a hole and almost dragged them down to hell. Now that they climbed back up, Liam wanted revenge. But why would he not go after Andrew but Chloe and her kids instead? Brenny didn't feel that great about the situation she was placed in. She held on to her daughter's hand. She wanted to go out and talk to Liam. Then, the woman behind her said, "You better stay here with your kid. They're beating her up outside. Your kid probably won't be able to stand such a bloody scene." Then, the woman picked up her purple fur coat, placed it over her shoulders, and walked out of the room, swaying her hips as she did. When Brenny heard that, she gave up on the idea of going out. She hugged her daughter Tiani in the small room. She was deeply frightened but did not know what to do. She wanted to call Case Chase and tell him to call Jack so that Jack could come to save the twins and Chloe. However, she tried to find her phone but she couldn't. She did not know when, but someone had taken it away from her. It seemed like Liam's guard was up, even with her. In the empty factory. When Andrew was brought in by Liam's subordinates, his hands were tightly tied up. Then, someone pushed him so hard that Andrew immediately went tumbling onto the floor. "You BS, I finally got you under control." Liam grabbed onto Andrew's collar and cursed at him. "Haha, it's been a long time, idiot." Andrew grinned. This was a rather special type of greeting. "You BS. How dare you look down on me like that? I'll beat you to death." Andrew's words agitated Liam, so the latter punched Andrew in the face, hard. Then, he stomped on Andrew's head and body with no mercy. However, Andrew didn't seem to mind, and he didn't utter a sound. "Okay, Liam, stop. Do you want to kill him? If he's dead, how are we going to get our money?" the woman in the back said. Liam stopped his beating. He now grabbed onto Andrew by his hair and pulled him up. Andrew's face was beaten up and swollen. He laughed when he saw the woman behind Liam. "I was curious how a stupid bastard like you suddenly turned smart. It turned out that you got yourself a pissy teacher helping you. Who did you call the pissy teacher? Watch how I'm going to beat you to death." Liam was triggered when Andrew said those words. He wanted to continue beating Andrew, but the woman stopped him. "Liam, I told you to stop. You can't be so rash. Ching, I can't stand someone defaming you." Liam looked at Ruan Ching with adoration. "It's okay. I won't lose a strand of hair with him cursing me. Besides, he's in our hands now. What's there to be afraid of?" The woman walked over and smiled at Andrew. "Hello, President Green. It's nice to finally meet you." Ruan Ching's smile was rather seductive. Ruan Ching, 31 years old and from Vietnam. When you were 15, you were kidnapped and sold to some man in his late 50s in southern province. You couldn't stand the beatings, so you ran back to Vietnam, but since you were too scared to go home, you became a prostitute in Vietnam's red light district. Later, you met Boss Ming of the Vietnamese gang, and you became one of his many mistresses. However, because you were smart and had good ideas, Ming liked you a lot. From the looks of it, that's you. Am I right? What are you blabbering about? Liam was about to punch Andrew, but Ruan Ching stopped him. Huh? Liam, let him continue. What he said is the truth. I'm not afraid of people knowing about my past. Ruan Ching smiled seductively. That's what I'm saying. How is this possible? How can a stupid BS like you suddenly change so much? Being careful and having a detailed plan doesn't seem like something you're capable of. So it turned out that you knew her. You got lucky, eh? Ha ha. Andrew laughed even though blood spurted out of his mouth. President Green, you did your homework well, and it's very detailed. You dug up a lot of dirt on me, but you're in our hands now. We determine whether you're life and death. You can't kill me yet. After all, aren't you guys after the Green Corporation's money? Andrew sounded very confident. Smart. So, what would it take for you to give up the money? You should know that we actually don't want to torture you. After all, we're gentle people. The top buttons of Andrew's shirt were unbuttoned, and Ruin Ching used a finger and guided it along his chest. What if I said that no matter what you do to me, I won't hand the Green Corporation over? Andrew smirked. That's okay. Bring that batch Chloe over here, Liam commanded. Then, one of his subordinates dragged Chloe over to Andrew. Andrew had not seen Chloe for a very long time. However, he did not imagine their reunion to be like this. How are you going to thank me? You wanted to see her, but it wasn't an easy thing for you, Ruin Ching asked while playing with her nails. Chloe looked up and at Andrew. There was a complicated look in both of their eyes, but neither one of them said a word. Yes, I really need to thank you, Miss Ruin. How else would I get the chance to see my little sister Chloe? Ching slowly walked over to Chloe. Then, she slowly grabbed onto her chin, observing carefully. I'm actually very curious. I've seen her in pictures before, and I closely analyzed her appearance. No matter how I look at her, I don't see a beautiful woman. She doesn't meet the definition of beauty, but she's capable of enchanting all these men. You, Justin, Jack, are you all dumb? That's why I wanted to see Chloe in person. I want to look at her carefully and see where she's so great. Is it her looks? Her style? But no matter how I look, I don't see anything in her. I'm very disappointed. Not only is she not beautiful, but her breasts are also smaller than mine. Yes, but she's not a batch, and you are one. Liam kicked Andrew in the chest for what he said. Liam used full power on this kick, and it immediately sent Andrew flying a few meters back. Andrew looked pale and beaten up. Even Chloe couldn't take the sight of that. Even though she and Andrew were enemies, they now were hostages on the same boat. Chloe, do you know how hard it was to capture Andrew? I've been back for quite some time now and executed countless plans. However, it was a lot easier to capture you and your kids. Andrew's guard is high up and he plans his every move deliberately. There was no room for me to come in and take advantage. Not until I found out his secret. Do you know what that secret is? Liam smiled wickedly at Chloe, but she didn't say a word and simply stared at Liam's face. Don't look at me like that. I know you know. Andrew is such a psycho and he loves you. He loves you, his younger sister. That's why when I sent him a video of you captured and he immediately came running over. There's a saying, what is love in this world? Everything has its weaknesses. No matter how evil Andrew is, there is actually one person he loves more than anything. I'm actually disappointed in him. It's good for me, though, since he has an Achilles heel, and I can defeat him now. Liam, just shut up. If you treat me like this, you won't get a cent. Even though Andrew was lying on the ground, half beaten to death, he still wore an arrogant smile on his face. Be patient. You won't be saying that in a second. Then, Liam grabbed onto Chloe by her hair. What do you want to do? Andrew immediately grew anxious. I'm just grabbing Chloe. Why are you so nervous? Ha ha, Liam, you pathetic idiot. Let me tell you something. I did everything, and Chloe has nothing to do with anything. You can investigate this yourself. She doesn't have any ownership in the Green Corporation. We no longer have any sort of connections, and are enemies now. Are you trying to use my enemy to threaten me? Are you stupid? Andrew was trying to mislead Liam. I don't need you to tell me this. How dare you say that Chloe had nothing to do with anything? Then why did she do nothing when father needed the money? Why did she not have the GK Empire help out my dad? And you call yourself his daughter? Such BS. What kind of child watches her own father get pushed to the brink of death? Chloe, you're such a vicious and ungrateful batch. Liam's hatred towards Chloe surpassed everyone's expectations. Liam, let me tell you something. I'm not Timothy's daughter. I don't think I did anything wrong by not lending him money. Also, he had ignored me and my mother for many years. He did nothing fatherly to me. Calling me an ungrateful batch is so laughable. I don't know how you came up with that. You hate me because I'm living a better life than you are, and that I am wealthier than you. You, on the other hand, live like mice in scum, constantly running for your life. You're just jealous of me, aren't you? Chloe finally couldn't stand it, and she started to argue with Liam. Her words seemed to agitate Liam, and he immediately slapped her on the face. Pa! It was a loud sound that echoed the abandoned factory, leaving the muscles on Chloe's face numb. This scene made Andrew's heart ache tremendously. Liam, do you still want revenge? If you're so capable, I dare you to come at me. Haha, no thanks. I know you're tough. No matter how much or hard I hit you, you won't give up. That's why I've decided to switch methods and beat Chloe up instead. You seem more nervous that way. Liam laughed victoriously. Andrew's face turned as grim as could be. He got so furious that he almost climbed up from the ground and charged at Liam. However, Andrew was pushed down to the floor by Liam's subordinates. You mother F cur, Liam, Andrew cursed. Behave yourself. Liam's subordinates started kicking and punching Andrew, forcing the latter to the ground. I haven't even started, and you're already so anxious. What if I called some friends of mine over and have them rape Chloe in front of you? Who do you think would be angrier, you or her husband? Will you be able to take it? Liam, don't touch her. I'll give you anything you want. The fearless Andrew that wasn't scared of anything finally admitted defeat, all because he was afraid Andrew would harm Chloe. Andrew, are you an idiot? You don't have to listen to him. Even if you give him the money, he won't let us go. Chloe looked calmly at Andrew. Shut up, Batch. I'll deal with you later. Liam was furious. Andrew looked at Chloe and shook his head, signaling her to stop talking. So, what do you think is the most convenient way for you to give me the money? Liam walked over to Andrew and stomped his hand. He stepped on it so hard that Andrew's entire body strained in pain. Of course I'll give you the money, but because it's such a large sum, I would have to make a personal appearance. It's not an amount you could get with just my card and password, Andrew said with great difficulty under the pain. So? Liam raised his brows. So, I'm suggesting you go back with me, Andrew said calmly. Go back with you? Do you think I'm 3 years old? How do I know you're not playing some tricks with me? Listen carefully, Andrew. I don't care how you do it. You better get me $10 million in cash immediately. I also want $500 million in traveler checks. I'll give you an hour, Liam demanded. This is impossible. I can't get it. That's too little time. Andrew immediately declined the demand. You can do it because... Liam then took out a dagger and put it close to Chloe's face. He glided the dagger down Chloe's face. The whole situation was frightening. Liam, I dare you to kill me with that knife. Chloe glared at him with an icy look. I suggest you don't agitate me. Do you think I don't have the balls to? Liam gave her a fierce look. Liam, you are indeed a bastard. People from the Green family will never do something like that. No wonder even Dad called you a bastard that your batch mother and her lover had. You're not even a man, but rather just a rat on the streets. All you can do is hide in the dark for your whole life. You just couldn't stand watching others living better lives than you, right? Andrew was very anxious now. All he could do was use words to agitate Liam further. Just as Andrew aimed for, Liam let go of Chloe. With the dagger in his hand, he walked over to Andrew and stabbed his leg without a hint of hesitation. Andrew actually didn't utter a peep. Chloe was so dumbfounded that she opened her mouth wide. Blood was gushing out of his leg. However, Liam didn't seem to pacify his anger with that stab, so he stabbed Andrew's leg again. Enough, Liam. Ching stopped him right in time. We can't kill him yet. We haven't gotten what we're after. Ching looked calmly at Andrew. Only when Ching opened her mouth did Liam stop. Andrew didn't seem to care about his wounds. He let out a sigh of relief when he looked at Chloe and saw that she was all right. At this moment, Chloe was stirring in complicated emotions. She knew that Andrew purposely agitated Liam for her sake. Every time Liam wanted to hurt her, Andrew would intentionally agitate Liam to shift his attention. However, the price he had to pay was too much. Honestly, Chloe wasn't scared that Liam might disfigure her. She was fine, as long as the twins were safe. Plus, She wasn't the prettiest person, so she wasn't scared if Liam were to cut her face or something. After all, Liam couldn't actually kill her. Andrew, you're a smart person. For your own good, you should do what we say now. We don't have time to waste on you. I've said this before and I will say it again. I don't care if you're trying to distract me by agitating Liam. If you don't do as we say, we will kill Chloe in front of you. Then, we'll kill you. Bring my phone over. I'll call my company's finance director and ask him to prepare the money. Andrew was lying on the floor, and his voice was now very weak. Just then, one of Liam's subordinates came in and whispered, "Boss, we have to change hideouts soon because they're already investigating the nearby factories here in the outskirts of the city. Not only is the Municipal Public Security Bureau involved, but the Army has also sent out many people to investigate. We're probably in trouble. We should finish this up as soon as possible. I got it now." Liam nodded, turned to Ching and said, "Ching, we have an unexpected situation." "What situation?" Ching looked at Liam. "Both the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the military are involved. A lot of people are doing a thorough search around the city. Should we switch locations? If they turn the place inside out, we won't be safe even if we go somewhere else. I don't think they'll get here anytime too soon. We probably have an hour or two left. As soon as we get the money from Andrew, we can go to the dock and escape." "Do you think it'll work?" Liam seemed a bit worried. "Why? Are you scared?" Ching looked at Liam mockingly. "Of course I'm not. I just felt that I still have a lot of unfinished business here." "Don't worry. As soon as we get the money, you can blast this place or kill all the hostages. All I care about is the money," Ching stated her main purpose. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Liam nodded. Then, he detained Andrew in a corner and monitored Andrew's phone call with his company's finance director and bank manager. "Tell your people to send what we want to the designated location. If they call the police, we'll immediately tear your body into pieces," Liam said as he put the dagger in front of Andrew's throat. Everyone seemed to be occupied with Chloe and Andrew, so no one noticed Brenny sneaking out the back door with her daughter. She was able to find the abandoned factory warehouse where the twins were locked up based on her memory. "Tiani, wait here for Mommy," Brenny said. "Mommy, where are you going?" the little girl asked with a helpless and frightened expression on her face. "I need to save 2 little girls. You just stay here and don't go anywhere. Mommy promises to come back for you." The sky was already dark, so Brenny thought that this was her chance. She thought that as long as she saved the twins, they could run into the fields. They could hide behind bushes, and no one would be able to find them. Chloe cared a lot for her kids, so Brenny felt like it was her duty to save them for her. Therefore, Brenny toughened up and left her own daughter there. She thought that even if Liam's men discovered her daughter, they wouldn't harm her because, after all, she was their boss's niece. That was why she built up the courage to go to the other factory. There, everything was calm and normal. "Huh? Who are you?" one of the gangsters asked. "You're Big Brother Liam's sister, right? You came this morning?" They weren't sure who she was, so the ape-like man stood up and asked. Under the dim fluorescent light, he looked up and asked, "You're Big Brother Liam's sister, right?" "Yes, my name is Brenny." Brenny nodded her head, trying to act calm. "Young madam, what is the matter? Did Big Brother Liam give new orders?" the ape-like man asked, trying to suck up to Brenny. "Yes, Liam told me to tell you guys that we're moving because it's no longer safe here. The children's father is close by." "Really? Already?" The man didn't seem to believe her. "Yes, it was just now. That's why he wants me to take the twins while you guys stay here and wait for Liam's new orders. Just you? With the 2 kids? Are you sure you can do it?" "I'll be fine. You can tie the children's arms and legs first. I'm an adult. Do you think I can't deal with 2 measly kids? Or do you not trust me?" Brenny pretended to be angry. "Young madam, I didn't mean that, but this is so sudden. How about I call Mr. Liam to confirm?" Then, the ape-like man took out his phone and started to dial Liam's number. Brenny felt her heart sink in cold water. She kept calling herself stupid in her mind. It was her first time doing something like this, but she screwed it up. How did she not think of the possibility that the ape-like man would call Liam to confirm her words? If Liam found out about this, her plan would come crumbling down. While she was racking her mind to see what she could do, the man called Dahai stopped the ape-like man from calling. "What are you doing, Dahai?" "Big brother Liam just called to let me know, but I was in the washroom at that time. When I came back, I got distracted and forgot to tell you." "Haha, she's right. We should move right now or we'd be too late." "What? Big brother Liam called you? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The ape-like man slapped Dahai's head hard. Dahai gave out a humble laugh and said, "Haha, I don't have that great of memory, and I'm not smart either. You guys know that, right?" But when she mentioned this, I immediately remembered. Since Dahai never lied, everyone immediately believed him. The ape-like man looked at Brenny. He still seemed concerned. "I still don't think you'd be safe alone with the two kids. How about this? I'll have one of my friends escort you." "It's okay. I'll be fine." Brenny tried to refuse help. "Young madam, I'll go with you. I'm strong." "Ha-ha," Dahai volunteered. The ape-like man agreed immediately. "That's settled then. Dahai, bring the two brats over and go with her to the other side to tie them up. We'll stand guard and wait for Big Brother Liam's orders here." "Okay." Then Dahai walked towards the warehouse. Although Brenny was worried, she had a feeling that this man called Dahai was on her side. Otherwise, why would he lie about getting a call from Liam? Brenny felt more confident now, knowing that someone was on her side. When the twins came out, they acted very calmly. "Where are you taking us?" Little Bean asked. "Talk less. We are moving you to a new place," Dahai said in a low voice. Pudding looked at Dahai and noticed that he felt a little bit different today. He seemed flustered. Then she looked at Brenny. Even though Pudding was unsure what they were going to do to them, she didn't say anything. Then Brenny and Dahai led the twins out. When they walked tens of meters away and confirmed no one was following, Brenny looked at Dahai. She vigilantly looked at that guy called Dahai and asked, "Why did you help me back there?" "Then why did you lie and say that Big Brother Liam sent you?" Dahai asked. "I want to save these two kids." Brenny decided to tell the truth. "I want to do the same." Dahai smiled. "You want to save them too?" Brenny was surprised. "Auntie, why do you want to save us?" Pudding looked at Brenny with surprise and vigilance. "I saw your mom and I promised that I would try my best to keep you two safe. Where's my mommy?" Pudding immediately became anxious when she heard Brenny mention Chloe. "Your mommy. She's fine. Let's leave first. Don't lie to me. If my mommy was fine, then why isn't she here? Auntie, tell me the truth. Was mommy captured by the bad guys? Where is she right now?" Pudding continued to ask because she saw that Brenny was trying to hide her panic. "Kids, don't worry. She's fine. She's just locked up, so she had me take you home. We'll find your daddy and we can save her then, okay?" Brenny tried to console the twins. "But won't we waste a lot of time?" Pudding hesitated. When she heard that Chloe was captured, she did not want to leave at all. "No, if we don't leave, your daddy won't be able to find your mommy. She would be in more danger then," Brenny explained patiently. Little Bean blinked her eyes and looked at Pudding. "Pudding, I think what this auntie said makes sense. We should leave first. Yes, it's a good chance to escape, so run away now." Dahai tried to persuade Pudding. Pudding looked back at Dahai with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, big stupid one. It's not the time to say thank you. Let's run away. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before they realize that the call from Big Brother Liam was nothing but a lie. They'll catch up soon." Then, the four ran away hastily. After Brenny found her daughter Tiani, they ran away in the dark. 2 adults and 3 kids ran away into the night. Behind them were noises shouting, "Stop them! Stop them! Catch them! Don't let any one of them escape! It's Big Brother Liam's orders!" Their plan was exposed much faster than they had expected. The ape-like man and his men came running towards them. Dahai and Brenny were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. The twins were only 3 years old, so they couldn't run that fast. "Kids, listen to me. Take this road and head north. That's where the television tower is. That's where the city is. The whole city is looking for you. Just find a police officer and tell them who you are. But what about you, Auntie? I'll lead them away. We can't let them catch up to us. But won't you be in danger? Pudding asked worriedly. Don't worry. Just run. Don't look back. Don't be scared. Brenny gave Pudding a slight push. Then, Pudding and Little Bean ran away. Brenny had her daughter in her arms and ran another direction, trying to attract Liam's men's attention. Dahai was with Pudding and Little Bean, and they ran towards the south. However, the sound of footsteps grew louder. Not only were the ones guarding the twins catching up, so were a bunch of Liam's other subordinates. I can't go with you two anymore. I'll stall them. You two, run. Dahai stopped and turned around as sweat dripped heavily from his face. Big stupid one. You can't stay. You've already been exposed, so they'll kill you. Pudding shook her head and tried to stop him. Don't worry, I'm strong. They're no match for me. Run, Pudding. Head south and don't look back. Time was running out fast. Dahai decided that it would be best if he stayed back and stopped the people chasing after them. Big stupid one. Pudding teared up. Hurry. Don't waste time. You have to find your daddy. Don't forget to thank me with a lot of money. I need it for my mother's operation. Dahai still remembered Pudding's promise from before. This touched Pudding because he treated her with respect. He took her words seriously. Pudding held onto Little Bean's hand and they ran south. Pudding, I can't run anymore. Little Bean couldn't catch her breath. I told you to eat less and you complained to me about it all the time. See, you can't even run now. Pudding dragged her sister onwards. Although she was out of breath too, she knew she had to go on. Even though Pudding did not know how much further they had to run, she knew that if they gave up now, everything would come to waste, including the sacrifice of that auntie and the big stupid guy. That was why Pudding chose to persevere. She refused to give up, even though she had reached her limit a long time ago. Sis, I can hear people chasing after us. From the looks of it, the big stupid guy failed. I'll stay behind to buy you more time to find Daddy. No, we have to go together. I will never leave you alone. Pudding would never agree to that. Big sis, it's not the time to display sisterhood. It's a critical time. Mommy's life is at stake. Mommy is waiting for Daddy to save her. Even if they capture me, they won't do much to me. They wouldn't go through all the trouble just to kill me, Little Bean analyzed rationally. Then I'll stay behind while you run and find Daddy, Pudding said. I can't. I'm not as smart as you. I can't remember the route. Even if I go look for Daddy, there's no use if I can't find the way back. While the sisters were pushing and shoving the decision of who got to run and who had to stay, the noises from behind grew louder. Hurry towards the south. The brats are probably heading that way. Go, sis, hurry and go. I beg of you, or we won't make it. Little Bean shoved Pudding's chest with all the energy she had left. Pudding couldn't help but cry. Little Bean. Sis, I love Mommy and Daddy, but I love you even more. Even though we always argue and you're always condescending, I'm still proud that you're my sister. Hurry up and run away. If Mommy and I can't make it back, you have to look after Daddy and stop him from getting a stepmom. Little Bean purposely joked, but there was no way Pudding could laugh at a time like this. Tears went rolling down Pudding's cheeks. It was as if the rain had showered over her face. Okay, stop crying, please, just run. Little Bean turned and ran towards another direction. She even started singing, Twinkle, twinkle, little stars, how I wonder what you are. She sang very loud to make sure the people chasing after them could hear. Pudding didn't want to waste time, so she wiped away her tears and continued running. Tears continued to fall while she ran. She mumbled, That idiot, still singing Twinkle, twinkle, little stars at a moment like this. Pudding didn't know how long she ran. Just before she lost consciousness, she vaguely saw a police car. Help, she said with her weak voice before she fainted. Jack, Justin, and Noah were waiting for news back at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Suddenly, one of Noah's subordinates reported, We discovered a 3-year-old girl by Huiran Road. It seems to be Mr. Dawson's daughter. Mr. Dawson, can you please confirm? How many kids were there? Jack stood up as soon as he heard the news. Only one, sir. When Jack heard this, his heart sank. Where is she? Let's go see. Justin was anxious too. He had told his grandpa and was using the army to help look for the twins and Chloe. This time, Justin was determined to catch Liam, a revenge-seeking maniac who went as far as kidnapping innocent children. When Jack, Justin, and Noah got the news, they immediately rushed to the first hospital. Pudding was rushed into the ER with an oxygen mask on. "Doctor, how's the child?" Jack was very anxious. "She's fine. She was just running for a long time and was short on oxygen. She'll be fine after some rest." Everyone was relieved when they heard what the doctor said. Jack and the others went in to see Pudding, who was sleeping on the bed. "It really is Pudding," Justin sounded relieved. "But why is it only Pudding? Where's Little Bean?" Noah slightly furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling. Jack carefully walked over to the bed. He stared at his sleeping daughter, who was wearing an oxygen mask on her face. His heart felt like it was in cold water. He held his daughter's small hand in his palms. At the moment, Pudding slowly opened her eyes. "Daddy," she said in a weak voice. "Pudding, don't worry. You're safe now," Jack said in a shaky voice. "Daddy, hurry and go, save Little Bean and Mommy." That was the only thing in Pudding's mind. "Yes, we're searching for them right now. They're in the western outskirts, 15 kilometers away from the television tower. There are no villages nearby. There are 2 abandoned factories surrounded by a field. Between the 2 abandoned factories is a 2-kilometer road. They have a lot of people there. You have to be careful." Pudding said all this information at once while panting. Noah was surprised how much information a 3-year-old child could remember under such stress. She was able to articulate clearly the location and distance. "Noah, didn't you hear what my daughter just say? Hurry and have your people go search the western outskirts. Don't waste time, I'm on it. Leave it to me." Noah turned around and left to plan things out. Justin heart-achingly walked up to Pudding's bedside and said, "Pudding, where's Little Bean? Why isn't she with you?" "There was an auntie and she had a little girl. She seems to know that bad guy, but she's not a bad person herself. She said she was friends with Mommy, and Mommy told her to save us," Pudding explained. Jack immediately realized who she was talking about. "Brenny?" "Yeah, her name was Brenny." Pudding nodded. "When we escaped, there were people chasing after us. Auntie Brenny led some of them towards another direction. There was also a big guy that helped us. Finally, Little Bean diverted the last group of followers so that I could escape. Daddy, hurry and save them." "Okay, I'm on it. You should stay here and rest." Jack patted his daughter's hand and said, "Wait here. Daddy will bring them home." Pudding nodded with relief. "Justin?" Jack turned around, having something he wanted to say, but Justin immediately waved his hand. "I know. Leave Pudding to me. Go and be careful." Jack nodded, and he turned and quickly left. Now that he knew the location, he was going to save them himself. What police? What army? He didn't have faith in them. He needed to rescue his wife and his other daughter as soon as possible, and one person moves faster than a group. After Jack left, Justin sat by the bedside and watched Pudding. He heart-achingly placed his hand on her forehead. "Were you scared?" Justin's voice was very soft. "It was all right, You still trying to play it cool, huh?" Justin deliberately joked with her, "Handsome Cooper," about this. "Do Grandpa and Grandma Cooper know?" "No, I didn't let them know, but your great-grandpa Cooper knows. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to mobilize the army to find you guys. Then, great-grandpa Cooper must be really nervous, right?" "Yeah, that old man was frightened, and his hands were even shaking. He was absolutely furious, and he directly swore to bring those bad guys that kidnapped you to justice. Pudding, don't worry anymore. Just rest well, and we will wait for their return." Handsome Cooper, some of those people are actual outlaws that had done these kinds of things before. "Tell me, will my mommy and sister be in danger?" She remembered what Dahai told her before about how some of those guys had done a lot of bad things before and used very cruel means. At the thought of that, Pudding became more and more restless. "Don't worry, believe in your daddy. He's very powerful. He will safely bring back your mommy and sister for sure." "I hope so, Handsome Cooper. I'm a bit dizzy." Pudding wasn't looking too well. "Then take a nap first and rest. You are just too tired." "Then can you not leave my side?" "I'm very scared." Although the little girl had a cold personality, ever since she was kidnapped, she hadn't had a good sleep at the warehouse. She was really afraid that someone would do harm to them while they were asleep, so she had been highly vigilant. Now that she was back, and she had Justin accompanying her, she finally couldn't keep up anymore. Her eyelids slowly closed, and she fell deep asleep. "I won't leave. Just sleep peacefully." Justin held tightly onto Pudding's hand and carefully watched after her at the hospital. In fact, he was also feeling very restless at heart. All he hoped was that Jack could safely rescue the mother and daughter. Both of them must be fine, at the abandoned factory. "Big Brother Liam, I've captured those people." The ape-looking guy and the other subordinates brought in Dahai, Brenny, and her daughter and Pudding. "Got them all?" Liam's face looked very ugly. A little one got away. That man lowered his head, feeling a bit guilty. "You bunch of garbage. So many people, yet you still couldn't keep 2 little kids under your watch. Why are you guys still alive? You might as well go and kill yourselves," Liam furiously shouted. "Big Brother Liam, you can't blame us too. If it wasn't for your big sister and that traitor Dahai that worked together and deceived us, we almost fell for it completely. Thank God I called you afterward to confirm, or they would have really all escaped." Then, that ape-looking dude delivered a hard punch to Dahai's stomach. At this moment, Dahai's face was already beaten beyond recognition. As for Brenny and the kid, they didn't dare to touch them since they were, after all, Liam's sister and niece. "Haha, I really didn't expect this. I didn't think we would have a traitor on our own team," Ching ridiculed. Liam also felt really embarrassed, and he directly walked over and angrily shouted at Brenny. "What do you think you were doing? Liam, even if you hate Chloe, the kids are innocent. You shouldn't do this to the kids." Brenny tried to convince him. "Shut up. If they are innocent, then what about us? I wasn't innocent. You weren't innocent. Or is our mom not innocent? You always pity others, but who pitied us when we were in trouble?" Liam was furious. "Liam, listen to me. Chloe has helped me a lot over the past few years. Every time I got bullied, she would help me. She even found a job for me and gave me money. She really helped me a lot. She's not as bad as you think. Come on, sis, you need to wake up. If she was nice to you, then you wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. She's rich and lives at South Hill Manor. What about you? You and your daughter live in a rental apartment less than 50 square meters in size. She eats expensive food while you eat cheap bento boxes every day. She enjoys life while you suffer. Think carefully who you should blame for this. If it wasn't for her and Andrew teaming up against us back then, would we be like this today? We should be living fancy lives like a prince and princess. Can you wake up?" Liam thought that Brenny was brainwashed by Chloe, and that was why she was helping her. "Liam, I'm awake. You're the one who's sleeping. Your eyes have been blinded by hatred. Think carefully. You're not even Dad's real son. Dad locked you and Mom up because he was disappointed in you guys. Then, he ignored me. None of this had to do with Chloe. Andrew is the one to blame for us losing all our money. Don't hurt the innocent, Liam. Even you think so lowly of me? You also think I'm a BS son." Liam stared red-eyed at Brenny. "I don't mean that. It's just shut up. You, come and take her and her child to the car. I have to deal with the things here now." "Yes, Big Brother Liam." Liam's subordinate nodded and took Brenny and her daughter away. "Liam, we have to hurry. One of the brats ran away, so the police are going to catch up to us very soon. We're running out of time." Ching looked at her watch and reminded Liam, who picked up his phone and called Jack. Since their plan was exposed, Liam was no longer scared that the police would track his location through his phone records. At that very moment, Jack was racing his sports car towards Liam's hideout. "Hello?" Jack put his earphones on. "Jack, your daughter and wife are still in my hands. What do you want?" "I don't care how you do it, but I want $1 billion in traveler's checks now. No problem as long as you promise that my wife and daughter will stay safe. They're in my hands. You're in no place to negotiate with me." Liam spat ruthlessly. "If you don't ensure their safety, you won't even get a cent." Jack wouldn't give in to Liam, but he was actually very anxious. He continued to drive towards the hideout. Inside a police car, "Director Noah, Mr. Dawson is missing." "What do you mean by missing?" "He probably didn't follow your plan and is trying to save the hostages another way. That guy is too reckless." Liam came prepared, and if he goes alone, He will be in danger. Go block the road and stop him. Noah was uneasy. We can't make it. He's probably almost there. Liam, we have to leave now or we won't be able to make it out. Ching kept rushing Liam. Andrew's cash and checks were now in their hands. And now, Andrew was beaten half to death. The wound on his leg was still bleeding. However, Andrew's eyes were still focused on Chloe because he was afraid that Liam would hurt her. Chloe couldn't watch Andrew like that. She hugged Little Bean and tried to calm her down. Don't worry. Daddy is on his way to save us. Liam, quit wasting time. Let's go. Ching held onto a suitcase full of cash and millions worth of traveler's checks from Andrew. All she wanted to do was leave, but Liam was still so fixated on getting revenge. Wait, Ching, I just need to give them a big present. Then, Liam took out a black suitcase from the corner and took out 2 black boxes from within. He tied one on Chloe and the other on Little Bean. Then, he pried them apart. Liam, what do you think you are doing? Chloe sounded very weak, so weak that she didn't have enough energy to make a statement. Ha ha, you'll find out soon enough. You'll even thank me because I just gave your husband the hardest problem he'll ever face in his life. You'll quickly find out if he really cares the most about you. Liam smiled evilly and then walked towards Andrew. He raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed Andrew in the wrist. The sharp knife dug into Andrew's artery and a large amount of blood came gushing out. It was quite a terrifying scene. It was so terrifying that Little Bean screamed in fear and began crying right away. Mommy, I'm scared. Liam was a ruthless man, and Little Bean had witnessed such a horrific scene. You BS, why don't you just kill me? Andrew was lying on the floor, weak. Haha, I won't kill you. That's too easy. I'll make you slowly bleed to death so you can experience the feeling of your body being vacuumed clean. In the end, you'll become a mummy and die from excessive blood loss. The best part is, you would consciously know that you're dying, but you won't be able to do anything to change your fate because no one can save you. You psychopath. Chloe screamed because she couldn't take Liam's malicious soliloquy. In 4 short years, Liam experienced so much that he had turned into a violent and ruthless human being. He had no humanity left in him. He was capable of doing something so extreme in front of a child. Shut up. I ended up like this because of you two. I wish you can die 1,000,000 times over, and even that wouldn't be enough to pacify my anger. I don't have enough time, so ciao. Enjoy. When you guys are exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, I will be across the Pacific Ocean, enjoying coffee. Haha. Then, Liam left with Ching. His subordinates also gradually evacuated the abandoned factories. All of a sudden, the empty factory was left with only Chloe, Little Bean, and Andrew. The whole world seemed to quiet down. Chloe, are you okay? Andrew looked up and asked with all the energy left in him. I'm okay, but you're bleeding a lot. For the first time, Chloe forgot about her hatred towards Andrew. All she wanted to do was move her tied-up body over and stop his bleeding. I'm okay. I won't die. Don't move. The thing on you and your child is probably a bomb. You might trigger the bomb if you move. Andrew was scared for Chloe, so he reminded her not to make large movements. What? Oh my God! A time bomb! Mommy, will I be exploded into meat sauce? It's so scary. I don't want to die. I still want to see Daddy and Pudding. Little Bean started to cry when she heard Andrew say the word bomb. Chloe knew very clearly that Liam put a bomb on her. It was obvious, wasn't it? It's probably not the type that would explode anytime. There is probably a switch somewhere. Chloe wasn't actually scared, so she continued to slowly move her body. Finally, she crawled next to Andrew. She used her mouth to bite off a piece of cloth from her shirt, and she threw it towards Andrew. Hurry and wrap that wound. You have to stop the bleeding or else your life will be in danger. When she saw Andrew lying in a puddle of blood, the only thought that crossed Chloe's mind was that she needed to save him. It was her natural instincts as a doctor. All she could think about was that time was running out. She completely forgot about their old scores. Chloe, if I die, will you miss me? Andrew didn't pick up that piece of cloth. All he did was tilt his head with difficulty and look at Chloe's face, his face as pale as a ghost. What's the point of saying that now? Chloe slightly frowned. It's important to me. Your answer matters a lot to me. Tell me if I die, Will you think of me? Even if it's just for 1 second. Andrew squeezed out a smile. Chloe paused. Maybe, I don't know, Chloe finally replied. She was confused about her own feelings. She hated Andrew because he did a lot of harm to her and Jack. However, Andrew was also extremely protective of her. He would rather provoke Liam and be tortured to this state than let the latter hurt Chloe. All humans had a kind side to their heart. Chloe felt very confused because Andrew was someone that hurt her many times, yet saved her many times too. Okay. Although I don't love your answer, I know you're just being honest. Andrew turned around, picked up the piece of cloth, and put it on his wrist to stop the bleeding, just as Chloe told him to. It took him a lot of energy to do that. Stay strong. My husband is coming for us. Chloe saw that Andrew was starting to lose consciousness. Oh, your husband is coming, but he's saving you guys, not me. Chloe stayed silent. Jack wants me dead. If he comes, I'll be relieved from everything. I just hope he can come sooner and kill me. Then I don't have to endure this slow, painful death. Due to blood loss, his consciousness was also beginning to fade away. His voice was extremely soft. He felt cold, sleepy, and tired. Chloe, I'm cold. Chloe's heart sank. Her hands were tied so she couldn't even put something on top of him to keep him warm. Chloe, I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Andrew, listen to me. You can't sleep. Listen to me. If you sleep now, you'll never wake up again. You'll really die. Hang in there, okay? Chloe was very scared, so she kept shouting on the top of her lungs. Andrew used all his energy to tilt his head so he could look at Chloe. He teased Chloe. Okay, I won't sleep, but you have to kiss me. Andrew's words were very flirty like usual. What's with the long face? I'm just teasing you. Tears were running down Chloe's face non-stop. Even though Andrew was a bad guy, and she once wished death upon him, she couldn't stand having to see him die in front of her. She was a doctor, and she knew that death was inevitable. However, she couldn't stand to see a person she knew slowly die in front of her. To her, that would be one of the cruelest things in the world. Chloe, talk to me and I won't sleep. Okay, I'll talk to you. Chloe was sobbing and couldn't even talk properly. Little Bean looked at her mommy talk to the big bad guy. She didn't dare to cry right now. She was also surprisingly calm. Chloe, remember when you were sentenced to death? Do you know what I was thinking back then? No. Chloe shook her head. I thought that I will have someone replace you before they executed you. Everyone would think you're dead, so I can take you away from this place. We would go to some island in the Pacific Ocean and build a house there. It's very pretty there. It's warm all year round, and we'd be living right in front of the sea. The house will be the way you like it. We will plant lavenders in the front yard and roses in the back garden. There would also be a fountain and a pavilion and a bridge. We can also grow our own vegetables. We can live a life in nature, away from all the conflicts. It would just be the two of us. I would be in your heart and you in mine. We would live there, grow old together, and have our own kids. Andrew spoke of his dreams with all his energy. Chloe couldn't stop her sobbing. That sounds really nice, Chloe said as she cried. Chloe always thought that Andrew was so evil that all his thoughts were probably dark and evil. However, what he just described was something so beautiful that Chloe could even vividly imagine it in her mind. He painted the most beautiful and romantic picture in the world. She never thought that deep down, Andrew would have such a beautiful and pure side. However, that beauty had a prerequisite. Chloe had to be there with him. Chloe, I never loved someone so deeply as I loved you. I loved you before Jack, and I love you more than Justin. Yet, I'm the saddest one of all because you won't even look at me. Your smile is such a rare treat for me. It's not fair. It's not fair. Andrew coughed twice while saying this. He was in pain both physically and mentally. You're wrong. Andrew, love is unpredictable. It doesn't come when you're most prepared, just knowing another person for a long enough time. I love Jack, so it doesn't matter when he came into my life. He's the one for me. But you, so many people loved you, but you never valued any of them. Chloe tried to soothe Andrew. They loved me? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about people like Emery or Ruoxy? From how I see it, their love for me was cheap, Andrew mocked. No, as long as you love from the heart, it's not cheap. You say you love me, but you also did so much harm onto me. From how I see it, if you really love someone, you would never hurt them. Justin never hurt me, and that's why I treat him as one of my most important friends. I did what I did because I want to be with you, Chloe. I'm not greedy. For my entire life, I only have one wish. Andrew slowly closed his eyes and opened it again. He looked weary, but still looked at Chloe with adoration and even a hint of self-contempt. Hey, bad guy, stop flirting with my mommy. You're dying, so how do you still have the energy to flirt? When Little Bean heard such a cringe-worthy confession, she couldn't help but interrupt. Little Bean's words made Chloe laugh, although she was still crying. Andrew was intrigued by Little Bean's words, so he looked up and asked, "Are you Pudding or Little Bean?" "Can you guess? Do I get a prize if I'm correct?" Andrew intentionally joked. "Does a slap in the face count?" Little Bean responded. It was rare for her to be so sassy. "Nope. If I get it right, then make your mommy love me, okay?" Andrew continued to tease her. "Never. It'd be easier for you to just fly up into the sky and be friends with the sun." Little Bean rolled her eyes at Andrew. "Little Bean, don't be mean," Chloe scolded. "Oh, so you're the younger one, Little Bean." Andrew laughed happily. Little Bean covered her face. "Mommy, how could you sell your daughter out like that?" "Hey, big bad guy, that doesn't count because Mommy told you. Also, you should stop dreaming. Whatever island or house you were blabbering about doesn't matter. Handsome Cooper is such a great person, but Mommy still didn't end up with him, so who the hell do you think you are? Mommy will only be with Daddy and they're going to give us a little brother soon." Ahem. Chloe was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and jump in. Andrew enjoyed talking to Little Bean, so he continued to tease her. "Little brother, your mom can have that with me rather than your daddy, BS. If it was your kid, he wouldn't be my little brother. Only if we have the same parents would we be siblings. Also, you're ugly, so whatever son you have would be ugly too. People from the Dawson family are all super good looking, and that's because we have the best genes," Little Bean said with a pretty solid sense of superiority. Little Bean and Chloe continued to talk to Andrew so he wouldn't fall asleep. In the meantime, Liam, Ching, and their subordinates were heading towards the dock. However, they ran into Jack soon after they got out of the abandoned factories. The two sides started to fight. Fortunately, Noah and his people came just in time to help Jack. Because they were under a lot of pressure, Liam left the car Brenny and her daughter was in behind. Then he and Ching drove away with the money. Jack knew the area better than they did, so he chased them with his sports car. Jack ran his car into Liam's black SUV, causing it to slam into the safety belt and almost fall off of the highway. Liam opened the car door and climbed out. Then he pulled out a gun and began spraying at Jack's car. "Ching, are you okay?" Liam asked as he fired. "I'm okay, but my leg is wounded." Ching hugged the suitcase tightly. "Get out of the car right now and keep running. The dock is nearby. The boat has arrived so you can get on board first," Liam said. "What about you?" "Don't worry about me. Jack can't do anything to me because I can explode his wife and child to pieces at any second." Then, Liam held his gun tightly and ran out. On the other hand, Ching opened the car door and jumped out. Then, she ran straight towards the dock. Jack and Liam continued to fire at each other, but their score was not settled. They had used all their bullets, so Jack threw away his gun and slowly walked out from behind his car and onto the open road. "Liam, come out. I know you don't have any bullets left," Jack shouted with confidence. "Aren't you the same?" Speaking viciously, Liam walked out from the back of the car, looking like a mess. "Do you have the guts to fight me, man to man?" Jack glanced at him coldly. "Sure, I look forward to beating you up in no time." Liam held his fists and cracked his knuckles. When he was in Vietnam, he practiced boxing every day and tried his skills out in the black market. He always got beaten up at first. Gradually, his skills improved and he finally became an elite-level fighter. Not only was he ruthless with his attacks, but he had also turned into a durable human sandbag and could take a lot of hits. That was why Liam was so confident when Jack challenged him to a melee fight. He didn't think that an arrogant and unapproachable businessman like Jack would have any combat skills. At most, he knew how to defend himself with fancy yet useless moves. But as soon as they began, he knew he underestimated Jack. Jack's punches were fast, steady, and accurate. It was very difficult to defend against him. Jack didn't have much patience and wanted to finish Liam off as soon as possible because he wanted to rescue Chloe and his daughter. Therefore, he immediately aimed for Liam's vulnerable areas. He kicked Liam in the stomach, and the latter flew out into the air before landing heavily on the ground a few meters away. When Liam got up, he took out a knife from his cuff and stabbed abruptly at Jack. Fortunately, Jack was able to dodge it in time and only got some of his skin scratched off. Using a knife? Ha! Such a coward. Jack looked at Liam scornfully after finding out he cheated. Maybe it was just that Jack's expression and gaze caused Liam to become incredibly irritated, but he immediately charged over with the knife. He aimed at Jack again and again, but Jack grabbed onto Liam's hand that was holding the knife, and with a hard twist, he dislocated Liam's wrist. All they could hear was the crunching sound of the bone, which made Liam cry out loud from pain. "Where's my wife and daughter, Liam? They're already dead!" Liam laughed viciously. "Impossible. I don't believe you. Tell me, where are they?" Jack increased his strength, bringing so much pain to Liam that the latter's face went pale. Liam still insisted on saying the same thing. "They're dead and turned into corpses already. Ha ha ha." As furious as ever, Jack swung his fist and punched Liam's face. He punched him so many times that his face became unrecognizable. Then, Jack grabbed Liam's hair, dragged him into the sports car, and drove immediately to the abandoned factory that Pudding described. The sports car's engine sound was loud and could be heard from far away. Little Bean was extremely sensitive to this sound. "Listen, Mommy, it sounds like Daddy's car. Oh my God, Daddy is here to save us. Yeah, we're in the clear now." Chloe suddenly felt safe as well. She knew and believed in Jack, certain that he would soon come to her rescue. When Jack dragged Liam inside, he saw Chloe and his daughters sitting in the empty factory. He threw Liam onto the ground mercilessly and ran towards them immediately. Ignoring Andrew, who was half dead on the ground, Jack picked up Little Bean. "Don't be afraid, baby. Daddy's here. You're finally here, Daddy. I'm so scared." Little Bean cried again as soon as Jack held her up. Suddenly, the small black box in front of Little Bean's chest made two beeping sounds. Jack lowered his head and found that the timer had started already. There were 18 minutes left. A timed bomb? Jack heard a bang in his brain. He immediately turned around and saw that Chloe's timer started as well. There were two identical black boxes with 18 minutes on the timer. Jack didn't have time to think much and immediately called Noah. "Jack, what's going on your end?" "Find me a bomb expert as soon as possible. Hurry!" "A bomb expert?" Noah was completely dumbfounded. "There are timed bombs strapped to Chloe and the kid. There are only 18 minutes left. Hurry, damn it!" This time, even Noah couldn't mind his image anymore and swore loudly. He initially thought that it was just a bad kidnapping. He didn't think that there would be a high-level technology like timed bombs involved. "Quickly, get me our best bomb experts. Hurry!" Noah yelled at his subordinates, scaring them to the point where they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Jack carefully put down Little Bean, held her face, and comforted her. "Little Bean, it's okay. Daddy found some experts. After we get it off, we'll go home. Okay? Pudding is waiting for you." I trust you, Daddy." Little Bean was still young. She was only 3. She didn't know what the timed bomb and 18 minutes meant. So, she was much calmer when she saw her daddy. Jack turned around and walked to Chloe's side. He pulled Chloe into a tight embrace. "Honey." Chloe didn't know what to say and kept on crying. "Don't cry. I'm here." Jack patted her back to comfort her. "Honey, I'm sorry. I messed up again. I shouldn't have come out without you. I was scared that Liam would hurt our kids." Chloe blamed herself and regretted everything. However, There was not much she could do. Don't explain, I know. You're not wrong, I don't blame you. I already called Noah, don't worry. They'll get the bomb squad here soon. Chloe nodded and let go of Jack's neck. Jack got up and walked to Liam, violently holding him up by pulling his hair. How do I take off the explosives? Ha ha, do you really think I'll say? Liam laughed maniacally. Enraged, Jack beat up Liam again, who was already beaten beyond recognition. This time, he almost beat the breath out of him. At that time, Jack finally noticed Andrew on the ground. He was too weak to speak and only had a wisp of consciousness left. Andrew, very well. We'll take care of all of our differences today. After speaking, Jack picked up a knife. He was about to stab Andrew. Honey, stop, Chloe called to him. Chloe, are you pitying him? Jack turned around and gave Chloe a complicated look. No, it's not pity. I don't want you to become a murderer. We would be no different from him if you do. Do you know? If Andrew didn't purposefully anger Liam, I wouldn't be alive now. Even though he's a terrible person, he protected me. I trust that he'll receive punishment for his crimes. We just have to make them known to the public. You don't have to dirty your hands for him. Chloe didn't want to see Jack kill, especially in front of Little Bean. Jack finally understood what Chloe meant. He realized that he was too impulsive. He turned around to see Little Bean looking at him with an innocent look. He couldn't act on his impulses. Thinking of that, he slowly put down the knife. He pulled Chloe and Little Bean into a hug as they sat together, waiting for the rescue team's arrival. The time ticked by, and Noah arrived when there were 8 minutes left. They brought in the bomb-defusing experts. Jack, we're here. Noah rushed in with a large number of police officers, as well as 3 experts from the bomb-defusing team. Get the bombs off first. Jack was about to go crazy from anxiety. Hurry! How do you disarm this? Noah got his men to detain Liam, and they brought him to the car along with the weakened Andrew. Chloe and Little Bean were the only ones left in the factory building with Jack, Noah, and the bomb squad. The 3 expert bomb diffusers studied them for a while, and finally, the leading expert approached them with a heavy face. Director Noah, President Dawson, what's going on? Is it difficult? Noah asked. The difficulty is not the problem, but... The head of the bomb squad began stuttering. Noah and Jack shot each other a look, as they both sensed that something was wrong. But what? Please go on. Noah gestured for the bomb squad experts to continue talking. The explosives are linked. What does that mean? Noah frowned, and Jack listened calmly. It means, if the wire in one bomb is cut, the other will immediately explode, the expert explained. Damn, that's so F up. What if we cut both at the same time? Noah didn't believe him. Then both will go off. Noah and Jack fell silent when they heard that. How long do we have? Jack asked. A little more than 7 minutes. So, our suggestion is for Mr. Dawson to choose one. The explosive is too complicated. We can't decode it in such a short amount of time. You have to choose one. I'm going to ask that BS, damn it. Enraged, Noah headed for the car. Don't go. He's not going to tell you anything. It's useless. Jack had previous contact with Liam, and he knew that with his ill mind and malicious intent, he would never let it slip. Even if he did, time was running short, and he couldn't waste any more time. Jack tilted his head and worryingly looked at Chloe and Little Bean. Little Bean was cuddling with her mother. Mommy, I'm hungry. I want fried chicken, Little Bean softly said. Sweetie, we'll be done soon, when we get home. Mommy will make you whatever you want to eat, okay? Okay. I also want a toy plane, a big remote-controlled one. Okay. I also want Haagen-Dazs and tiramisu. Right, pudding likes blueberry flavor. I like strawberry flavor. Mommy, don't get them mixed up. I know. Chloe gently caressed Little Bean's hair and comforted her. Jack, what are we going to do? Noah sympathetically looked at Jack. Please carry Little Bean away to the other side of the factory, Jack said in a low voice. If they could only save one of them, they had to separate them for now. Should I bring her further than that? Noah asked. Jack didn't answer, and Noah didn't ask any further. Noah walked over, lifted up Little Bean and said, Let's go. Uncle Noah is going to bring you somewhere fun. Wow. Uncle Noah, is Auntie Sarah here? No, she's still sleeping at home. Noah strode out with little Bean in his arms. Then is Ethan here? I haven't seen him these days. I bought him a toy car when I was in the States. Haha, he's going to love it. Really? Thank you, little Bean. The child's words caused Noah to reach the brink of tears. Uncle Noah, when can I go home? I'm so hungry, you know? Little Bean had no idea what was going to happen and continued complaining to Noah. Every sentence she spoke felt like blades to Noah's heart. Little Bean didn't know that there was a difficult choice to be made between her mother and herself. Maybe only one of them could continue to live, and the other one would get blown to pieces. After Little Bean left, Jack walked over and knelt down beside Chloe. Honey, the bomb's not off yet. Where's Noah taking Little Bean? Chloe was confused. Jack didn't talk as he lifted Chloe's face and kissed her on the lips. Honey, what are you doing? In front of so many people? Chloe was confused. She didn't know where he got the mood to kiss her, especially in front of the bomb squad. It was too embarrassing. Sweetie, don't be scared. You're going to be fine. Jack wanted to comfort Chloe, but as soon as he said that, tears began to fall. Chloe immediately understood what that meant. You can't get the bomb off, can you? She calmly asked. Jack remained silent and just cried. She held up Jack's face and said in a serious tone, Don't cry. Look at me and tell me. You can't get the bomb off, right? No. What's going on? Don't hide it from me. Just tell me, please. Chloe anxiously stared at Jack's face. Finally, Jack took in a deep breath and looked at Chloe. Your bomb and Little Bean's bomb are linked. If one is cut, the other one will immediately explode and vice versa. If both are cut at the same time, they'll go off together. Jack gathered the courage and said in one breath, So, only one of us can live, right? Chloe reacted quickly and realized the seriousness of the situation. Right, Jack hopelessly nodded. Let me think. Chloe lowered her head and thought for 10 seconds. She then raised her head, held Jack's face, and said, Honey, look at me and listen, okay? I need you to save Little Bean. No, Chloe, I can't do that. You know I can't live without you. Jack felt his heart ache and shook his head profusely. Honey, I know. I know that you don't have the heart to let me go, but I can't selfishly let my child die so that I can live. A mother's love is unconditional, and I love her so much. There are 2 things in life that I am most proud of. 1, having you as a husband who loves me wholeheartedly. 2, having 2 smart and beautiful daughters. That's enough for me. I'm almost 30. I've tasted all the flavors of life. Little Bean is so young. She's only been alive for 3 years. I don't want her life to end here. I want to see her grow up with pudding. I want to see her get married and have children of her own, Jack. Please. Promise me that we will let our daughter live. Take care of them, okay? Chloe said as her tears fell. She didn't want to die either. She didn't want to leave her husband and daughters. She didn't want to leave this beautiful world. If she could only choose one between herself and Little Bean, she would always choose Little Bean. No mother would trade their daughter's life for their own. If she did end up surviving this, she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. No, I really can't. Chloe, I can't do it. Don't be so cruel to me. Jack shook his head furiously. Jack, I love you so much. You must do it. I know it'll be cruel and painful for you, but you should know that if you let me live and sacrifice Little Bean, I'll spend the rest of my life in pain. I know, but Chloe, I can't lose you. I really can't lose you anymore. Jack held Chloe tightly. He wanted to hold her like this forever. When the bomb goes off, they would be able to just go to the next world together. Honey, I'm already happy enough. I have you, our daughters, our family, and our friends. I've lived a fulfilling life. I don't have any regrets. I know that it'll be difficult for you to face the rest of your life, but the kids are still so young. They need a good guardian. You have to keep living and shoulder the responsibility of being a father. You already missed 3 years with them. You have to make up for that with the rest of your life, Chloe tried to convince Jack with his fatherly duties. What about you? Chloe, we already missed 11 years together. How many 11 years do we have in life? How could you leave me so cruelly? Jack was in agonizing pain. I don't want to leave you. Maybe this is fate. If there's a next life, I'll still be waiting for you at Second High. We'll be high school sweethearts, and when we graduate, we'll study in America together. When we come back, we'll take over your family's business, get married, and have kids. Wouldn't a life like that be wonderful? I don't want the next life. I only want this life. Jack tightly held Chloe and refused to let go. President Dawson, time's running out. You have to make a decision now, the experts urged him. Jack lowered his head and saw that the timer had a mere 3 minutes left on it. His heart turned cold. I am saving my wife, Jack hardened his heart and announced. If you do that, I'll kill myself when I wake up. I can't sacrifice little Bean. Chloe looked at Jack with hatred. Chloe, don't call me Chloe. I won't sacrifice little Bean. If you selfishly choose me, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Even if I live, I'll commit suicide. You'll lose us both, Chloe ruthlessly threatened. At that moment, Noah urged him through the radio. Jack, you need to make a decision quickly. I got little Bean away. If you choose Chloe, you have to leave. If you choose the kid, I have to leave. We can't stay much longer. We don't know how strong the bomb will be. President Dawson, make a decision. The time is running out. Everyone was urging Jack. He felt like his head was going to explode. Finally, he shouted with a raspy voice, Save my daughter! After speaking, he turned to leave. His tears rushed out like floodwater as he walked. When the experts heard that, they followed Jack out. It meant that Chloe was going to explode soon. Chloe finally let out a breath. She looked at Jack's silhouette and thought that he was the most handsome man in the world. My love, thank you. With tears in her eyes, she closed them and waited for the final moment. On the other side, when Noah saw Jack and the experts approach him, he uneasily asked, You really made your decision? Shut up and cut the wire. Jack finally snapped and pointed the experts towards Little Bean's explosives. The bomb diffusers were about to make their move when a woman's voice sounded from the door. Don't touch it. Everybody turned around and saw a strange young woman standing at the door with a red box in hand. I can save her. You guys get back. The woman strode towards them, short on breath. She appeared to have arrived in a hurry. Jack, do you know this person? Noah was taken aback. Jack studied the woman's look and found her to be a stranger. However, she felt very familiar. He couldn't remember at that moment. Everyone was taken aback. They saw the woman take out a mini decoder and stick it onto Little Bean's explosive. She swiped a card and with 2 beeps, the countdown actually stopped. The experts were stunned. Wait, what the F? Noah thought that he was in a dream. You are... Jack had guessed who she was, but she looked different. Comfort the kiddo. I'm going to save her. After speaking, the woman ran towards Chloe. When the decoder diffused this bomb, the other one stopped its countdown as well. Chloe felt her heartbeat stop when she heard the 2 beeps. She thought that it was going to explode, so she shut her eyes tightly and thought of her children and husband. However, nothing happened. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a strange woman in a black windbreaker walk in. She didn't say anything and stuck a small gadget onto her bomb. With a click, the bomb was taken off. It's okay, you're safe. The stranger finally let out a breath. She excitedly hugged Chloe. You are? Looking at the stranger, Chloe was confused. Sis, I am Fiona Wagner. Sobbing, Fiona said. Chloe was dumbfounded. Fiona Wagner, you're Fiona. She couldn't believe it. She thought she was in a dream. Ever since she found out that she had a sister named Fiona, she always imagined their reunion. She found out from Jack that it was because of an insane man named Legend. Fiona and her father couldn't see her in the open, and she couldn't do anything about it. She knew of her family, but they couldn't reunite. Chloe would never have thought that Fiona would appear at such a crucial time. She even defused the bomb for Chloe. Fiona, my daughter. She has a bomb too, Chloe hastily reminded her. The kiddo's safe, don't worry. That's good, Chloe let out a breath. At that time, Jack and the others caught up. Wait here, I am going after that woman from Vietnam. It's over if she gets to the open sea. It'll be much harder to catch her. Noah finally remembered that besides Liam, a woman named Ching was the other orchestrator. Don't worry, I blew up the ship, Fiona indifferently said. Noah was stunned. Fiona, when did you get here? Even though she had a human mask on, Jack still recognized her. I headed here when I got the news of the kidnapping. It was quite bothersome. I had to lose the people trailing me, put on a disguise, and change my fingerprints when I crossed the border. So I wasted some time. It's good that I got here on time. Fiona? Who's Fiona? Noah was confused. He didn't know where the woman who said that she blew up Ching's ship came from. She's Chloe's biological little sister, Jack introduced her. Chloe's little sister? Noah was even more confused. I'll explain later. We're heading back now. Jack helped Chloe up and said. Fiona followed behind them, and Noah seemed to still be in shock. He kept on thinking about how Chloe had a biological sister who could instantly defuse the bombs that even his professional bomb squad couldn't, and also blow up Ching's getaway ship. It was safe to say that Noah's first impression of this girl was simply godlike. While he was thinking, his subordinate reported, Director Ace, Ching's getaway boat self-exploded due to unknown reasons. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Leave it, obviously. Unless you want to fish it out. Noah rolled his eyes. That further proved Chloe's so-called sister right. Noah, where's Brenny? Chloe worryingly asked. Brenny and her daughter were safely rescued. She'll be giving her statement later. Don't worry, she's not in danger. That's good. Chloe and her family got into a car. Jack drove while Chloe, Little Bean, and Fiona sat in the back. In the car, Fiona finally let out a breath, leaned back, and took off her mask. Under the mask was a breathtaking face. Fiona and Chloe had the same parents, but they weren't twins. Fiona was 3 years younger than Chloe. Chloe was 28, so Fiona was only 25. Her youthful face was beautiful and stunning. She looked a little similar to Chloe. Why did you put on a disguise? Chloe looked at her sister in surprise. It's all because of that psycho legend. I wanted to find you a long time ago, but Dad said no. I didn't want to drag you down. You know, he's getting old and a little paranoid. I can't be too careless either, so I have to hold back. I was handling some business around the Golden Triangle when I got the news and I came straight away. How did you decode Liam's bomb? Jack was impressed by Fiona's work. Liam's timed bomb couldn't be defused by the police's bomb squad, but in Fiona's hands, it was as easy as a Rubik's Cube. She solved it in seconds, embarrassing the so-called experts. You're joking. How could I not know? I invented that bomb, Fiona proudly said, crossing her arms in front of her chest. You invented it? Chloe was stunned. I did that 5 years ago. I sold the technology to a Russian mafia group. Oh, it was Riker's family. They do business with the Golden Triangle, so they use it around there. It's no surprise someone from the Vietnam gangs has it. You're such a troublemaker. Why did you just randomly think of making bombs? Jack complained. Hey, it's how I feed myself. What can I do? I didn't think that those fools would cause you trouble. Otherwise, I would have destroyed them already. Luckily, Fiona got there just in time with no incident. Jack almost lost his sanity at that moment. Fiona, how's Dad? Chloe was very excited and wanted to ask about her birth parents. Dad's doing great. He's healthy and eats a lot, Fiona laughed. How's Mom? Professor Lin was always a mystery. About Mom. I'll tell you later. I can't explain in a few sentences. Bringing up her mother made Fiona's eyes dim. Sis, is this Little Bean? She's so cute. Fiona lowered her head and looked at the sleepy Little Bean with love. It's Little Bean. She and Pudding are twins. Chloe held her daughter with relief. Haha, I know. I've already seen pictures of them. You've been paying close attention to us? Chloe was a little surprised. Fiona nodded. I've been doing that all these years. Dad has been doing that too. Oh, right, you saw Dad in the States, right? Saw Dad? No? Chloe was confused. Oh, right, I forgot to say. He was wearing a disguise, he had a mask on. He was the old man giving away balloons at Disneyland. After Fiona said that, Chloe finally realized. Oh my God, that was Dad? I didn't know. I didn't know at all, I initially thought. Ah. Jack thought that he seemed suspicious and may pose danger to us, so we were alarmed. I thought I felt something was off. I didn't know that it was, actually. Chloe was pleasantly surprised. It's okay. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. When I take care of Legend, we can meet anytime, anywhere. Does Riker know about you leaving? While driving, Jack asked. Jack, you're such a killjoy. Why mention him out of nowhere? Fiona pouted. Who's Riker? Chloe was stunned. Your brother-in-law, Jack softly replied. Not yet, okay? We're not married yet, Fiona stubbornly corrected him. You're basically his wife. Didn't you stay in Russia for the better half of the year? Jack's information was quite correct, so that I can hide from Legend. It wasn't like I had a choice. Chloe was lost. She only knew that her sister had a fiancé in Russia. Fiona, what does your boyfriend do? Chloe was curious. He belongs to Russia's biggest mafia. He's an arms dealer, Fiona casually replied. Chloe began coughing violently when she heard that. Ahem, sis, you okay? Fiona nervously looked at Chloe. Fiona, how could you hang out with people like that? That's so dangerous. Mafia member? Arms dealer? Chloe couldn't accept that her future brother-in-law belonged to a mafia and was an arms dealer. That was too scary for her. Seeing how Chloe reacted made Fiona look at Jack in the driver's seat. Brother-in-law, did you not tell my sister about my occupation? Not yet. You can tell her yourself. Jack had only briefly explained the business between Legend, the professor, and Fiona to Chloe. He didn't go into too much detail about what Fiona did and where she usually hung out. So Chloe had always thought that her sister was a proper lady with no ability to defend herself. But the fact was... Oh, okay. Sis, don't be surprised with what I'm about to tell you. I am a mercenary. My team and I take business around the world. I have my own islands in the Pacific Ocean, and I have my own arsenal. I develop the most advanced bombs and sell them. I take business others don't have the balls to take as long as I am paid for it. If given the money, I'll even assassinate a king. After Fiona finished talking, Chloe was dumbfounded. Don't be surprised. If I couldn't do that, I wouldn't be alive now. I'm used to it. It's just like you being a doctor or Jack being the president of a company. It's just work, Fiona comforted Chloe. So, are you a so-called assassin? Chloe studied Fiona's face and asked, An assassin? That's a little bit of a low description to say the least. Sis, I'm like a mercenary. It was rather unusual for everyone to see the usual tough-sounding Fiona act like a little kid. A mercenary? I've only ever heard about that in stories and on TV, Chloe said in disbelief. I will tell you about it when I have a chance. I'm a little rushed for time right now, and I'm a little hungry. When we get home, can you make me a bowl of noodles? I have the helicopter picking me up soon after. Leaving so soon? Chloe looked at Fiona, hardly masking the disappointment in her eyes. Yes. I couldn't have stayed long. Either way, it would expose me. I need to return to the Golden Triangle immediately, since I have some unfinished business there. Oh, by the way, I will make sure everything is taken care of at the Vietnam gang, so you guys don't need to worry about it anymore, Fiona emphasized. That's good. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself. There's no way Liam should be able to return to Vietnam alive, and Ching is dead now. The people that are associated with this incident in Vietnam should be cleared as much as possible, especially Liam's mother, Evelyn. We need to find her and wipe her out too, Jack said without any hesitation. It was through this incident that he learned that there's no place for softness of heart. He almost lost both his wife and daughter. Honey, Evelyn didn't really do any harm to us, Chloe emphasized. If you cut the weeds without digging up their roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. There's a reason for Evelyn to hold a grudge against us, knowing Liam will never be able to return. She will find ways to give us trouble in the future, so we can't leave any chances. I know you can't do these kinds of things. That's okay. Just leave it to me. Nah, just let me handle it. Easy peasy. Fiona waved her hand. Jack gave Justin a call and told him to meet at the South Manor with Pudding. By the time everybody arrived, Justin was already waiting for them. Thomas and Sandra also waited at home as they were worried sick. Justin didn't have the heart to tell them exactly what happened until it was confirmed that they could arrive home safely. Sandra hugged Pudding tightly and wept. "Chloe, I'm so glad you guys came back safely." Right before the group was about to arrive at the South Manor, Chloe whispered in Fiona's ear, "My mom doesn't know my identity yet. Please keep it a secret." "I know, sis." Fiona nodded. "Wow, you must be Pudding. So adorable. You guys look identical." Fiona ran over in an attempt to hug Pudding. Pudding took 2 steps back alarmingly while Sandra looked at the girl in front of her with surprise. "This lady is... Oh, she's an expert on the bomb squad. Thanks to her timely arrival, Little Bean and I were able to return safely," Chloe explained. "Really? Thank you so much, miss." Sandra held onto Fiona's hand with gratitude. "Uncle George, please prepare a bowl of hot noodle soup," said Chloe. By the time everybody arrived home, Little Bean had woken up as well. The 2 sisters gave each other a big hug as soon as they saw each other. Kids will be kids. As soon as they got back, they had put all the unhappy events behind them. Immediately, they were playing together hand in hand, almost forgetting the dangerous event that just happened to them. Sandra went to help out the kitchen while Thomas rinsed some fruits to welcome everyone. In little to no time, Brenton, Victoria, Sarah, and Noah had all arrived. Everyone else was told the story afterward. They could only imagine the terror after the fact. Chloe prepared a bowl of noodle soup at the kitchen and brought it to a private room with just Fiona and her. Fiona was starving and devoured the noodles like a wolf chowing down on a big meal. Every now and then she would glance up at Chloe and smile contently. "Fiona, slow down. It's too hot. Sis, do you like noodles?" "It's all right. I'm not a picky eater. We are rather opposite of each other. I'm a very picky eater. Dad always calls me a princess with a hobo life. Haha." "Fiona, do you have to go back to the Golden Triangle?" Fiona nodded. "Will it be dangerous?" Chloe asked warily. "It won't be, sis. It's not the first time for me. You don't have to worry." Fiona's heart was filled with warmth when she saw the concerned look in Chloe's eyes. For the first time, she was able to experience the feeling of having an older sister that worried about her. What a wonderful feeling it was. "How long will it take you to finish everything?" "It will take 3 days at the very least. Where will you go after you finish? Probably Russia? After all, it's safer with Psycho Riker." Fiona thought about it for a moment and replied, "Please be careful. I will." "Oh, by the way, I once received a very expensive gourd made out of jade. It came from me. I have one too. Ours is a pair." Fiona smiled. Chloe understood immediately. Previously, she was pretty concerned about receiving such an expensive gift out of nowhere. "Slow down. There's no rush. You won't be able to digest well if you eat this fast. Sis, are you happy right now?" Fiona looked Chloe in the eyes and asked in a serious manner. She had finished the bowl of noodle soup in a couple of bites and put the bowl aside. "Yes, I'm very happy. The journey had been quite difficult, but I got the results I wanted. All my life, I never really had a lot of ambition. I just wanted to be with Jack and bear his children. All I wanted was a simple life where I could live my everyday life to the fullest. If I still have extra time, I'd like to go back and be a doctor someday. Even though the work at Southside is tough, but at least it's fulfilling. I really enjoy living a fulfilled life with a fast tempo." Chloe recalled the past carefully. "That's good. As long as you're happy. Dad was right. The separation of our family in order for you to live all these years peacefully was all worth it. If Mom knew, she would be very happy," said Fiona, her eyes a little misty. "Fiona, are you separated from Dad most of the time?" Chloe asked gently. "Yeah. When I was still a young girl, I knew I didn't come from a regular family. Dad always had to hide because different people kept looking for him. He spent most of his time either in the lab or running for his life with me. After Mom's incident, we've been on the run all over the world, and it's during those times that I learned a lot of survival skills. Just like Dad, I learned to develop bioweapons and stuff. I'm very interested in explosives, and I also became more and more ballsy, so after a while, I began fighting back at the people that have been chasing me. After that, Dad basically let me do whatever I want. So, I've been on the run on my own since then? I had spent a few years in Hong Kong, and I had also gone to school there. I fell in love with a boy, but he was shot dead because of me, Fiona said lightly. But Chloe could feel the fragile heart that was beating underneath the emotionless Fiona that sat in front of her. A little while after that, I was older, so I stopped going to school. I could basically learn everything on my own with one glance. I've been traveling around the world since then. I like Italy and Turkey. It's a little bit dangerous and messy there, but those two places can make me rich. I like Dubai too. I can spend money like there's no tomorrow, and sometimes that makes me feel a little alive. I also went to the United States Military Academy. At the graduation ceremony, I killed the drill master that had been bullying me all year and scored myself a name on the FBI's Most Wanted. Fiona chuckled and continued, "Sis, can you believe all of this? Is what I'm saying too far off from the life that you've experienced?" Fiona smiled as she looked at Chloe, but sadness showed at the corner of her eyes. "Fiona, all these years, it's been tough on you." Chloe gently embraced Fiona into her arms as her voice quivered. No worries. I'm already used to it." Fiona pretended to be indifferent, but Chloe's heart really ached for her sister. At this moment, Fiona's watch flashed. She stood up alertly and pressed on it. "What is it? Speak." "Boss, in 15 minutes, the helicopter will land on top of the mountain beside South Hill Manor. Please prepare to depart." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Fiona looked at Chloe. "Sis, I'll leave now." Fiona was quite reluctant to go. "Then, when will we meet again?" Chloe asked. Let's leave it to chance. However, I'll try my best to arrange for us to meet. Don't worry, I'll always be on the lookout for you and have my bodyguards protect you and the twins. Rest assured. Okay. Then, I'll get going. Fiona opened the window and prepared to hop out. "Why aren't you going through the front door? Aren't you going to say goodbye to Pudding and Little Bean?" Seeing Fiona exiting from the window, Chloe also became speechless. "That's okay. If I see them, I'll be more unwilling to leave. Sis, take care." Fiona then jumped down from the second floor and disappeared into the night. Chloe felt as if the whole thing was just a dream. Only after Fiona disappeared for 5 minutes did Chloe snap back into reality. Then lifting the empty plate Fiona used, she walked downstairs. "She left?" Jack asked. Chloe nodded. Due to Jack's repeated warnings, Noah didn't mention Chloe's sister to anyone. When Chloe came down, everyone was sitting around the table. The kitchen had also prepared many delicious dishes. The saying goes, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." Come, let's help our Chloe relax and also help calm the twins down. Noah proactively raised his glass. "Uncle Ace, I have something to say to you." "Go ahead, Pudding. When you guys went to capture them, did you see a huge, dumb guy named Da Hai?" "Da Hai? I don't recall someone like that. What is it?" Noah curiously looked at Pudding. "That person used to be the bad guy's helper and was involved in our kidnapping. However, I was able to persuade him into joining our side, and at the most critical moment, he and Aunt Brenny rescued Little Bean and I. I was worried that he would be in danger for backstabbing his own gang. Is that so?" "Then wait a second. I'll make a call and ask." Noah immediately called the police station. After hanging up, he turned to Pudding and said, "He has been captured, but is currently in the hospital, as his injuries are quite severe. He was beaten up by his gang. However, rest assured, he isn't in critical condition." "Ah? Then I want to go visit him tomorrow. I promised him that if he let my sis and I go, I would ask my father to give him a huge sum of money. I also said I would help his hospitalized mom receive the surgery she needs," Pudding stated word by word. "Not bad. You even know how to negotiate now. Very impressive, Pudding." Sarah dotingly patted Pudding on the head. "Auntie Sarah, I am also very impressive. I was the one who distracted the pursuers, buying Sis some time to escape. In the end, I was the one who got tied up to the bomb with Mom. It was really frightening, but fortunately, I was very lucky," Little Bean said while patting her chest. Everyone was unsure if they should laugh or cry. Chloe, this time's event was way too dangerous. You have to be more careful in the future, Victoria said as he looked at Chloe. Chloe nodded. Eh? Why are you so quiet, handsome Cooper? Ever since you came in, you haven't spoken a single word to Mommy. Are you still mad at Mommy for lying to you and secretly running away from the hospital? Little Bean looked up and asked Justin. After this question was asked, everyone's eyes looked towards Justin's direction. Little Bean, stop speaking nonsense. Justin also felt quite awkward. I'm not saying nonsense. Everyone has noticed that you haven't spoken to Mommy. So does this mean you're not going to forgive her this time? Hey, Little Bean, focus on your meal. Chloe couldn't just watch anymore. She was indeed a little gossiper. I'm not mad at your Mommy. It's fantastic you guys were able to come back safely, Justin patiently explained. Then prove it. Say a few words to my Mommy. Little Bean wouldn't let it go. Pudding, please make your sis stop, Justin begged for help. However, after briefly glancing at Justin, Pudding said, What my sister said is right. If handsome Cooper doesn't speak to Mommy, how will everyone be able to enjoy themselves? Pudding, if you put it that way, aren't you afraid that your father will get jealous? Brenton teased. Would my daddy be so narrow-minded? You're underestimating my daddy, Uncle Blake. My daddy is a hero who is willing to risk his life to save us. Well, since you spoke so highly of me, even if I wanted to get jealous, I can't. Jack began to joke. In the end, Justin had no other choice but to awkwardly look at Chloe. What happened today was too dangerous. Please don't be so impulsive next time. No, that's not right. There shouldn't be a next time. You almost scared everyone to death. Chloe laughed a little. I know. Thank you. What happened today has caused you to worry again. Additionally, you and Grandpa Cooper even brought a bunch of people to look for us. That's not what's important. What's important is that you have all come back safely. After Justin and Chloe spoke, the tension in the room diminished. At the dinner table, everyone began chatting amongst themselves. After eating, the stuffed twins grabbed Justin's hand and mysteriously took him with them back to their room. Handsome Cooper, we have a gift for you, I know. A Versace belt? Justin said arrogantly. Holy crap! How did you know? There must be a spy amongst us. Sis, did you tell him? Little Bean was furious. How's that possible? Are you kidding? Am I that kind of person? Pudding replied pridefully. Stop arguing. Avery was the one who told me. Justin crossed his arms and said, pleased. Auntie? How did she tell you? Have you guys been secretly keeping in contact? Pudding was stunned. Wow, something's definitely up. You and Auntie have been going against our backs and dating? Little Bean covered her mouth while laughing. Please, Little Bean, that's not how you use that phrase. Justin was speechless. Tell us quickly. How did you guys get in touch? The gossipy twins asked. In the end, Justin told them about his call with Avery. What is this? Auntie is so not trustworthy. She even told him our secret. Humph, now the surprise is ruined. Little Bean pouted. Pudding gave the present to Justin. Accept it. Due to this belt, both of us got a good beating. Wait, it's not us. It's me. It was me that got a beating from Miss Green, okay? Little Bean pointed to herself. Justin couldn't resist and burst out in laughter. Little Bean looked too cute to resist. You still dare to laugh? It was all because of you. You really make me crazy, so heartless. Little Bean pouted and complained. You deserved the beating. Now we'll see if you two still dare to leave the house by yourselves. Beating you is the only way you'll remember, Justin added. Wow, how can you be so heartless? Do Grandpa and Grandma Cooper know about this? Little Bean shot back at Justin. Suddenly, Little Bean remembered something important. Handsome Cooper, is Auntie almost here soon as well? Shouldn't you go and pick her up? She did especially call you and tell you her schedule. Pudding tilted her head, looked at Justin and asked, but I don't know your aunt that well. Justin felt somewhat helpless. No one is born knowing anyone. You guys will eventually get to know each other, right? Don't be shy. Just go. Or you can bring us along. That way it won't be so awkward, right? That's okay. If you two come, I don't think anything good will come out of it and it will be more awkward. The twins and Justin continued to bicker in the room until Justin walked out with the present and a pleased smile on his face. Wow, you got a present? It's obvious who they favor, Brenton teased. Justin, in the twins' eyes, you're a super VIP, Sarah also teased. I was born to be loved. There's nothing I can do about it, Justin boasted. How come I heard that the twins got a beating because of this present? Victoria asked jokingly. It was better for you to not mention that. Now I must ask Chloe. Weren't you too cruel? The kids are still so young and you are hitting them? They aren't even able to fight back and you're beating them. Are you really their biological mom? Mentioning this caused Justin to get a bit angry. He immediately turned his head and asked Chloe. However, Chloe was surprisingly calm. I was just teaching them a lesson. They shouldn't always focus on themselves and not care about the feelings of others. The intention of the twins buying you a present was good, but because of that, they almost caused a huge disaster. It caused my second uncle and Avery to worry for 4 hours. We even had to call the police. Therefore, I cannot accept what they did. I also can't allow my daughters to be so capricious. Fine. You always have your excuses. Every word of complaint is always rebutted with 10 words from you. I'm too lazy to say any more to you. Wait till I get home. I'm going to tell my grandpa about you hitting the kids. Then you can go and explain it to him yourself. Justin, are you even a man? You're always telling Grandpa Cooper the moment something small happens. Aren't you embarrassed? Chloe was also speechless. However, this was Justin's secret weapon. That's enough nonsense. I'm leaving. This weekend I'm bringing Little Bean and Pudding to my house for dinner. You two, the mother and father, can go and do whatever you need to do as you're not invited. Justin glanced at Chloe and Jack. Then, holding onto his Versace belt, he walked out arrogantly. Chloe and Jack looked at each other, speechless. After their friends left one by one, the house became a lot more peaceful. Sandra then brought the twins to their rooms to sleep. Thomas, who was also tired, said goodnight and went upstairs to rest. Chloe and Jack were sitting by the fireplace in the living room and drinking tea. Wearing a casual black dress shirt, Jack's collar was slightly open. Holding a dark green pillow in her arms, Chloe leaned against Jack's chest. The two were intimately enjoying the beauty of the night. What are you thinking about? Jack asked softly as he played with her long hair. Honey, were you mad at me today? Chloe turned her head and asked while looking at Jack's face. There was a hint of a pleading young girl in her voice. Mad at you? Why would I be mad at you? Jack was slightly shocked. He was unsure why Chloe would ask him that. Because I didn't let you kill Andrew. After all, he did cause such terrible things to happen to us. Thinking back on it, Chloe felt a little uneasy. For one, as long as Andrew was alive, there will definitely be dangers in the future, especially as he wasn't someone who gives up easily. For two, that was a hard-to-get opportunity to take care of Andrew. If an opportunity like that was missed, who knows when another similar opportunity would arise. Due to Chloe's moment of compassion, she let Andrew go. However, she felt very conflicted as she wasn't sure if what she did was right or wrong. She also didn't know if Jack would hold a grudge against her because of this. She was actually quite worried that this situation would cause subtle changes between her and Jack and start to distance them. Upon hearing Chloe's words, Jack chuckled, and he rubbed her head. You are always thinking too much. Why would I be angry because of that? Besides, what you did was right. At the moment, I was blinded by my hatred for him. If I really did kill him and was photographed doing so, then I would be labeled as a murderer. Even though I would be killing a bad person, I am not the police, and I do not have the right to enforce the law. Although karma will deal with those who are evil, even if Andrew dies 100 times, he will not be able to redeem all his wrongdoings. However, he should not die in my hands. I think for someone like him, it would be too easy for him to just be killed. It would be better for him to spend the rest of his life in jail. That way, he would spend the rest of his life wishing he was dead, and he would spend time reflecting on all the wrong things he had done. Whether it was Timothy, Jennifer, Joyce, or Bella, he will have to give these innocent people an explanation, a reason as to why they died. And I will do what is required of me and defeat him slowly. I will gather all of the evidence I can and end him. That way, I can actually get my revenge and not do something meaningless like simply killing him. Jack was usually quite cold and never said much. However, he knew that if he didn't clearly explain himself this time, Chloe would think too much. Therefore, he decided to patiently explain what he was thinking to Chloe. Hearing his words, Chloe felt comforted. She tilted her head and leaned against his chest again. "Honey, you're the best. You will always be my hero." Chloe admired Jack completely. Just like tonight, he fought alone with Liam's gang and then fought bare-handed with his life on the line against Liam. In the end, he accompanied Chloe and Little Bean during a life-and-death situation. This man had withstood a huge amount of pressure. If anyone were to tell her that her husband was weak or that he wasn't as strong as before, she would be the first to refute them. Perhaps after becoming a father, Jack had become more loving and fatherly. However, that didn't mean he was soft-hearted or indecisive. It didn't mean he wasn't powerful. It just meant that he was willing to endure and wait for the perfect opportunity. Compared to Jack, a lot of the times, Justin was too hasty. He was also irrational in dealing with certain situations. Therefore, he would never be able to win over Chloe's heart. While Jack, no matter whether it was when he was younger or now, always possessed something that made Chloe obsessed with him. There is a saying that a great relationship between two people is not just respecting each other, but really admiring each other. With adoration and admiration, a couple is able to stay together till death, instead of having a relationship that is filled with boredom, aversion, or irritability. Okay, Dr. Green, stop flattering me. I haven't gotten revenge for you threatening me tonight. Jack lowered his head and used the tip of his nose to nudge her face lovingly. Ah, what revenge? Chloe tried to act dumb. Don't try and act dumb, honey. I wonder who was the one that said if I saved her instead of her daughter, she would never ever forgive me. Such a stubborn person. So, how should I punish you? Jack lowered his head and whispered into her ear. I was in a very stressful situation, okay? That doesn't count. I didn't mean it, Chloe said nervously. Really? How come I couldn't tell? How come I thought... You seemed like you weren't afraid to die. You really know a thing or two about threatening your own husband. Dr. Green, I really underestimated you before. Thinking of how crazy Chloe was acting back then, Jack still felt frightened. She didn't even take that long to think about it before she demanded that Jack goes and rescues Little Bean first. As a mother, she was willing to risk her life for her kid. This was something anyone could understand. However, as her husband and the man that loved her the most, he was unable to accept this. For his wife to so easily decide to leave them and being selfish enough to leave him alone with 2 3-year-olds, Jack thought it was extremely cruel. Hey, please have mercy, Jack. It's all in the past now. Please don't bring up old wounds, okay? Don't try to change the subject. I'm not letting this one slide. How are you going to compensate me? Jack slowly lowered his body, completely pinning Huomian below him. His slightly cool mouth was no more than 3 centimeters away from Chloe's cherry-shaped lips. Jack's seduction caused Chloe to completely fall into his trap. Then, what kind of compensation do you want? Chloe swallowed, still extremely nervous. What do you think? I don't know. Chloe continued to act dumb. You don't need to know. You just need to feel it. Jack's entire body crashed down on her and he kissed her passionately. Honey, this is the living room. There are so many people here. South Hill Manor had many helpers. It was indeed a little inappropriate for them to be kissing in the first-floor living room. Luckily, Uncle Geroge was smart, and with a wave of his hand, he told everyone to leave, giving the couple a quiet place to themselves. This kiss continued until the two were unable to breathe. Only then was Jack willing to let go of Chloe. From now on, are you ever going to say things like you're leaving us? Jack asked sternly. It's not like I did it on purpose. We'll see if you dare. Jack deliberately bit her upper lip softly, teasing her. Hurry up and get up. It'll be really awkward if anyone sees us. Chloe pushed Jack aside and sat up, covering her blushing red face. So, honey, Are you hinting that we continue this in our room? Jack chuckled devilishly. No, that's not what I meant. Jack, you're not allowed to bully me, Chloe shouted. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Let's go. We should sleep early today. You really need to rest well. Although I really want to eat you, it's nothing that can't wait. You should recover your strength first. Finishing, Jack lifted her up and walked toward their bedroom on the second floor. The worrisome day was finally over. Chloe slept soundly in Jack's embrace. The next morning, Jack and Chloe went to the company for a meeting. While early that morning, Justin picked up the twins in a Rolls-Royce and headed to the airport. Auntie is landing soon. Yay! Who would have thought she'd come so soon? Little Bean was extremely excited. Auntie must have been worried about us, and that's why she came here so quickly, Pudding calmly analyzed. So, it's not because Aunt wants to see handsome Cooper and thus is here? Little Bean's words almost made Justin, who was driving up front, spit out blood. Let me tell you two, when Avery lands, you two must behave. Don't go spouting any nonsense. Justin was genuinely scared of the twins. Handsome Cooper, relax. Little Bean tried to soothe Justin. I'm not anxious. Justin refused to admit. Relax and don't fall in love at first sight with our auntie. After all, she is very beautiful. Little Bean continued to cover her mouth with her little hands and giggle. Justin finally decided to ignore the twins. In no way could you tell they had just been through an abduction because they were so energetic. They were like revived little devils. In the arrival area of the city's international airport, Avery was dragging a black and white striped suitcase. She wore a pair of light blue jeans and a pair of black booties. She was wearing a thick black leather jacket with a white wool collar. She let her hair down naturally. She also wore a black baseball cap and large sunglasses. She looked very fashionable. It might be because Avery grew up in America, so she liked fashionable items and was always trying different styles. Auntie, over here. The twins waved their hands up as high as they could. When Avery saw the twins, she ran excitedly over. Pudding, Little Bean! She kneed down and hugged the twins tightly. Avery hugged them for quite some time before finally letting go and saying, I'm so glad you're okay. I was scared to death. Avery gave out a big sigh of relief. On the whole flight, her mind roamed wild on what could have happened to the twins, so she couldn't have a good rest. She was extremely worried about the twins, so there were deep, big bags were under her eyes. Fortunately, after her long flight, the twins were now safe and sound. Auntie, this is Handsome Cooper. Pudding didn't forget her job as Cupid, so she officially introduced Justin to Avery. Avery looked up and saw Justin standing next to them. He was wearing a casual navy jacket. Hello, hello. They both awkwardly greeted each other. Let's go to the car. Justin helped Avery carry her luggage and led the way. Pudding and Little Bean held onto Avery's hand and they looked delighted. Where's your mommy and daddy? Avery asked. Oh, them? They're very busy at work. They also have to testify at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Daddy said when you arrive, we should go home first so you can rest. However, you've come all the way from the States, so why not have Handsome Cooper take you out for dinner? After all, this is like his territory, and he can show you around. Right? Handsome Cooper? Little Bean had made plans for them already. Sure, what do you want to eat? Justin nodded and asked Avery. I'm not very hungry. I already ate on the plane, so I'm fine, but thanks. Avery refused politely. Auntie, don't worry. Handsome Cooper is rich and handsome. He has buttloads of money. You don't have to mind his wallet. Little Bean did a funny face. There's a nice Japanese restaurant by East Street. Handsome Cooper, Auntie likes sashimi. Why don't we go there? Pudding chose for her. You two. Would you two die if you stopped throwing me under the bus for 1 second? Justin joked as he drove. Since they couldn't beat the twins, they decided to go to the Japanese restaurant before Justin drove them home to South Hill Manor. In the GK Corporation headquarters, Jack announced that he would take on the role as CEO while Chloe retired, surprising all of the higher-ups. President Green, you've done a great job. Why don't you stay and help President Dawson? We'd be much more comfortable with you two both here. Please don't leave. A few executives tried to convince Chloe to stay. President Dawson can deal with everything. I'll just retire to the background. Chloe smiled. President Green, are you going to be a stay-at-home mom? That doesn't sound like something you'd do. Mark couldn't help but ask, do you think I'm the type that would become a stay-at-home mom? Chloe smiled at Mark and replied, of course not. That's why I'm curious why you would quit. I think this isn't for me. I took on the position for 3 years on behalf of President Dawson, and now that he's back, I can rescind to the background. Then, Mark had a clue of what Chloe was going to say. Stella's reaction was quicker, and she said, President Green, are you going back to Southside? Yes. Chloe nodded. All the executives were in shock. My dream since I was a little kid was to become a doctor, and that's still my dream now. Being a doctor is my biggest dream and goal. I had worked hard to fulfill that dream, but I didn't have a choice before. Now that President Dawson is back, I can go back to being a doctor with no regrets. The room went silent when Chloe finished her short speech. They might not understand because a doctor did not make that much money. A doctor's annual salary might not even be as much as the profit from any one of the deals Chloe helped get the GK Corporation. However, not everything in this world could be measured by money. There were things money couldn't buy, for instance, time, happiness, dreams, and dignity. There were many people that got lost and forget their dreams, but Chloe was able to remember her true self. That was another reason why Jack loved her so much. Thank you all so much for supporting me for the last 3 years at work. Thank you for your time and effort at GK. President Dawson and I are sincerely grateful to you all. Please continue your good work, and I hope we will have a brighter future. Then, Chloe stepped back and bowed to all her co-workers in the room. Oh, President Green, please get back up. We can't take a bow from you. Everyone was panicking. Chloe smiled and then whispered something to Jack. I still have some personal matters to attend to. You can continue the meeting without me. Starting today, President Dawson will officially be back at work. I'll leave you all to update him. Then, Chloe turned around and left the conference room as Jack calmly led the meeting. Chloe drove back to the first hospital. There were 3 very special patients there, Brenny, Dahai, and Andrew. These people were all connected to the kidnapping, so Chloe had to go see them. She was worried about Brenny the most, because Brenny had helped her a lot this time. Brenny risked getting on Liam's bad side and secretly set her daughters free. This had made Ching furious. Ching had her subordinates beat Brenny, breaking 2 of her ribs. The kids were scared, and when she came back last night, it was already very late, so Chloe didn't go out. Today, she had finished handing over the company work to Jack and had no responsibilities on her. She was finally free to deal with these personal matters. In the patient room, Tiani was tiptoeing to feed Brenny congee when Chloe entered. Mommy, eat slower. It's hot, the little girl said. Chloe's eyes became watery. She had heard before that kids from poverty were more mature, and it seemed like that was a very accurate saying. Brenny's daughter wasn't that much older than Pudding and Little Bean, but she was already very sweet and was a great helper. Brenny, Chloe said softly before she walked over. Chloe, you're here. When Brenny saw Chloe walk over, she felt very emotional. Chloe didn't even realize that Brenny called her Chloe instead of Chloe Green. How do you feel today? Does it still hurt? Chloe walked over and asked fondly. It doesn't hurt anymore. The doctor said I'm fine too. Breaking a rib or 2 is nothing serious. You can always put it back. What about you? How are your kids? I'm fine. We're all good. Chloe kneeled down and patted Tiani's head. Good job. Let me help you feed your mom. You can go take a break. Tiani nodded and handed the bowl of congee over to Chloe. Chloe carefully fed the congee to Brenny. Your body is still weak, so you should take a good rest. Don't think about other stuff. Chloe, how is Liam? Brenny knew her little brother had become a big bad guy, but she was still very worried for him. Chloe stopped her movements. She held onto the bowl of congee and said, The police have him now. He's waiting for a court trial. He's so silly. Why would he make such a move? Chloe, listen to me. Liam wasn't like that before. You know him. Even though he's not a reliable person and has a bad temper, he's not cruel. That woman is the one to blame for all this. That woman is really evil, just like Medusa. Liam wasn't the brains behind this. He listened to her. You have to make sure the police catch her. She's the mastermind while Liam is only an accomplice. Brenny, I know. It was Ching's plan, and Liam was used by her. He was only a chess piece to her. Has the police caught her yet? Brenny asked anxiously. No, she's dead. Dead? Brenny was shocked. Yeah, she left Liam and went on the boat alone. When the boat was in international waters, it exploded. Nothing is left of her now. Karma's a batch. Good. That evil woman got what she deserved. Brenny was very happy to hear that Ching was dead. Brenny, thank you so much for taking on the risk and saving my daughters. Chloe put down the bowl of congee and held onto Brenny's hand. You're welcome. You helped me a lot before, and I'm not a person that forgets who was nice to me. I don't want to lose my conscience. Honestly, though, even if it weren't your kids but some random stranger's kids, I'd still set them free. I cannot participate in such a heartless operation. After being through so much, Brenny fully believed in karma. Good and evil would always be rewarded. That was why she firmly believed she did the right thing this time. What do you have planned for the future? Chloe asked. I don't know. I don't know what I can do with a body like this. I want to go see Liam in prison once my own wounds are better. If I have the opportunity, I want to pick up my mom from Vietnam. She probably won't have the courage to come back. After all, Andrew is still alive, Chloe reminded her. Andrew probably won't kill my mom. My brother is now in prison. The grudge between us should stop now. I don't have any family left here. All I have is my mom, and she's still in Vietnam. I don't want her to be lonely away from home. I miss her, Brenny said in a soft voice. Chloe pitied Brenny. Brenny, just focus on getting better. Tiani should go to kindergarten. When you can leave the hospital, I'll gift you one of GK's 2-bedroom apartments. You can move at any time. I even sorted out a spot at a school for Tiani, and if you want, you can come work for GK. If you don't want to, I can give you some money so you can open up a small shop. This will probably help you and Tiani live a better life. Chloe, you don't have to treat me so well. You owe me nothing. I just did what I should have when I saved your daughters. Brenny was slightly appalled by Chloe's generosity. No, it's not about what you're supposed to or not supposed to do. You and your daughter saved my daughters' lives. You deserve this. I know you're not financially sound right now. Don't worry and just take the money. If you need any help, feel free to tell me. Even though we're not real sisters, but we have known each other since we were kids. I really don't want you to live such a hard life. Chloe pacified Brenny. Before Brenny could respond, Chloe continued her speech. Do it for Tiani. She's still young. You should give her a better environment to grow up in. Okay, I understand you're doing this for me. You've always had foresight. Thank you so much. Chloe had helped Brenny plan a better future, and Brenny was deeply grateful for what Chloe had done for her. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Chloe turned around and discovered it was Case Chase. I'm here to visit Brenny. Case had some golden rayed lilies in his hand. His voice was crisp. He was an icy, cool, handsome guy like Jack and Rick. Justin was apparently his best friend, so people outside their circle really couldn't figure out what these rich boys were thinking. Oh, okay. I'll leave it to guys. Before Chloe left, she reminded Brenny, get plenty of rest and don't think too much. I'll take Tiani. She can stay at my place for now before you can leave the hospital. The hospital isn't that great of a place to stay. I'll send her back when you are ready to leave. Thanks. Brenny thanked Chloe again. Chloe held Tiani up. Hey there, sweetie. Do you want to come to Auntie's place and play with my little girls? Is Auntie's place fun? Of course. We have an amusement park and 2 little girls there. We also have a lot of toys you can play with. Chloe smiled. Yes. But Mommy is still sick. The little girl was worried about her mother. Don't worry. When Mommy is healthy, we'll come to pick her up together. Meanwhile, you can stay at Auntie's place. What do you say? Tiani, go to Auntie's place and be a good girl, Brenny told her daughter. Finally, Tiani followed Chloe out of the patient room. Chloe held onto her hand as they walked towards another patient room. Case put down the flowers and took a seat. He looked at Brenny with complicated feelings. You should leave now. If Zuri saw you, There would be misunderstandings between you two. Brenny didn't have enough courage to look at Case. When he married another person, she had completely given up on him. Zuri and I already signed our divorce papers, Case explained calmly. Brenny couldn't believe what she had just heard. She looked at him with her eyes opened widely. What? Why? Brenny couldn't believe what she had just heard. It's true. Case continued in a calm tone. Meanwhile, in another patient's room, a nurse was helping a man change his medicine when Chloe entered. He was almost as severely wounded as Andrew. Many of his internal organs were damaged. Apparently, his stomach and kidney were also bleeding. Hi, are you Mr. Dahai? Chloe walked in the room while holding onto Tiani's hand. Who are you? The man looked at Chloe. He was in charge of keeping an eye on Pudding and Little Bean when he worked for Liam, so he had never seen Chloe. He was slightly shocked to see this stranger in his patient room. My name is Chloe Green. I am the mother of the twins. You probably know my daughter Pudding, right? Chloe asked. Pudding? Oh, I know that little kid. Dahai smiled and said, I'm here to see you because of Pudding. She'll come later. Were the twins wounded? Are they okay now? Dahai asked sincerely. They're doing well. Thank you. No need to thank me. Pudding said your family is very wealthy and will give me a lot of money so I can pay for my mother's hospital bills. Dahai was a straightforward man, and he still remembered the 2 promises Pudding made that day. Chloe nodded. Don't worry and just relax here. I already put $3 million in your checking account. $3 million? The man was dumbfounded by the news. Yes, this money will allow you to live a comfortable life from now on. We also told the police that you helped us, so you won't be charged. Regarding your mother. You also don't need to worry because I have sent people to transfer her to the Southside Recuperation Center. I'll go to Southside tomorrow to have a meeting with some neurosurgeons after examining her. Then we'd be set to do the operation for her. Really? That's great. Dahai smiled with relief. Dahai was glad he made the decision to believe in Pudding and save them. Now, he was repaid with money, and his mother would be treated. Take care of yourself and get a lot of rest. I hired a support worker and she'll take care of you while you're here. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Here's my number. Chloe handed Dahai a business card. Then, she left the room with Tiani. Finally, they reached the last patient room, which was heavily guarded. Miss Green. All of Andrew's subordinates knew about Chloe. How is he doing? President Green is severely wounded. He's still in the ICU. Can I go in? Chloe asked. Wait, Miss Fisher is in there. Let me ask her to come out before you go in because only one person is allowed in each time. Then, he knocked on the door and went in to let Ruoxi know. Ruoxi was holding a cup of water, and Andrew was using a straw to drink out of the cup. From the looks of it, he was very severely wounded. There was excessive bleeding in his lungs. If he was sent to the hospital any later, he wouldn't have survived. Andrew was severely abused, but still survived. He was surely a strong man. Andrew, drink more water. The doctor said water is good for your recovery. When Ruoxi heard that Andrew was half dead, she cried her eyes out. Then, she spent all her time taking care of him. However, Andrew was not grateful for what she had done for him. Take it away. Get out. Boss, Miss Green is here, one of his subordinates reported. When Andrew heard Chloe had come, his eyes lit up. Let her in. So you're happy that Chloe came, eh? I honestly don't know why you're so happy. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be lying here right now. I'm going to go out and teach her a lesson. When Ruoxi heard Chloe had come visit, she was furious. Before Andrew could say anything, she angrily ran out of the patient room. Chloe was outside, and Ruoxi saw her immediately. Chloe, don't you think you've already done enough harm to him? Ruoxi shouted at Chloe while pointing fingers. Miss Fisher, what are you trying to say? Don't play innocent with me. If it weren't for you, Andrew would not be wounded like this. Do you know that he almost died? Do you have any decency in you? Ruoxi shouted at Chloe with tears fluttering in her eyes. Do you even know what happened? Chloe asked Ruoxi because she was curious about Ruoxi's reaction. I don't need to know what happened. I already know it all happened because of you. Otherwise, why would Andrew be so careless and get captured by the enemy? He went out because he was worried about you. You almost killed him. How dare you even come now? Regardless if I come or not, it has nothing to do with you. According to my understanding, you're nobody to him. How dare you? Ruoxi didn't expect Chloe to be so tough. She was so angry that she didn't know how to respond. Chloe despised these girls who acted like they were better than everybody else. That was why she was so mean with her words. Miss Green, please go in. Boss is waiting for you. One of Andrew's subordinates came over and said politely. I won't allow her to visit Andrew. Ruoxi tried to block Chloe because she was very upset. Miss Fisher, please don't make it hard for us. Boss wants to see her. Finally, Ruoxi watched helplessly as Chloe entered Andrew's patient room. Chloe had left Tiani at the OB/GYN department with the head nurse. Then she went to Andrew's patient room alone. One would feel sorry for Andrew when he or she saw him, as he was all wrapped up in white bandages. Chloe looked at his medical records and was astonished. She had to admit, Liam was extremely brutal and had almost tortured Andrew to death. Andrew had many wounds, and the deepest ones were the 2 stabs on his legs. Those stab wounds had almost reached his femoral arteries. Apparently, his spleen was also wounded, and he was suffering from internal lung bleeding. After a long and big operation, the doctors were still closely observing how he was doing. Only if his wounds did not worsen or become inflamed after 48 hours could the doctors confirm that his life was no longer in danger. Chloe, you're here. Andrew looked at Chloe. He was very weak. Yeah, I'm here to see if you were dead yet. Chloe acted icy as she said, Ha ha, you're always so tough with your words. I know you were worried about me, or else you wouldn't have come to see me. You're thinking too much. Who would worry about you? Chloe said with her eyes opened widely as she glared at him. Are the twins okay? Yeah, they're doing great. What about you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Chloe was only slapped by Liam, so other than some swollen cheeks, she was fine. That's good to hear. Andrew was relieved to hear that Chloe wasn't hurt. Do you know that you almost died this time? Chloe asked in a serious tone. I know. That BS must really hate me and want to kill me. Why would you still come even if you know he would do this to you? If I don't go, you'd be in a terrible position. We're both enemies to him. If I didn't go and have him let his anger out on me, you would probably be dead by now, Andrew said half-jokingly. But is this really worth it? Chloe asked in a serious tone. Up till this moment, she did not believe that Andrew truly loved her. Even after all he did for her, Chloe did not understand Andrew's intentions. Of course it's worth it. You've known me for so long. Do you think I would accept any bad deals? Ha ha, Andrew laughed. If it weren't for you, Jack probably would have torn me to pieces by now. Andrew tried to remember that time when Jack grabbed onto his collar furiously. Jack was holding onto a knife and was about to kill him, but he stopped because Chloe had told him not to. My husband is not a murderer. People like you who have done bad deeds. I'll let the judge decide what you get, Chloe said in an icy tone. Come over. Andrew waved his hand. What? Chloe was alert, so she backed up 2 steps. You silly thing, come over. I won't hurt you. You don't have to be this alarmed by me. Look at me. What can I do to you like this? Ha ha. Andrew shook his head and chuckled. Chloe hesitated for a while, but finally slowly walked over to Andrew's bedside. Look at you. You don't listen to people. Remember how I told you to be careful because our enemy was back? You didn't listen to me. You already knew at that time that Liam was back? Chloe looked at him in shock. Of course. Who else do you think I was talking about? No wonder. I felt like I was being followed. Yeah. It was because of that Bakch Ching that helped Liam come up with the plans. Liam isn't that smart. I heard that Batch's boat exploded. Is she dead? Andrew asked. Chloe nodded. Who put the bomb? Andrew pointed out the most important part. Does it matter who did it? Fiona's sudden appearance surprised everyone and brought this event to a mysterious end. Due to her special identity, Chloe, Jack, and Noah all decided to keep her involvement a secret. That was why no one mentioned this at the Municipal Public Security Bureau when they gave their testaments. The Bureau never mentioned Fiona to the public and only announced that someone might have planted a bomb beforehand. It might be one of Liam's subordinates who plotted against him. Chloe, you seem like you're hiding something from me. Andrew smiled. Behind that smile, he seemed to be conveying a deeper message. Get some rest. Don't put your mind on stupid things for now. You should be thankful for the peaceful society that saved your life. Fine. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you to, but you should still be careful. Even though we've dealt with Liam, Evelyn is still out there, Andrew warned. You should worry about yourself. I can take care of myself. Then, Chloe turned around and headed towards the door. Chloe, Andrew called out her name. What? Chloe didn't even turn around to look at him. What I said yesterday. I meant it all. So? Chloe turned her head around. So, can you give me a chance? No, Andrew, give up already. We aren't even friends. From now on, we're only enemies. Take care. Chloe didn't hold back on her words. Then, she left the room. She would not forgive Andrew, mainly because he had hurt Jack's legs, and that made her heart ache whenever it came to her mind. She could not forgive what he had done to Jack. Never. How dare Andrew try to beg for a chance and some hope? So shameless. Chloe sighed with relief. Then she went to the head nurse's place to pick up Tiani before going home. When she arrived home, she realized the twins weren't home yet. She called Justin and found out that Avery arrived and they were eating out. Uncle George, get something for this child to eat. She's my friend's child and will be staying with us for a few days. She can share the room with Pudding and Little Bean. We have a spare bed in the house, so we could just use that. Yes, young madam. In a Japanese restaurant, Justin had brought the twins and Avery here to eat. Suddenly, they saw Gianna and her girls coming in. Darling, you're here too? When Gianna saw Justin, she directly went over to greet them. The way she uttered darling made everyone cringe. What? The twins are back! Gianna pretended to act happy when she saw the twins. I'm sorry, Miss Gianna. We don't know you that well. Can you stop pretending we're friends? We don't feel comfortable with that, Little Bean said, not caring how it would make Gianna look. Pudding, you're making me sad with those words. Please, old lady, I'm Little Bean. She is. Avery wasn't familiar with the entertainment circle in the country, so she did not know Gianna was a celebrity. Auntie, she's a female artist under Handsome Cooper's company. She's an actress, you know? Little Bean, how can you talk to Auntie Gianna like that? Mommy told us that we need to be polite. Pudding scolded Little Bean. Then she said to Avery, Auntie, you don't have to listen to Little Bean. Auntie Gianna isn't just an actress. She takes on some small movie productions and some soap operas. After hearing Pudding's introduction, why did it feel that it was even worse than Little Bean's? Gianna's face immediately sunk after hearing what the twins said about her. Darling. Gianna looked at Justin with puppy eyes, eager for attention and love. She desperately wanted Justin to help her regain her dignity. However, not only did Justin say nothing, but Pudding also added, Auntie Gianna, you're an old public figure. Do you really think it's appropriate to be calling your bosses darling in public? Even if you have no pride, you still shouldn't be acting like this. Women need to learn to love and respect themselves. Avery had no idea what was going on here, but one thing was clear. Her nieces did not like this woman called Gianna. Gianna, why don't you go eat with your friends for now? We can discuss when we're at work. Justin, Auntie Gianna, stop being so persistent. Guys don't like clingy women. Shoo, shoo. We still have to eat our food, Little Bean said mockingly. Gianna had to fake a smile and say, Okay, I'll leave you guys to it. The instant she turned around, her face became cold. Those two brats. Wait and see how I deal with you later, Gianna bemoaned. When Gianna left, Avery probingly asked, Was that your girlfriend? Just when Justin was about to respond, Pudding and Little Bean budged in and simultaneously said, No! Justin couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you two, she's asking me, okay? It doesn't matter who she asks. The answer will be the same. Our beloved Handsome Cooper is a man with impeccable taste. Why would our beloved Handsome Cooper have a bimbo for a girlfriend? Little Bean said. Pudding took a sip of juice while gazing at Justin. I agree. If I was a guy, I wouldn't even touch women like Gianna even if they threw themselves at me. First, they're dirty. Second, they're disgusting. Is she really that bad? Are you sure that you aren't just bullying her? Avery asked with a chuckle. We're not bored, okay? Bully her? Joke's on you. We're just exposing her true identity, Pudding explained. Okay. Let's move on and change the topic. Justin couldn't win an argument against the twins. Since Justin spoiled the twins, he didn't think them bullying Gianna was a problem. Meanwhile, Gianna and her friends were in a private room, and Gianna was in a really bad mood. What's the matter, Gianna? Why the long face? Why aren't those two brats staying in America? Why did they come back? They're really pissing me off. Gianna hated the twins. You're talking about the two little things at President Cooper's table? Her friend asked. Gianna, still looking grim, nodded. Those two have powerful people behind them. You do know that President Cooper has a crush on their mommy, so of course he'd love them too. I heard that it's not just President Cooper. His whole family adores the twins. Anyways, they're pretty cute. Cute? How are they cute? They don't feel like 3-year-olds to me. They're extremely vicious with their words. They're always there in my way with President Cooper. Didn't you see another woman with them? I think they're trying to get that woman and President Cooper together. No, I can't just sit here doing nothing. I have to figure out a plan. Gianna felt like she was losing her importance in Justin's life. She had worked so hard to create a scandal about Justin and her being in a relationship. Regardless of it being true or not, the public would think it's real. The twins could ruin what she worked so hard on, and she valued how the public perceived her and Justin. What are you going to do? Her friend looked at Gianna with anticipation. I need to figure a way to get the twins out of the picture, Gianna said viciously. How could you even have that idea? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I just think that they're so annoying. They've ruined my plans so many times. Gianna had lost her appetite just by talking about the twins. On the other hand, Justin drove the twins back to South Hill Manor after their meal. Pudding had intentionally pushed Avery to take shotgun. Avery felt rather shy about it. Justin dropped them off at their door and left because something suddenly came up for him. Pudding asked Avery when they got off the car, Auntie, don't you think Handsome Cooper's a nice guy? Yeah, sure. I don't know him that well, though. That's okay. You can slowly get to know him, Little Bean added. Excuse me, I'm here to see you too. You scared me to death. You know that, right? Now stop joking around with me because I need to go find Chloe. Avery then walked into the house quickly so she could see Chloe. When Jack came home from work, the whole family was in the living room chatting. Now that Avery was here, the house felt even more lively. Also, there was Brenny's daughter, Tiani, in their house too. The twins were quite happy because now they had a new friend to play with. The next morning, Chloe left the house after Jack went to work. In a prison in the northern outskirts, Chloe was going to visit Liam alone. She had Noah help her figure out the logistics. You only have 15 minutes. Use your time wisely, the prison guard reminded her. Chloe nodded. Liam was shaved bald when he was brought into the prison. He was wearing a set of prison uniforms and looked very haggard. He looked up, and upon seeing Chloe, he became surprised since he did not expect to see her. There was a glass window in between them, and the two sat down, each picking up the phone. You're not dead, eh? So did you sacrifice your daughter? Liam laughed viciously. He was extremely proud of the bomb he put on them. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but both I and my daughter are well and alive. That's impossible. Liam did not believe what Chloe said. He simply gazed at her. Why would I lie to you? You couldn't have disposed of the bomb in such a short amount of time. One person must have died. I'm probably really lucky because the bomb squad successfully disposed of the bomb. More like, they were able to enter the right password. Who helped you? I don't believe you. Liam was agitated. Yes. This has something to do with what I want to clarify with you. Liam, you said you hate me because I destroyed your family. You need to know, though, I am not related to you or your family. I am not Timothy's biological daughter. How is that possible? Liam thought Chloe was making up a story. I don't care if you believe it or not. I'm just stating the facts here. I went to see Timothy before his death, but I did not kill him. I don't know how he died, but I did not destroy your family. You view me as an enemy and almost killed me and my daughter. This is your karma. Oh, do you know what happened to your beloved Ching? What happened to Ching? Liam seemed very anxious. You might not know, but she used you. She had prepared an escape boat and lied to you about starting a life in a new place. In reality, she was still planning to go back to Vietnam. In my opinion, she and that gang boss of yours plotted this scheme for you. They used you for money while you were blinded by revenge. Even if you weren't caught, you would have been killed when you got back to Vietnam. That woman only used you for money. You're lying. I don't believe you. Ching isn't that type of person, Liam screamed. Prisoner, control yourself, a prison guard warned. It doesn't matter now if you believe me or not because Ching is dead. She doesn't matter anymore. Dead? That's impossible. Ching is very smart. How did she die? Karma's a batch. When Ching tried to escape, her boat exploded. She's in billions of pieces now, dead without a whole body. The money and checks that she cared about are now ashes too. She's not the only one that can't go back to Vietnam. You can't either, do you know that? And you know why? Even though you won't get the death sentence, you will still have many years in prison. 20 is probably your minimum. For the rest of your life, you'd be in prison. Even if you can go out, you'd be an old man by then. Liam, look at yourself. Do you realize how stupid you are? You blame Andrew for insulting you, but you never worked to prove yourself. It's my business, not yours. Liam was once again agitated. Don't overthink it. I'm your enemy. Of course I don't care about you. I wish you would die right now. I'm only here because of Brenny. She's one of the few family members you have left. Even though Brenny did some bad stuff before, she's a changed person now. She experienced a lot in the past few years and has matured. She's going to start a new life now, and you? Well, you don't have that opportunity. Take care. Chloe said her last words to Liam and turned around to leave. Wait. Chloe! Liam suddenly shouted. What? Who solved the parent bomb? Liam thought his plan was perfect. He even thought that Chloe would sacrifice herself for her child because she loved them so much. He couldn't believe that someone could defuse such a complicated bomb. The person that invented it, Chloe uttered calmly. She turned around and left the prison, leaving Liam there, standing still and dumbfounded. He stood there, trying to understand Chloe's words. Chloe drove towards Southside after leaving prison. After meeting with Director Richard and some other people from the hospital, she had to go to another meeting with some neurosurgeons to discuss Dahai's mother's surgery. After a long day, Chloe came home exhausted. Jack was home before her. Everyone was waiting for her in the living room so they could have dinner together. Mommy's back. Little Bean stood up excitedly. Chloe, why are you stressing yourself so much even though you're not working anymore? Avery asked with a smile. There are still so many things to figure out. Honey, did you get things at Southside settled? Jack was more interested in when his wife would go back to her old job as a doctor. Yeah, Director Richard said I can go back to work any time. I'm going to do Dahai's mother's operation tomorrow. Mommy, you're the best. Pudding gave Chloe a big thumbs up. Who's behind this? Weren't you the one that promised him? Chloe joked. Shouldn't you be praising your daughter for her wits? She was able to save her own life, Pudding said proudly. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Okay, I'm starving. Let's go eat. Uncle George immediately told the kitchen to start serving when he heard Chloe say she was hungry. The whole family went over to the dining room. The twins held on to Tiani's hand, and they sat together at the dinner table. They were adorable. Just when dinner was about to start, someone called Jack. It was from Noah. Noah told Jack some shocking news. Jack's face immediately sunk when he heard it. Chloe saw his face change, so she asked, "What happened, honey?" Chloe was rather scared of the answer. "Something happened to Liam," Jack said calmly. "What happened?" Chloe asked. "Liam is dead." Dead? How did he die? Chloe was astonished. He suicided. I just got the news from prison. Chloe, what did you say to him when you went to see him? I told him that Ching actually used him and was dead now. He was probably devastated by that. Chloe said in a quiet voice. Oh, so that's what happened. It's better for us that he's dead anyway. I haven't forgiven him. He almost killed you and Little Bean. Even if I did forgive him, Andrew wouldn't let him off the hook that easily. Chloe, there's no need to feel guilty. Chloe shook her head and said worriedly, Don't worry, honey. I don't feel guilty. Liam was a psychopath. I won't feel empathy for such a merciless scumbag. He's better off dead anyway because Andrew would probably torture him to death. It might be easier and better for him this way. I just pity Brenny, though. She doesn't have many family members left. I wonder if Evelyn will create trouble in Vietnam, or will she live a more peaceful life when she hears the news that her son is dead? Worse, would she come to seek revenge? I don't think she'll seek revenge. Fiona did say that she would directly get rid of the Vietnam gang. I don't think they'll have the ability to seek revenge. Fiona was already furious when you and the twins were abducted. If she wasn't working in the Golden Triangle at that time, she probably would have gone and blown up the whole gang. Jack explained, as he knew Fiona was a very headstrong person. Chloe looked more relieved and happier when they mentioned her younger sister in their conversation. Fiona is a very headstrong person, not at all like me. Oh well, 'cause there's good to that. She's strong enough to protect herself and never be bullied by others. It's also very comforting to know that I have a little sister protecting me, haha. Chloe smiled contently. I don't think it's just protection, darling. Her ways are very overbearing. Honey, do you think Fiona would be in danger at the Golden Triangle? I'm worried about her. Most of the time, Chloe couldn't get in contact with Fiona. The only time she could connect with Fiona was when Fiona called her. Otherwise, she had no way of reaching Fiona. Yesterday, Fiona had jumped down the window from the second floor. Then she climbed up the mountain to catch her helicopter ride. After her departure, they didn't hear any news from her. Chloe was rather worried about her little sister. Even though Fiona was a strong woman, Chloe couldn't help but worry about her safety. Don't worry, honey. The people at the Golden Triangle should be the ones worried, not Fiona. I just hope your sister won't destroy those people's homes. Chloe chuckled. Liam's death gave Chloe relief rather than regret. She believed that everyone should be held responsible for their own actions, and of course, this applied to Liam too. If Brenny found out about his death, would she be sad? After all, Brenny wanted to go see Liam when she could leave the hospital. Even if Chloe didn't say those things to him, he would probably get at least 30 years of prison or even a life sentence. Liam wasn't the type of person that could endure prison. Andrew would probably plot schemes to torture Liam in prison, so he would probably have to endure a lot more pain that way. Death for him might have been a smart choice. Simultaneously, death exonerated all his pain and wrongdoings. After dinner, Sandra played with the kids upstairs. At first, Tiani was shy and didn't say much. Now, however, she was fully enjoying herself with the twins. Tiani was extremely comfortable in their home now, treating it as her own. Chloe felt glad by this sight. Jack and Avery went to discuss work in the study. The siblings had their fair amount of disagreements. On the other hand, Chloe and Thomas chatted in the living room. It was a rare occasion that they could sit casually on the sofa and talk with just the two of them. Thomas held a mandarin in his hand. He peeled it and handed the fruit to Chloe. Sis, here you go. Ah, you're all of a sudden unaccountably solicitous, being so nice to me for no reason. What's the situation? What do you want? Chloe looked at him suspiciously. Psh! So you think of your little brother like that, huh? I'm a loving man that loves my big sis, Thomas claimed. Fine. I'll go to bed if you don't have a favor to ask. Chloe pretended to get up and head upstairs. Wait. Sis, there is something. Chloe was just trying to test Thomas and it immediately worked. Ha! I knew you wanted something. What is it? Chloe put a piece of mandarin in her mouth. Then, she crossed her legs and looked at Thomas. She already knew what he was going to say. After all, Chloe knew her little brother very well. Sis, there's something I want to tell you, but you can't laugh. Promise me that first, Thomas said with a bit of hesitance. Hurry up and spit it out. I hate fussy people. Chloe was impatient. She wanted Thomas to be like Jack, sure of what he was doing, and not like a woman who couldn't make up her mind. Even if he couldn't be just like Jack, she hoped that he could be as smart and decisive as Justin and Brenton. "Sis, you know I like Stella, right?" "Yeah, so?" Chloe asked. "I've been rather troubled recently. I've been meaning to confess my feelings to her. I want her to be my girlfriend." "Wow. You still haven't figured it out? How long has it been? Thomas, can you do it or not?" "I want to take it slow. I don't want to scare her away," Thomas said, and it sounded as if he was wronged. "When you are outside, don't tell people that you're my brother. How can you be this timid and dawdle this much when trying to court a girl?" Chloe was speechless of how her brother was behaving. "Sis, can you not be so mean and make it sound so easy? You know much better than me how Stella is. She's a strong and independent woman, just like you. Do you think she's like an ordinary girl? Also, can you imagine the embarrassment I'd have to face when she rejects me? It's not how you think, though. I know Stella well, and I know she prefers relatively more dominant men that takes initiatives, not indecisive men like you, man. Thomas, if you want Stella to be your girlfriend, you really gotta man up." "How?" Thomas popped a piece of mandarin in his mouth and looked blankly at his sister. "Just do it," Chloe said decisively. "Then?" Thomas patiently waited for Chloe to continue. "And if it doesn't work, then just drug her." Chloe's words almost made Thomas choke to death on the piece of mandarin. He coughed very hard. "Are you okay? You're over-exaggerating things, don't you think?" Chloe said calmly. "Just do it. If you can't, then drug her." "Are you really my biological sister?" Thomas said helplessly. "Fine, no more joking around. There is something I wanted to tell you." "Tell me what?" "What drug to use?" Thomas asked. "Of course not. Are you stupid? I meant to say that if you want Stella, you have to be stronger and more proactive. Girls like guys who are proactive. Both of you are adults, so no one at the office would really mind about what goes on between you two." "Okay, fine. I'll just pick a good date spot with good wine and then I will confess to her." Thomas finally made up his mind. "Sis, you and brother-in-law have to support me. I'm your only brother. Support how?" Chloe smiled. "Do you think you and brother-in-law can create an opportunity for me and Stella to go on a business trip? Just the two of us?" "If you can, that'd be perfect," Thomas said with a bright smile on his face. "Why don't you go to hell? Just the two of you? Wouldn't it be easier for your brother-in-law to just make her marry you?" Chloe glared. "If brother-in-law can do it, I'd obviously prefer that instead. Don't be so shameless and just go to bed." Chloe smiled and lightly pinched Thomas's nose. Then she put on her slippers and went upstairs. Before Chloe went back to her own room, she went to the twins' room to check on them. The twins loved to play building blocks and dolls on the floor. Her mother was sitting in a corner and knitting a sweater. Chloe looked at the three cute children and asked, "Tiani, are you tired? If you're tired, you should go to bed now." Chloe was very gentle to her friend, Brenny's daughter. "Auntie, I'm not tired yet. I want to play a bit more," Tiani said in a soft voice. "Okay, but don't stay up too late. You can go with them to their dance class tomorrow. I got you a pretty dress, too." "Thank you, Auntie." Tiani was very polite. "Mommy, don't be so fussy. You're still in your late 20s, but you're giving me the illusion that you're having your menopause now. Mommy, good night. Bye-bye. Sleep tight. If you sleep too late, you will get wrinkles and turn ugly. Daddy won't love you when you turn ugly, and you won't be able to give us a little brother." Little Bean's words were a lot more brutal than Pudding's. Chloe's face flushed when she heard the twins' words. She really didn't know what to do with them. "You two can't talk to adults like this. Little Bean, especially you. If I hear you say anything dirty again, you'll hear from me." "Fine, fine. I was just joking with you. Can you not be so serious?" Little Bean immediately said something to pacify the situation. In the study room, Avery and Jack were in their workaholic mode. First, they had a web conference with Avery's father, who was at the American headquarters and made a few big decisions for the company. Then, Jack got out the newest company strategy plan out to discuss with Avery so they could make final edits together. When they finished, it was already past 11. "It's late. We should continue tomorrow." "Let's get some rest." Jack looked at his little cousin and said, "Bro, you're really a workaholic." I came here to spend time with my nieces, but you dragged me right into work mode. You're usurping my private time, man. I sure have a rough life. You think I don't know? You're a workaholic yourself. You enjoy work. I'm just giving you a chance to appeal to yourself. You should thank me, Jack joked. Wow, bro, you are actually humorous now. Looks like my sis-in-law has her ways to tame you. Nonsense. I'm the one taming your sis-in-law, not the other way around. Jack smirked. Right then, something came up on Avery's mind, so she asked, Jack, are you familiar with Justin? Why bring him up all of a sudden? Jack never was able to articulate how he thought of Justin. He couldn't tell if Justin was his friend or enemy or something else. Of course it's because of your beloved daughters. They've been whispering Justin this, Justin that in my ear. I'm curious what Justin is like. He's probably not a good match for you, Jack slowly said, after thinking for a while. For some uncertain reason, Avery was rather disappointed when Jack said that. She wasn't quite satisfied with the answer, so she asked, Why do you say that? Why do you think we're not a good match? I can't comment on Justin. I don't advise you to have too much interest in him. That's that. Jack didn't seem to want to explain any further, and because of this mysteriousness, Avery became more intrigued in Justin. After discussing work, they both returned to their respective rooms. When Jack walked into their bedroom, he saw Chloe already snuggled in bed. The winter in the north was long, being 4 long, cold months each year. There was heat indoors, though, so each day would be warm inside. Because of the difference, Chloe would feel very happy when she could snuggle in bed and read a book on pathology. Ever since she quit her job at GK, her life had been a lot easier. Jack fully supported her to go back to being a doctor, and she felt very happy about it. Honey, what are you reading? You look very focused, Jack said after showering. He walked over to the bed and hugged Chloe from behind. I'm studying. It's been a while since I was at Southside. It's been 4 years. Even though Director Richard and the others have faith in me, I can't take this lightly. Right. You can do it. Jack smiled and stroked Chloe's long hair. Then he laid down closely beside Chloe. What about you? Are you done your work? Chloe asked as she put down her book. Almost. Avery has been really helpful and saved me quite a bit of work, but I'm just not sure if headquarters will like the new company strategy or not. Jack pondered. One step at a time. Reform isn't something you can do in a day. I understand how you want to innovate and keep up with the world, but our company is large, so reforms aren't something you can do in a short period of time. We need to take our time. I know. You're always right, Jack said with a soft smile. Huh? Why do I think you're saying I'm like a tyrant? Don't just say that I'm always right. It makes me feel like you don't think I make sense, but you are just blindly agreeing. It makes sense. Jack nodded over and over again. Huh? No retaliation? What's wrong today? Chloe felt something strange was going on because Jack wasn't normally as easygoing. You're overthinking, honey. I'm always like this. Okay, fine. Let's go to bed. You have an early meeting tomorrow. Then, Chloe reached out to turn off the lights. However, she suddenly felt a strong hand stopping her and someone on top of her. What are you doing? Chloe said. She was caught off guard. Honey, I'm cold, Jack said with a serious face. So? Chloe had a feeling that whatever Jack said next wouldn't be something nice. Just as she predicted, Jack said, I want to exercise with you to keep warm. You're so shameless. Chloe's face flushed bright red. Jack chuckled aloud. Then, he leaned down to kiss her red lips. There was something special about Chloe. Whenever she was in front of Jack, she would still be shy and timid, just like when she was a teenager. That was why Jack would tease her, and they could relive their love just like when they were young. Jack had endurance, his waist was strong, and he was very enthusiastic. The next morning when Chloe woke up, she almost fell to the floor trying to get out of bed. Oh my God, my legs are so numb, Chloe whined. Honey, what are you mumbling about? Jack turned to look at Chloe. It's okay. You can sleep in while I go downstairs and make breakfast for everyone. For the first time in 4 years, Chloe was going back to work at Southside. This made her very excited. Not only did she get up at 6 a.m., but she also volunteered to make breakfast for everyone. The maids in the kitchen were all astonished by her sudden actions and tried to persuade her to just let them do the work. "Young madam, leave the cooking to us. You can just tell us what you want to eat. Young madam, you can leave it to us. We can make both Chinese and Western food. You don't have to come into the kitchen. The kitchen is cold. Master would be worried if you get sick." Even Uncle George came over to try to stop Chloe. "Young madam, you can just leave it to them. You still have work today. You don't have to take it on yourself." "Uncle George, it's okay. I can't sleep and I'm in quite a good mood today. I want to make my husband and children a big breakfast. Relax everyone, really." Chloe was rather perplexed by how nervous everyone was. She didn't come from a rich family, so she wasn't the type of girl that couldn't do any household chores. Even though her cooking wasn't the best, it was still acceptable. She had cooked for Jack before. They had just gotten married and were living in Imperial Park. At that time, they had the world to themselves. As work got busier for the both of them, she rarely got the time to cook. Since they couldn't stop Chloe, the maids gave up. Instead, they assisted Chloe. By the time the twins and Jack woke up, Chloe had filled up the table with food. When Avery came downstairs and saw the table, she was surprised as well. "Chloe, I heard you made all this?" "Yes. What do you think? Are you hungry now from looking at it?" Chloe said proudly with her arms on her hips. "Wow, I'm impressed. You know how to make steamed dumplings?" When Avery saw the delicate steamed dumplings on the table, she was very impressed at Chloe. "Did Sis make all this? Wow, this is too unbelievable." Thomas scratched his head. "So, Mommy, what day is it today? What's so special?" Pudding asked when she saw the table full of food. Little Bean stuffed herself with a piece of red bean pie. "It tastes good." "Mommy, since you're in such a good mood today, can I ask you something?" Little Bean took advantage of Chloe's delightedness. "What is it? Can I eat a little more than usual today since it's Mommy's cooking?" Little Bean looked innocently at Chloe. Little Bean had been eating a lot, so Chloe had prohibited her from eating so much. When Little Bean was eating, someone had to be watching the amount she ate. Little Bean could only eat a small amount of food and have some soup. Haha, that might work. Chloe smiled at Little Bean, giving her permission to eat more. Jack was the last one to come down for breakfast. He was all dressed up in a suit when he came down. Jack was handsome, so no matter what he wore, so he looked great in it. "Bro, look how virtuous your wife is. She made a lot of food for us," Avery said. Jack looked at the table and then at Chloe and asked, "Honey, did you make all this?" "Yep, now praise me." Chloe walked over and leaned against Jack's chest. "I'll serve my lovely wife tonight even harder," Jack whispered into Chloe's ears. Immediately, Chloe's face turned bright red. "Huh?" Mommy's face turned red. "What dirty stuff did Daddy whisper?" Little Bean asked in curiosity. "Everyone, let's dig in," Chloe said in a slightly embarrassed tone, bringing Jack over to the dining table. After breakfast, Jack left for work while Chloe went to Southside for her official first day back as a doctor. Meanwhile, Little Bean and Tiani played with toys. Pudding, on the other hand, looked out the window as if a lot was on her mind. "What's the matter? Is something bothering you?" Avery went over and asked. "Auntie, I want to go to the hospital and see that big stupid guy." Since Avery had heard about what happened, she immediately knew who that big stupid guy that Pudding mentioned was. "Sure, I'll drive you there." "Really?" Pudding said in surprise. "Yeah, let's go. I wanted to go outside anyway. I haven't really explored the city yet." "Okay, I'm going up to change." Pudding dashed upstairs and changed into a long white lace dress, the ones that princesses liked. She then put on a red furry jacket. She even wore a red beret. She looked very pretty. "Little Bean, I'm going to go to the hospital to visit the big stupid guy. Do you want to come?" Pudding asked Little Bean just for the sake of notifying her. "Nah, I'm going to stay home and play with Tiani. Say hi for me when you see him," Little Bean said. She was trying to act like a small adult. "Okay, I'll have Auntie drive you in the afternoon to meet Handsome Cooper. We're going to have afternoon tea together." "Great, I'll wait for you two at home." "Safe drive," Little Bean said. Then she turned back to continue playing with Tiani. After the twins reached a consensus, Pudding held Avery's hand and they left the house. Avery chose a white Porsche 918 from the South Hill Manor garage, drove Pudding to the first hospital. In the patient room, a support worker was wiping Dahai's face. Since he was severely injured, he wasn't capable of taking care of himself. He looked quite toil-worn. "Hey, big stupid guy," Pudding walked over and greeted warmly. "Little Pudding, you're here." Dahai gave back a friendly smile. "How are you today? Does it still hurt?" Pudding asked. "No, I'm a man. I'm not scared of pain." "You view me too much as a coward," Dahai said with a chuckle. "Mommy said you were badly wounded, so badly that your internal organs are wounded. You have to take a rest." "I know. Your mommy also gave me a lot of money and will help my mother get the surgery. I'm very grateful to her." "Yeah, don't worry. My mommy keeps her promises. She's going to Southside for work today. I think the surgery is today. I'm sure when you recover, your mother would have also fully recovered." "Yes, I'm very happy about that." Dahai was getting sentimental. He raised his hand and wiped away tears. "See? I didn't lie to you. I did everything I promised," Pudding said proudly. "Yes, and because I trusted you, I am in this beautiful situation today." Dahai believed that good deeds would pay off. "Do you know what happened to the bad guys?" Pudding asked as she stood by his bedside. Dahai shook his head. "The bad guys that were in charge of looking after us are sentenced to over 20 years in prison. The leader, that guy called Liam, committed suicide in prison. That Vietnamese woman that was with her was bombed to death. Injustice is doomed to destruction. It's all karma. They got what they deserved. Dahai, you have to remember that no matter how poor you are, you still can't rob or steal or do anything bad. You have to have dignity." Pudding suddenly started lecturing the man. Avery tried very hard to suppress her laughter when she heard Pudding's words. Right now, her niece was like a monk, and nobody could stop her preaching. The strangest thing was that the man was actually nodding and listening intently, as if he was a sincere student trying to absorb Pudding's every word. "I'll keep that to heart, little one. You're right. Even though I didn't quite understand that injustice is doomed to destruction phrase, I know that you're telling me to not do bad deeds and be a good person. As long as I do good, I will be repaid well." "Yes, you're a good student. I'll come again to visit you whenever I have time. Dahai, thank you so much for saving me and my sister. You'll have a bright future from now on. Now get some rest." Pudding acted like a small adult. She had preached and soothed Dahai before leaving his patient room. "Pudding, don't you think you're acting too much like an adult? Even I'm not used to you speaking like that, but it felt like you understood everything," Avery said with a giggle. "I do know everything," Pudding said proudly. Okay, little princess. You're the best. You're the smartest. So what are we doing now?" Avery looked at her niece. Pudding looked at her watch and said, "I have an afternoon tea date with Handsome Cooper, but it's still too early. Should we go bowling?" "Bowling? Do you even know how?" Avery asked in astonishment. "Don't be surprised. There's nothing I can't do. There are only things you think I can't do." Pudding gave out a mysterious smile. "So it's decided then? Let's go." Avery and Pudding got along very well. After they left the hospital, they headed towards a high-end indoors sports center. The two had a lot of fun bowling. Meanwhile, Chloe started her first day at the South Side. Director Richard announced to everyone in the staff meeting that Chloe would continue as chief physician in the neurology department. She would also be the vice director of the Southside Rehabilitation Center. This was a management position. Next, we'll have Dr. Green say a few things to everyone. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, Director Richard said delightfully. Director Richard started clapping, and the rest of the staff clapped along with him. The room thundered with applause. After 4 years, Chloe's name was still a symbol of authority. Violet was Chloe's assistant. She was so emotional that she cried and even sent a video recording of this to Cody. "Look how great our sis is," Violet typed in the message to Cody. "Sister Chloe's so great. Send me more. I want to see her handsome return as a doctor." Cody was in the dressing room putting on makeup. When he saw the video, he was rather excited. After Director Richard's introduction, Chloe was a bit overwhelmed. She stood up with her hands clasped together. "Thank you, Director Richard, for having faith in me, and thank you all for supporting me. I love Southside. Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to be a great ethical doctor. I will do my best at work to help our patients regain health. After 4 years, I can't believe I can come back to this position. I am flabbergasted beyond speech. All I can say is that I am truly grateful for Director Richard and all the doctors that believed in me. I will do my best. Thank you." She didn't use adorning words, nor did she sound very official. Chloe had simply uttered the voice of her heart. She was really excited and had to suppress her tears from falling out. She sincerely loved this place. She could not recall how many times she dreamt of returning to work here. She loved being called Dr. Green, and she was a proud doctor. Right now, she could change the Southside employment section on her resume. Chloe, female, 28 years old, currently youngest chief neurosurgeon. Chloe is a renowned physician that had received many international awards. She was an exceptional, intelligent doctor that was highly skilled, which helped her become youngest vice director of a hospital. No one would suspect or slander her as buying herself the position. Moreover, she had resigned from the CEO of the GK Corporation to become a doctor. How could a person like that care about fame? She had reached a realm that many were incapable of comprehending. After the meeting, Chloe focused on her work. Just in the morning, she had met with 8 neurology department patients and prescribed medicine and therapy for them. When it was close to noon, Violet came in with a huge stack of documents. "Chief, these are documents the neurosurgery department wants you to review for the 3 p.m. surgery for Sundahai's mother this afternoon." "Okay, put it over here. I'll read it now, but it's lunch. You should eat," Violet said as she looked at her watch. "You can go. Can you bring me back something? I still have a lot to read." Chloe had rediscovered that sense of accomplishment and fulfillment in her busy work. Violet smiled when she saw how focused Chloe was. "Okay, Chief. I'll leave you to it." Then she quietly left the room. Chloe continued to work, but her phone suddenly rang. It was a video call. She looked at the caller ID and picked it up immediately. "Hello, young Master Dawson. President Green." "Oh wait, I should call you Director Green from now on." "Congratulations." Jack smiled at his wife. His smile was so bright that his eyes had almost become a line. "You got the news already?" Chloe asked proudly. "Of course it's big news. How can I not know? It's already on the news." "Oh, Director Richard's not young anymore, but he still does things in such a high-profile manner. How should we celebrate tonight? What do you want to eat?" "I'll get a reservation at the place," Jack asked. "I might not be available tonight. There's an operation at 3 p.m. today, so I'm not sure when I will be done," Chloe said, looking slightly baffled. Okay. My Dr. Green has already fully delved back into work. Then I wish you the best, but remember to take care of yourself. You have to remember not to work too hard to the point of collapsing, okay?" Jack ordered domineeringly. "Yes, sir. Okay, I'll leave you to it then. Remember to eat. I got a meeting soon." After hanging up, Jack sorted out the documents for the meeting. Suddenly, he heard Stella come in and report, "President Dawson, someone wants to see you, but she doesn't have an appointment. Who is it?" Jack looked up and asked. Stella hesitated and said slowly, "It's the famous actress Emery." "I don't know her," Jack declined, "but Miss Emery said she has something important to discuss with you. It's a personal matter, so—" "Personal matter?" Jack slightly furrowed as he put down the documents in his hand. "Let her in then." Jack wasn't familiar with Emery, but he did know that she was Andrew's ex-girlfriend. He could guess what she was going to tell him, so he decided to let her in. Emery was wearing a pair of 7-inch-high crystal heels. She wore a deep blue open-back gown. She was rather gorgeous and sexy, and looked quite well. She looked to be in a better mental state, and was no longer as distressed as she was before. It didn't seem like she was affected by the negative news anymore. "Wow, what a rare occasion that I get to meet President Dawson." Emery sat herself down on the sofa right away. She got out a pack of cigarettes from her bag. Before she could light it up, Jack stopped her. "Sorry, but this is a non-smoking area." "Fine." Emery looked slightly angry, but they adjusted her emotions and looked up at Jack. President Chin, I've actually come today to suggest that we work together. Work together? What are you talking about? Jack asked in an icy tone with his eyes looking slightly up at her. President Dawson, you're a smart person. You probably already know what I mean. Although I am an actress, your company is sadly no longer in the entertainment industry, so what I mean by working together is not necessarily work, Emery explained with a smile on her face. Even if we still had our entertainment arm, we will not work with you. I will not give an employee that betrayed me a second chance. Jack uttered each word clearly. The look on Emery's face slightly changed. She knew what Jack meant. Not only did she switch companies, but she also took away a lot of artists in Jack's company, causing a lot of damage. I never knew President Dawson would hold grudges. This isn't about holding grudges or not. I am simply stating a fact. I firmly believe that I'm not the only employer that is unwilling to take in an employee who had betrayed them before. In conclusion, I have no interest in working with you. My time is valuable. Now, Miss Emery, please leave. Jack showed no interest in discussing anything further with Emery and had demanded for her to leave. Emery talked in a cynical manner, which made the listener very uncomfortable. Huh? President Dawson, no need to rush. I haven't even said what it is yet. I don't care what you're going to say. I am not interested. Jack's attitude was haughty, showing no interest in continuing a conversation with Emery. What if I tell you that I can team up with you against Andrew? As you know, I've been by his side for many years, and I know him very well. I know some of his hidden secrets. I know, President Dawson, that you hate Andrew a lot. Why don't we take him down together while he's at his weakest? Emery confessed her intentions at once. Jack didn't seem surprised at all. He had probably figured this out at the moment Emery stepped foot in his office. Sorry, but I'm not interested in your and Andrew's personal matters. For me and Andrew, it is not simply hatred. I do not need help from a stranger. Jack refused Emery's proposal immediately. Jack, do you really think you can defeat Andrew? You have no idea how terrifying he is. I have already experienced how terrifying he could be, so I do not need your reminder, Miss Emery. Oh, I don't think you know how truly terrifying he is. Emery paused. What about him? Jack looked up and asked. Never mind. Since you don't want to team up with me, I won't bother to say much more. I assure you that you will regret how arrogant you were. Even if you don't team up with me, I can slowly defeat him. Emery was very disappointed that Jack did not accept her offer. She stood up angrily, grabbed her bag, and left. Jack continued working as if nothing had happened. Jack didn't team up with Justin before, so there was no way he was going to team up with that sly woman now. He would get his revenge on Andrew with his own strength. In the high-end sports center, Pudding was so great at bowling that she created a small crowd to watch her play. Avery opened a bottle of water and sipped it as she watched her niece's performance. She was rather proud. Oh my, this kid is a genius. How old is she? A bystander asked. She's only 3 years old, Avery responded proudly. Oh my God, she's only 3 but she's already this good? Is she your daughter? An insensible person asked. Avery was so agitated that she almost spat the water out. Of course not. I'm not even married yet. She's my niece, okay? Avery rolled her eyes at that insensible man. Not far from them was Max. He came in a model with a sexy body, big breasts, and a slim waist. Max was great at sports, and he played basketball and golf on a regular basis. When the weather was bad, he would play indoor sports, such as badminton, ping pong, and bowling. When his family tried to arrange him a marriage, Max actually persisted through and kept on acting like a disgrace. So his family had given up on trying to change him. At the end of the day, Max still lived his old materialistic F-boy life. What's going on? Why are so many people over there? Is someone fighting? Max went over to the crowd to see what was going on. No, Mr. Cruz. It's President Dawson's daughter. She's bowling and she's great at it, a male manager explained carefully. President Dawson's daughter? The twins? Max had been on a cruise around the world with a bunch of rich second-generation heirs and a bunch of pretty girls. He had been to 17 countries, and only 2 days ago did he come back to the city. He didn't know that the twins were abducted, so he still had a fond feeling when someone mentioned the twins. Yes, one of the twins. Only one? Let me see if it's Pudding or Little Bean. Max went over with his sexy model. Pudding threw out the bowling ball and it hit a strike. Applause immediately sounded. Avery kneed down to wipe off the sweat on Pudding's forehead with a tissue. Then she opened up a bottle of water to give to Pudding. "Thank you, Auntie." Pudding reached out with her chubby hands to softly pinch Avery's face. Max pushed through the crowd. Before he could say anything, he was deeply shaken by the sight of a beautiful lady in a pink t-shirt and black leggings. She was kneeling down to give water to Pudding. Her body had the golden ratio, big breasts and a slim waist. Most importantly, she looked gorgeous. Even though she only had minimal makeup on, she was dazzling. When she smiled, her eyes turned into the shape of a crescent moon. Even though he had only seen her from the side, Max was astonished by her sight. His heart raced. "Oh, isn't that Uncle Cruz? Hey, it's been a long time." Pudding greeted Max with a smile. When Avery heard Pudding greeting Max, she turned over to look at him, even though she didn't know who he was. Then, she quickly turned back again. "Huh?" For the first time in his life, Max was so nervous that he couldn't speak. "Huh? Has it been too long since we had seen each other and now you're not talking to me?" Pudding giggled. "You're so sharp with your words. You must be Pudding?" Max finally got a hold of himself and walked over with a smile. "Of course," Pudding said proudly. "Where's Little Bean? Why isn't she playing with you?" Max wondered. "She's at home. There's a guest at home too." "Well, as you know, my little sister isn't the sports type." "Ha ha, that's true. Pudding, who's this beauty over there? Can you introduce me to her?" Max said. His eyes were glued onto Avery from start to finish. Avery didn't pay much attention to him. She looked down as she wiped the sweat off her hand with a tissue. "She's my auntie, Avery." "Auntie? I never knew you had an aunt." Max was even more intrigued when he heard it was Jack's younger sister. "There's a lot of things you don't know. You don't know us as well as Handsome Cooper." Pudding was still her prideful self. Okay, but wow, is everyone from the Dawson family so good-looking?" Max was a rich guy that had seen millions of pretty women since he was a boy. Avery, however, was the first woman that was capable of dazzling him. Avery had delicate features, but she also gave out a unique aura. He was very much enamored by her existence. "Uncle Cruz, you're so direct with your praises. Could it be that you already have a crush on my auntie?" Pudding stared at Max and asked directly. Max started coughing. "Pudding, don't make things up." Avery was very embarrassed, so she pinched Pudding's cheeks. "I'm serious, Auntie. Look at how handsome Uncle Max is. He's also rich. Unfortunately, he's not a serious man. He's been playing girls since he was a boy, and is rather great at it. Innocent and pure girls, who don't have much dating experience like you, aren't a match for him." "Let's go," Pudding said, as she dragged Avery, as if they were about to leave. Max immediately blocked their way. "Wait, Pudding, don't just leave. We could talk this over. I understand why you are biased against me, but you should give that beauty next to you a chance to get to know me better. My auntie doesn't need to know you better. She will not be involved in your life whatsoever, because if she does, that will only create tragedies for her. Besides, you already have a pretty girl by your side. How shameless of you to try to hit on girls while you're with other girls," Pudding said, as she glanced at the model next to Max. Max immediately whispered something in the model's ears, and she turned away, looking very discontent. "Pudding, since we bumped into each other, why don't I treat you to Haagen-Dazs?" Max smiled. "Why are you suddenly so generous?" Pudding looked up at him. "I'm always this generous. So you really do want to hit on my auntie?" Pudding once again brought up this conversation. Before Max could explain himself, Pudding started to attack him with words again. "Don't dare deny it. You're only a coward if you don't even have the courage to speak the truth." "Damn it, you little brat. You're pushing me to the edge of the cliff. Fine, I'm not scared. I'll be honest. I do want to hit on your auntie." Avery was utterly speechless when she heard Max's response. Avery didn't even know who he was and where he came from, but he was already discussing with Pudding about her. Avery thought this was unbelievable. Excuse me, sir. My niece is only joking with you. Please don't take it too seriously. Avery tried to explain, though sounding very embarrassed. Sorry, but I'm serious. I'm not joking at all. I fell in love with you at first sight. So? Avery asked, looking very confused. So I want to ask you a question. Max tried to provoke a sense of mysteriousness. Please, do you believe in love at first sight? Avery asked. Avery did not know how to respond to the question. Stop. Let me say a few things first. I don't believe that love at first sight is real love. I just think that love at first sight is about falling in love with someone really beautiful. As long as you're pretty or dazzling enough, people will fall for you at first sight. That's why I think, Uncle Max, you're just interested in my auntie's looks. How dare you still try to shamelessly hit on her? Pudding analyzed calmly. Yes, you're right. You can put it that way, Max admitted with his thick skin. Then you have no chance. My auntie is already reserved for someone else, Pudding said proudly. Reserved by who? Who dares to fight for a girl with me in this city? Does he want to live? Max said agitatedly. He had not fallen in love with a girl like this before, and now that he had feelings for Avery, she was already taken. He was infuriated. It's good you have confidence, but are you sure you can beat Handsome Cooper? Pudding said in a slightly sly tone. Justin. F? What? Max could not accept this brutal reality, so he cursed. Pudding. Avery did not want Pudding to continue. After all, she and Justin were nowhere near dating each other. Was it really okay that Pudding started such a rumor? Would Justin dislike her for this? Auntie, don't worry. From the very beginning, I've decided to reserve you for Handsome Cooper. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. And Justin agreed? Max showed no signs of believing what Pudding had just said. He absolutely agreed to it. Pudding was playing with words with him. I don't believe you. Don't try to take advantage of me because I didn't study that much. Pudding, do you know that children who lie will be spanked? Max and Justin were best friends. It was impossible that he wouldn't know if Justin got a new girlfriend. Max had also witnessed how captivated Justin was with Chloe the past few years. He could not simply believe that Justin would fall so easily for Jack's little sister, as that would mean Chloe would become his sister-in-law. Even retards wouldn't do something so stupid. Although this is my personal preference and the two have not yet officially started dating, I will use all my powers to make them a couple. Thus, Uncle Cruz, please leave this picture and continue your flirting with girls elsewhere. Then, Pudding held onto Avery's hand and led her out. Avery felt rather embarrassed by Pudding, so she had looked down as she walked away. When they passed Max, she had to cover half of her face. Max suddenly realized that the twins wanted to make Justin and Avery a match. No wonder. He probably needed to go to Justin's house tonight and have a chat with him. Meanwhile, at Southside Recuperation Center. 5 minutes had passed since Chloe came out of the surgery room. Sundahai's mother was severely ill and had been wasting too much time at the small hospital. The success rate for her surgery was very low. A few experienced neurosurgeons invited Chloe to participate in this surgery, and they had finally succeeded in performing the operation. When Chloe walked out of the surgery room, it was already past 6 p.m. She was tired and hungry, and yet filled with a sense of accomplishment. How long had it been since she enjoyed being such a workaholic? She even took time out of her day to post a status post on Snap. She took a selfie of herself wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and wearing a white doctor's coat. She wrote, "It's been a busy and fulfilling day. I'm very thankful for being able to go back in time." Sarah responded, "Dr. Green, you're the best." Victoria responded, "Love you, Chloe. Get some rest." Thomas responded, "Sis, you're the prettiest angel in white." Chloe responded to Thomas's comment, "Angels in white are nurses. I'm a doctor, okay?" Cody responded, "Sis, keep up the good work, but remember to take care of yourself." Justin had simply liked the post because he didn't know what to say. Moreover, he was afraid that others would see his comment. On the other hand, he was afraid that Chloe would think he was alienating her if he said nothing, so he simply liked the post. It had been quite some time since he last saw Chloe in a white cloak. For some reason, Justin felt a nostalgic sense of excitement when he saw her picture. There was a picture in his mind, the first time he met Chloe. At that time, he was just a spoiled child from the rich Cooper family and a bad-tempered patient. Chloe was just a nurse. She was ruthless and always humiliated Justin. A lot had happened between then and now. Chloe didn't forget her dream. She was willing to leave everything behind and go back to being a doctor. Chloe was indeed a woman with a big heart. Jack commented below, "Dr. Green, great work. I'm at the door waiting. When you're ready, come down and we can go eat." "Wow, honey, you're here. I'll come down right away. See you soon." Oh my God, so annoying. PDA again. That stupid police officer of mine is doing overtime. He wouldn't even give me a call. Sarah was very jealous of Chloe and Jack's relationship. Chloe took off her white coat and changed into her wine-colored coat. She put on her white cap. Her whole appearance looked very cute. The moment she stepped out, she saw Jack's Maybach. He had parked it in a spot she couldn't miss. "Jack, how long have you been here?" Chloe lightly knocked on the window. "Just now. I didn't hear from you, so I called home and you didn't pick up. I figured you were doing overtime." Chloe got into the front passenger seat and asked excitedly, "Where are we going? How about Azin's ramen?" Jack turned towards her and asked, "You're the best, darling. Love you." Chloe was so happy that she leaned over and kissed Jack's cheek. Jack smiled and said, "Love isn't just words. You have to prove it through action, like through making." He thought Chloe would cover her face with embarrassment when she heard this, but Chloe did not react as expected. Instead, she said openly, "Okay, let's shake the car." "What, shake the car?" Now Jack was the one deprived of words. "What? Are you scared?" Chloe further provoked. "Scared? Me? Impossible. What I mean is that I'm worried that you'd be too tired after a busy day of work. If I knew shaking the car would happen tonight, I would have driven the SUV. The sedan just doesn't have as much space to do it. I wanted to do it, but also unlock different positions." "Unlock different positions? Fine, I give up. You win, Jack." Chloe had wanted to act calm, but she was no match compared to Jack's dirty mind. She obviously needed a lot more training to catch up with him. Defeating her was an easy task for Jack. They were playing pop music in the car. Suddenly, Chloe felt that her life was magical. "Honey, are you tired?" "Yeah, I did the operation for Sundahai's mother this afternoon. It was very energy-consuming. It's been too long since I held a scalpel." "How was it? Was it successful?" "Yeah, pretty much, but how well she recovers will be dependent on her mentality and health conditions." "Great, you're the best." Jack admired Chloe's responsible attitude towards her work. After an approximately 20-minute drive, they arrived at the back alley of the second high school. Since it was right before evening self-study, there were still many student customers eating at Azin's ramen. "2 bowls of ramen, please." Jack found a spot in the restaurant. The two sat across from each other. Azin Ramen had not changed its decor since the time they were students. Another thing that didn't change was how lively second high school was. They immediately felt as they traveled through time. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson. Where are those cute twins of yours?" the owner greeted them. He was very familiar with their family. "The twins didn't come. We just came by after work," Chloe responded with a smile. "You two sure are lucky that your children are so smart and understanding," the owner praised. Chloe smiled and didn't say anything else. "Emery came over today," Jack said, as he recalled what happened during the day. "Emery? What does she want with you?" Chloe asked. "She said she wanted to team up. Team up with you to go against Andrew?" Chloe immediately figured out what Emery wanted. Jack nodded. "She betrays people faster than a flip of a page. Ha ha. She kept proclaiming how much she loves him, and now that he's at his weakest, she wants to give him the last kick. Isn't the Lewis family supporting her? Wouldn't teaming up with us be redundant?" "The Lewis family is powerful, but not powerful enough to shake Andrew's roots. She knows the history between me and Andrew, so she probably wanted to persuade me to help her. From the looks of it, she really wants Andrew dead," Jack analyzed. Chloe shook her head and said, "Maybe not. Emery is a capricious person. She might just be playing the victim but is actually still working with Andrew. We shouldn't trust her. Even if she gives us evidence, we won't know if it's real or not. Chloe despised Emery and thought there was something fundamentally wrong with her being. Yeah, I rejected her. Even if teaming up was her real intention, I wouldn't say yes. I don't need anyone's help. I also think I'm the only one capable of defeating Andrew, Jack said in his usual arrogant tone. Huh? Honey, look and see who's there. Chloe saw a luxury car parked outside. Chloe tapped on Jack's shoulder and pointed outside. She was surprised to see the person walking out of the car. Jack looked towards the direction Chloe was pointing, and he saw a couple walking out of a black Land Rover. The man was David Cage, Jack and Chloe's classmate. They had not seen each other for many years. Chloe also knew the girl by David's side. Her name was Judith, and she had been in another class in their grade. She was the prettiest girl in her class. Even after many years, she was still fashionable and beautiful. She was slim and wore a white mink coat. David put his hand on her shoulder as they walked. The two were obviously of some close relationship. They walked out of the car and towards Ah Shin's ramen. David froze when he saw Jack and Chloe inside. What a coincidence. Are you having dinner here too? David asked, looking slightly embarrassed. He never expected to see his old classmates here, and therefore was too shocked to react properly. Yeah, Chloe said. Jack, on the other hand, didn't say anything. Chloe, however, didn't want the atmosphere to be too awkward, so she nodded. Enjoy your meal. My friend and I are just wandering around. David turned around with the girl with her to leave. They heard the girl whispered, Do you know them? You don't know them? They're Jack and Chloe. David kept his volume extremely low. Jack? Chloe? Oh my. When the girl heard who they were, she turned around to look at them, as they were very famous back at school. How did they get together? Chloe asked curiously. What's wrong? I heard Sarah say that Judith got married a couple of years ago to someone from a nearby county. I heard that her husband's father was the county magistrate. Their family was pretty powerful locally. I never heard they divorced, though. Why is she with David right now? Chloe mumbled. Who said you had to get divorced to be with another man? Honey, you're too pure. I know a bit about David. There was a time that his family had money problems, and his father had left town to escape for a while. They probably had help from other people to revive their family. Maybe Judith was the one that helped. Not all men and women get together because of love. Chloe, you tend to see things in a positive light, but not everything in this world is good. Jack understood human nature too well now, so he was capable of analyzing the situation very calmly. Chloe immediately came to a realization. Everything makes sense now. There was a time David came to me to borrow money, but I didn't lend it to him. I think he held a grudge against me because of that, and now every time we see each other, it's quite awkward. You did the right thing. You shouldn't have too many connections with David. I don't like how he behaves, Jack criticized. David had pitied Chloe before. However, he had threatened Chloe to get engaged with him with Thomas's surgery money. When Jack found out, he immediately crushed David. From then on, David never dared to bother them. David and Judith's appearance was only a sudden episode that happened during their dinner date. Very soon, Chloe and Jack continued having dinner over a good conversation. Inside the Land Rover, Judith ridiculed, I remember Chloe. Isn't she that arrogant girl that you guys praised as a goddess? I thought you desperately pursued her, but she didn't even look at you. There are always protectors by her side. Heh. It will never be my turn. David smiled. Oh my. You sound so sour about it, Judith said as she pouted. David reached out to touch her chin and said, I don't care about other people now. You're the most beautiful woman in my eyes, baby. Oh, you actually know how to flatter me? Max had timed when Justin would get off work and return home. He then raced to Justin's personal mansion. Justin, come out now. Max was very anxious. Justin had just taken off his jacket. He turned around and said, What? You! You know Jack's younger sister? Max asked anxiously. Jack's younger sister? You're talking about Avery? Justin looked at him with befuddlement. Oh, her name's Avery, Max said while smiling like a horn dog. The sight of this made Justin want to slap Max across the face. "What are you giggling about? How did you get to know Avery?" Justin took out 2 cans of Coke from the fridge. He gave 1 can to Max, then opened the other can for himself. He casually sat down on the sofa and turned on the music with a remote. "Why didn't you tell me Jack had such a beautiful sister? Are we still friends?" Max complained. "I never knew. If it weren't for Pudding and Little Bean always mentioning her, I wouldn't have met her," Justin said honestly. "Don't you think Avery is super pretty? That face and that body? Wow, she's perfect." Max was getting very excited just by speaking about her. "When did you meet her?" Justin asked calmly, though he was getting annoyed at how horny Max was getting. "Today. I saw her at the bowling center. She and Pudding were there bowling. Wow, I was shaken to the core when I laid eyes on her. She's a true Western babe. Clean, beautiful, perfect body. Even with minimal makeup, she's still gorgeous. She has big breasts and a great ass. I bet she'll feel great." Okay. There's no use telling me this. Even if you want Avery, you won't get her, Justin reminded him. "What? Do you like her?" Max pried. "Huh? What do you mean, do I like her? I barely know her. I just think that she's Jack's younger sister and Pudding and Little Bean's aunt. There's no way you can just play her." "Stop the BS and just tell me if you want to court her or not." All of a sudden, Max yelled in a serious tone, "Are you kidding me? Do I want to court her?" Justin looked very confused. "From what Pudding said, it seems like she wants you two to be a couple." Max grinned. "You know she's only 3, right? Do you believe a child's words?" Justin exclaimed. "Ha ha. Interesting. So, Justin, you're not interested in Avery, right? She's not your cup of tea, right?" Max sounded a bit excited. "No," Justin responded without really paying attention to Max's words. He picked up the remote again and started changing channels. "Justin, let's be serious, okay? This has to do with my lifelong happiness." Max was nervous when he saw how indifferent Justin was. "I heard you loud and clear. I'm not interested in Avery. She's not my cup of tea. Clear? No matter how pretty she is, I'm not interested, okay?" "Great. Then I'm going to pursue her," Max said proudly. "Do whatever you want, but I highly doubt it." Justin thought Avery wasn't an easy girl, and he didn't want Max to underestimate the difficulty of the task. "Haha, don't worry. Just wait and see." "Oh yeah, Justin, do you believe in love at first sight?" It was the second time Max had asked this question today. "I don't believe in that. I believe in slowly developing affection for someone over time," Justin answered honestly. "Yes, you are right. Getting to know someone over time does develop affection." Max nodded as a sign of agreement. "Damn it, I don't mean it that way. Your mind is too dirty." Justin thought of himself as pure and his words innocent. Now that Max uttered it, the words and meaning changed into a much darker substance. "Ha, I'm just joking with you. I just wanted to tell you that I fell in love with Avery at first sight." "There's no use telling me. Go and tell Avery." Justin was not surprised by Max's response, as he had the reputation for changing dozens of girlfriends per month. He was a playboy, and Justin didn't want to comment on his behavior. "Then Justin, can you send me Avery's WeChat? I want to add her," Max said. He took out his phone, his eyes full of anticipation. "Avery's Snap? I don't have it." Justin was telling the truth. They weren't close at all. Why did the entire world think that something was going between them when in actuality, they didn't even know each other that well? "I don't believe you. Come on, give me her Snap." "I thought we were friends," Max exclaimed anxiously. Justin took out his phone, unlocked it, and threw it at Max. "If you don't believe me, take a look at my phone." Upon hearing this, Max immediately opened up Justin's Snap contact list. To his surprise, Avery's name was not on it. Moreover, Justin only had 3 women on his contact list: Chloe, Pudding, and Little Bean. He didn't even have Gianna's or his company's other female artists' Snaps. That was how stubborn he was. "Damn, you really don't have her Snap. Now do you believe me?" Justin reached out to take back his phone, but Max swiftly avoided his grasp. "Give me back my phone." "Ha, come on, what's the rush? Let me borrow it for a second," Max said as he sent Little Bean a Snap message. "Give me Avery's Snap ID. I want to add her." Max originally wanted to ask but knew that the latter was a little too smart. He would be screwed if Pudding found out that he was an imposter. However, at the end of the day, he underestimated Little Bean because she didn't believe him either. Instead, she sent him a voice message. "Are you really Handsome Cooper?" "Max?" Im immediately replied. "Of course I am. Send a voice message then," Pudding commanded. Max felt speechless as he handed the phone to Justin. "The twins are practically little devils. I picked the not-so-smart one out of the two, yet she still wasn't fooled. Help me, all right?" Justin glared at Max as hard as he could. "Who said Little Bean's not smart? She might seem goofy, but she's just as smart as Pudding. Stop causing trouble for me, will you?" After scolding Max, he still sent Little Bean a voice message. "Little Bean, it's me. Handsome Cooper, why do you want my auntie's snap all of a sudden? Are you in love with her?" Little Bean was the gossip of the family. No, I just wanted to add her since we're friends." Justin randomly found an excuse. "Oh, I see. I thought Uncle Cruz was beside you and threatened you to do it," Little Bean muttered to herself, scaring the shit out of both Max and Justin. How in the world did she know? Why would you say that?" Justin replied with a voice message. "Because my sister said that she and my auntie ran into Uncle Cruz today when they were out bowling, and that he looked at my auntie like a fly at a rotten egg." "Oh, wait, that's not a good metaphor. Like a dung beetle looking at a pile of poop. I bet he wants to chase after my auntie, so I thought he was using your phone to trick me into giving him her Snap ID." After hearing what Little Bean said, Max didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. The dung beetle and poop metaphor were worse than the rotten egg metaphor. What kind of words was she using? Max felt himself going crazy. Justin, on the other hand, choked back laughter and asked in all seriousness, "Are you guys okay with Uncle Cruz chasing after your auntie?" "Of course not, Handsome Cooper. What kind of question is that?" Little Bean answered without thinking. "Why not? Your Uncle Cruz is also pretty good-looking, rich, good to women. He's a lot more romantic than I am," Justin teased Little Bean on purpose. Max couldn't help but lean in on their conversation when he heard Justin talking him up. As he listened, he smoothed out his hair in arrogance, but that superior feeling immediately disappeared when he heard Little Bean's hilarious reply. This is what she said. "Handsome Cooper, don't try to talk Uncle Cruz up. My sister and I have known him for a long time. To us, he's no more than a good-looking rich stud horse." "Stud horse? Gosh, Little Bean, you really shouldn't be using these words. They are not appropriate for children your age." "If your mom found out about this, she would go nuts," Justin roared in laughter. "Don't change the subject by bringing my mommy into our conversation. We're talking about Uncle Cruz right now. Am I wrong? He's so young, but he always looks so tired. I bet it's because of all the girls he's been hooking up with. How can someone as cute and innocent as my auntie end up with him? He'll ruin her life," Little Bean said, using examples to back herself up. Justin fell back on his couch and laughed until he felt tears in the corner of his eyes. "What are you laughing at? Look at that little brat. She's throwing my name in dirt and rubbing my face with it." Max felt helpless. This was his first time hearing the twins' impression of him. "Blame yourself for being such a playboy all the time," Justin laughed and said. "But you've known me for so long, you know what I do is mostly just for show. I really haven't slept with that many girls. I'm not a real stud horse. I don't have the energy for that. If I did sleep with all those women, I probably would have already died of syphilis, okay?" Max felt more wronged than ever. The twins' bad impression of him was causing him to lose his chance with their auntie. "Come on, Justin, get me Avery's Snap," Max urged. "Are you serious about her? If you just want to get into her pants, then you really shouldn't. Avery doesn't seem like someone you should hit on. Besides, you are probably not in her league as well." Justin didn't want Max to go after Avery if the latter just wanted to fool around. Otherwise, Chloe would probably rip both of them into pieces. "I'm serious. I'm not just fooling around, okay?" Max repeated. In the end, Justin had no choice but to ask again. "Little Bean, can you give me your auntie's Snap?" "Sure, 1 second," Little Bean said as she took her phone into Avery's room and looked mysteriously at the latter, who had just come out of a hot shower. "Auntie, Handsome Cooper wants your Snap ID. Can I give it to him?" Huh? Justin wants my snap? Avery asked, feeling embarrassed. Yup, Little Bean laughed evilly. Sure, why not? The twins have been talking Justin up for so long, affecting the way Avery thought. When Jack told her that they weren't a good match yesterday, she became a little rebellious. All in all, she was kind of looking forward to something happening between her and Justin. After Avery nodded, Little Bean immediately sent her Snap ID to Justin. The latter glanced at it, symbolically added her, and immediately sent her ID to Max. Here you go. Ha. Thanks, young Master Cooper, Max said, immediately putting away his phone and putting on his jacket to leave. You're leaving right after you used me? Justin swore as he watched Max head towards his door. The latter snickered. What else am I supposed to do, young Master Cooper? Spend the night with you? Go home. I'm going to puke. I'm exhausted. Good night. Justin leaned back on his couch and began watching TV. After Max left Justin's mansion, he drove straight home and immediately checked his Snap. As expected, Avery accepted his friend request. She was confused. Little Bean said Justin wanted to add her, but she got 2 requests. Both Justin and Max's profile pictures weren't photos of themselves, so she didn't know who was who. Therefore, after adding both Snap IDs and scrolling through their friend circles, she realized that one of them was Justin, and the other one was the man she met today at the bowling alley. Hey, Avery, my name is Max Cruz. Max immediately sent her a Snap message in an attempt to get to know her. Avery. Hi. Max. What are you doing? Have you eaten yet? Avery. I have. Max. All right then, I was going to treat you to dinner. It's not your first time in the city, is it? Avery. It's not. Max. You've been living in the States this entire time? Avery. Yeah. No matter what Max asked, Avery's answer was always polite and short. It seemed like she didn't have much interest in talking to him. Max immediately noticed her disinterest and switched tactics. Ever since Chloe gave birth to the twins, Justin and I have been really close to them. I really like them. They're so cute. Really? I only hear them talking about Justin, though, Avery replied. Perhaps it's because I'm more handsome than Justin, so they would always become shy when talking about me, Max replied, like the narcissist he was. Avery felt speechless. How did you get my Snap ID? Oh, Justin gave it to me. Max lied without flinching. Justin gave it to you? Avery was a little disappointed. She originally thought Justin wanted to add her because he was interested. But now it seemed like he had asked for her Snap, just so he could give it to Max. Avery clicked on Justin's Snap and sent him a message. You asked Little Bean for my Snap ID so you could give it to that person? Justin was watching TV when he received the message. He picked his phone up in surprise. He kept bothering me for your Snap ID? Oh. Seeing Justin admit it, Avery suddenly had no idea what to say. Are you busy? She sent him another message after a while. I'm watching TV, Justin replied. Oh, I'll let you get back to it then. Avery knew that looking for things to talk about would just make the situation even more awkward. Therefore, she stopped chatting with Justin and lost all interest in Max's endless stream of questions. I'm a little tired. I'm going to bed now. Avery's polite refusal stopped Max from sending her any more messages. After blow-drying her hair in the bathroom, Avery walked downstairs in a bathrobe to see the entire family sitting around the couch, some watching TV while some on their phone. Auntie, are you in a bad mood? Pudding glanced at Avery, who immediately shook her head. No, I'm great. You seem to have something on your mind. Pudding immediately noticed the difference in her auntie's emotions. You're too sensitive. Nothing's wrong. Avery walked downstairs and gently pinched Pudding on the face. Little Bean suddenly leaned in mysteriously. Auntie, did you and Handsome Cooper talk on Snap? Oh yeah, a little, Avery told the truth. How was it? Were sparks flying all over the place? Little Bean gossiped. Sparks? Not really. Fury? A little. Avery smiled. Fury? Did you and Handsome Cooper get into a fight? Little Bean asked in surprise. No. Why would we get into a fight? I don't even know him well, Avery chuckled. At this time, Pudding heard their conversation and said loudly, Auntie, Congrats for adding Handsome Cooper on Snap. Her voice was loud enough for Jack and Chloe to hear. The latter was a little surprised. Avery and Justin added each other on Snap? She had no idea that the twins were trying to set Avery and Justin up, so she was a little taken aback. Jack glanced at Pudding. Pudding, your auntie's a grown woman. She can deal with her own matters. You guys shouldn't be butting in. Daddy, we're not. We respect Auntie's own feelings, Pudding argued. Avery, are you interested in Justin? Chloe asked in front of everyone, leaving Avery so flustered that her face turned crimson. Mommy, your question's too straightforward, Pudding complained. Chloe smiled. We're all family here. Why hide these things? Justin's a good guy, but are you sure he's your type? Chloe knew Justin well, so like Jack, she didn't think they were good for each other. Although they were both amazing people, it didn't mean they would still be great together. Moreover, Justin technically had a girlfriend, Gianna, and Chloe didn't want to pull Avery into their mess. If Gianna found out, who knew what a woman like her would do? Sis-in-law, I'm not interested. I don't even know him that well. I just think he's a good person and we're just friends. Don't think too much, really, Avery explained awkwardly. It's okay, I understand. You're young, so it's good to make friends. If you're interested, you should take the initiative. Your brother and I will support you unconditionally, but Justin, you should get to know each other as friends first and slowly understand the kind of man he is. Chloe didn't want to say too much to influence Avery's judgment. All I want to say is, Pudding and Little Bean, you shouldn't be trying to influence your auntie, okay? Jack didn't want the twins to be setting Avery and Justin up, because he knew how much the latter loved Chloe. Jack didn't think Justin would easily accept Avery and forget all his feelings towards Chloe. On the contrary, he was afraid that Avery's heart might break when she couldn't get Justin to reciprocate her feelings. After all, she had never been in a relationship. Daddy, we're not... Why are you so hostile towards Handsome Cooper? Is it because you guys used to be love rivals? Little Bean said without thinking. Only then did Avery understand what was going on. She glanced at Jack and Chloe with surprise, suddenly remembering that Justin's been in love with her sister-in-law for years. If Jack didn't come back, Justin might even have taken his spot. How could she think about how good of a guy he was and forget the fact that he had been deeply in love with Chloe for years? What are you guys talking about? Chloe said a little angrily. Although Jack didn't care about Justin's feelings towards Chloe, it still bothered him when they talked about it. Pudding, Little Bean. This has nothing to do with me being biased towards Justin. I'm trying to think in your auntie's shoes. You're still children. There's a lot of things you don't understand yet, Jack explained, not wanting his daughters to misunderstand him. Chloe was just about to chime in when her phone rang. Chloe, I need to talk to you. Is now a good time? Victoria asked mysteriously. Sure, Victoria. Go ahead. Chloe knew Victoria wouldn't be calling for no reason, so she walked upstairs, away from the others. Chloe, are you close with Brenny? Victoria asked. You know we were never close before, but I helped her twice after she fell from grace. When my daughters were kidnapped, she helped Pudding run away to find my husband. I know she's still at the hospital and we're taking care of her daughter. The truth is, I feel indebted to her, Chloe said honestly. Oh, I see, Victoria said, as if she was deep in thought. What's wrong, Victoria? Chloe asked. You know that sister-in-law of mine, right? Zuri? Victoria asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I think she's getting divorced. Everyone's going crazy and my husband has to go back to the mansion for family meetings every day. He tells me everything, and now I have a headache as well. Zuri's getting divorced? She just got married, though, and they don't even have children yet, right? When Zuri and Case Chase got married, the entire city went into an uproar. The bride and groom were seen as the perfect couple in their social circle. Case was incredibly handsome and Zuri was stunningly beautiful. Yet, in less than 3 years, a seemingly stable marriage ended in a debacle. They're getting divorced because they're not pregnant yet. If they were, things probably wouldn't have gone this far. Victoria sighed. Is one of them reproductively challenged? Chloe thought out loud. No, they both got checked up. They're fine, but I heard... Victoria hesitated. Come on, Victoria, just tell me. You're leaving me high and dry here. I heard that brat Case Chase barely touched Zuri, and they rarely sleep together. Zuri's been in a bad mood because of that, and they always fight. That's why they want to get divorced. Isn't that a little overboard? Zuri's spoiled, but I heard she loves Case a lot. What happened? Chloe asked, feeling bad for the couple. My husband said that it has something to do with Brenny. Brenny? Really? Chloe asked in surprise. Yeah, Zuri's been crying hell at home and threatening to make Brenny's life worse than it already is. My husband told me about it, and I thought you'd know something. Do you think something's really going on between Brenny and Casey? She just can't be compared to Zuri in any way, whether it's looks or background. Moreover, she's a divorced woman with a child. What does Case see in her? Victoria asked. When she first heard what happened from Brenton, she was also in disbelief. Now that you've mentioned it, I remembered something, Chloe said calmly. What is it? When I went to see Brenny at the hospital, I saw Case visiting her when I left, and he brought flowers. I don't know if something's going on between them, but there were definitely interactions between the two in the past little while. Why else would someone as cold and aloof as Case visit another woman? Also, a while ago, I saw Zuri and her friends pulling Brenny's hair and hitting her at a mall. Maybe it's because Zuri saw something. But honestly, I don't think there's something fishy going on between those two. I think Case just feels bad for Brenny. After all, she used to be one of the richest socialites in the city, and now she's a single mother. I feel bad for her too. I don't have a certain answer as to whether Case and Brenny are together, since I never saw them doing anything overboard. Chloe had told Victoria everything she knew. You have a point, but Zuri and Case are definitely getting divorced. The Blake family is in a mess right now. Both families will suffer business losses if they get divorced. That's true. It will really be a disaster. Do you know who brought up divorce in the first place? Chloe was curious. Although she only met Case a handful of times, she often heard news about him. He was friends with Justin and the guys, and once helped GK. Chloe wondered what was going on in that quiet man's mind. If they really got divorced, the Blake family will suffer financial losses. Victoria was their in-law, so it was normal for her to worry. Case is the one that brought it up, of course. Zuri's been in love with him for years, so she would never ask him for a divorce. Okay, that's a real tragedy. Case has made up his mind, and he offered Zuri quite a lot of alimony. He's also giving the Blake family compensation. The Chase family doesn't want them to divorce either, but everyone in the family answers to Case, meaning that his parents can't do anything about it. Zuri, on the other hand, is nuts. She's been causing chaos at home for days. I think she might hunt down Brenny, actually. If you get to see her, tell her to be careful. After all, she's an easy target right now. I know Brenny helped you, so this is your chance to help her. Victoria knew Zuri, so she knew the latter wouldn't be letting Brenny off the hook easily. I'll tell Brenny to be careful. Thanks, Victoria. Don't thank me. We're closer than that. When do you have work off? Let's call Sarah and meet up. We should go to the hot springs with our kids and hang out there. Kenneth says he misses the twins. It's been a while since he last saw them. Haha, isn't he scared of my two little devils? Chloe laughed. It's a love and hate relationship, Victoria joked, sending Chloe into laughter. After their brief phone call, Chloe went back to their bedroom, where Jack was waiting for her. The couple began chatting, and she told him about her conversation with Victoria. In the other room, Avery wasn't in a bright mood, and she was getting ready for bed. Pudding took this opportunity to sneak into her room. Auntie, are you going to bed? Not yet, Avery said, her spirits low. Is there something on your mind? No, you're lying. It's obviously because of Handsome Cooper, right? Pudding immediately guessed what Avery was thinking about. Pudding, come on. Stop mentioning his name to me. It's annoying. Avery had never been in a relationship, so she didn't know what it felt like to be in love with someone. The subtle change between her and Justin in the past few days confused her. Auntie, tell me, are you at all interested in Handsome Cooper? Pudding gossiped. So what if I was? Justin only has his eyes on sis-in-law. Avery felt worse. She wasn't confident that she would be able to make Justin fall for her, especially since he had been in love with Chloe for years. Correction. Handsome Cooper liked my mommy, it's past tense. Ever since my daddy came back, he's been pushed back to the sidelines, and he doesn't fantasize about having mommy anymore. Handsome Cooper's just as good as daddy, and I don't want him to be single forever. Gianna's too manipulative and calculating to be with Handsome Cooper. I really want him to date the best girl there ever was, and you're that girl. You guys will be super cute together, Pudding said with excitement, but Avery wasn't in the mood at all. Pudding, I know you're doing this for Auntie's sake and that you really like Auntie, but relationships aren't that simple. The possibility of looking cute together doesn't mean that we'll actually make a good couple. It's like buying shoes. Only your feet know if they're comfortable. Justin may be a good man, but Forget it. Why am I saying all this to you? I'm going to bed. You should too. Avery felt more confused the more she spoke. Moreover, she didn't think she would be able to beat the little devil known as Pudding in a verbal confrontation. Therefore, she ended up chasing the latter out of her room. Then, she sighed and lied down on her bed. Just as she was about to go to sleep, she received a message on her phone. It was a money transfer from Max in the amount of $9,999. Avery immediately refused the transfer and threw aside her phone. Max wanted to quickly become close with Avery, so he used his ultimate weapon. When he didn't know what to say, he always gave money. This tactic worked on all the women he hit on. Even socialites liked money, so of course they would be happy to see free money waiting to be picked up. After all, who would say no to cash? However, Avery's instant rejection left him feeling completely defeated. The next morning, Chloe dropped by the first hospital before work. Brenny could now walk around and take care of herself. Her doctor told Chloe that she would be discharged in 3 days. Brenny. Chloe walked in with her bag. Hey Chloe, you're here. Brenny was happy to see Chloe. How are you feeling today? Does your rib still hurt? Chloe glanced down at her ribs. No, I can take care of myself now. I think I can be discharged today. Brenny seemed to be in a good mood. Not today. Your doctor told me you have to be here for at least 3 more days. Chloe, how's Tiani? Is she behaving at your place? Did she bully the twins? Brenny asked worriedly. She's great, and getting along with the twins just fine. Don't worry. Good. Oh, right, Chloe. I know you're well connected with the Municipal Bureau. Can you help me see Liam after I'm discharged? Upon hearing Brenny's request, Chloe's expression changed slightly. It's difficult, isn't it? I know Liam deserves to be locked up, but I still want to just visit him. You know he and my mom are the last living family I have. I can't contact my mom since she's in Vietnam, so I want to bring Liam some stuff in prison. After all, I'm still his sister. Brenny looked down, feeling ashamed. Chloe took a deep breath in and said slowly, Brenny, it's not that I can't help you see him, but Laim. Then, she paused, unwilling to finish her sentence. What happened to Liam? Sensing that something was wrong, Brenny looked up anxiously at Chloe. You were in recovery, so I didn't have the heart to tell you. The truth is, Liam's already dead, Chloe said, word for word. As soon as Brenny heard this, she felt her entire body and head go numb. That's impossible. I don't believe it. Brenny muttered to herself. Brenny, I'm not lying to you. It's the truth. No one would lie about something like this, Chloe said, putting a hand on Brenny's shoulder in an attempt to console her. But how did he die? Wasn't he arrested by the police? He committed suicide in prison? He punctured his own throat using chopsticks. He must have felt hopeless and didn't want to spend the rest of his life in a cold cell. What Liam did this time was incredibly malicious. If sentenced, he would have to spend at least 2 decades in prison. He's almost 30, so he would be 50 by the time he was released. If that was the case, he wouldn't have much to live for. But his death is still too sudden. Brenny fell to the ground, weeping. Also, I think Ching's death pushed him over the cliff, making him feel even more hopeless. I think Liam really loved that woman, Chloe analyzed. That woman's no good for him. She egged Liam on to do all those bad things, or else he wouldn't have gone this far. He's always had a bad temper, but his heart wasn't rotten yet. I hate that woman, and I'm glad she's dead. But why is Liam such an idiot? He's so young and still unmarried. He doesn't have children yet. The news will kill my mom if she finds out. Brenny cried in despair. Suddenly, Chloe heard footsteps outside and looked up to see Case standing by the door with a takeout bag in his hand. It seemed like he was here to bring Brenny food. His male assistant stood not far behind him. What's wrong? What happened? Case walked in to see Brenny on the ground, crying. He immediately lost his cool and placed the takeout bag on the coffee table, rushing over to help her up. When his hand touched Brenny, she suddenly threw herself into Case's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Liam's dead. I don't have a brother anymore. Case, someone who rarely consoled anyone, gently patted her head. Don't be sad. Maybe dying is a good thing for him. He would rather die than live out his life in prison. You need to stay strong. You're still recovering. Case hugged Brenny for a while before a nurse came in to sedate her, and soon, Brenny had fallen into a deep sleep. Case glanced at Chloe. Can we talk outside? Chloe nodded, following him into the corridor. When can she be discharged? I asked her doctor. He said she has to stay at least 3 more days. Her daughter's staying with you? He asked. Once she's discharged, I will send someone over to pick her up. I will take care of them, so in the future, you don't have to worry about her anymore. Young Master Chase, if I may ask, what is your relationship with Brenny? If Victoria didn't tell her what happened yesterday, Chloe wouldn't have asked such a direct question. However, Case was basically claiming Brenny. If that were so, wasn't it somewhat inappropriate? We're friends. But young Master Chase, you have a family and your actions might confuse Brenny. Your wife, Zuri, already caused her trouble in the past. It's hard enough for her to have to be a single mother. I don't want her to be misunderstood because of you and get called a mistress. If you really care about her, you should think in her shoes, don't you think so? Chloe demanded without hesitation. Zuri and I are getting a divorce. I will cut off all ties with her soon, Case replied icily. Then what? Are you going to tell the entire world that you divorced Zuri for Brenny? The Blake family is already in an uproar. You're not protecting Brenny by doing this, but rather, you're putting her in danger. Chloe analyzed, sending Case into silence. Perhaps he was really set in his own ways, and always ignored what others thought about him. Therefore, he completely overlooked how much his divorce might hurt Brenny, and was rendered speechless by Chloe's remarks. I understand that you want to take care of Brenny and her daughter, but I really don't want them to be drowned by scandals and gossip. The Blake family is powerful, so you need to mentally prepare yourself if divorce is what you want. Brenny saved my daughters, and I'm extremely grateful for what she did, so I will take care of them even if you don't. I've actually already made plans for them. Brenny's an innocent woman. If you really want to treat her as a friend, you should make things crystal clear to her rather than give her hope. If you don't, and she falls in love with you just to have the rug pulled out from under her later on, she might have to spend the rest of her life in agony. What Chloe said made Case feel both ashamed and embarrassed, sending him into deep thought. He finally understood why Justin loves this woman so much. She was so smart and calm, and she saw things objectively. Thank you. I get what you're saying, and I will think things through. Case thanked Chloe with all his heart. Please, you don't have to thank me. I'm just saying it as it is, Chloe replied, turning around to leave. Time flew by and Brenny was discharged a week later. That day, Case's people picked Tierney up, and neither of them moved into the 2-bedroom apartment that Chloe had prepared. She knew that Case probably made better arrangements, and that Brenny was probably still mourning over the death of her brother. Therefore, Chloe decided to let her be for the time being. Soon, the annual Chloe Foundation Charity Night arrived. Jack had established the foundation using Chloe's name, and over the last few years, they had helped countless people, including children who lived in the mountains, retired individuals, and children with congenital disorders. All in all, Chloe had been running the foundation for more than 4 years, making the Chloe Foundation one of the most renowned charities in the country. That day, GK held a large-scale charity ball at the Ritz-Carlton, inviting businessmen and celebrities from all over the country. Countless artists from Justin's company attended, including Cody, whose appearance lit up the crowd. Chloe walked into the ballroom in a pure white gown, her arms elegantly in Jack's. Their entrance attracted everyone's attention. Wow, President Dawson is so good-looking. Dr. Green is so elegant. They've been married for years but still love each other so much. Gosh, I really envy them, someone in the crowd muttered. Sandra went into the ballroom with the twins, while Thomas was bustling about helping out the event. Pudding was dressed like a little boy, in a black suit and black hat, while Little Bean was wearing a white princess dress like her mother, with a flower wreath on her head. They were so cute that the media couldn't help but take a bunch of photos of them. Avery came wearing a handsome suit paired with leather boots. Her outfit looked unique, but not flashy, allowing her to shine in a room of ball gowns. Max, Justin, and Brenton went together. When Max walked in, his eyes immediately sparkled at the sight of Avery, who was sipping on a glass of champagne. "Look over there, that's Avery. She's really pretty, isn't she?" Max said to Brenton as he pointed at Avery. Brenton glanced at her, looking extremely calm. "She's fine. I honestly think Victoria's prettier than her." "To you, Victoria is the prettiest girl in the world, right?" Max said, immediately walking towards Avery and opening up with a compliment. "Hey, your outfit is really cool." "Thank you. I have some clients to see. Excuse me." Avery smiled politely before heading towards a few clients from Europe. She then talked with them in perfect English. At that moment, she didn't seem like a young girl in her 20s at all. Rather, she was a female executive that emitted power and authority. "Young Master Blake, isn't Avery amazing? Look at that. Her English is perfect, and she can represent GK in front of important clients. She's so elegant and charming." In Max's eyes, Avery had no flaws, and she looked beautiful from every angle. Justin didn't say anything, and just quietly took a sip of his wine. Brenton, however, couldn't help but chuckle. "You're so good at compliments, I bet you can turn a pig into a daisy." "I'm telling the truth. But seriously though, the Dawson's DNA is strong. I'm not going to bring up Jack because I don't want Justin to get all depressed, but take a look at the twins. Imagine how pretty they'll be when they grow up." "I literally fell for Avery when I first set eyes on her. I bet it's how you felt when you first met Victoria. Forget it. You don't get it." Max wasn't usually interested in events like this, but when he heard that Avery would be attending as well, he immediately expressed his interest in coming. He even had plans to generously bid on an item during the auction, in hopes that his heroic actions might attract Avery's attention. As the chairwoman of the Chloe Foundation, Chloe gave a brief opening speech before the auction began. Soon, Andrew walked in, and he immediately placed a bid on a set of calligraphy that Chloe wrote herself for $30 million. She learned calligraphy as a young child and later practiced at home. Over the last few years, she barely spent any time perfecting her handwriting, but this piece was still top-notch. This calligraphy set contained a phrase, "The highest excellence is like that of water." The piece started off at $500,000 since Chloe wasn't some famous celebrity. However, Andrew immediately offered $30 million. After the host handed the calligraphy to Andrew, his assistant made this generous payment. Truth be told, Chloe was quite surprised to see Andrew, as she didn't think he would recover so soon. Jack's expression upon seeing him was even uglier. After paying for the calligraphy piece, he took a photo with Chloe before walking off the stage. Before he did, however, he gently whispered into her ear, "Chloe, why didn't you visit me at the hospital? What a heartless girl. I'm sorry, but we're not that close. Thank you for spending so much money on charity. I respect you for it. I'm busy. You have a good evening." Chloe was unwilling to interact with Andrew, so she looked for a random excuse to leave. After Chloe left, Andrew handed the calligraphy to his assistant before walking up to Jack with a cane in his hand. Liam S. tabbed Andrew in both thighs, causing serious injuries. Therefore, he still had to walk with a cane. The fact that he was semi-handicapped comforted Jack. After all, after his plane crash, he had to walk with a cane as well. "President Dawson? Long time no see," Andrew chuckled. "What goes around surely comes around. You never expected something like this to happen. Am I right?" Jack asked, his gaze sweeping past Andrew's face. Haha, you're right. But the good news is that useless garbage Liam killed himself. Or else I would have had to finish him off myself. Truth be told, I didn't think I'd get so badly injured. I'm glad Chloe is fine, though. Chloe will always be fine. She has me protecting her. You don't have to worry about a thing, Jack responded icily. Upon hearing this, Andrew merely changed the subject with a smile. I heard that Batch, Emery, came looking for you. What? Do you plan on ganging up on me with her? Do you think I'd work with her? I don't need anyone's help to defeat you fair and square. Oh yeah? Should I be filled with anticipation? Andrew laughed arrogantly. You should. I'm sure you will see more and more great surprises down the road, Jack said, turning around to leave with a sneer. Sir, we need to guard ourselves against Jack. He might have more intel on us. After he tipped off Emery's scandal last time, the company suffered severe losses, Andrew's assistant reminded. I know. I don't care how much losses I suffer. Nothing is as important to me as she is. I honestly wish to fight to the death with Jack. If I win, perhaps I would be able to take her with me. Then, Andrew finished off the champagne in his glass and walked into the crowd of people. Chloe rarely wore heels, so she quickly felt uncomfortable in them, feeling pain spreading from her ankle. Therefore, she slowly walked over to the side, placed down the champagne flute in her hand, and looked down to adjust her shoes. However, she couldn't bend down in her elegant dress. At this time, Justin turned around to see Chloe by herself, so he immediately walked up to her. What's wrong? Nothing. Chloe was too embarrassed to admit that her shoes were giving her trouble. Did you hurt your foot? The way you walked just now looked weird. Justin had attentively noticed how awkward Chloe's steps were just now. Seeing that she couldn't keep it from him any longer, Chloe nodded. I think I scraped my ankle. As soon as he heard this, Justin immediately bent down and carefully held Chloe's ankle up, making her feel as awkward as could be. Justin, don't do that. We're in public. It's okay. There's nothing going on between us. That's why I have the guts to do something like this. Plus, I'm just taking a look at your injury, Justin said, carefully examining Chloe's wound before walking up to a server and asking him for a Band-Aid. Then, he was just about to put the Band-Aid on Chloe when he remembered what she just said. Afraid that the reporters would write gossip about them, he walked up to Avery and waved at her. Hey! Feeling a bit surprised and flattered, Avery replied, Hey, can you give me a hand? Justin asked. Sure, what's up? Can you place this Band-Aid on Chloe's left ankle? She scraped it. Oh, sure. Truth be told, Avery was a bit disappointed by Justin's request. The fact that Justin only talked to her so that she could help her sister-in-law upset her. Thank you. Justin then gave Avery the Band-Aid before turning around to leave. Sis-in-law, you hurt your ankle? Avery walked up to Chloe and asked slowly. Oh, how did you know, Avery? Chloe asked, a bit confused. Justin gave me a Band-Aid and he asked me to place it on for you, Avery said awkwardly. Oh, just give it to me. I can do it myself. Chloe smiled. No, let me help you. You're wearing a gown, Avery said, bending down to carefully place the Band-Aid on Chloe's ankle. Thank you, Avery. Chloe looked at her gratefully. Don't thank me. We're family, but Justin's really great to you, Chloe. Avery wasn't implying anything when she said this. She simply admired the way Justin treated Chloe. It was so heartwarming for a man with such status like Justin to notice Chloe's injury at an event with so many people present. Upon hearing Avery's remark, Chloe explained with an awkward laugh, Justin's a great friend. Then they went back to busy about. Avery was an executive at the GK headquarters in the United States, so she had a way with clients. That evening, she signed with 3 clients, 1 from Taiwan and 2 from Europe. After all that hard work, Avery finally let out a sigh of relief and was planning to turn around and look for Jack when suddenly someone bumped into her, causing her to spill champagne all over her black suit. What in the world? Avery was about to blow up when she saw who bumped into her, angering her even more. It was no one else but Max. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I got your suit dirty, didn't I? Max said, reaching out with a napkin to wipe the champagne off Avery's suit. She immediately retreated. "It's okay, I'm fine. I can do it myself." "My date has an extra gown. Why don't you change into that first? Or else it might ruin your perfection," Max said as he handed a paper bag to Avery. He was good at picking up girls, so he obviously came prepared. Normally, women always ate his tricks right up. They would change into the expensive gown and show off their sexy figures. Then, not only would Max get to enjoy the show, the women would fall for his attentiveness. He was really hoping for sparks to fly and for romance to bloom. After all, it had worked every time. Not this time, though. Avery shook her head at the gown. "I don't need it. But your suit is dirty, and the party's not over yet. I'm really sorry about all this. Don't be shy with me. Take the gown and put it on," Max insisted, shoving the paper bag at Avery. However, she still refused to take it. Instead, she straightened herself up and took off blazer entirely, showing off a plain-as-day short-sleeved white shirt that somehow looked stunning on her. "I'll just go without the blazer. It's fine. Not a big deal." "You don't have to feel bad," Avery said, throwing her blazer onto the chair beside her. Then, she walked away in her white shirt. Max watched her leave, lingering at her figure like a cat at a tuna can. "Damn, she's so cool. I'm so in love with her. I have to have her. It's killing me." Avery's repeated rejection lit up Max's desire to dominate. After multiple failed attempts, he decided to try something new. Therefore, he ran over to the twins, who were slurping ice cream cones not far away from him. Starting off with a compliment, he said, "Pudding, little bean, you guys are so pretty tonight. I give your outfits an A++. Uncle Cruz, you're not usually one to kiss ass. What do you want?" Little Bean looked at Max with disdain, but the latter continued to shower them with compliments. "What in the world would I want from you guys? I was telling the truth. You guys are pretty to begin with, and with those outfits, you're the center of attention tonight." "So?" Pudding asked calmly. "So I thought I should tell you guys about it. You deserve to know the truth." "No thanks. Everyone here knows we're pretty. It's lame to hear people repeat it to us every single day." "Thanks though, Uncle Cruz," Pudding said mercilessly, and the twins went back to slurping their ice creams and ignoring Max. Ahem. Pudding, is everyone from the Dawson family really good looking?" Max purposely looked for stuff to talk about. "Are you trying to ask me why Auntie is so pretty?" Pudding's gaze swept past Max's face. "Pudding, you're a really smart kid, haha. No wonder Justin likes you so much. Hey, come on. Handsome Cooper likes both of us, not just my sister. Watch your words, okay? You shouldn't piss off a person just to please the other. How can someone your age be so careless?" "I truly worry about you," Little Bean said unhappily. "You're right, Little Bean. I was wrong." "Ha, don't be mad at me, okay?" "Oh, right. I heard you two really like Richard Clayderman. He's coming to the city next month to perform, and it just so happens that I bought all the VIP tickets in the first row. Are you two interested? I can give them to you for free. They're seats you can't even buy with money now." Max had been trying to bribe the twins, so when he heard from Justin that the twins' favorite pianist was coming to town, he generously bought all the first-row VIP tickets at a ridiculously high price, without hesitation. To his surprise, however, Little Bean glanced at him before replying, "No, it's okay. There's going to be a lot of people at the concert. We don't like squeezing around in the crowd. But I thought you guys really like Richard Clayderman. Are you really going to let this chance slip through your fingers?" Unwilling to give up, Max continued to lure them into taking the tickets. "Of course not. Our auntie actually knows him, and we had dinner with him when we were in the States. Our auntie said after the concert, she's going to ask him to come to our house and teach us piano. You should save your tickets for all the girls you're trying to pick up, but thanks for the gesture, Uncle Cruz," Little Bean said as she patted Max on the shoulder, making the latter feel as if he had just sat on a tack. What in the world? Richard Clayderman and Avery were friends? Why in the world did he spend so much money on those VIP tickets then? Was he an idiot? "Pudding, your auntie's a really successful businesswoman in the United States, isn't she?" Max probed. "I guess everyone in the family learns business at a young age. When my auntie was 13, She already began sitting in board meetings and meeting clients with my grandpa. She's used to it already, Pudding replied proudly. Sitting in board meetings at the age of 13? Max repeated in bewilderment. He was almost 30, yet he barely attended any of his family business's board meetings. This comparison made him feel a speck of shame. Then, did your auntie have a boyfriend while she was in the States? Was he American or Asian? Max continued prying information. Uncle Cruz, don't you think your question is a little too straightforward? Little Bean glared at Max with disdain. Haven't you heard of the old saying? A ragged fringe is the floating heart. Left and right we trail it. That mild-mannered good girl, awake, asleep, I search for her. Your auntie and I are both unmarried. Why can't I ask a question like that? Max began playing word games with the twins. But my auntie will never fall for a stud horse, Little Bean refuted. Upon hearing this, Max's body froze briefly. My little princess, please stop defaming me. I like hitting on women, but they're all for show. I didn't sleep with that many, all right? You guys are ruining my reputation. He felt like crying. I'm not lying. My auntie's never been in a relationship, so you guys won't be good for each other. You'll scare her, Little Bean explained. She's never been in a relationship? That's so pure of her. I love it. Max laughed in happiness, but Little Bean immediately burst his bubble. That's why I think she'd make a better couple with Handsome Cooper. Stop right there and let me explain. I'm not trying to smear his good name, but your precious Handsome Cooper dated a lot of women back in the day as well. It's not like he's a virgin. Why is he good enough for your auntie, but I'm not? I'm a good choice, if not better. Max threw his head off to the side proudly. Pudding glanced at him before responding. But we like Handsome Cooper. We don't like you. Damn, girl, you're so straightforward. Max felt his glass heart shatter into a million pieces. So, Uncle Cruz, stop wasting time on us. We're never going to help you, Little Bean added. Come on, Justin will never fall for your auntie. The more you try to set them up, the more your auntie will get inflicted. Max decided to switch tactics. What are you talking about? You're just scared to lose, right? Little Bean refuted. No, I'm saying that as long as someone's still living inside Handsome Cooper's heart, he will never develop feelings for another woman. Don't tell me Handsome Cooper's still not over Mommy yet, Little Bean said, on the verge of a breakdown. I'm not going to comment anymore. Think about it. Either way, don't push your auntie into a ditch, all right? After a failed attempt to persuade the twins, Max left with his head down. Little Bean anxiously looked at her sister. Sis, do you think what Uncle Cruz said is true? Is Handsome Cooper still not over Mommy? I don't know. Handsome Cooper's probably the only one who does. But if it were true, it's not a good thing because Mommy and Daddy will never break up. They only want each other. So if Handsome Cooper's not over Mommy, he'll always be the cannon fodder, Pudding analyzed, feeling heartbroken for Justin. What should we do then? Are we supposed to stand by the side and watch as Handsome Cooper lives the rest of his life alone? Or even worse, watch him date that bimbo, Gianna? Little Bean asked unwillingly. That's out of our control. Let's watch how things unfold and do what we can to help. After Pudding said that, she took a sip of juice, ending their conversation. Towards the end of the evening, Gianna suddenly appeared in an eyeball-catching ball gown. She was surrounded by reporters outside almost immediately. Miss Gianna, why are you only arriving now? Why didn't you come with President Cooper? Rumor has it that you've broken up. Is it true? Miss Gianna, haven't you already met his parents? Rumor has it that the Cooper family refuses to acknowledge you. Is it true? The reporters always asked the sharpest questions, leaving Gianna feeling as awkward as ever. I'm sorry, where did you hear these rumors? President Cooper and I, our relationship is quite stable, and we never fight. The Cooper family treats me well as well. I've had dinner at their house a couple of times, and they've been amazing to me, Gianna replied with a smile as she lied without flinching. Do you plan on getting married? A reporter asked. We'll have to see how things go. Right now, we're just enjoying our relationship. However, we will share with you as soon as something good happens. Then, Gianna walked in with her agent, spending $1 million on a charity bid item in an attempt to secure her reputation. After all that, she walked up to Justin and in front of everyone, put her arms around his. Weren't you promoting outside of the city? Why are you back? Justin hadn't seen Gianna in days. He thought she was still out promoting her new movie. I came back early. I wanted to do charity with you, Gianna replied coyishly, putting her head on Justin's shoulder. Justin smiled awkwardly as he looked over at Chloe. He was hoping she would be unhappy, which would prove how important he was to her. To his disappointment, however, Chloe and Jack were chatting with an important client, not at all paying attention to what was happening to him. Justin looked down at his wine glass, a bit down. Seeing that the reporters were taking photos of them, Gianna quickly took things to the next level by gently pecking Justin on the cheek. Annoyed, the latter pushed her away. Gianna, don't do that. We may be acting, but we should at least make it seem real, Gianna beamed. After seeing what happened, Avery felt bitter as she turned her head to slowly sip at her champagne, pretending that she hadn't just seen Justin being kissed. Sis, Bimbo Gianna is here to be annoying again, Little Bean pouted. So, is she here to ask to be tortured? Pudding said before putting down the juice in her hand. She then grabbed Little Bean's hand, and the two of them ran up to Justin. Handsome Cooper, I'm so tired and my legs hurt. Pick me up. Little Bean began acting cute. Sure. Justin lovingly picked Little Bean up. Handsome Cooper, me too, Pudding said, out of his expectations. Justin bent down and picked Pudding up with his other hand, successfully pushing Gianna off to the side. Auntie Gianna, the other day on a forum, I saw someone post that while you were promoting your new movie, you went out to eat with that male lead after midnight? Is it true? Little Bean asked in front of all the reporters. He was a member of the cast. The other crew members were there as well. Gianna had experienced what the twins were capable of with their mouths, so she immediately explained. Oh, really? What about reading scripts in the middle of the night? Were the crew members there as well? At 3 a.m. in the morning? Pudding then asked. That didn't happen. It was intentional defamation. A few days ago, a video of two people inside a hotel room in the middle of the night leaked, but the images were blurry so people weren't 100% that it was Gianna. Moreover, she never responded to the video, so rumors quickly went away. After Pudding brought this up, the reporters all pointed their cameras at Gianna, hoping to obtain valuable news for tomorrow's headlines. Yeah, I heard fans say that the woman in the video wasn't you, Pudding said calmly. Of course it wasn't me, someone defamed me on purpose, Gianna immediately denied. But after a closer look at the video, I saw that the woman has a rose-shaped tattoo, the same as the one on your hand. I really thought it was you. How coincidental. Haha, Pudding said profoundly. Suddenly, the reporters all pointed their cameras at Gianna's right hand and began snatching photos. Gianna immediately lost her cool, while Justin glanced helplessly at the twins, knowing that Gianna was about to suffer a cruel death. Auntie Gianna, Handsome Cooper treats you so well. Why would you do this to him? Why were you reading scripts with a male celebrity in the middle of the night? Little Bean went on to add insult to injury. That really wasn't me. Gianna felt like she was going crazy, and her voice went up a few notches unconsciously. Calm down. It's good that it wasn't you. You can correct your mistakes if you made any. If you didn't, you can guard yourself against future mistakes. Little Bean smiled sweetly. Why did raise your voice? They're still kids. They're just joking around with you, unhappy with Gianna's treatment of the twins, Justin scolded her in front of all the reporters. Gianna had half a heart to run into a wall, but she had nowhere to vent her anger. I didn't raise my voice. I just don't like being framed, she said with big, sad, teary eyes. Never mind, Auntie Gianna. We'll believe you, okay? But honestly, you're old enough to know better. Although they all say that women in the entertainment circle are complicated, we are willing to believe that you're not and won't ask you how you climbed to fame. Just be good to Handsome Cooper, okay? These remarks seemed fine, but they really weren't. Being the genius she was, Pudding's words made it seem like Gianna had a really messy history. Too bad the woman in question didn't have the guts to say anything, although she cursed at the twins 10 times over in her head. In the end, Gianna decided to change the subject. President Cooper, do you want to come to my house for dinner? My mom made your favorite braised mandarin fish." She flaunted their relationship in front of all the reporters. Moreover, she knew Justin wouldn't be able to reject her in front of all those people. Before Justin could answer, Pudding glanced at him and pouted. "Handsome Cooper, didn't you say you were going to take us home for dinner? We haven't visited Great-Grandpa in such a long time." Sure, your Great-Grandpa is actually at home today. I'll talk to your mommy afterward and you guys can come home with me, but you'll have to stay the night, all right?" "Yes, sir," the twins answered in unison, leaving Gianna's smile as awkward as could be. "I'm sorry. Can I take a rain check? These rascals are coming over tonight." Justin looked at Gianna apologetically. "Sure, we have a lot of time in the future to enjoy dinner together," Gianna said, pretending to be nonchalant. The twins occupied Justin's attention until the charity dinner ended, giving Gianna no room to butt in. In the end, she got so angry that she left with her agent in a huff. After the ball ended, Justin held one twin in each hand and walked up to Chloe with a smile. "I'll be taking the twins home with me. We're having dinner at the mansion. We'll be staying there tonight. You don't have to worry about us, Dr. Green," Pudding added. "Okay, but be good and don't bother Great-Grandpa so much, all right?" Chloe nodded. "I got it, Dr. Green. Enjoy your alone time with Mr. Dawson tonight, after all. An opportunity like this is rare." Little Bean tried not to laugh. What she said made Chloe feel extremely awkward. The latter rolled her eyes at her daughter. "What are you talking about? You're still a kid. Be more like one, all right?" In the end, Justin and the twins left the ball together with Anne, allowing Chloe to rest easy. She and Jack stayed behind to send the guests away. When Andrew left, he glanced at Chloe profoundly, but the latter pretended not to see his face. Unwilling to talk to him, she turned her face away from him. "Chloe, my little sister, remember what I said to you. As long as I'm still alive, I will work hard to achieve my dream. I'll never give up on it. Haha." Andrew's random comment left Chloe frozen to her spot. As Andrew turned around to leave, Chloe muttered to herself, "What a psycho." However, she knew that Andrew was referring to what he said to her when they had been kidnapped. Andrew dreamt of taking her away to a small island in the ocean. He had painted a perfect picture in his head. She didn't want Jack to worry about her, so she chose not to say anything. After all, Andrew was completely a madman. Brenton left soon after Justin, but Max stayed until the last minute. Yet, he had no more opportunities to talk to Avery until the party had almost ended. Finally, Max found Avery alone, drinking water by the door. He immediately walked up to her, took off his suit jacket, and placed it over Avery's shoulders. "Here, wear this, or you'll catch a cold." Avery was a bit startled when she turned around, and she was just about to politely decline. "I'm fine," but Max had already left with a smile on his face. "What's going on, Avery? Are you close friends with Max?" Chloe gossiped upon seeing what happened. "No, sis-in-law, I have no idea what he wants with me." "He scared me half to death," Avery replied, helplessly taking the blazer off her shoulders. She was just about to cast it aside when she noticed that the blazer was from one of her favorite luxury brands. The brand was hard to buy, and their clothes were all handmade by a gay Italian designer. The designer was a fashion genius who always created the most amazing pieces. Avery liked this brand and owned some of the designer's clothes herself. Therefore, she didn't have the heart to leave it at the hotel and decided to take it home with her. After a hard day's work, the ball finally ended, and Jack and Chloe drove their tired bodies home. "We got around $70 million in donations tonight. I called Southside and told them that we will be donating this money to children with leukemia whose families can't afford to undergo bone marrow transplants. I really hope we can save more lives." "Sounds good, honey." Jack knew that ever since Chloe became a mother, she's been contributing to children-related charity. "The little witches aren't home tonight. Our home is really a lot more peaceful," Chloe chuckled, and Jack replied with a laugh. "As the dad, I feel like I'm jealous by how close they are with Justin." "Grow up, will you?" Chloe laughed. "I don't need to grow up with my wife and kids." "Okay, you win. You're supposed to be the man who conquers the world, but your daughters completely conquered you. That's a good thing." If I spoil my daughters rotten, they'll never be bullied, Jack said as he drove. You're right. If you keep spoiling them, no one will dare to bully them, and no one will marry them once they grow up. Chloe was becoming more worried by the day, wondering what kind of boyfriends the twins will date in the future. Most importantly, will anyone date them in the future? They have future boyfriends already, no? Jack tilted his head at Chloe, who didn't know what he was talking about. Kenneth and Ethan, one for Little Bean and one for Pudding, Jack said. Ha ha, Chloe burst into rabid laughter. Honey, can you not laugh so evilly? Jack asked, feeling speechless. Honey, if Sarah and Victoria hear what you just said, they'll go crazy, Chloe laughed as she covered her belly. Weren't they the ones that brought up the idea in the first place? Jack asked proudly. Times have changed, my dear. Take a look at your daughters. They've bullied Kenneth so much that he doesn't even have the guts to complain, and he hides in Victoria's lap whenever we see them. Ethan rarely even comes to our gatherings and runs away as soon as he sees them. They've scared him out of his wits. That's how scary your daughters are. People are literally running away from them. Come on, they're still young. They'll become less mischievous with age, Jack said hopefully. Upon hearing Jack's wishful thinking, Chloe burst out laughing again. Mr. Dawson, you are still underestimating your daughters. The couple chatted and laughed all the way home. Chloe had been busying around all day, and because of her ankle injury, they took a quick shower and went straight to bed, 12:30 a.m. Jack got up, pulled the covers up for Chloe, and headed downstairs to the tea room, making himself a cup of coffee. Avery woke up to go to the bathroom and saw light downstairs. She immediately knew who it was. Big brother, why aren't you asleep? I'm not sleepy. Is sis-in-law asleep? Avery asked. Yeah, she's exhausted. She had to work during the day and do the charity ball in the evening. I feel really bad. Jack picked up his mug and took a sip of coffee. Sis-in-law is someone with fervor and likes to work. She's not the stay-at-home mom type to begin with, Avery laughed. What about you? Why aren't you asleep? Jack glanced at his cousin. I might still be jet-lagged. I was tossing and turning and wanted to get something to drink as well. Then, Avery made herself a cup of milk tea. The two of them went into the living room, and Jack turned on the light. They began to chat. Big bro, how much longer are you going to keep that thing from Chloe? I don't know either. I just don't want her to worry. Just let it be for the time being. Jack seemed down as he looked down at the brown mug in his hand. She's going to find out sooner or later. Then we'll take it from there. Okay then, gosh, I really don't know what's going on in your head. I know you really love sis-in-law, but a lot of the times I don't know, you're a weird person, big brother, Avery said. Jack didn't respond. Big brother, Don't you get jealous of how well Justin treats Chloe? She asked carefully. Do I get jealous? Of course I do. But I know Justin's not someone who will take advantage, and he's never done anything to break up my relationship with Chloe. Most importantly, while I was away, he was the one who helped Chloe walk out of depression. Therefore, I owe him so much, and I can't pretend none of this happened. After so many near-death experiences, I really don't care about little things like love rivals. I owe him my life because he saved Chloe's, and I will be grateful until I die, Jack said slowly. Big brother, you're a really open-minded man for thinking that way, unlike some who are jealous and paranoid and get suspicious as soon as his wife talks to other men. I guess that's why Chloe loves you so much. Our relationship has reached a new level. We trust each other unconditionally and know that our feelings for each other will never change. So, these external factors won't affect us anymore. Nothing, except death, will break us apart. Then, if the bomb wasn't dismantled when you were trying to save Little Bean and Chloe really died, what would you do? I will fulfill her dying wish, raise Pudding and Little Bean, and then go find her without regrets. Avery almost burst into tears upon hearing what Jack said. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't believe how deep Jack and Chloe loved each other. Big brother, I really envy you for having a woman like her love you so much. She's willing to wait for you no matter how long it takes. I also envy Chloe. You love her so much, and are willing to be with her through thick and thin, Avery said, her eyes filling up with tears. You have to believe that miracles exist. Avery, you have to believe in love. Only then will you meet love. For the first time, Jack talked to Avery about relationships. Big brother, you were right. Justin and I wouldn't make a good couple. I've decided to give up. Did you run up against a stone wall? Jack asked his cousin calmly. I wouldn't say that I ran into anything since Justin and I never even talked about it. You know that your daughters have been trying to set us up, but I don't think he's interested. I know from how obsessed he's been with sis-in-law all this time that I won't be able to make him fall for me. So, I've decided to give up. I told you before that you guys aren't good for each other, not because he's my rival and I didn't want him anywhere near my cousin. The truth is, Justin can be extremely stubborn. His love for Chloe is not much less than mine, so I didn't want you chasing after him. After all, you have zero experience when it comes to relationships, and I don't want you getting hurt. You're right. I'm going to listen to your advice. I'm going to spend one more week with my nieces and go back to the States. You're not at HQ anymore, so my dad's been super busy. Sounds good. Get some sleep, big brother. Don't make Chloe worry. I will. Avery's heart-to-heart with Jack left her enlightened. After she realized how obsessed Justin was over Chloe, she decided to back off. Although she liked how loyal Justin was, his love will never be directed at her. Therefore, she sensibly decided to give up. That evening at the Green family mansion. Andrew was in a good mood after he came back from the charity dinner and was in his study looking at Chloe's calligraphy piece, which he had bought during the auction. He took out a piece of paper and wrote the words, "Great virtues and growth." He knew that although he wasn't capable of being so noble, Chloe could. He looked at both pieces happily, and a rare smile formed on his face. Miss Fisher. Downstairs, Andrew's men immediately greeted Ruoxi upon seeing her. Is Andrew upstairs? He is. What's he doing? Practicing calligraphy? Calligraphy? How artistic of him. I want to see him, Ruoxi said, running her way up to the second floor and barging into the study. Andrew looked up at her, and without much emotion, looked back down at his calligraphy. Andrew, I didn't know you knew calligraphy. Ruoxi walked up and intimately put her arm around Andrew's. However, he rudely knocked her arm away. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Do you not welcome me? Ruoxi pouted cutely. Ruoxi, I've made myself clear. Don't waste your time on me. I'm not listening to you. Oh, right. Have you had dinner? I learned a dumpling recipe online. It's really good. I can make some for you. I've had dinner already. Andrew refused icily. Andrew, Emery won't be able to stay put at the Lewis family. I think she's going to instigate that old man to hurt you. You need to be careful. I'm going to leave it to the heavens to punish that batch. It's okay. I know what Emery's capable of, and it's not worth getting anxious for. Andrew didn't really care what Emery might be up to. But what if she teams up with another force? You're still recovering from your injury, and your company's stocks haven't recovered yet. I don't want you to be inflicted. What if you marry me? My dad's the mayor, so if you marry me, other people will have to be more careful around you and stay away. What do you think? Ruoxi asked, looking up at Andrew with anticipation. Marry you? Are you kidding me? Andrew put down the calligraphy brush in his hand. His previous good mood had completely evaporated. No, don't misunderstand me. What I mean is, I'm the mayor's daughter. If you marry me, you'll benefit, Ruoxi explained in a hurry. Do you really think I need to marry you to secure my own place in society? Are you overestimating your dad or underestimating me? Andrew demanded impolitely. Stop talking. I don't want to discuss this anymore. Leave my house. I don't want to look at you. After his accident this time, Andrew wanted to cut ties off with Ruoxi, now more than ever. This woman was unlike Bella. Back then, he married her to avenge Chloe, but Ruoxi was innocent, and he also didn't need her father's help. If so, why would he ever waste time on her? Andrew. I don't want to leave you. I really like you. You like me? Ha ha. Do you even know me? Ruoxi, I'm not a good man. Andrew viciously grabbed Ruoxi's chin and warned her. I know, but I don't care. I like you nonetheless. I don't want to, but I can't control myself. Andrew, I'm not like Emery. I would never betray you or team up with other men against you. Trust me, okay? Let me make something clear. These things need to be consensual on both sides. You can't be the only one interested. I don't like you, and I don't want to see you. Please stop chasing after me. I was only nice to you because of your dad, but he can't do anything about me anymore, so get the hell out of my face. Andrew, leave. Andrew reached out to push Ruoxi out of his study, and he slammed the door with a bang, leaving the latter on the verge of a breakdown. At that very moment, the only person she hated was Chloe. She knew that the only person Andrew cared about was Chloe. Why, though? Why was she lucky enough to be loved by him? In the end, Ruoxi ran downstairs angrily, got into her sports car, and drove into the night. The next morning, Chloe was driving to work and about to merge onto the expressway when someone rear-ended her car severely. Chloe wondered who would rear-end her on purpose, since traffic wasn't even that bad. Moreover, she was driving an Audi R8. Although it wasn't the most expensive of cars, it still cost more than $1 million. Normal people would know to stay away, no? The impact left Chloe feeling a little dizzy. After a few seconds, she regained her posture and got out of her car to see a bright red Range Rover behind her. She walked up to the car and was just about to talk to the driver when she realized that it was Ruoxi. Chloe didn't know this woman at all. All she knew was that this woman was the mayor's daughter and that she often hung out with Andrew. The other day at the hospital, she left a bad impression on Chloe, but the latter didn't really care. Miss Fisher, did you rear-end me on purpose? Chloe knocked on Ruoxi's car window and asked, a little angrily. Ruoxi rolled down her car window and glanced icily at Chloe. So what if I did? I can reimburse you. You're not the only rich person in the city. Upon hearing this, Chloe got so mad that her expression darkened. Miss Fisher, please, this isn't going away just because you have money. You tailgated and crashed into a car intentionally. The nature of this incident is very serious. Chloe couldn't understand why all the daughters of mayors were so rude and unreasonable. Before, it was Bella, and now, Ruoxi. She was absolutely speechless. Who told you I did it on purpose? I was distracted and didn't see, all right? Ruoxi kept both of her hands on the wheel, her voice still as domineering as ever. All right, then we'll wait for the police to settle this. Chloe made a phone call to the company, and Stella brought over a team of professionals to handle the situation. Chloe looked at her watch anxiously, knowing that she was about to be late. She was on a viaduct, and it was impossible to get a taxi during the morning rush hour. She stood by the side of the road, desperately trying to flag down a cab. Finally, a black Porsche Cayenne stopped in front of her. The windows rolled down, and inside the car was a man. You look very anxious. Want a ride? Zion smiled. Chloe was just about to reject his offer. If you still have misconceptions about me, you can pretend I didn't say anything. But I'm really on my way to Southside for a checkup. It's really convenient. Consider it, or maybe you'll really be late. Zion's words clearly affected Chloe. Although she despised the man in front of her, she despised being late even more. Clenching her fists, she got into his car. Are you that afraid to get in my car? Zion chuckled. It's not that bad, Chloe replied coldly. Really, your expression tells me you'd rather die, Zion joked. Chloe didn't respond. I heard that you're back working at Southside, Miss Ruthless President? Zion asked. You're well informed. Chloe glanced at Zion defensively. Not exactly well informed, just a coincidence is all. After all, I've been to Southside these couple of days for a detailed checkup. The news of you coming back is the talk of the town. You are the famous deputy director of the hospital, after all. My coming back has nothing to do with the promotion. I just love this job. Please don't confuse the two. Of course, I want to pick your brain. I don't think anyone can fathom leaving a position like the president of a company for a doctor. Do you know how ridiculous that is? Chloe leaned back into her seat and took a deep breath. Honestly, I don't really care about what others think. No matter what they say, I'm still going to follow what's in my heart. I'm not going to let trivial things and people affect any of my decisions. So, whether it's being a doctor or a president of a company, It's my choice and my happiness. I don't need anyone else to understand. This is the kind of low-profile showing off. Zion laughed. Dr. Green, do you want to listen to music? Zion asked. Doesn't matter. Chloe clearly didn't want to say too much to him. Zion pressed the play button and immediately a magnetic, deep voice flowed out of the speakers. At the sound of the familiar melody, Chloe suddenly felt calm, forgetting all about the incident with Ruoxi. It was Zion's voice on the CD. It was a song from 10 years ago. Even though Chloe wasn't much of a fan, she still recognized it. At that time, she was still in school, and Zion's album was playing all throughout town, sung by almost everyone. This song seems very old. Is this one of your older songs? Chloe asked quietly. Yes, this is a song I recorded 10 years ago. Although it wasn't heavily promoted or very famous, I still love this album. This is why I always play it in my car. Sometimes I wonder how many of us lose our original purpose and dreams as we live our lives. In the end, we don't even recognize ourselves anymore. I guess I'm one of those people. Actually, when I debuted 20 years ago, I was only a stupid young kid. Back then, I just wanted to sing. Being a recording artist was so out of my reach, I didn't even imagine it. Afterward, I applied to a recording studio as an assistant, pouring coffee and helping out here and there. I started from the very bottom and learned a lot of things. Eventually, the music director at the time saw my hard work and gave me a chance at an audition. I covered an old English song and impressed a couple of professionals. They then packaged me, and I made my debut. During my prime, I was performing in the nation's largest stadium 18 times a year, with every concert completely sold out, tickets impossible to get. At the time, I was even the spokesperson for a large beverage company, with endorsement fees all in the sky-high 8 figures. Chloe actually listened to Zion's mumblings. She believed that everyone had their own unique, incredible journeys and stories. What happened afterward? Chloe asked. After that, I got too famous and it went to my head. Making money was too easy for me. I watched as the cash rolled into my bank account every day, completely numbed by it all. Afterward, all kinds of women who were after fame and fortune appeared around me. Finding success at a young age wasn't really a good thing for me. I was too young and too immature. I went in head first for everything and kept a very high profile. Afterward, I got tired of singing, thinking it was too much work. My agent then started to book acting gigs for me, and I began my acting career. Later on, I grew tired of that as well. I don't have the energy to do those things anymore. Right now, I actually really just want to find someone to marry. What happened after? Did you find her? Chloe looked at Zion's profile curiously. Dr. Green, are you joking? If I found her, would I be single in my 40s? Haha. It's not that no one wants you. It's just that you haven't found a woman who you're willing to marry. That's all, Chloe replied. Zion nodded. That's right. I've always thought that good women should be everywhere, but when I started to actually look for them, they're as hard to find as pandas. I've been in this circle for too long and I know how dirty it is. There are no good women in the entertainment industry, only batches. The difference is that some people are more honest about it, while others like Gianna hide it better. And me? I'm proud as can be, and there's no way I can spend a lifetime with a batch. So, after many years of searching, I'm still single. You can look outside the circle, maybe a makeup artist or an assistant or even a producer or writer, Chloe urged. Forget it. When you're in this circle, you'll learn that no one's exactly clean. Whether it's the makeup artists, producers, or even the part-time assistants, they'll slowly conform to this environment and begin to stink. I just want to get out of this circle. I've even thought about completely quitting and moving back to the countryside to find a girl there. We'd work in the fields and spend our days that way. That does sound like a happy and simple lifestyle. Chloe nodded in agreement. Yeah, right. It's not that easy. Nowadays, even girls from the countryside are no longer pure. They're demanding hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts, and some want houses and cars, or even an entire building in the city. What ridiculous appetites. Aren't those numbers just spare change to you? Your net worth is probably in the thousands of millions. I have it, but me giving it willingly is different from someone asking me for it. You know what I mean? I understand. Chloe nodded, smiling. Zion turned his head towards Chloe. At the sight of her smile, his heart fluttered. Dr. Green. Chloe looked up. Your smile is very beautiful. Zion gazed at her profile. Cough, cough. Chloe turned her head towards the window, feeling awkward. Soon, they arrived at Southside. Luckily, she wasn't late. Thank you, Mr. Zion. Chloe thanked Zion politely before she got out of his car. No problem, Dr. Green. I'll see you soon. Zion smiled mysteriously. Chloe didn't have the time to think about the meaning behind his words before hurrying off to her morning meeting. After her meeting, Chloe returned to her office to begin seeing patients. Chief, you only have 3 patients this morning. In the afternoon, several professors from the province are coming in for an academic seminar. Violet placed the files atop Chloe's table. All right, put it down and I'll look at it right away. When the first patient walked in, Chloe looked up and couldn't believe her eyes. You again? Chloe was shocked by the sight of Zion. I told you I'd see you soon. I'm doing a full-body checkup this time, so it's only natural I check up on my mental health. Dr. Green, take a look at me. Do I have depression or something? Zion sat across from Chloe, smiling. Stop joking around. How could you have depression? You're so open-minded. That's true. I've always had a big heart, never one to be too extreme. However, Andrew and Emery both seem sick. At the sudden mention of the 2 people, Chloe wasn't fazed at all. She simply continued organizing her files. Emery has dissociative identity disorder, Zion said. Emery has nothing to do with me, Chloe replied calmly. She didn't have it before. She turned this way after being with Andrew. It's why she takes so many drugs, turning a normal person completely insane. Andrew's definitely a big psycho himself, maybe even more so than Emery. You've known him for so long. Haven't you discovered something off about him? Zion moved closer to Chloe and asked, I'm not interested in Andrew's health. Even if he is terminally ill, it still doesn't affect me. Mr. Zion, I'm grateful for the ride you gave me today morning, but please don't waste my precious time. There are actual patients after you. Chloe was about to lose her patience. All right, I'll leave then. Just make sure to watch your back these days. Both Emery and Ruoxi seem to hate your guts. After his reminder to Chloe, Zion left almost unwillingly. Chloe was seriously puzzled by the man. He always appeared out of nowhere, blabbering strange things and then disappearing. He really didn't act like a big celebrity at all. Violet, invite the next patient in. Chloe pressed down the button for internal calls. The room door flung open, and in came a young woman who was dressed entirely in brand names, intimidating as ever. She put down her Chanel purse right in front of Chloe, impolitely. Dr. Green, could you please take a look at me? I've heard about your amazing healing powers. Apparently you can cure anything? The woman's tone was sarcastic and mean. Chloe looked up and was a little surprised. Zuri, why are you here? Of course I'm here to get diagnosed. Aren't you a genius doctor? Zuri's presence was threatening, and her tone was intimidating, to say the least. Zuri, do we have some sort of beef or misunderstanding between us? Chloe took off her black frames and looked at the assertive young woman before her. What do you think? Zuri glared at Chloe. You're here to talk about Brenny, right? Chloe guessed the reason for Zuri's visit. So, don't you have some sort of explanation for me? Honestly, I do know Brenny personally, but that doesn't mean I can invade her privacy. In this kidnapping case, she risked her life to protect my daughters and suffered beatings that broke her ribs. I have to help her. As for her relationship with your husband, I really have no idea what's going on there. So you're protecting her then? You're denying everything? No, I don't even know what I'm denying. Shouldn't you ask your husband? Chloe couldn't understand why Zuri kept asking outsiders to explain her husband's cheating ways or his wish for a divorce. What kind of logic was that? At the mention of her husband's affair, Zuri grew even more emotional. Case wasn't like this before. He was always so great to me, and he always called Brenny clingy. It's Brenny who has no shame, stepping into my marriage. My husband never responded to her advances. I don't know why it turned out like this. After we got married, everything changed. He's no longer invested in me, even skipping my birthdays, saying he's busy. But he has the time to drink afternoon tea with that batch Brenny? How is she not at fault? Chloe, I don't understand why you're helping that batch instead of me. Logically speaking, my brother and sister-in-law are good friends with you, so you shouldn't be treating the Blake family like this, right? Zuri seemed to have held some sort of grudge towards Chloe. Her voice was agitated and she couldn't stop criticizing Chloe. I'm friends with your brother and your sister-in-law, that's true, but that has nothing to do with this. I was originally not that close with Brenny. I only helped her out that one time because she was in trouble. This time, if it wasn't for her help, I wouldn't even have that much contact with her. I don't care about your relationship with Brenny. As far as I'm concerned, she saved my daughter's life, and I'm very grateful for that. Still, I'm not going to invade her privacy. Stop bullshitting me. Tell me where Brenny is right now. Zuri went to the first hospital first thing in the morning, but Brenny was already released from the hospital. She then looked for Brenny in her old residence, but discovered that the latter had already relocated. As far as Zuri was concerned, Chloe definitely knew where Brenny was, and hence, this early morning drama. She was released from the hospital. I have no idea where she went. You're lying! How could you not know? You definitely hid her somewhere. Someone even saw. Yes, that's true, but she wasn't out of the hospital at the time. I was only helping her take care of her daughter. Also, I did make her living arrangements, but she didn't go. So, I really have no idea where she is. I also have no reason to lie to you. Instead of yelling at me, why don't you ask Case? Chloe was beginning to feel irritated. If I could ask him, do you think I'd be here asking you? Zuri was livid. Then I have nothing for you. It's none of my business. Please leave. I need to get back to my work. In the face of Zuri's unreasonable rudeness, Chloe had no choice but to send her out. Fine, Chloe. You'd rather protect a stupid bitch than help me. It really shows what kind of person you are. You'll regret this. Zuri was certain that Chloe was protecting Brenny, but in reality, Chloe really didn't know of her whereabouts. After Zuri left, raging, Chloe couldn't keep calm anymore as well. What the hell was happening today? She only had 3 patients in total, and 2 of them were here to give her a hard time? Chloe took a sip of the coffee Violet made her, then took out her cell phone and dialed Brenny's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available at the moment. Please try again later. Her phone's off? Chloe murmured to herself. Brenny had left the hospital for a good couple of days now, but hadn't contacted Chloe. Chloe had thought that it was due to the trauma left behind by Liam's death, but now, seeing that she didn't go to the residence Chloe had provided her, it looked as though she had her own plans. She was most likely with Case, while Zuri wanted nothing more than to seek revenge. What a scary situation. As for Case, Chloe wasn't familiar with the man. They had never really spoken to each other before. This was truly a drama-filled love triangle. If and when the news of Zuri's divorce reaches the public, both the Chase and Blake stocks would likely take a hit. There was still 1 patient left. After Chloe gave a diagnosis and provided the patient with the proper medicine, Chloe was finally able to catch a break. Coincidentally, Sarah had just begun her gossip party. Sarah: anyone there? I want to chat. Chloe: isn't it busy in your store today? Sarah: not at all. It's been so cold this past couple of days. No one's willing to come out to shop or eat, unless it's with their best friends. I'm going broke over here. Please, rich ladies, take care of me. Victoria: hello? 911? The wife of Chief Ace is shameless. Ha ha. As a high member of the government, she's asking for help from ordinary citizens to be her sugar mommy. Chloe: agreed, Mrs. Chief. Please have some dignity. Sarah: you can't eat dignity, right? What's the point of having dignity? Chloe: where's Ethan? Bring him to me. Sarah: he's at his morning tutor. My mother-in-law and the nanny brought him over. I just finished checking the books. Chloe: Victoria, what are you up to? Victoria: I'm in my old house. The kid's grandparents missed him, so I brought him back for lunch. Chloe: where's Brenton? Victoria: he's still at the company. A lot has happened recently. Many businesses affiliated with the Chase family are starting over. Chloe. You've just reminded me, your sister-in-law was just here a moment ago giving me a hard time. Victoria. What? How did she give you a hard time? Sarah. Her sister-in-law, Zuri? Chloe then proceeded to tell her two friends the entire encounter through voice chat, giving them every little detail. Victoria. My sister-in-law is completely head over heels in love with the son of the Chase family. Now that he's divorcing her, she's going nuts. It's good that she wasn't home today. Otherwise, I would never hear the end of it. Chloe. It's my fault. Victoria. It's not your fault. She's just a princess. My in-laws spoil her to no ends, and she's always gotten everything she's wanted. She's never been told the word no, so she can't handle any small rejection now. She probably thinks that the whole world's against her. It's good that this actually happened. It's a good lesson to learn so she doesn't always act like the planet revolves around her. Victoria never liked Zuri. She had always made sure to keep her distance from the girl. Sarah. Brenton's definitely worried about his sister. Victoria. If he's worried, he'll help out his sister. Plus, it's not up to us whether or not they divorce. It's between them. If Case doesn't want to be with Zuri anymore, who's going to stop it? Sarah. Chloe, what do you think? Do you really think Case and Zuri's divorce has something to do with Brenny? Is she really that attractive? I don't really believe it, to be honest. I know how Brenny has been doing in recent years. If he's really interested in her, why did he marry Zuri back then? It doesn't make sense. What do you think? I really want to know. Chloe. Honestly, there's nothing to analyze here. I can't explain what someone else is feeling. I am sure of one thing, though. Case definitely cares a lot about Brenny. Back when she was staying at the hospital, he always visited her with flowers and fruits. Victoria. There has to be something going on there. That Chase kid, back when he visited Zuri, he always brought nothing to our old home. If he's bringing flowers and fruits, it means that he cares. Sarah. Fine. I don't understand the world of you rich people. On the one hand, he has a beautiful wife who's born to a noble family, worth billions, and on the other, a broke, divorced girl with huge baggage. What interesting taste Mr. Chase has. Anyways, forget about them. Want to come out for dinner tonight? I'm craving roasted pig feet. Victoria. Heck yes! I want some too. Chloe. I have a seminar in the afternoon. I'll come to find you gals if it ends early. Sarah. Oh, Dr. Green's no longer the same person. So busy now. Victoria. She's the deputy director now. Please watch your words, Miss Sarah. Chloe. You girls want to die? You dare to make fun of me? Maybe I'll just bring my twins over to bully your sons, haha. Sarah. No, please don't. You should see Ethan every time Little Bean and Pudding are done with him. It's the look of utter despair, I tell you. Victoria. So, could we please cancel their arranged marriages? We object. Sarah. Yes, I agree with both hands in the air. We object. Chloe. Sorry, no returns or exchanges. Haha. Being friends for so many years, the conversation between the three flowed naturally, even if it wasn't face-to-face. Chloe felt much better after talking to her two best friends. She went to eat lunch in the cafeteria with Violet, and in the afternoon, she turned her focus towards preparing for the seminar, Imperial Star Headquarters. President Cooper, something happened at a filming location, and hurried in. What happened? Justin looked up immediately. An accident occurred at the site for the historical drama, The Traveler. The lead actress fell from the wire and is in a coma. She's been sent to the first hospital for emergency care. How could that be? How could the wire suddenly break? Justin stood up, his brows furrowed. We're not sure yet. It's still being investigated. However, this is the final scene. If we cannot finish the shoot, we can't wrap up on time and the broadcast will get pushed back. There will be a great delay. Not only will we lose a lot of money, we won't be able to report to the Broadcasting Bureau. We are in dire need of a body double. Isn't finding a body double easy? Go find one. Justin was now worried as well. It's easy to find a body double, but she has a lot of face shots in this scene. An ordinary body double's not enough. So, I'm thinking we should find her younger sister to finish the scenes. Her sister? She has a younger sister? Then find a way to contact her. Money won't be an issue. I've contacted her, but she rejected my offer. She doesn't like to show her face. If she rejected the offer, why are you telling me? Look for another way. Justin was definitely frustrated now. But the problem is, her younger sister is a good friend of Chloe's. So, I was thinking, President Cooper, could you please ask Chloe to help out? Chloe's friend? Who? I should know her too then. Justin was sure he knew all of Chloe's friends. The name of the girl is Cece. She looks fairly similar to her older sister and would definitely be a perfect substitute, Anne said slowly. So it's actually her, Justin said as he went deep in thought. He was unfamiliar with Cece because she was Rick's ex-girlfriend. He didn't have a chance to get to know her or have conversations with her, even though they had met a few times before. How about this, President Cooper? Give Miss Green a call. I think she will definitely help you for something small like this, Anne urged him. Justin thought for a good while but shook his head and declined the suggestion. Never mind. We will take responsibility for the loss. It's a business affair and I don't want to owe Chloe this favor. Just forget about this. You can leave now. Surprisingly, Justin rejected Anne's suggestion. But President Cooper, Anne was cut off by Justin before he could even say anything. Go out now. Don't mention this ever again. Justin's feelings for Chloe were hidden deep inside his mind, even though no one could tell from the outside. He actually cared about Chloe even more. He also envied Jack's selfless and unconditional love towards Chloe. Jack always put Chloe as his first priority. That was why Justin rather take some loss himself than have Chloe owe someone a favor. Anne felt extremely gloomy. He didn't know what his boss was thinking, but he knew that Chloe could solve this easily. After pondering for a while, Anne gave Chloe a call. After all, he had built a relationship with Chloe and the twins after staying with them for 3 years. Hello, Anne? Chloe was in a meeting, but she walked away and picked up the call quietly after seeing that it was from Anne. She knew that this man wouldn't call her randomly. It must be something important for him to call. President Green, I've encountered some troubles on my end. This is what happened. Anne told Chloe everything that happened. What can I help you guys with? Chloe asked calmly. You just need to give Miss Cece a call to persuade her to substitute her sister in acting the remaining parts of the drama. That way we can wrap up the whole drama and won't delay the agenda and schedule of the film. Okay, I'll call her right away. President Green, President Cooper doesn't know about this yet. I called you behind his back because he didn't want to bother you and rather take the loss. I understand Justin was thinking for me. I know the situation now. Just leave everything to me and I'll get Cece to the studio shortly. That sounds great. Thank you, President Green. Anne was delighted. No worries. Justin's problems are also my problems. Chloe was happy because it was rare that she could help Justin out. She contacted Cece immediately. Cece was also very helpful and took public transit to the studio after Chloe requested. Justin went with the others to visit the actress in the hospital. He left after finding out that she was doing fine. Inside the Bentley, Justin suddenly thought of the things for the studio. How did you arrange over there? Have you notified all the partners about the delay? Anne lowered his head and remained silent. Don't you hear me talking to you? Are you playing mind games with me or pretending to be mute? Justin looked at Anne amusingly. President Cooper, Miss Nee's younger sister, already substituted her and finished all the remaining scenes. Didn't her little sister already reject us? Justin suddenly realized something after saying the sentence and looked at Anne angrily. How dare you call Chloe behind my back? Sorry, President Cooper. I'm thinking for the interest of the company. Anne lowered his head out of guilt. Ridiculous! What did I tell you? Justin raged. I just thought it was something that President Green could do easily, but our company might suffer a major loss if it's not done. I would rather suffer from a major loss than have her help me out. Justin hadn't blown his cool in a long time and yelled at Anne. Where is Cece now? Justin asked after calming down. She's already at the studio, Anne answered in a low voice. Let's go and take a look. Justin was also worried that if any accidents happened to Cece, who was persuaded by Chloe to finish up the remaining scenes for her older sister, he wouldn't be able to explain to Chloe. That was why someone like him, who had never been to the studio, went to Imperial Star Corporation's exclusive outdoor filming location. It was a resort with beautiful scenery, and all the tree branches were covered with icicles. The actors wore ancient costumes. It seemed like they were filming a fighting scene. There was another female protagonist, Gianna, who didn't have many scenes in the drama. Gianna's purpose was to act as a foil to Kira Nee, Cece's sister, as a guest actor in order to advertise for the drama. Although Gianna was just there for a brief period of time, she was there with a huge presence. 4 to 5 assistants were either busy getting drinks for Gianna, holding up an umbrella for her, or massaging her. Justin saw this scene when he walked in. Cece was stabbed by a sword from her opponent and fell onto the snow. "Cut! I beg you, Miss Cece, can you soften up your expression?" The director seemed to be very dissatisfied. "I'm sorry, director. I'm nervous due to having no prior performing experience," Cece apologized. "I don't understand what there is to be nervous about. If you keep on dragging us back like this, how do we call it a day? Everybody is waiting for you. Even Miss Gianna has to wait as well. You're sure arrogant enough. Your sister doesn't even have this treatment. Do you think that we should worship you because you're substituting for us, huh?" The director's words had only gotten harsher. Cece felt embarrassed. "I'm very sorry. I will try my best." "Retake," the director said petulantly. Cece struggled to get up from the snow. She was out of strength from doing it over and over again in the cold. Not only her cheeks were red under the cold temperature, but her fingers were also stiff. She didn't intend to be a substitute and wouldn't have done it even though there was compensation, but Chloe called her. Cece felt like she was obligated to do it because Chloe treated her nicely and had been helping Rick and her out. Even though they were not together anymore, she still appreciated all Chloe's help. Cece acted the scene again from the script. The opponent stabbed her, and she fell on the ground immediately. "Cut! Why did you fall so fast? Too fake. Who would fall right away when she gets stabbed? Do you have any common sense at all?" "Sorry, I'm very sorry, director." Cece kept on apologizing. "I have nothing to say. I'm not sure where they found an idiot like you, even stupider than your sister." An unwitting complaint from the director totally violated Cece's bottom line. "Director, you can yell at me for acting badly. What does this have to do with my sister? Isn't she dedicated enough? She filmed in the frigid weather with you and ended up in the hospital because the stage props weren't inspected properly. It's fortunate that she isn't in critical condition. Otherwise, it's a life of a human being. Can you imagine how worried my family was? No one is born knowing how to act, right? I can learn even if I'm stupid. How can an executive director like you humiliate and yell at people? It seems like you don't have a good character either." The act of Cece suddenly snapping at the director shocked everybody in the studio. She actually yelled at the executive director. The director was absolutely dumbfounded. What's going on with a renowned director like him getting yelled at by a substitute? What did you just say? You can talk more, but I have to tell you something. Who do you think you are? I can let you go any time. Do you think I care about acting? I wouldn't be here if my friend didn't call me. Cece was furious as well. Someone kick this woman out. The director got mad and wanted to kick Cece out of here. At this moment, Justin walked up and said coldly, "Who's kicking out the person I chose?" Justin's appearance immediately caused everyone to surround him in an instant. "What brought you here, President Cooper?" "Oh my, is that really President Cooper?" This is my first time seeing President Cooper despite working in the company for so many years. I thought he would never come to the studio. A few actors became excited. Seeing Justin, Gianna stood up immediately and walked towards him. "Why didn't you tell me that you were visiting? Is this supposed to be a surprise?" She thought Justin was here to visit her. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" Justin didn't reply to Gianna. He looked at the director first and looked at Cece. "Ah, President Cooper, this is what happened." The director was about to talk, but he was cut off by Justin. "Shut up. I want to hear her words." Justin looked at Cece and said, "I'm very sorry about what happened to your sister. I already visited her in the hospital and she isn't in critical condition. The doctor said she might be too tired and she'll be fine after resting up for a few days. I've already asked someone to check for the wire, and we will be accountable for your sister. I would like to personally thank you for helping us out at this moment." Everybody was extremely shocked by Justin's attitude. He was gentle when he was talking to this negligible substitute. Gianna became jealous when she saw this. "You're welcome, President Cooper. Please don't say that. I know that it was an accident and no one wanted it to happen. Besides, a big company like Imperial Star will not shirk responsibility. I'm fine as long as my sister is not in danger. As for coming here, I was hesitant at first because I'm just a normal person and don't want to be seen in public. I also have no prior experience, and I was afraid that I couldn't do the job well. After Sister Chloe called me, I knew that you guys were also anxious. In an emergency situation like this, it'd be great if we can put ourselves in each other's shoes. Even though I'm not doing well, I'll try my best." "Thank you, Miss Cece." Justin expressed his appreciation and turned his head to look at the director. "Director, are you done working for Imperial Star?" The director's facial expression changed drastically after hearing Justin's words. No, I didn't mean that. You misunderstood me, President Cooper. We've been cooperating for so long, and you know that I'm always strict about the details, haha. It was nothing personal, but purely being strict at work. Besides, I didn't know that she was your guest. I was totally blind and hope President Cooper can understand." The director didn't dare to say anything harsh in front of Justin, since one word from Justin was enough to determine his fate. One order from him would easily be enough to end his career that lasted over 10 years. That was why, no matter what happened, he couldn't afford to offend a bigwig like Justin. Regardless of the number of people in the studio, Director immediately apologized like an insignificant person and begged Justin like a dog wagging its tail. "You're mistaken, Director. Why are you apologizing to me when you weren't being rude to me?" Justin looked at him coldly. Right, you're correct. I should apologize to Miss Cece. Miss Cece, I'm sorry for my attitude earlier. Please forgive me, haha." Compared to just now, his attitude was totally different. Cece was not used to it, and was caught speechless by the drastic change. The entertainment industry seemed to be a huge mess. "You don't have to apologize. I just didn't like how you talked about my sister. We're running short on time. Let's keep going, and I hope everything runs smoothly." Cece wasn't someone that wanted to stir up trouble. After Justin helped her out, she knew when to stop and continue filming. Justin sat and supervised from the side. The director didn't dare to give Cece a hard time. Gianna went up and said in a coquettish manner, "President Cooper, you seem to treat this young lady nicely. Are you into her?" Justin turned his head and glanced at Gianna coldly. "Your IQ has been decreasing significantly. Are you hitting your menopause soon?" Gianna was caught speechless. Her face froze for a bit, and she forced a smile as she said, "President Cooper, why are you angry? I'm just joking around with you. Better not joke around with this topic in the future. It disgusts me." Justin used to think Gianna was a considerate and self-aware woman, but for some reason, her manners had become worse than before. She even bickered with the twins in his presence. She was indeed someone with a small heart. "I know now." "Please don't be mad at me," Gianna tried to act cute. "I wouldn't get mad over something small like this." Justin stared at the shoot because he was afraid that Cece would get bullied, and knew that President Cooper didn't care about Cece, but cared that Cece was requested to come by Chloe. For Justin, Chloe was still an unforgettable person no matter how hard he tried to forget. She was someone that occupied an important part in his heart. If anything happened, it would be hard for Justin to describe the situation to Chloe. He still cared a lot about how Chloe would feel. Gianna took out her cell phone sneakily and took a selfie of her with Justin's profile. She posted it on Weibo after using an image editing tool and wrote, "It's great that someone visits you during work in frigid weather, but he's colder than a polar bear. Haha." After posting on Weibo, people became excited immediately. Justin hadn't posted anything on Weibo lately, and his fans were very desperate for any update. Gianna's post instantly attracted many fans. "Wow, our goddess seems so happy. Did your boyfriend visit?" The side of President Cooper's face is so handsome. Are you guys showing off how adorable you are now? So jealous. Marry this guy, goddess. President Cooper is perfect. I started to believe in love again after seeing you two being happy together. Gianna's little mind game brought her many comments on the internet, and her post immediately became the #1 most searched hashtags. The hashtag was Justin visits Gianna at the shoot. When the twins were bored and surfing on Weibo, they saw the news and were about to explode. Pudding video called Justin immediately. Justin took out his cell phone, walked away, and picked up the call. "Hello, Miss Pudding." "Where are you, handsome Cooper?" Pudding asked in a serious manner. "I'm at the studio," Justin answered honestly. "So you are at the studio visiting Bimbo Gianna?" Pudding asked coldly while trying to suppress anger. Who did you hear that I'm visiting Gianna from?" Justin knew that the twins didn't like Gianna and tried not to provoke them on this topic. "You're still playing dumb with me? You two are already the most popular tag on Weibo. That Bimbo Gianna posted a selfie with you? I've told you a million times, don't associate yourself with that Bimbo Gianna. Even if you don't like my auntie, you're not allowed to be with Bimbo Gianna. You didn't listen to me. I'm so sad. I have to tell this to Mommy." Please don't, Pudding. Don't do it on impulse. Let's talk through it." Once Justin heard that Pudding was going to report that to Chloe, he panicked. He was as nervous as if Chloe were his own wife. "How do you talk through it? Do you look like you are trying to talk through it?" asked Pudding angrily. "Pudding, I really don't know what Weibo and Top Search you are talking about. Give me some time and let me handle it." After hanging up the phone, Justin opened the Weibo app. He immediately figured out what had happened after checking. He walked over to Gianna with a stony face and asked, "Who told you to post that picture of us?" I snapped that picture for fun. If it gets popular, we can use it to promote our new drama." Gianna was trying to find excuses. "I don't need you to do promotion for the new drama. Even if you wanted to, don't involve me. Gianna, I'm telling you one last time, don't use us as media hype. There's nothing going on between us. Otherwise, don't blame me when you can no longer stay in the entertainment industry." Justin especially didn't like girls who were full of themselves, and Gianna's repeated behavior was driving Justin crazy. He yelled directly in her face, and Gianna didn't dare to say a word, keeping her head down. Justin then turned around and left. "Are you all done?" asked Justin with a cold stare at the director. "It's all done, Mr. Cooper. Only post-production is left. Then let's call it a day. Tonight's dinner is on me. Consider it a wrap-up dinner." After that, Justin looked at Cece and said in a low voice, "You come too. Thank you so much for today." "No, it's fine, Mr. Cooper. No need to thank me." Cece was going to turn down the invitation. Since Mr. Cooper asked, "Just come." "Don't worry about it," Anne added. Gianna didn't want to go to the wrap-up dinner at night because she offended Justin, so she left the filming set with the excuse that she was not feeling well. During the Imperial Star Entertainment dinner that night, everyone felt more relaxed since Gianna wasn't there. If this top star in Imperial Star Entertainment was there, she would just be being all pretentious and act like a big shot, and everyone else wouldn't be able to have a good time. Everyone saw that Justin was paying extra attention to this girl named Cece, so they all went over for a toast. Cece couldn't handle too much alcohol, so she already felt tipsy after just a few glasses. "Miss Cece, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you and was being really strict with you. To be honest, you have a lot of talent in acting. Have you thought about pursuing this profession? I can get a drama for you and help you get famous. With your relationship with Justin, you will definitely be famous. You will get both fame and wealth," said the director, who was no longer being disrespectful like before. He showered Cece with compliments and even encouraged her to become a professional. You have to admit that there were people who were opportunistic like that. Cece shook her head. "No, it's fine, director. I know I'm not made for that. You don't need to sweet-talk me. If it wasn't because of my friend, I wouldn't have come over to stand in for my sister. Besides, it's already so exhausting for us to have one actress in the family. My parents don't want me to get into the entertainment industry either. I also don't like the idea myself. Thank you for your offer." After being rejected by Cece, The director walked away awkwardly with a glass in his hand. Then Cece walked over to Justin with her glass. "Mr. Cooper, thank you for your care." Cece thanked Justin sincerely, not only for her sister, but also for covering for her today. "Don't worry, since you're Chloe's friend, you're my friend too. Don't worry about your sister's issue. I won't forget about it." "Yes, I know. Let me give you a toast." "Thank you, Mr. Cooper." Cece thought that the way Mr. Cooper handled it this time was really manly, which warmed people's hearts. Since Cece offered the toast, it was hard for Justin to turn it down. So after 2 clinks, they both drank. Afterward, Cece drank several more glasses with a couple of new actresses. After she came back from the bathroom, she started feeling tipsy. "President Cooper, Miss Cece is drunk," Anne whispered by Justin's ear. "Maybe you should drive her home?" Justin wasn't sure what to do either. "But I don't know where she lives. She's pretty drunk and might not even remember her own address. Maybe I can give President Green a call and ask her to pick her up?" "I think President Green might know this girl's address," suggested Anne. Justin checked his watch and figured it wasn't too late, so he agreed with this suggestion, and immediately called Chloe while Chloe was just finishing up overtime and about to get off work. Since she received a call from Anne, she called Jack as well to let him know the situation. When Chloe entered the room, everyone immediately turned silent. "President Green, she's here." Anne pointed at Cece, who was already drunk. Chloe frowned a little. "Why did she drink so much? I didn't force her. It seemed like she wasn't in a happy mood, so she kept drinking by herself," Justin immediately explained. "I'm not blaming you. What are you afraid of? Are you feeling guilty?" Chloe teased. Justin didn't say anything. Everyone in Imperial Star Entertainment didn't dare to say a word. They were so surprised seeing Chloe teasing their big boss that their mouths dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. The insensible director didn't know Chloe well. Once he saw a girl in a white gown who was wearing glasses, he teased, "Hey, beauty, are you trying to play uniform seduction as a doctor? You shut up." Justin turned around with a deadly stare, which scared the director to immediately shut his hole. After Chloe walked over and held Cece, she frowned because she reeked of alcohol. "Then I'll take her home first. You guys continue, and go and give them a ride." What Justin didn't say was that he didn't feel safe just letting 2 girls go back on their own. But he didn't say it out loud because there were too many people around. Although Justin didn't say it out loud, Anne understood his boss well, and nodded and walked Chloe and Cece out. "President Green, where are we going? I don't even know where Cece lives right now." "What about this? Just drive her back to my home. That's all." Chloe decided to bring Cece home for now. "Okay." Anne drove them back to South Hill Manor safe and sound. Then, he helped Chloe carry Cece to the bedroom before leaving. "What's this about?" asked Jack, while leaning against the door after seeing the drunk Cece. "Cece is drunk. I don't know where she lives, so I brought her home. This little girl is still the same as a few years ago. She hasn't changed a single bit." Jack peeked at Cece's face and started to recall the old days when she was with Rick. The instant that Chloe was about to talk, she heard Cece mumbling, "Rick, you are such a jerk. Why did you leave me?" Upon hearing this, Jack and Chloe looked at each other. "Cece, you are drunk," Chloe comforted her with a whisper. "I want to see Rick. I have to see him. Please, just let me see him once." Cece was so drunk that she started crying while mumbling, which really made Chloe's heart ached for her. "Cece, Rick isn't here." Chloe patiently tried to comfort her, but Cece seemed to be really sad. It was always said that when a person was drunk, they would amplify the deepest feelings in their hearts. "I have to see him. Do you know that I love Rick so much? In fact, he's my favorite man, and the man that I first fell in love with. The past several years when I was abroad, whenever I saw a person who looked similar to him from the back, I would run up and check if it was him coming back for me. I can't just let the past go. I can't. I still remember the days when we two were together. I really wish that we can go back to the old times. Then I wouldn't do the wrong thing and make him mad. Because Cece was drunk. What she said was out of order. but both Chloe and Jack understood clearly. "Honey, what should we do?" Chloe was panicking, so she had to ask Mr. Dawson for help. "Just let her see him." "You are crazy. Rick is in New Orleans right now, which is on the other side of the planet." Chloe thought her husband was joking. Unexpectedly, Mr. Dawson took out his phone and found Rick on Snap and sent over a video call invitation. Rick was having a meeting with family members, talking about serious matters. He paused a little before picking up when he saw it was Jack calling. Jack had never video called him before, so it must have been a really important issue. When the video call connected, he saw the girl sitting on the couch on the other side. The girl was wearing a white sweater with princess sleeves and jeans, with her waist-length hair loose. There was a red blush on the girl's round face. At that moment, Rick felt something pound in his heart. That was Cece. Right. It was Cece, the girl who was always in his heart and whom he hadn't seen for 3 years. He didn't even get a chance to think about why Cece would be together with Jack. All he did was stare at the image on the screen as if it would disappear any minute. Chloe was holding Cece in her arms and pointed over at Rick. "Cece, look, this is Rick. Didn't you say you want to see him? He's here." "Rick? Is that really Rick?" Cece looked up and was also a little shocked when she saw Rick. Rick was wearing the black Godfather outfit. He looked different, and even had a little murderous look. Nowadays, Rick, compared to several years ago, was indeed a lot colder and heartless. Rick hadn't spoken for so long, and his first time doing so in so long was to call her name. Cece paused a bit, then burst into tears after realizing, "Rick, why did you leave me alone? You are such a liar. Didn't you tell me before that no matter what happened, you wouldn't leave me alone? Then why did you do this to me? Cece?" Rick all of a sudden didn't know what to say, while suppressing his excitement and impulses in his heart. All he did was call her name, again and again. "Rick looks really excited too." Chloe looked up and mouthed silently to Mr. Dawson. This time, it was really just Mr. Dawson's instinct. He just let these two see each other without any preparation. This scene was even making Chloe nervous. "Rick, do you even know how I survived these past few years? I miss you every single night, but I couldn't tell anyone. I hope to see you in my dreams every day. But the you in my dreams sometimes would be passionate, but sometimes would be cold. But as long as you were there, that was enough. I didn't think we would actually be apart. I thought you wouldn't have the heart to leave me. I thought you would come and look for me. But you didn't." Either because Cece started to sober up, or for whatever reason, what she said actually started to sound logical. As Cece was talking, her tears kept falling down, which made Chloe really sad too. What Rick did on the other side of the video call was just quietly listen to what Cece said, every single word. "If I had known that earlier, I wouldn't have been with you no matter what. At that time, all my friends said that you were from a mafia background and did not belong in the same world as me. They told me not to get close to you, but I didn't listen. Because I thought as long as we were in love with each other, no matter who you are, it doesn't matter. As long as you loved me and treated me well, I thought we would be together forever. But you just left me like that. You left me alone, continuing to dream about this long dream." "Cece, I'm sorry," Rick said gently on the other side of the phone. "Godfather, are we continuing this meeting?" asked the person next to him carefully in standard English. "You all get out of here." Rick looked up and stared down his subordinates. They were too scared to even breathe and just quietly opened the door and left. Rick's important meeting had to be cut off by Cece's sudden call. "Don't just apologize to me. It's nonsense. If you hurt other people, you think that just saying sorry will work? You are so selfish. Rick, you are such a big jerk, and I hate you." Cece was becoming a bit agitated and started to yell at Rick, but Rick didn't respond at all. If yelling could cheer Cece up, then to him, wasn't it a relief? "I don't care. I want you to keep loving me," ordered Cece drunkenly while pointing at Rick. This kind of dominance was also sad and helpless. Chloe was forcing herself not to cry. She was worried that it might affect this unique but unexpected reunion between them. "Rick, can you please come back? Come back to me. I will listen to whatever you say and won't make you mad anymore. I will try to be a really, really good girlfriend. I'm willing to learn how to cook Western cuisine, making pasta and cooking steaks. I will also do laundry and clean up for you. I'll have a cute half-baby with you. Us as a family, we could be together happily, just like Chloe and President Dawson. Can you please come back?" Cece's voice was getting hoarse. Even Jack couldn't handle this emotional scene and had to turn around to not watch anymore. Rick's heart was starting to ache too. Each of Cece's words sounded like a stab to his heart and made him miserable. Of course he wanted to come back to the free days just like before. But what about Family Feud? What about his brother? There were so many things that he needed to take care of. Could he really let go? "Rick, I miss you so much. After saying this, Cece couldn't hold it anymore and started to fall down. Luckily, Chloe reacted quickly and caught her in time, not letting her fall to the floor. Cece. Rick was scared to death and stood up to scream while shaking his phone. Jack took over the phone. "Don't worry, she was just drunk and fell asleep." "Why is she at your house?" asked Rick in a sad mood. There was something going on in Cece's home, so she went out for a dinner gathering and got drunk. Chloe went to pick her up but didn't know where she lived, so she brought her home. After Cece got home, she kept asking to see you. "So, I video called you." Jack briefly explained the situation to Rick. After Rick understood the situation generally, he nodded. "Thank you, Jack. Rick, to be honest, you two..." Jack always didn't want to get into anything outside Chloe and himself, but at this moment, he was really sympathizing with his buddy Rick. Obviously, he still loved her, but was also trying his best to hide his feelings. So he felt that he needed to say something to Rick. But before he could continue, Rick interrupted. "Jack, this is my own issue. I know how to handle this. Thank you, Chloe, that's all." Afterward, Rick immediately hung up. Sigh. It seems like things got even worse. It would have been better not to have started the video call. After Chloe tucked Cece in, she walked over and put her chin on Jack's shoulder and thought to herself, "Do you think without this video call, the two of them would actually let go of each other?" asked Jack. Facing Mr. Dawson's question, Chloe remained silent. She knew that it wouldn't be easy between Rick and Cece. When it came to these two people, she could only sigh. Chloe had already said everything she could to Rick when she was in New Orleans. There was nothing more that she could do to help. Besides, it would make her look nosy, poking into other people's business. "Let's go to sleep, honey." "Okay, don't worry. She's just drunk. She will be fine after she sobers up tomorrow." Chloe was worried about Cece, so he was trying his best to comfort her. Next morning. When Cece woke up and found herself in an unfamiliar environment, she was frightened. After she put on her slippers and walked out with her hair loose, she ran into Little Bean, who had also just woken up, scaring her. "Oh my God, who are you?" asked Little Bean while staring at the stranger with a cute look. So are you the older one or the younger one of the twins?" "I'm Little Bean." "Hi, Little Bean. So this is your house, right?" Little Bean nodded. "So this must be South Hill Manor?" Cece continued to ask. Little Bean didn't know what to do and continued to nod. Phew. Finally, Cece took a long breath. "Speaking of this, Auntie, where did you come from? Why are you at my house?" Little Bean was confused, too. "Cece, you are up?" At this time, Chloe was already walking out, going to check if Cece was up or not. Then she saw Little Bean meeting Cece in the hallway. "Sister Chloe, did you bring me back home yesterday?" "Yes, you were drunk, and no one knew where you lived, and neither did I. I was worried that you might be in danger if you stayed outside at a hotel by yourself, so I brought you back. Did you sleep well? Does your head still hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." "Thank you, Sister Chloe." Cece felt a little embarrassed. "No big deal. Go brush your teeth and wash your face, then come downstairs for breakfast." "Okay." After Cece went back to the room, she immediately brushed and washed. Then, when she walked downstairs, she found out that there were so many people in Chloe's home. Chloe's mom, younger brother, and Chloe's family of 4, and Avery 7 in total. This didn't include more than 10 servants, which Cece was really not used to. "Come over, Cece." Chloe waved. She walked over slowly and greeted everyone with a smile. "Sister Chloe, last night, did I do anything crazy?" asked Cece in a low voice with a tongue out. "What do you think?" Chloe intentionally didn't tell her and made her worried. Maybe I actually did do something crazy. So embarrassing," said Cece while covering her face, looking awkward. "Cece, what happened last night? You really don't remember anything?" asked Chloe probingly. "All I remembered was that I was in the room having dinner with Imperial Star Entertainment, and I even drank with Mr. Cooper. Then I think it was you holding me and I felt dizzy. Afterward, I don't remember anything," Cece vaguely recalled. "Okay." Chloe looked at Jack and felt helpless. "What? Did I forget something important?" Cece took out her phone and started to check her Snap and phone call history, but didn't find anything suspicious. "No, you were just drunk and fell asleep." Chloe decided not to tell her that she was video chatting with Rick, so it wouldn't strike her memories. "You are Auntie Cece?" asked Pudding in a baby voice while looking up and down on Cece. "Hey, Pudding. You are Pudding, right?" "Ha, you and Little Bean do look alike," Cece greeted Pudding with a smile. "Auntie Cece, I heard that you've dated Uncle Rick. Is that true?" asked Pudding directly. Chloe felt that her brain was going to explode. What she was worried about happening after all still happened. Oh, Jesus, this little brat. Ugh. "Where did you hear this from, baby?" Cece was completely embarrassed. "Doesn't everyone know this?" Pudding's answer was even more clever. "Ahem, Pudding, hurry up and eat your food. Don't you have to go to your piano lesson today? Your daddy will take you girls to class later. Mommy needs to go to the hospital too. Don't waste time." Chloe immediately changed the topic, stopping her daughter from further mentioning Rick and Cece's history. It was already painful enough. "Okay, Mommy. You don't want Auntie Cece to remember the past. That's why you're telling me to stay quiet, right? I can understand it, but Auntie Cece, relationship failures are nothing to be ashamed of. You've got to look forward to the future." "Master Dawson, could you please control your daughter?" Chloe protested. "Mommy, are you going to seek help from your husband every time you can't control us?" Pudding gazed at Chloe with sympathetic eyes. "It's as if we don't have husbands," Little Bean interrupted. "Actually, we really don't have husbands as of right now, but we will when we grow up," Little Bean analyzed. Chloe was truly speechless. Sitting next to them, Thomas couldn't hold in his laughter any longer. "Ha. Mom, didn't I say before that my 2 nieces are incredible? Do you see this? They can already outsmart their mom at such a young age. This is the first time I've ever seen my sister lose so gloriously. Thomas, how dare you laugh at me? Is this the time to be laughing?" Chloe had no words for her little brother. "Pudding, Little Bean, don't bully your mommy." Master Dawson had taken a break from his oatmeal to give his order. The twins immediately settled down. "Okay, Daddy. You two. Are you turning against me? Ever since Master Dawson returned, you've ignored your mother. What's happening, huh?" Chloe found the situation both amusing and frustrating. The fun-filled breakfast finally ended. Jack drove the twins to their piano class, while Chloe first drove Cece to the inner city, then went to work. On the way there, Cece was incredibly apologetic. "Chloe, sorry. I've caused a lot of trouble for you yesterday." "What are you saying?" "What trouble? We're friends. I'd never leave you in a situation like that. Plus, you filled in as a body double because of me. You helped Justin solve a difficult problem. I should be the one thanking you." "Don't say that, Sister Chloe. President Cooper's really a great person. He cares very much for my sister's well-being. He paid for the hospital bills on time and even visited her. He's been paying the hospital bills on time and he visits her every day. It's been a great help to my family. President Cooper also stood up for me at the filming, and thus, even the director didn't have the guts to bully me." Cece was truly grateful for Justin's help, so she told Chloe everything that happened. Chloe chuckled. "Justin's actually very kind-hearted. He might seem scary and ill-tempered on the outside, but he's honestly just a kid. You don't need to be afraid of him. Definitely. In the past, I always hear my sister speak of him, saying President Cooper this or President Cooper that, and telling me how every artist in Imperial Stars scared of him. They say that he's incredibly unpredictable and is a monster when angered. I can't believe how nice he is. Not scary at all. The body double scenes are done. You don't need to go anymore, right? Chloe asked. Yes, there's no need. I'm going home to change into something else, and then I need to go see my sister in the hospital. Is your sister all right? Is it serious? There was a lot of worry in Chloe's voice. It's not serious, just a minor contusion on her lower back. The lucky thing is that her nerves were not injured. My parents were really scared. That is very lucky. Chloe nodded. Sister Chloe, please stop the car in front of that intersection and I'll get off there. It's very close to my home. I can drive you to your house. No, it's all right. You've got to get to work. Really, it is daytime now and I'm sober. Don't worry about me. All right then. Be careful. Chloe parked at the side of the road carefully. Cece unbuckled her seatbelt to leave, but suddenly remembered something. She turned her head and looked at Chloe, biting her lips. What's the matter, Cece? Sister Chloe, last night. Nothing strange happened, right? No, why do you ask? Chloe watched Cece calmly. Oh, nothing. It's just that I think I dreamt of Rick last night. Cece was somewhat upset. Really? That's probably because you're thinking about him too much. Maybe that's why you're dreaming about him. That's probably it then, haha. All right, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road. Okay, bye. Keep in touch. While Chloe continued driving to Southside, Cece made her way back home, sobering up. Chloe had tried everything to help out Rick and Cece. She had done everything in her power, and the rest was up to them. Plus, with Rick's current identity being too sensitive and the existence of Miss Luna, the daughter of another mafia family, it was hard to predict whether or not Rick and Cece even had a chance. So, in order to not add to Cece's troubles, Chloe withheld her knowledge of the video call from the night before. She knew that Rick wouldn't have wanted her to tell. After all, it wouldn't have made a difference. At the same time, Jack was driving the twins to piano class. Mark, I need you to postpone the morning meeting by 2 hours. I'm taking my daughters to piano first, so I'll get there later. Jack called Assistant Mark. After Jack's return, Stella and Assistant Mark's positions were swapped just in time. Because Stella was a woman and was Chloe's personal assistant, Jack felt inconvenient at times. He transferred Stella back to the administrative department and moved Mark back to work for himself. They were used to each other and had great synergy. Mark also couldn't be happier. God knows how much he missed those days when he fought alongside the big boss. Yes, boss. Hanging up the phone, Jack stopped his car before the music building. Daddy, are you coming to pick us up later? Daddy will be waiting for you here, Jack answered with a smile. Wow, that's awesome. Daddy, you're the best. I'm giving you a 5-star review. Pudding was uncharacteristically happy. As far as Pudding was concerned, their daddy was the busiest man in the world. She'd thought that he would leave immediately after driving them to class. Daddy, give me half an hour. I'm sure I can finish learning. I won't take up too much of your time, Pudding boasted. Don't worry, you two take your time. Pudding opened the door and got out of the car. They would be escorted by the guards. However, Little Bean didn't move. Little Bean, why aren't you moving? What are you waiting for? Pudding looked back at Little Bean. You go first. I have to talk to Daddy privately. Little Bean pouted cutely. Okay, hurry up. Pudding headed into the music classroom first. Jack looked at his younger daughter and pinched her little cheeks dotingly. Little Bean, what did you want to speak to Daddy about? Daddy, today, let's talk about something serious, she said. How serious? Jack couldn't help but want to laugh. Very serious. Super serious. Daddy, stop laughing. I'm telling you something very important. Little Bean was very unamused by her father's laughing face. Okay, baby, speak. Jack put away his smile, lifted Little Bean and placed her atop his lap. Speak, Little Bean. Daddy is listening. Jack's voice was filled with fatherly love. "Daddy, you love Mommy very much, don't you? Is that even a question?" "Of course." Master Dawson looked proud. When it comes to loving Chloe, he knew that no one else in this world loved her as much as he did. "Do you ever worry that Mommy will be stolen?" "You don't need to be worried about that, because your mother is as stubborn as an ox. If she has chosen me, she won't change her mind." This stubbornness had been fully demonstrated during the 4 long years of getting pregnant and giving birth. "But how do you know Mommy won't be moved by someone? What if you meet a strong competitor?" Little Bean asked. Little Bean, do you know something I don't? Is your Mommy seeing someone on the side?" Jack teased his daughter. "Of course not. What are you thinking about? This is just an assumption, okay?" "Baby, let's not make assumptions. What do you want to say? Tell it to Daddy straight. I really don't know what's going on in that little brain of yours." Jack gave up immediately. He had discovered that his daughter's brains worked differently from those of ordinary people. There was just no telling what they were thinking about. All right, then I'll be straightforward. I just think that Mommy is a brilliant woman. So many people are after her. Other than you, there's Mr. Cooper and Big Bad Wolf Andrew." "So?" Jack asked, laughing. "So, Daddy, you need to be aware. Don't let Mommy out of your sight. Don't let others have a chance," Little Bean warned. "Ha, don't worry. No one will steal your Mommy away." Jack chuckled wholeheartedly. He felt himself become adorable just speaking to his daughter about this. "Could you please be more serious? I'm telling you, you don't even know what Andrew did when we were kidnapped." What did he do?" Jack was taken aback. He knew he hadn't asked for the details. Due to the urgent state of that day, he was focused on comforting his family after they were safe, to the point where he had forgotten to ask about the details. One thing that Jack knew, however, was that Andrew almost died by the hands of Liam just to protect Chloe. That eventually led to Chloe not having the heart to let Jack kill Andrew later on that night. They had already discussed this. That big bad wolf was almost beaten to death by the kidnappers just to protect Mommy. Mommy was so scared she cried the entire time. She thought that he was going to die. Sure enough, Little Bean was referring to this. "Daddy knows about this and I've discussed it with your Mommy. Don't worry. No, there's one more thing. Mommy definitely didn't tell you." Little Bean was certain. What? Jack's curiosity was actually piqued. That big bad wolf had already made plans for Mommy. He even designed a blueprint. He told Mommy that he always had a dream to take her away onto an island. He said that he wanted them to be together on that island. He even talked about babies. Anyways, he didn't look like he was joking. "Daddy, you have to be on high alert. Don't let that big bad wolf take Mommy away, okay?" "My sister and I can't lose Mommy," Little Bean gave out a strict order. "Daddy can't lose Mommy either." Jack smiled gently. Chloe would definitely not have told him these things. It was to not let him overthink things. He knew that. Little Bean's intentions were obvious. She wanted her daddy to pay more attention to the safety of her Mommy. She didn't want to see her Mommy get hurt. "Little Bean, thank you for telling Daddy about all of this. Daddy promises to pay attention 120% from now on. I will protect your Mommy, you, and your sister. Our family will be together forever and ever." Jack lowered his head and pecked his daughter's forehead, giving her his most sincere promise. "Green Corporation Headquarters. President Green, please watch the news. Miss Emery, she..." One of Andrew's men anxiously ran into his office and reported. Andrew immediately grabbed the remote control and turned on the TV in his office. The local program was airing live interviews, and Emery, who was banned from broadcast, was on the interviewee list. "Miss Emery, were you or were you not in a relationship with President Green? It's been an ongoing mystery for many years," the interviewer asked, smiling. Emery laughed. "Maybe we were, maybe weren't." "Miss Emery is really good at playing with the question, ha. Actually, President Green and I really have known each other for many years, and we've also been together for many years. He didn't break up with me even during his marriage with his deceased wife." Emery's words were shocking. With that, the entire audience erupted into loud whispers. "Wow, this is huge news. What you're saying is, President Green was always in a relationship with you, Even while he was married? We were before, but now we've broken up. Haha, isn't that sad? Maybe he just grew tired of me. I can understand. We're still friends, though. During that period, I really did suffer emotionally. I wasn't booking any commercials and wasn't getting any acting gigs, so I drove myself crazy with thoughts. I met some bad people and ended up on a bad path. I know now what a big mistake I've made. Emery took advantage of the chance to claim back her innocence. Wow, such an unfortunate event. You two were so perfect for each other. President Green seems like a very easygoing person. He's always smiling, and it's a well-known fact that he treats the press and his employees very kindly. Yes. Actually, Andrew's pretty easygoing. It's just that he has quite a few special hobbies. Upon saying this, Emery paused, playing with everyone's curiosity. Special hobbies? Miss Emery, can you please elaborate? What kind of hobbies? The hostess didn't let this sensitive topic go and continued to ask. Emery flashed a shy smile. You know what I'm talking about. He's insatiable in that area. He's always in the mood. I'm not that strong. I'm so skinny, and sometimes my body just can't take it. So most of the time, I use my hands, or my mouth, to help him. Emery's blunt answer immediately sent the audience into a frenzy. The hostess's face also immediately blushed, completely caught off guard by the answer. She kept on looking to the producer at the sidelines, her face clearly questioning whether they should keep this topic going. After all, it was a live broadcast. So many people were watching. The producer didn't signal for a stop, however. He clearly wanted Emery to continue. It was definitely explosive content that would drive in a lot of views. For the sake of great ratings, the hostess suppressed her distaste and continued with the interview. Other than this, does he have other special interests? Of course, he likes to do it in the tub. Because of the water, the up and down waves really add to the pleasure. Emery was becoming more and more brazen. Anything else? Even the host's face was turning red. Sometimes we would try SM. He would cover my eyes and tie my hands, things like that. Sometimes we would even role play. He makes me dress like a schoolgirl, and he'd be my teacher and slap my ass. Emery just continued talking nonchalantly, as if it was just any normal topic. Dead silence. The entire audience was dumbfounded by Emery's revelation. Were they watching an interview with an A-list celebrity, or were they watching one with a porn star? In front of his TV, Andrew's expression grew darker and darker. Emery was out for revenge. He obviously knew that now. Boss, do you want us to pay Miss Emery a visit? Andrew's men asked, their voices shaking. No need. Let her speak. If that batch wants to go to hell, I'll send her there. Just let her be. Andrew strived to fight back his anger. He was curious as to what kind of big storm Emery could stir up. He had been careful all his life. How could he be fooled by a batch? Chloe, look at this video. I'm about to die from laughter. Sarah forwarded Emery's video interview to Chloe. Chloe looked at her phone after she prescribed her patient with the proper medicine. At the sight of the video, she became speechless. Sarah, did you watch it? Chloe, yeah, I just finished. Sarah, what do you think? Chloe, Emery must have been under some spell. Sarah, haha, did it shock you too? Chloe, yes, very surprising. Chloe was quite familiar with Emery's personality. Although the woman was never one to leave a single stone unturned, this kind of lose-lose situation she had put herself in wasn't her style. If Chloe hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought that someone was trying to defame her. Sarah, do you really think Andrew's that sick? He had that many perverted habits even back then? My God, how horrible. Chloe, how would I know? Only they know the details of such private matters. Sarah, I think Andrew's about to explode from anger, right? Chloe, I don't know if he's getting mad, but I know that Emery's going to be in trouble soon. Sarah, for sure. If I were him, I wouldn't let her off either. Normally, the man in the relationship is the one who likes to give details. I didn't expect that a woman could be so shameless. Does she still want a marriage later? Who would want to marry her? By the way, isn't she together with Zion all the time? Even he's not going to touch her now. She's not with Zion anymore. Apparently, she's been following Mr. Lewis around. It was rare for Chloe to gossip. Are you sure? Mr. Lewis? Isn't he ancient? Can he still do the deed? Emery really deserves a medal. My God. After gossiping with Sarah for a while, Chloe put down her phone, her heart a little bit unsettled. Emery was clearly trying to get back at Andrew, but did it really make sense to take revenge regardless of the consequences? Was she really okay with destroying her own reputation? Had she gone mad? On the very same day, the words Andrew and Emery became top trending on Weibo. Emery was always a hot topic on Weibo. Her posts were always followed by tens of thousands of comments. Fans were even more excited this time. As soon as her interview came to light, it immediately received more than 100,000 comments, her popularity growing ever so rapidly. Andrew rarely updated his Weibo. He only posted motivational articles and quotes here and there. This time, even his page blew up. The audience wanted to see a show and were leaving endless comments on his page. I heard that you're a freak? You like S&M? President Green, are you an S or M? I'm the same type. Let's date. President Green, I'm seeking to be whipped. Please accept this female slave. Andrew, I heard that you can last for a very long time. I want to try for myself. Emery, that whore. You gave her everything and she's pretending to be the victim. How could she betray you? I despise her. Stupid batch. You're the best, Andrew. I didn't know you were so good. I want you now. President Green, I didn't know you were so depraved. You have such a dignified appearance, but you are actually an animal. As a fellow man, I especially admire you. You have money, the looks, the strength. Have you conquered 300 yet? Beware of AIDS, you disgusting man. The green name's going to explode now. Is this a publicity stunt? It's seriously a little hard to believe. GK headquarters, President Dawson, now that Andrew and Emery are taking over the headlines. What do you think? Assistant Mark poured a cup of tea for Jack. A dogfight. What a show. President Dawson's comment was as short and accurate as always. I can't wait to find out how his PR team will handle the situation. Haha, looking forward to it. Assistant Mark was clearly enjoying the thought of Andrew's upcoming misery. Everyone was expecting an immediate response from the Green Corporation's PR team, something to clarify the situation. However, Andrew chose to do nothing. Instead, he endured the gossips quietly, sensing a shift in how his employees looked at him. Ruoxi was blocked by a crowd of reporters at the Green Corporation's entrance. Miss Fisher, are you still dating President Green? Of course. What are your thoughts on this incident? Are you hurt by the news? Of course not. Why would we care about such nonsense? That's ridiculous. The news is not true. I don't know why Miss Emery said what she said. Maybe it's due to jealousy. After all, I'm the one who's with Andrew now, not her. Then Miss Fisher, were you the mistress when President Green was still with Miss Emery? The reporter's question was sharp. Ruoxi immediately glared at the reporter. How could that be? Which eye of yours saw that I was the mistress? In the interview, Miss Emery said that she and President Green had never separated. Even after President Green got married, they still maintained their affair. So I thought, you might have arrived later than Miss Emery in his life, right? The reporter was smart this time, and he was trying to subtly imply things with his words. Ruoxi was livid. I've already told you, do not believe the woman. She's a drug addict. Why would anyone trust her words? She's lying through her teeth, purposefully smearing our good name. I met Andrew 3 years ago. At the time, his ex-wife had just passed away, and he was very upset. I've been by his side since then. We're truly in love. Also, Andrew isn't like what she described. What she said isn't true. Please stop spreading rumors. It will truly hurt the man I love. Miss Fisher, why doesn't President Green come out and clear his name? Is there more to this story? No. Andrew keeps a low profile. He doesn't need to clarify something that doesn't need to be clarified. How ridiculous. You reporters really have no shame. You will believe what anyone says. I'm truly speechless. All right, get out of my way. This is my first and last time responding to this. With that, Ruoxi squeezed her way out of the crowd and drove away in anger. The rumor about Andrew was already spreading like wildfire in the public, attracting a high degree of attention from all sectors of the media. That night, something else happened, something that catapulted Andrew to a new height of this crisis. Emery had been in a car accident. Although not serious, her car was clearly struck by someone with a purpose. Not only was the perpetrating vehicle's plate fake, the driver had also deliberately fled the scene of the crime. Emery was taken to the nearby Southside Recuperation Center for emergency care. Her agent called the police right away, accusing Andrew of attempted murder by hire. Due to the serious nature of murder by hire, the police quickly built a case. During the same night, Andrew was taken from his home for interrogation. After the photos of his arrest were released, the media was once again sent into a frenzy. The public opinion was quite one-sided, all believing that Andrew had hired someone to crash into Emery, that he had sought revenge out of anger for her defaming ways. All the evidence was now pointing towards Andrew. Later that night, Emery was interviewed by the media in the hospital. She was as frail as could be. "Miss Emery, everyone's saying that the car crash was not an accident. What are your thoughts on this?" The reporters swarmed around Emery. "I don't know, since after all, I don't have any evidence. But the accident happened in a really weird way. The car accelerated after hitting me, and it indeed seemed like the driver wanted to kill me. I still feel scared just thinking about it." Emery thought back at the accident, feeling shivers down her spine. "Do you think the accident had anything to do with President Green?" "I don't think so. Although we're not together anymore, we used to date. I don't think he's that heartless. He shouldn't care that much, even if I exposed him." Emery continued putting on her innocent girl act and purposely took Andrew's side. Her agent immediately stepped up and cut in. "Emery, stop being such an idiot. He hasn't felt anything for you in a long time. Or else he would have helped you last time rather than kick you out of the company and claim that he will no longer have any ties with you." Friends of the media, have you any idea how heartless Andrew is? When Emery was at the height of her career, she wanted to go abroad, but he asked her to stay and sign with the Green Corporation. She did so much for him and earned so much money for him, but where was he when Emery was in trouble? He didn't even visit her in rehab, and he even beat her when she was down. A man like him is definitely heartless enough to hurt her. Am I right? "Sister, please stop." Emery looked at her agent with red-shot, swollen eyes. "Why should I? I'm telling the truth. The things you said on the show were all true. If he had the guts to do it, he shouldn't be scared of exposure. I can't believe that he would hire people to hurt you. If you hadn't moved away quickly and turned your steering wheel the other way, you would be a corpse by now. You idiot girl, Emery. Stop protecting that scumbag." What Emery's agent said was completely captured by the reporters. The series of events, Emery's tears, her agent's words, and the fact that Andrew was later detained stirred up a giant ripple within the city, causing the Green Corporation's stocks to fall throughout the day. With all the scandals sinking him down, Andrew's reputation plummeted, and others took the opportunity to beat him when he was down. Small companies that the Green Corporation once suppressed came up to the surface to defame Andrew and support Emery. Naturally, the latter soon received empathy from the general public, as she was seen as the victim. Andrew, on the other hand, turned into the ultimate scumbag, which was completely unexpected. That night, after the reporters left, Emery immediately wiped off the tears on her face. Putting away the innocent expression, she smiled at her agent. "Sister, how did I do? You were perfect. Andrew's really screwed this time. That's exactly what I'm aiming at. It's his fault for being so heartless. I'm not someone he can sleep with when he wants to and throw away when he's done," Emery said, clenching her fists. "Emery, you must be exhausted. I'll go and get us some food. What do you want? Shrimp dumplings and seafood soup. Okay, wait for me here and be careful. There are guards outside. Call them if you need anything." I will." "Oh, right. What did Mr. Lewis say?" Emery suddenly asked. "Mr. Lewis said you shouldn't go overboard. The situation is chaotic enough as it is. and Mayor Fisher called him. It seemed like he didn't want it to get worse. You know Mayor Fisher's idiot daughter is crazily in love with Andrew, Emery's agent said, her tone filled with disdain. So what if she's the mayor's daughter? Why would I care? Emery said as she rolled her eyes. Once her agent left, she picked up her little mirror and began touching up her makeup, humming a tune as she did. When Chloe opened the door and walked in, Emery didn't even notice it was her and just thought that her agent was back. Back so soon? Emery turned around to see Chloe, who was wearing a white lab coat. The latter had been working overtime and had just finished up a complicated surgery with the orthopedics department. When she heard that Emery was hospitalized and found out the reason behind her hospital stay, she decided to pay a visit. You don't look like a victim. You look like someone who just won a war. Chloe put her hands in the pockets of her white coat and quietly looked at Emery. Why are you here? Emery was surprised to see her. You know that I work here. Why are you here in my room? Don't tell me you're here to visit me. I don't need your fake empathy. Emery put down the mirror in her hand and looked maliciously at Chloe. Miss Emery, you're thinking too much. We're not close enough for me to visit you at your sickbed. I'm here to talk to you about something. You're here to ask me to let Andrew off the hook, aren't you? Emery asked arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Chloe sighed. Let me correct you. You should know Andrew's way of dealing with things better than I do. He doesn't need anyone to let him off the hook. Rather, you should be worrying about your own well-being. If God wants you to die, he'll drive you crazy first. And right now, you sure are crazy. So you're saying that I'm screwed? Emery snickered. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just wonder how long you can keep that smile on your face. I'm curious as to why you would try to ruin his life rather than live your own glorious superstar life. Are you really that bored? Chloe asked. I want revenge. Revenge for what? Did Andrew kill your dad or dig up your ancestor's grave or something? He betrayed my love, Emery said, seething through her teeth. Your love? Haha, come on, Miss Emery. You sound like a comedian. Only then did Chloe realize how twisted Emery was and how screwed up her values were. What do you mean by that? Who are you to question me? Emery was annoyed by Chloe's attitude. Emery, let me straighten everything out for you. You're a pretty girl from a poor family who didn't have a chance to shine. Your family didn't have the money to put you into a good school, and you even lived with some scum of society way back then. Later, you went with a friend to an audition, where Andrew saw your potential and decided to make you famous. Back then, he wasn't as powerful, so after you debuted, you only appeared in a few shows and didn't rise to fame. The more powerful he got, the more popular you became. All the popular TV shows you appeared in were funded by the Green Corporation. To tell you the truth, a lot of women in the entertainment industry are prettier and more talented than you are, so the only reason you rose to fame in your 20s is because he had your back. Because everyone knew you were with him, no one tried to bully or sleep with you. Everyone treated you like a star, allowing you to succeed. After you guys broke up, your humiliation turned into anger, and you began to accuse him of betraying you. Here's some food for thought. When I give you one piece of candy, you're happy and thankful. But if I give you candy every day, you'll get used to it. So when I stop giving you candy, you'd think that I've betrayed you. But you keep forgetting that you had nothing in the beginning. Andrew was the one person to give you the metaphorical candy. So, you're basically returning his favor with hate. You owe him so much, yet you treat him like an enemy and want to bury him in an unmarked grave. You're pretty reckless yourself to have hired hitters to hurt you, just so you can frame Andrew. The public may think that you're innocent. No one will ever know that Andrew is being blamed for something he didn't do. You're the ultimate batch here, Emery. Chloe rarely talked to a woman like that, but Emery's actions truly pissed her off. After hearing everything she said, Emery sneered. So are you trying to prove Andrew's innocence? Prove his innocence? Why would I? What good will it do for me? Chloe asked, feeling confused. Chloe, aren't you proud to be loved by Andrew? Emery glared at Chloe enviousness. On the contrary, I think it's terrifying. My life is a mess because he likes me and my husband almost died because of it. On some level, I hate Andrew as well, but I'd never do what you did, I will look for evidence and one day send Andrew to prison. He will take responsibility for everything he's done. Chloe, how naive are you? Do you really think you'd ever find any evidence? I'm not in a hurry. Karma, though sometimes slow, will always come. No matter how powerful Andrew is, I'll one day find a loophole. You, on the other hand, should take good care of yourself. He won't be affected by this, and rather, he'll be pissed. You just signed your death wish. Do you really think I would let him off the hook after this? Emery refuted angrily. She seemed determined to fight Andrew to the death. Don't underestimate him and his powers, Chloe warned her out of the goodness of her heart, but Emery laughed at her face. I've been with him for so long, I know what he's capable of. Haha, yeah? Tell me, what did he do in the 6 years he spent in Germany? Chloe's question left Emery speechless. Back then, she didn't know him, so of course she didn't know what he did in Germany. Are you showing off to me that you've known him for longer? No, I'm just trying to remind you not to overestimate yourself and underestimate your enemies. It won't get you anywhere. Get well soon. Chloe didn't want to talk to Emery anymore, because she realized that everything the latter was thinking was dark and twisted. What was the point of talking to her then? If Emery wanted to seek revenge on Andrew, so be it. Chloe was 100% certain that she wouldn't succeed. After leaving Emery's room, Chloe changed out of her work clothes and headed downstairs with her car keys. She was about to head out of the hospital entrance when she saw Jack's car parked outside. She suddenly felt warmth in her heart. She walked up to him. Hey, handsome, can I get a ride? Sure, but make sure my wife doesn't find out, Mr. Dawson joked with an extremely serious expression. Chloe opened the passenger door, sat down on the seat, and pecked Jack on the cheek. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to pick me up? So, did I surprise you? Jack looked gently at her. I guess. But isn't it normal for a husband to pick his wife up after work? Should I really be surprised? Chloe refuted. What if I said that I come bearing snacks? Will you be surprised then? Jack asked, as he handed her a delicate bento box. He brought her favorite snacks, milk tea, and crab yolk buns. Wow, Mr. Dawson, you're such a good boy. Were you enlightened? Chloe was truly surprised. Having worked overtime, she was starving and planned on making some ramen once she got home. To her pleasant surprise, however, Jack brought her a midnight snack. His gesture made her melt with warm happiness. I was, actually, Jack chuckled. Who enlightened you? Tell me, Chloe demanded, putting her arms around Jack's neck. Do you really want to know? I promise not to sell her out, Mr. Dawson replied mysteriously. It's a she? Come on, tell me who it is, Chloe said, coyishly leaning on Jack's shoulder. Okay then, I'll tell you. I was enlightened by Delcy. Mr. Dawson revealed the answer to her question, leaving her dumbfounded. Little Bean? Jack nodded. Honey, you're kidding me, right? Chloe asked in disbelief, so he told her his entire conversation with Little Bean. Afterward, Chloe said awkwardly, I can't believe Little Bean would sell me out and tell you something so private about me. It's good that she did. We're not supposed to keep secrets from each other. If I find out you have been keeping secrets from me again, I won't let you off so easy, Jack said, dotingly pinching Chloe's face. Chloe smiled in a brown-nosing manner. Haha, Mr. Dawson, don't get mad at me. I'll never keep secrets from you again. Emery's hospitalized at Southside, right? Jack asked. Chloe picked up a bun and took a giant bite. I just saw her. How is she? She's fine. She was the star and director of this accident. She's trying to frame Andrew. Emery's pretty ruthless. Was Andrew released? Is he going to cause trouble? Chloe asked nonchalantly. Yeah, he was released. There weren't any problems since Noah said they couldn't get enough evidence. The Green Corporation's stock prices evaporated quite a bit, though. Okay, let's stay away from others' business and fill up our own stomachs first. Chloe then went back to enjoying her midnight snack, leaning her head happily onto Jack's shoulder. This day was exhausting, yet fulfilling, especially when she was with Jack. Whenever they were together, she felt like she was the happiest person in the world. The next morning. Since it was the weekend and Chloe had the day off, Jack decided not to go to work either. The twins wanted barbecue, so Jack and Thomas went to the supermarket that morning and bought a bunch of food and supplies. Then, the family gathered around the yard, cooking, chatting, and laughing. Thomas was surprised by Stella's sudden appearance. Why did Stella here over? I called her over. Is there a problem? Chloe smiled. Not at all, sis. You really are my sister, Thomas exclaimed, feeling happier than ever. Stella brought 2 stuffed animals and gave one to each of the twins. Thank you, Auntie Stella. President Green, what ingredients need to be washed? Let me help you. Stella walked up to Chloe after washing her hands. She thought a lot of people were going to come, but upon arrival, she quickly realized that she was the only outsider, so she felt a little awkward. Thomas and Jack were on the other side preparing the outdoor grill, while Sandra ran around with the twins. Therefore, Chloe and Stella could talk freely. Hey, come on, stop calling me President Green. I don't work at the company anymore, Chloe corrected Stella, who stuck her tongue out playfully. Then what should I call you? Dr. Green or Director Green? Why don't you just call me Chloe? Chloe chuckled. I can't. I've been working with you for too long. You're too authoritative for me to call Chloe, haha. I'd feel really weird. Whatever you're comfortable with then, Chloe said helplessly. Okay then, President Green. Stella, that boyfriend of yours, are you still in contact with him? Chloe asked probingly. Which one? Stella asked with surprise. How many boyfriends do you have? I'm obviously talking about the one from before. Oh, that scumbag? We don't talk anymore. He actually came looking for me a while back. Do you know what he wanted? He cheated on you? Chloe made a random guess. Haha, no. He came to borrow money from me. Stella burst out in laughter. He wanted to borrow money from you? Did you lend it to him? Chloe frowned. Of course not. I'm not an idiot. Why would I lend him money? He was trying to make me feel sorry for him and told me that he needed $30,000 for his sister to undergo surgery. I actually believed him at the time, so I called his sister, but she said she was fine. After I exposed his lie, he got really embarrassed and told me that he gambled his money away and used company money to repay his debt. Then what happened? Then I blocked him, of course. What's the point of talking to him? Stella replied with determination. Chloe gave Stella a thumbs up. I love women like you. You're so resolute. Haha, President Green. Stop pulling my leg. I'm not resolute compared to you. I'm just a white-collar employee. The truth was, Stella admired Chloe and treated the latter as her idol. Over the last few years, Stella had been an extremely loyal and hard-working assistant to Chloe. Stella, you should think about getting married soon. It's time to start considering it. My parents set me up a couple of times, but I didn't feel anything towards any of them. Either I think they're not good enough, or they think I'm too old and domineering. So none of them worked out. My parents are in a rush since I'm not so young anymore, but I'm just going to leave it up to fate. In fact, being single isn't bad either. If you meet someone you like, don't let the opportunity slip past your fingers, all right? Chloe said, and Stella smiled. I won't. Thanks, President Green. Sis, we're ready. Bring the food over. Thomas waved his hands at Chloe and Stella, and the two of them brought the food over to him and Jack. Jack then began barbecuing in his crisp white shirt. He was standing close to the fire, so his face turned red, and sweat soon began to seep out of his forehead. Chloe immediately took out a moist toilet and gently wiped the beads of sweat off her husband's forehead. Thanks for all the hard work, Mr. Dawson. Thanks, Dr. Green. Jack smiled. Hey, no love flaunting. It's killing me, Thomas muttered. Go away and play somewhere else. Oh, get something to drink with Stella. Chloe randomly thought of an excuse to send the two of them away. After they left, Chloe mysteriously asked Jack, Mr. Dawson, do you think Stella and Thomas would make a good couple? How would I know? I'm not St. Valentine. Mr. Dawson's answer left Chloe speechless. What I meant was, since you know their personalities well, do you think Thomas has a shot? I guess Stella is more mature and grounded. Thomas is younger, so he still needs time to grow up. Most importantly, if Stella is open to dating someone younger than him, then yeah, I think Thomas has a chance. Jack analyzed with a clear head. I was thinking the same thing. It would be great if they ended up together. I would be able to rest easy if Stella were the one to be with Thomas. Chloe nodded. Not far from them, the twins began to gossip. Sis, don't you think it's weird for Auntie Stella to come to our family gathering? She isn't related to anymore. She just works at the company. Do you think something's up? Little Bean asked. Isn't it obvious? I can just think with my butt to know that Uncle Thomas is courting her. Pudding glanced at Little Bean with disdain. I guess I'm just too innocent. I didn't think something would be going on between them. Uncle Thomas likes older women? I guess. I know after his ex-girlfriend died years ago, he never dated again. Mommy said that he was hurt, and I thought he would be single forever, but I guess his tastes have changed. So, should we help him out? It's so tiring to watch him courting her, Little Bean suggested. Forget it. After what happened with Auntie, I don't want to meddle in others' relationships anymore. Pudding seemed disinterested. Okay then. If you're not going to help, then neither am I. We'll let Uncle Thomas do his thing. If he succeeds, good for him, but if he doesn't, well, that's his problem. Little Bean then took a giant bite out of the apple in her hand. Thomas would probably be at a loss for words if he heard the way his little nieces talked about him. The gang went on to enjoy a lovely lunch. President Green, where's President Green Jr.? Stella asked curiously. She was referring to Avery. Oh, Avery went out today. She's been back for so long, yet she's either at the company or taking care of the twins. We felt bad, so we told her to go enjoy life while we have the day off. Oh. Avery got up really early that morning and left South Hill Manor in a sports car. She enjoyed her free time by racing her way up to the top of the mountain. At noon, she went into a random dim sum restaurant and was about to order when Max walked in, alone as well. Wow, what a coincidence. He immediately walked up to Avery and sat beside her. Is it? Or did you have me followed? I would never do that. The city is so big and there are so many dim sum restaurants. I swear I walked in by coincidence. How can you think of me like that? Never mind then. Pretend I didn't say anything. Miss, are you ready to order? A waiter walked up. 2 pineapple buns, an order of sweet and sour ribs, and vegetable noodles. Are you really going to eat all that by yourself? What's it to you? Avery demanded with a glare. And you, sir? The waiter looked at Max. Same as my girlfriend. Thank you. Who's your girlfriend? Avery's eyes widened. Calm down. What I meant was a girl who's a friend, shortened into girlfriend, haha. I'm not a girl who's your friend, though. We don't even know each other that well, right? But we're snap friends at least. You shouldn't be so merciless to me, Max argued back. Forget it. Avery then looked down at her phone and began playing a game. Avery, I heard you're really smart. Despite your young age, you're an executive at GK headquarters already? What's it to you? Avery asked with pride. God, your expression is so similar to your brother's. Pudding's like that as well. Your family genes sure are strong. Just now, Avery's cute demeanor led Max to briefly mistake her for Pudding. However, in his eyes, Avery was the most adorable human being that ever existed. My nieces have really bad impressions towards you. Avery poked at Max's sore spot. It's because I'm too good-looking to a point where even gods are jealous, so they pay extra attention to me. Narcissism is a disease you need to cure. Avery's gaze briefly swept past Max's face. You not liking me is a disease that needs immediately curing as well. Max was extremely loquacious. How can there be someone as thick-skinned as you? Who would like you? Avery truly never met anyone like Max and was made completely speechless by him. In the end, she decided to ignore him. When the dishes were served, Avery, who was out in the mountains all morning, was so hungry that she dug right in, munching down the food like a starving bunny. The food in front of her was quietly annihilated. Max watched happily as Avery ate, and he even secretly took a video of her. Then, he uploaded the video onto Snap with the caption, I just caught a cutie. Justin. She looks familiar. Chloe. Is that our Avery? Brenton. Young Master Cruz, you're so good at picking up girls. In a split second, dozens commented. Yet Max didn't reply to anyone since he was busy chatting Avery up. He was so used to pretentious women keeping their perfect composure as they ate, so he was amazed by how real Avery was. "What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face?" Feeling helpless, Avery rolled her eyes at Max, who replied with a laugh. "Yeah, I see peach blossoms everywhere. I will wait here for you, and then we can enjoy the peach blossoms together." Max even began singing. It was obvious that he was in a bright mood. "Are you crazy?" Avery said, completely speechless. "I am. What are you going to do about it? Do you have the medicine to cure me?" Avery decided then and there that she couldn't finish her lunch in peace, so she waved an arm at a waitress. "Check, please." However, the waitress looked somewhat enviously at Avery. This gentleman had already paid. Avery turned her head at Max. "How much was it? I'll give you the money. It's fine, my treat. I don't need you to treat me. I have money," Avery snapped back. "That's not important. What's important is that you're a visitor from afar, and I'm the host. It's normal for me to treat my friend to lunch. Don't think too much about it." Max laughed. "Stop flattering yourself, we're not friends. It's okay, as long as I think of you as my friend. Haha, I'm nice that way." Max still acted in a thick-skinned manner, making Avery feel at a loss for words. So, she stood up to leave. "Forget it, I'm leaving. Where are you going? I can drive you." "It's fine, I drove here," Avery refused without thinking. "Hey, come on, can't you give me a chance? Is Justin really your type?" Avery paused upon hearing Justin's name. "At least Justin makes and spends his own money. But what about you? You're just squandering. Are you happy that you're mooching off your parents? What if they die one day? Who are you going to rely on then? Your inheritance?" Avery's sharp questions left Max a little stunned. Before he could respond, Avery left without looking back. After getting onto her car, she instinctively looked behind her and sighed in relief when she realized that Max didn't follow her out. She knew what she said just now was a little too much. After all, he didn't really do anything wrong. The twins once told her that Max was an utter and complete second-generation heir who had had all the money in the world since he was born. Therefore, he grew up doing nothing, refusing to work at the family company, and spent most of his days traveling the world. He drank, flirted with girls, and burnt money. Avery didn't like people like him, so she had a bad impression of Max from the very beginning. After Avery left, Max sat on his seat in a daze, thinking carefully at what she just said to him. Avery was right. He did spend his life burning his family money. Brenton had been working at his family company for a while now and was as busy as a bee. Justin established his own company after he retired from the army and was now one of the most renowned figures in the entertainment company. Jack was the CEO of GK Headquarters, capable of making billions overnight, and was one of the most successful entrepreneurs in the country. What about him? Aside from spending money, what else did he know how to do? What if his family fell? What if his parents left the world? Who would give him money then? At this thought, Max sent Avery a snap message. "If I can establish my own business and support myself, will you marry me?" "You're nuts," Avery replied briefly. "Ha! I'll take your failure to refuse as a tacit yes. Let me tell you, little girl, if I can stop living off of my family and make something out of myself, you have to keep your word, okay? Not only will I support myself, I'll also support you." Avery didn't even reply to his message since she thought he was just joking around. 3 minutes later, Max updated his Snap friend circle. "Beginning today, I'm starting my own business. No more booze, no more girls, no more fun. I will be a good boy and make money for me and my wife. That's that. You're nuts." It was from Justin this time. "Young Master Cruz, you drunk?" Brenton commented. "Was your Snap hacked? Doesn't seem like you. Did some girl reject you and break your heart? Young Master Cruz, a new club just opened. Want to come out to play tonight? Good for you, Young Master Cruz. You haven't called in a while. I just had my period, so I'm safe. Want to hang tonight? Young Master Cruz, want to come over tonight? Young Master Cruz, are you re-emerging as a new human being?" Chloe commented. "Yeah, I am. When are you free, Dr. Green?" Max replied. "What do you want?" Chloe replied cautiously. I want to take you out to dinner, Max replied mysteriously. You want something from me, don't you? Chloe knew Max wouldn't take her out to dinner for no reason. Of course not, Dr. Green. You're such a wise person. I wanted to discuss with you the truth of life. Forget it. I'm not capable of discussing something this deep. Go ask someone else, Chloe refused. Come on, Dr. Green. Don't reject me. I really want to take you out. You choose the place. I'll treat you to anything. Justin commented. What's going on upstairs? Are you courting Dr. Green? How will I have the guts to? So many people are lined up for her. When would it ever be my turn? Then why are you offering to take her out? Something smells fishy here. What are you trying to do? Justin asked on purpose. Ha ha, young Master Cooper, please don't misunderstand. I was going to ask you to come with us. I would never dine with Dr. Green alone. Good boy. At least you know how to behave, Justin replied, satisfied with Max's answer. The twins were asleep by the time Avery came home. She had just been on an extreme shopping spree at one of the biggest malls in the city, and she bought presents for everyone, including Thomas and Sandra. Avery, you shouldn't have spent all that money. Don't do it again, okay? It's okay. Let her. She's rich, Jack said, his arms hugging his chest. Are you my cousin or not? You've been trying to dupe me ever since you got married. Avery laughed. Oh, right, Avery. Did you have lunch with Max today? Chloe suddenly asked. Where did you hear this from? Avery asked a little guiltily. Max posted on his Snap friend circle and uploaded a video, Chloe said as she reached for her phone, and Avery immediately explained awkwardly. Don't think too much. Here's what happened. I drove up the mountain this morning and got really hungry, so I found a random dim sum place to have lunch at. Trust me, it was a really random selection, and I ran into him. It was a coincidence. I have no idea how it happened. So he ate there too and paid for my meal. He took the video without me knowing. What's up with Max? Is he into you? Although Chloe knew Max liked hitting on girls, she also knew he wasn't someone who randomly uploaded photos and videos onto Snap. Those who paid attention to his friend circle all knew that he never uploaded photos of women, nor had he ever publicly admitted to a relationship. Even Chloe, who had known him for a few years, never saw him with an official girlfriend. Therefore, she was surprised to see him upload a photo of Avery for everyone to see. What are you talking about? I don't even know him that well, Avery immediately explained. Chloe smiled at Jack. I think young Master Cruz has a big crush on our Avery. Truth be told, Chloe thought Jack would be opposed to this since Max's reputation wasn't so good. However, to her surprise, Jack replied, He's actually not a bad guy. Big bro, your daughters have been warning me to stay away from him, and they told me he's not a good person, and that he's a stud horse who goes through women like clothes. They also told me that he only knows how to squander his family's money. How can you say that he's not a bad guy? You're metaphorically slapping your daughters on the face. Little Bean and Pudding can only see the surface. The truth is, Max really isn't bad. He may seem like a good-for-nothing heir, but he's actually really smart, attentive, and loyal. Or else Justin and Brenton wouldn't have been friends with him for so long. People of the same kind tend to stay together. Think about it, and don't be fooled by what's on the outside. After hearing Jack's remarks, Chloe looked at her husband with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Honey, you're absolutely right. I was thinking the same. You guys are impossible. Stop flaunting your love like that. Forget it. I'm going to bed. Avery didn't want to talk about Max anymore, so she decided to head upstairs to bed. After Chloe and Jack finished a pot of tea, they headed upstairs as well, when suddenly, Chloe received a Snap message from Violet. Chief, something bad happened. My and Cody's relationship was exposed. Violet's voice shook from fear. Upon hearing this, Chloe immediately opened her news app, and as expected, the headline said, Popular idol dating normal nurse from South Side. There was also a photo of Cody and Violet holding hands. It was blurry, but Cody's face was still recognizable. The exposure of their relationship was fine, but the scary part was that Cody hadn't prepared beforehand. His fans would probably go crazy since that was how female fans behaved nowadays. What's wrong? What happened? Jack had a bad feeling as he looked at Chloe, who was quietly staring at her phone. The latter furrowed her brows. Cody and Violet were photographed together, and their relationship was exposed. They're in trouble. Wasn't Imperial Star supposed to keep this quiet? How did the reporters find out? Jack felt like something was off. I bet someone did it on purpose. But now's not the time to think about that. I wonder how Imperial Star's PR department is going to deal with this. Cody's so popular right now, I can't imagine what this would do to him. Chloe was rattled by this news, but the problem was that Cody wasn't managed by GK, so Chloe and Jack couldn't step up. At the end of the day, Cody was Imperial Star's artist. Chloe quickly called Violet and consoled her. She also told the latter to keep an eye on future developments. The next morning, everyone woke up to a slur of major outlets reporting about Cody's relationship. The scariest thing about being a celebrity was that every single detail of one's life was magnified and blown out of proportion. Therefore, crazy fans immediately began digging up Violet's information as soon as they heard of her and Cody's relationship. They found everything: her resident ID number, workplace, past schools, and her parents' occupations. When Chloe went to work that morning, the hospital entrance was blocked by dozens of reporters and crazy fans. Violet wasn't at work at that time. Chloe arrived early because she had a morning meeting. An hour and a half later, a nurse from another department ran up to Chloe anxiously. "Deputy Director, something happened to Violet." "What happened to her?" Chloe jumped up with a worried expression on her face. The reporters blocked her way when she was coming in for work, and she was attacked and injured by the fans. There were a lot of people, and I don't know what's happening over there. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Chloe lost her cool and ran for the door. She commanded the nurse, "Tell security to come with me." When Chloe arrived at the hospital entrance, Violet was surrounded by countless people. Fans were hitting her with raw eggs and water bottles, leaving a poor girl like Violet no choice but to huddle up in a corner helplessly. Immediately angered, Chloe ran up to the crowd and shoved them aside violently. "Move! Move!" After breaking through all the people, she helped Violet up and covered the latter's head with her hands. "Violet, are you all right?" "Chief, I'm fine," Violet replied, her voice shaking. "Didn't I tell you to stay home today?" Chloe looked down at Violet, feeling bad. "You have an operation this afternoon, and I wanted to help you prepare, so—" "You didn't have to do that." "Violet, you're shameless. Give Cody back to us." A fan cursed mindlessly. "Violet, who do you think you are? You're not good enough for Cody. You're just a frog girl who wants to be with the prince. You're disgusting. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. I can't believe you would seduce my man. I'm going to kill you, Batch." "She's right. I never thought that Cody would date someone as ugly as you are. Are you spreading rumors on purpose and using our Cody to get famous?" The fans' words grew gradually more vicious, and their emotions were soon uncontrollable. Suddenly, another bottle of water flew at Violet's head, but she had lost all instinct to duck. Luckily, Chloe's hands were fast enough, and she caught the bottle before it struck Violet. Then, she scanned the crowd with disdain. "How old are you all? In your 20s or teens? Are you even fully developed? Why are you chasing after celebrity gossip rather than studying for your future? Are your hearts really so made of glass that you can't take it when your favorite celebrities date? Let me ask you, if Cody doesn't date Violet, will he date you? You are all perverted little brats. Your parents didn't raise you and pay for your tuition just so you can come out and do this to other innocent people. I thought you liked Cody, so why would you attack the person he likes and harass her? Are you human? You should all be old enough to know better. Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to lecture us?" A fan spat back at Chloe. "Who gives me the right? Let me tell you, Cody is as good as my brother, and Violet is my longtime assistant. They've been in love for a long time and have kept it under the radar until now. Their relationship is stable, and the only reason Cody didn't announce his relationship is that he wanted to protect her. He didn't want her to get hurt, and now you're hurting him. Cody would die of sadness if he found out what you're doing. You're lying. Cody would never fall for an ugly duckling like her. We won't believe anything you say. I don't care if you believe me, and I'm too busy to say anything else to you. But let me tell you, Don't you dare harass my employee here, or else I won't let you off the hook easily. Chloe glared at the reporters. What are you looking at? Go home. This is a hospital, not a place for you to dig up scandals. Then, Chloe pulled Violet into the hospital, and dozens of security guards blocked the troublemakers outside. The two of them went to the emergency room, and Chloe carefully applied medication to Violet's wounds. Does it hurt? Chloe felt bad. Violet shook her head. You really underestimated Cody's fans. They're crazy and don't care about anything. I told you not to come and hide until this scandal passes, but you didn't listen, Chloe lectured. I didn't think they'd be so scary, Violet replied, regretting her earlier decision. Where's Cody? Does he know what happened? Have you seen each other yet? Not yet, but we've been talking on Snap. He's promoting his new movie in Capital City and won't be back until tonight. He's really surprised as well, and has no idea how Imperial Star is going to deal with it. I'm really worried, Chief. I really don't want to be the woman that hinders his career. I don't want him to lose everything because of me. Violet loved Cody very much, so from day one, she had felt incredibly inferior. In the beginning, she didn't even want to accept his feelings, but now she took care of him like they were a married couple. Cody, on the other hand, was a loyal boyfriend. When he first met Chloe, he suffered from depression, and it was Chloe who helped her become the optimistic man he was today. After meeting Violet, he smiled even more than he used to. Therefore, Violet was incredibly important to Cody. Don't think too much. He'll be fine. Idols don't need to hide their relationships in this day and age. They now use their children and marriage to expand their reputation and show to the world that they can be a good father and husband. Cody's not a child anymore. He's okay to assume this responsibility. Stop worrying and wait for him to come home. Then we'll decide what to do, Chloe quietly consoled Violet, who nodded. Chloe then gave Violet the rest of the day off, and the latter went home after leaving from the side door. After a brief phone conversation with Cody, they decided to meet up once he got back to the city in the evening. At the end of the day, he had only Chloe to discuss with when something of this magnitude happened. After lunch, Chloe went back to her office to see Justin standing outside alone. Hey, Dr./Deputy Director Green. Justin loved seeing Chloe in her white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses, so he would warmly smile whenever he saw her in that getup. Although she looked nerdy, she also looked incredibly adorable and likable, unlike her usual icy, prideful CEO image. If it isn't the super busy President Cooper, why are you here? Justin smiled, and the two of them walked into her office together, where Chloe poured Justin a glass of water and placed it onto her desk. Justin sat down across from her. I'm here to see you, of course. I haven't visited since you came back to work. So? You just came here empty-handed? Gosh, Chloe joked purposely. Empty-handed? Says who? I'm known for my generosity, all right? Look at what I brought you. Justin then reached behind and, like magic, a box appeared before Chloe's eyes. Her eyes lit up when she saw what it was. Oh my God, Krabs! You know me well, Justin. She was genuinely and pleasantly surprised. If Justin were to give her something expensive, she would have refused immediately. However, she could never say no to food, especially when it was her favorite. A client brought some over from Macau and gave me a bunch. It's pretty tasty, and they're all huge, so I thought I'd bring you some. You sure know me well. Chloe then pried open the box full of crabs and looked at them as she smacked her lips. So, you're not a fancy deputy director, you're just a foodie, right? Don't tell me Jack got you to date him for a piece of candy, Justin said. His tone was filled with jealousy. Of course not. Am I someone that easy? I would agree at least after 3 pieces, Chloe said, extending 3 fingers. Okay, you win. Did you agree to date him for just 3 pieces of candy? Jack really did catch you at the right time. Their opening was so chill and funny, without a speck of awkwardness. The truth was, Chloe never felt awkward when she saw Justin. Rather, she treated him like an old friend. As long as he refrained from expressing his feelings towards her, their relationship really wasn't so complicated. Plus, after Jack came home, Justin never once brought up the topic of them. And he also stopped hanging out with Chloe all the time. He kept a safe distance because he didn't want her to feel troubled. Therefore, Chloe was grateful for everything Justin's done for her. A famous singer had a song called I Love You Very Much. The lyrics went like this: "Perhaps if I returned to being your good friend, you wouldn't feel as troubled as you do right now. I love you very much, so I'm okay with you flying away. I love you very much, so only when you are happy can my heart rest at ease." These lyrics probably expressed Soo-Yu's true inner feelings. Thanks for the seafood, young Master Cooper. You know I can't say no to food, but back to business. You came to talk to me about Cody, didn't you? Chloe asked. After all, Cody was the signature artist under Justin's label, which meant the latter had to do something about a scandal of this magnitude. Justin nodded. I did. Do you have any idea what we should do? I need advice, super genius Dr. Green. This is an extremely serious matter. Why are you asking me about it? Chloe thought that Justin already knew what to do, but it seemed like she was wrong. Because I trust you. Help me, Dr. Green. Justin smiled. You have dozens of people in your PR department. Why are you asking me? You sure overestimate my capabilities. Chloe didn't like to put her nose in places where she wasn't needed, so she wanted to refuse. Come on, we're closer than that. Plus, Cody's like your brother and Violet's your assistant. It's only right for me to come by and discuss things with you. Gosh, thanks for putting me on a pedestal, young Master Cooper. Tell me, what were you thinking of doing? After all, you're the president of Imperial Star, so you get the final say. What I think? I'm actually not completely sure. Right now, he has to make a choice between his career and the woman he loves. If Cody wants to go public with his relationship, he will lose a lot of fans. Young girls have fantasies toward their idols, so if they found out that Cody's dating someone and thinking about marriage, they might refuse to buy his albums in the future, which will inevitably affect his career. If he doesn't want to lose fans and is thinking about being a top star for a couple more years, he should just deny their relationship. Then, the company will disclose a statement saying that we're going to take legal actions against whoever started this scandal, which will probably fix the problem. But if we do that, Violet's life will become harder, because the public will think of her as a manipulative, eyeball-grabbing woman. At the end of the day, it really depends on Cody, and I'll respect his decision no matter what. After all, Imperial Star is humane. What do you think? Justin asked for Chloe's opinion after telling her what he thought. She nodded. I agree with you, since these are the only choices they have right now. They can either go public or deny their relationship completely. But we can't make this decision for him. Let's wait until Cody comes back. He's arriving tonight and coming to see me as soon as he does. You should come. We can talk about it then. Sure, I'll get to have dinner with you, Justin said happily. Chloe smiled without saying anything. But what if your husband gets jealous? Should we ask him to come as well? Justin was worried that Jack might be suspicious. Chloe, however, burst out in laughter. What are you laughing about? Justin asked, feeling confused. I'm laughing at you, of course. You're thinking too much. Mr. Dawson never suspects me. I've known him for so long. Do you think we'd get married if he didn't trust me? Chloe said, happiness oozing out of her eyes as she gushed about Jack from the bottom of her heart. Truth be told, Justin struggled with Chloe's genuine happiness. On one hand, he wanted Chloe to be happy for the rest of her life. On the other hand, he was extremely jealous of Jack, who got to meet Chloe when they were young and occupied her past, present, and future. To married couples, soap opera romance was overrated, and using their actions to prove how much they loved and trusted each other was the ultimate secret to lasting love. Okay, you win. Upon hearing what Chloe said, Justin smiled slightly and changed the topic. He then left Southside, waiting to talk about Cody's matter over dinner. The news continued to blast about Cody's relationship, and Violet hid at home, afraid of being targeted again. Towards the end of the day, Mr. Dawson sent Chloe a video chat request. Hey, Mr. Dawson, are you coming home soon? Do you want me to pick you up? Jack looked at her ever so gently. No, it's okay. I have a date tonight. Haha. You have a date? How brave of you, Dr. Green. Shouldn't you be more low-key about these things in front of your husband? Jack asked, pretending to put on a stern face. That's right. It's also a dinner with Justin. So you don't want to be my wife anymore? Jack laughed. Nope. Let's go to court tomorrow. I'll take Pudding and you can take Little Bean. Why do you get Pudding and I get Little Bean? Mr. Dawson asked with a rare pout on his face. Because Little Bean eats too much? I can't afford her. Ha ha. Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let me record our conversation and show it to Little Bean. Then she'll find out your true colors. Please don't. Little Bean is hard to woo. Mr. Dawson, don't get me in trouble. Chloe immediately admitted defeat. So, are you really going to have dinner with Justin alone tonight? It seemed like Mr. Dawson was still dwelling on this topic. Yeah, wanna come? Chloe asked on purpose. Forget it. If you're going on a date, then so will I. I'm having dinner with 2 pretty gals tonight. 2 pretty girls? Chloe repeated. Yep, Mr. Dawson replied, proud of himself. Do you want to be tied up on a pole and whipped? So you can do it? But I can't? Jack argued. Yep, you have a problem with that? Bite me. Chloe stuck her tongue out playfully. Honey, you're scary when you're acting shamelessly, Mr. Dawson said, sending Chloe into rabid laughter. I'm hanging up now. I have a dinner date with 2 ladies. Okay, have fun. Tell those 2 ladies that Mommy's going home later tonight and they should be good. Chloe knew that Jack was talking about Pudding and Little Bean. I'm telling them the truth, which is Mommy went on a date with Justin. Yup, that's exactly what happened. Don't be jealous. I'm not actually having dinner alone with Justin. Cody's coming as well. We're going to talk about this scandal together. That's better. I'll allow it, Mr. Dawson said domineeringly. Gosh, you'll allow it? Chloe chuckled. What, you have a problem with it? Yep, I do. Bite me. Jack immediately played Chloe's tactics against her. Sure, wait for me tonight. I'm going to bite you to death. Chloe opened her mouth to threaten him. I'll be expecting bite marks of love all over my body. Do you want to change into black pantyhose and buy a whip on your way home? Chloe was speechless by how dirty-minded Mr. Dawson was. Wow, I never knew you had this side in you. All she said was that she was going to bite him, but he added the pantyhose and whip part. Gosh! Honey, I'm expecting good stuff tonight. I'll be at home, all washed clean and naked. Then, Mr. Dawson hung up their call before Chloe could respond, leaving the latter at a complete loss for words. Was it a good or bad thing to have such a dirty husband at home? As soon as Cody arrived in the city, he rushed over to meet up with Chloe and Justin. To avoid the paparazzi, they chose to meet at a private club under Max's family business. Justin and Chloe had already arrived and were drinking tea on the top floor. Cody and Violet came together. He held her hand as they walked into the private room together. President Cooper, Sister Chloe. Cody and Violet greeted them. Great, you're both here. Come and sit. Justin waved his hand, gesturing for them to go over, and the 2 of them sat down from across him and Chloe. The overall atmosphere was a little tense. President Cooper, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to be photographed. I really caused the company trouble this time. Cody looked down apologetically. Don't say that. It's not your fault. Even the most careful of celebrities are stalked and photographed by paparazzi, and there's really nowhere you can hide. Right now, we need to talk about a remedy to this situation. Chloe and I came up with 2 solutions, and you can make the choice. Justin then told Cody what he and Chloe talked about that afternoon. After hearing his options, Cody answered without thinking, President Cooper, I want to go public. No, you can't do that. It'll affect your career. I can't allow it. President Cooper, you can't let him go public. Tell your PR team to issue a statement saying that I was the one using Cody for clout. I don't want to ruin his career. Violet was so mortified that her face turned white. She knew she would die of regret if Cody threw away his future for her. No, I can't let you take all that pressure. Plus, we're dating. I've been wanting to go public for a while now, and I have had enough of sneaking around. This is for the better. We're getting married anyway, so it's best to go public, Cody said, his grip around Violet's hand tightening. Violet, however, kept shaking her head in disagreement as tears circled in her eyes. She felt desperate. Chloe, talk to him. He can't do this for me. Chloe completely understood that Cody was thinking in Violet's shoes, and vice versa. Therefore, she consoled her. Violet, don't be nervous. Cody's a grown man, and it's not like you guys can keep this underground forever. If you're photographed again after you guys deny that you are dating, then he'll lose his reputation. So I think it's a good idea for you guys to go public. It means you're more important than his career. You should be happy that someone loves you this much. I get that, but still, Violet said as she choked back her tears. Come on, Violet. Didn't you hear what Chloe said? It's really okay. Right now, money and fame isn't the most important thing in my life. Even if I stopped being a celebrity altogether, I'd still have enough money to spend until I die. So what are you so worried about? Cody lifted a finger. Then, he gently and lovingly stroked Violet on the tip of her nose. But I don't want to weigh you down. Violet sobbed as she leaned against Cody's shoulder. Idiot, you're not weighing me down. Do you know how happy I've been since I met you? I feel like the entire world warmed up. To Cody, the most important thing was Violet's happiness. Therefore, after the scandal broke out, he even considered retiring if it meant that Violet didn't have to face all the blame on her own. So, you plan on going public? Justin asked again to make sure. President Cooper, I'm sorry for being so selfish, and I know this might negatively impact the company's profit, but I can't let Violet take all the blame after all that she had been through with me. I can't even go to the movies with her like normal people. We have to wait until everyone goes in before we do, and everyone leaves until we leave. She can't upload photos onto Snap and comment on my Weibo because she's afraid of others finding out. This is not the kind of relationship she deserves. She's the woman I want to be with, the woman I want to marry. I was actually going to propose to her during vacation this year, so this scandal is a good thing. We'll just take this opportunity and go public with everything. Cody's apology was extremely sincere because he knew he was being stubborn and selfish. But from his attitude, Justin and Chloe knew that he was determined to go public. Right now, nothing was as important as Violet. Cody, how can you be this stubborn? You've worked so hard to get to where you are. You can't throw all this away for me. I don't care. These things are nothing, as long as I'm with you. Cody gently smoothed out Violet's bangs. So, you guys are here to flaunt your love and make the only single person in the room feel bad, right? Justin suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Chloe couldn't help but laugh out loud. President Cooper? That's not my intention, Cody said, feeling a little awkward. Violet also lifted her head up, wiped away her tears, and said, President Cooper, please don't misunderstand us. I just don't want him to do this for me. But he's being so stubborn. It was normal for two people in love to consider each other's feelings. I understand. You don't have to explain yourselves. If this is the decision Cody made, it's the action we will take. Don't worry about the company. Imperial Star will be fine. Just make sure you're certain with your decision. Justin's tone was extremely calm. He seemed to have anticipated Cody's decision. The young couple has been together for almost 4 years. Their relationship was incredibly stable, and the two of them barely fought. Violet knew that Cody had a history of depression, so she had been carefully taking care of him and treating him the best she could. She never asked for anything in return and was gentle and low-key. She was a keeper. Chloe believed that she was a perfect fit for someone like Cody. If it were a selfish and attention-seeking woman with princess syndrome, Cody would be in big trouble. President Cooper, I'm really sorry. Cody still felt bad, but Justin shook his head. New topic, all right? Let's eat. Waiter, we're ready. That was how the four of them came to this decision. An hour later, they left the club after dinner. Cody then uploaded a Weibo status, along with the photo that the paparazzi sneaked that exposed their relationship in the first place. This is what he wrote. Yes, I'm in love. She's a great girl. If you're really my fans, please don't harm or harass her. Thank you very much. This simple remark immediately blew up on Weibo, landing it on the trending page. Subsequently, headlines of the news were updated into something like, Superstar Cody admits to his relationship. His girlfriend is a commoner. Cody's post was shared a couple of times by his friends and female artists at Imperial Star. Even Gianna reposted and said, "Cody, congratulations. I hope you'll be happy forever." Although everyone within the industry accepted his relationship, his fans did not. Perhaps someone hired internet trolls to bash on Cody, but a lot of fans cursed and spread rumors about him. "He's not a superstar. He's just a sissy. This is just a cover-up, right? Don't you like men? You're a liar. How can you have a girlfriend? Cody, that batch isn't good enough for you. Come into my embrace." Cody's comment section was bustling with replies. His post was shared 200,000 times, received more than 280,000 likes, and was commented on more than 300,000 times. The level of engagement was unprecedented since none of his previous posts stirred up controversy. When Khloe arrived home, the twins were still up. They had changed into their pajamas and were playing jump checkers with Jack. Avery sat beside her cousin, telling his brother where to go. "Auntie, a true gentleman doesn't talk when observing someone else playing chess." Little Bean looked up unhappily. "I'm sorry, Delcy, but I'm not a gentleman. I'm a lady." Avery argued on purpose. "Humph, only ladies and the petty are the hardest to deal with," Little Bean rebutted. "Ha ha! Are you talking about yourselves? You and Pudding are ladies as well." Avery broke into laughter. No, we're young girls," Little Bean said unconvincingly. "What about your mommy, Little Bean?" "I'm a lady as well." Khloe took off her jacket and interjected with a smile. "Of course not, Mommy. You're not a lady." Little Bean reacted extremely fast. What am I then?" Khloe asked, wondering what her daughter meant. "Haha, is your mom a guy?" "You did everything right, but you got this one thing wrong, Little Bean," Avery laughed. "Of course she's not a guy. Mommy's Madam. She's not a lady because she's already married." "Auntie, you're still single, so you're a lady," Little Bean explained. "Madam, fine. Your definition of me is extremely accurate, I guess." Khloe was speechless. How smart was her child to know the word madam at such a young age? "You're finally back from your date." Jack looked up at Khloe with a smile. "Yep. How was it?" "Amazing. We came to an agreement. Didn't you see the news? Cody went public with his relationship." "Good for him. Uncle Cody's great to his girlfriend." "He's a good man," Pudding suddenly commented as she played a piece of checkers. "Uncle Thomas needs more courage like Uncle Cody. He wants to date Auntie Stella but is too shy to ask her out." "Gosh," Little Bean complained. "You're too young to meddle in your uncle's business. Go to bed. Look at the clock. It's late." Khloe looked down at her phone and realized it was already past 10 p.m. "Daddy, you lost again," Pudding said calmly. "All right, what do you want this time?" Jack said, obviously prepared. "I want $1 million from Daddy." As soon as Pudding finished her sentence, everyone in the living room was dumbfounded. "Sis, are you crazy? Didn't I tell you to ask little by little? You're going to scare Daddy," Little Bean reminded anxiously. "Pudding, are you robbing your daddy poor over a game of checkers?" Avery asked, feeling speechless. "So, Pudding, can you tell me what you want with all that money?" Khloe walked up to Pudding and sat down beside her 3-year-old daughter. She was genuinely shocked by Pudding's request. "Do I have to?" Pudding asked mysteriously. "Of course you don't, sweetie. I lost to you, so I'm going to keep my promise." Then, Jack took out his phone. "Is online transfer all right? Honey, are you really going to give her that much money?" Khloe pursed her lips. "Of course we can't lie to our children. I'm a man of my words." Pudding's giant request paired with Jack's stubbornness left Khloe flabbergasted. "Big brother, you're such a great dad. I'm going to be your daughter in the next life, okay? Super rich dude," Avery said. "I don't want you as my daughter. You're a troublemaker," Jack replied. Then, Pudding's phone gave a little ding. "I transferred the money, Pudding. Take a look." "I don't need to. I trust you, Daddy." "Okay. I'm going to bed now. Good night." Pudding proudly got up from the couch and gave a little yawn. Little Bean immediately got up as well. "Sis, do you want a massage? You look tired from sitting down all night." "Sure. Want to massage my shoulder?" Pudding pointed to her left shoulder, and then she headed up the stairs. "Sis, how do you feel? You just won $1 million US," Little Bean asked as she rushed up the stairs. Not bad. I should have asked for more." Upon hearing what Pudding said, Chloe and Avery almost fell speechless to the ground. Jack, however, was extremely calm, and even a little proud of his daughter. "Pudding's like me when I was young." The twins' brief exchange left everyone in laughter. Just when Chloe thought that Cody's scandal had passed, another wave of problems rolled in later that evening. "Chloe, are you asleep?" Justin sent Chloe a voice message at 11:30 p.m. At that time, Chloe was already exhausted from the events during the day and fallen asleep a long time ago. Therefore, Jack picked up her phone and replied to Justin on Snap. "She's asleep." Oh. Justin felt a little awkward since he didn't want to bother the couple. He told Jack to take a look at the news, and as expected, Cody was exposed with another scandal. He was one of the top superstars, so his scandals receive attention as soon as they were disclosed. Justin originally thought that, with his tacit agreement, Cody's relationship scandal would pass quickly. To his surprise, however, that night, a netizen posted a story onto a popular forum illustrating Cody's family background. So, the story talked about his mother and father, and that his mother had a child with another man. It also talked about how Cody was a gangbanger when he was young, and that he was uneducated and violent. Jack knew how important Cody was to Chloe, so he frowned after reading the forum post. He typed back to Justin with Chloe's snap, "What do you plan on doing? None of us wanted this to happen, but right now I can only ask the company to release a statement and claim that everything was made up. Then, we're going to sue whoever uploaded the post. I don't know how this will end up, though." Okay. The statement is a good idea. I'll tell her what happened tomorrow morning," Jack replied. "Sounds good." Justin then logged off. The next morning, Jack told Chloe what happened as soon as she woke up. The latter opened up Snap and read through their conversation. Then, her expression fell. "What are you thinking about, honey?" Jack asked. "This can't be a coincidence, and I don't think it was the work of paparazzi. Someone released this information on purpose. Cody's haters?" Jack raised an eyebrow. "The entertainment industry is more complicated than that. I think when something affects a person's profit, they'll go through all means possible to either recover what they've lost or take revenge just to make themselves feel better," Chloe said, her words sounding a bit ambiguous. "So, what do you plan on doing now?" "I feel like I need to go see someone and talk to her," Chloe replied calmly. Jack could guess who she was referring to. "Should I go with you?" Jack offered. Chloe coyishly leaned against her husband's chest. "It's okay. You don't have to go through the trouble with me. I can deal with her with one hand. Don't worry and trust me, okay?" "Okay then. But if something happens, call me immediately." "Okay. I'm going to work now. I have a meeting this morning. You're not going to have breakfast?" Jack frowned. "No, I don't have time." Then, Chloe immediately got up to get ready for work. After she changed and arrived downstairs, she saw a sandwich and a carton of milk on the dining table. "You're becoming an expert at warming me up, honey," Chloe commented happily as she picked up her breakfast and left home in a hurry, leaving the twins, Avery and Jack, sitting around the dining table. "Daddy, have you ever thought that letting Mommy go back to Southside was a mistake?" Pudding asked as she ate breakfast. "Baby, what do you mean by that?" Jack looked up at her curiously. "Because I noticed that ever since President Green went back to being Dr. Green, she's been even busier than she used to be. In the past, she would at least spend her weekends with us, but now she's either operating or attending meetings. She always has something on her plate and almost doesn't even have time for us anymore," Pudding complained. Little Bean, however, shook her head. "Sis, I disagree with you. It's good that Mommy's busy, or else she'll have time to monitor us 24/7, and we'll go crazy. So it's a good thing that Mommy's occupied with something else." "You did well, Daddy." "Ha, big brother. Your kids are geniuses. They're basically planning out you and Chloe's career path. Anyways, girls, I get where you guys are coming from." "But can I explain?" Jack asked as he took a small sip of milk. The twins looked at their father with serious expressions on their faces, waiting for him to continue. "Daddy really loves Mommy," Jack began. "Stop repeating the same thing over and over again. Everyone knows that already." This time, Even little Bean couldn't help but complain. Ahem, okay then. I'll cut straight to the point. I love her, so I will forever support her decisions, and I want her to do what she wants. I don't care if her job is glorious or crappy, I'm okay with it as long as she likes it. When your mommy was young, she wanted to be a doctor, and this has never changed. As for me, my dream was to help your mommy's dream come true and allow her to live the life she wanted to. Helping her achieve her dream was the thing I've done in my life that I'm most proud of. Although he was talking to his children, he still spoke seriously, and the words were taken directly from his heart. Avery almost broke into tears after hearing what he said. She said with envy, "Gosh, how come I didn't meet someone like you when I was young? No one loves me the way you love Chloe. Gosh, Daddy, you win. Mommy's a priceless treasure to you." Pudding shrugged helplessly. "You're right. Mommy's more important to Daddy than we are," Little Bean added. "Don't say that, you two are just as important as Mommy," Mr. Dawson immediately emphasized, worried that the twins might get jealous. "If that's the case, it still kind of sucks for us," Little Bean pouted and said. "Why is that?" Avery looked at her niece with curiosity. "Because Pudding and I are two people, and Mommy is one person. The two of us combined weigh the same as Mommy and Daddy's heart. Quantitatively speaking, we still got the short end of the stick." Pudding reached out to gently pinch Little Bean on the cheek. "Good job, Little Bean." "So, sis, you earned so much money from Daddy last night. Can you buy me a truckload of Haagen-Dazs?" Little Bean licked her lips and asked, "You're such a foodie. Can't you dream bigger?" Pudding scolded, wondering why her twin sister wasn't more like herself. "Why should I? Out of the four of us, 3 of you have business brains and are super good at making money. So all I need to do is spend money, and I can ask the rest of you for money when I have none. Come on," Little Bean said as she reached out her hand like a beggar. Her remarks sent Avery and Jack into rabid laughter. "Big brother, I now know that you're not the smartest in the family, nor is Pudding. The smartest one is Little Bean, our little foodie. She's good, pretending that she's not as smart as you guys when she is. She doesn't need to make money. All she has to do is order you guys around and enjoy her life." Avery gave Little Bean a giant thumbs up. "Okay, I need to go to work now. Avery, do you have any plans for today?" Jack glanced at his cousin. "I promised these 2 little ones to go to the amusement park. They want to ride the carousel and eat pizza." Sounds good." "Remember to bring the guards. We have to be careful," Jack reminded as he worriedly glanced over at Pudding. "Pudding, don't be stubborn this time. Make sure to follow your auntie and stay with the security detail." "I won't, Daddy. We won't go anywhere we shouldn't." After making sure that everyone was good to go, Jack left for work. As he headed towards the company, his cell phone rang. Putting on his Bluetooth earphone, Jack asked, "Is anything going on with Andrew?" "No, President Dawson. He's been extremely quiet. It's not like him to stay put after what Emery did to him." "Keep a close eye on him and tell me as soon as you hear something," Jack ordered, never letting his guard down. "Yes, sir. Don't worry. We'll monitor his every move." Jack always had his guard up around Andrew. He had also been setting traps up for the latter. However, Emery's intervention made things more complicated. This wasn't necessarily good news for Jack. He didn't want to alert his enemy before the fact, and since Andrew had been more careful than ever, Jack wasn't sure of his next move. Southside. Worried that the pressure of the scandal was too much for Cody and that his depression would resurface, Chloe told him and Violet to leave the city that morning and head over to Bali for vacation. After a quick phone call with Justin, Chloe was more certain than ever who the person behind this scandal was. Therefore, she decided to go and talk to her, face to face. To her surprise, however, her phone rang just as she was leaving her office. It was an odd international number that Chloe didn't recognize, so she thought about it for a few seconds before finally picking up. "Hello?" she asked defensively. "Sis, it's me." Upon hearing the voice, Chloe's heart fluttered with excitement. Fiona. She hadn't heard from Fiona ever since their hasty goodbye last time. I missed you, so I called you in secret. We can't talk for too long. I don't want anyone to track our call," Fiona said carefully. "Fiona, are you still in the Golden Triangle? Are you hurt? Are you safe?" Chloe knew their time was limited, so she bombarded Fiona with questions. Calm down, sis. I'm fine. I left the Golden Triangle a long time ago. I actually passed by Vietnam and searched through the local gangs, but didn't end up finding Evelyn. But I'm still looking. You can rest assured. Never mind. It's okay if you don't find her. Liam's the one who hurt us, not Evelyn, Chloe said. Anyways, don't worry about this. I've got your back. Where are you right now? Are you safe? Chloe was worried about Fiona. Ever since she found out that Fiona was #1 on Interpol's most wanted list, she had been worried to death for her sister. I'm with Psycho Riker in Russia. Don't worry, I'm in good hands. That's good. Only then did Chloe nod in relief. Sis, it's almost New Year. I actually have a crazy idea, Fiona said mysteriously. What idea? Chloe asked, wondering what Fiona had up her sleeve. I want to persuade my dad to spend New Year with you guys. Fiona's idea was indeed insane that Chloe was shocked when she heard it. Are you surprised? Fiona smiled and asked. I am surprised. If I could spend the New Year with you and Dad, that would probably be a dream come true. Knowing that there was still a biologically related family existing in the world, Chloe felt warmth in her heart. She also really anticipated it, especially when she reminisced the old man who gave out balloons at Disneyland in the States. Fiona knew that she shouldn't expose her identity, but she still appeared in the crucial moment and prevented the potential tragedy of Jack having to choose between Chloe and Little Bean. She even wiped the Vietnam gang out for her. Chloe never expected to have such an intrepid and domineering little sister. At the same time, she also pitied Fiona's encounters and experiences. No one would want to live a dangerous life if they had a choice, right? After all, for a young and beautiful girl in her 20s, the most important thing was having a tranquil life with her beloved family, lover, and friends. That was why Chloe truly hoped that Fiona could change her way of living and settle down. But she also knew that it couldn't be done easily. Regarding this, I'll have to think of a way. I would love to, but Dad might not agree to come. A psycho-like legend wants to catch me out of passing interest, but he's been wanting to get Dad for many years. Dad doesn't want to implicate you guys, and won't come for sure. It was just an idea I had, so don't expect too much, sis. I totally understand, Fiona. Legend wants to capture Dad because Dad has something that he wants, right? That's correct, smart girl. You have to tell Dad to be careful, Chloe said worriedly. No problem. Relax. Our old man's got a pretty tenacious life and survives better than me. Don't worry about us and take good care of the twins. You also need to be careful of Andrew. Brother-in-law probably told you about the relationship between him and Legend before. Yes, he did. Chloe nodded. He must have some feelings for you, or else, knowing our relationship, he wouldn't have kept it away from Legend these years. Judging from this, I'm still grateful to Andrew. He even hid away the truth of Towtown for Dad. It's not easy to hide your identity within Ian's territory for so many years. Chloe remained silent because she knew what Fiona meant. She wouldn't admit that Andrew had feelings for her before and thought he was merely a psychotic comrade and plunderer. However, after Liam kidnapped her, Andrew's behavior made Chloe realize his feelings. A selfish person like him provoked Liam many times and risked his own life to protect her from getting harmed. Chloe wouldn't be surprised if it was a selfless man like Jack or Justin, because they were men who cared about ties of relationship. Yet, it was actually the world's most shocking news because the person was Andrew, who was selfish and put his benefits before anything else. That was why Andrew felt bad and asked Jack not to kill Andrew. She knew that Andrew would be a huge problem in the future if he didn't die. However, at that moment, Chloe couldn't bear seeing Andrew getting punched with blood all over him and being beaten to the verge of death. They could say that she was being too naive or too soft-hearted, but at that moment, she couldn't see Andrew die in front of her by any means. Maybe this was a one-of-a-kind gentleness that Chloe always had within her. Your brother-in-law has started investigating Andrew. We won't let him go for what he did to us before. He has to pay back for what he did. We just want to defeat him honorably. Okay, that sounds fine. The style is just like Jack's. Fiona laughed in a low voice. He mentioned that you guys met in Russia before. Chloe talked about the past with a smile. Yeah, it was that time when he did surgery for Psycho Riker. He really is a great doctor, and his technique was pretty much on the same level as Dad's. It's just that his personality is too cold, and only you can handle it. Even though Psycho Riker doesn't like to talk, he isn't that cold or arrogant. Oh no, I'm running out of time, sis. A tracking signal is incoming and I have to hang up now. Take care. After Fiona finished speaking, she hung up without waiting for Chloe's response. When Chloe looked into the caller ID from her cell phone again, the history had already been erased. There was not a single trace, as if the phone call did not happen. It seemed like Fiona was very cautious. After hanging up, Chloe suddenly remembered that she still needed to help Cody out. After she booked an appointment with that person, she walked towards one of her 13 stores for the meetup. The store manager was surprised to see her, perhaps because it had been a long time since Chloe had visited. President Green, welcome! Why didn't you tell us that you were coming to visit? No worries, just do what you are doing. I'm meeting someone here to discuss something. What would you like for your drink? I'll get someone to make it for you, the store manager said in a cautious manner. I'll have a Blue Mountain coffee. Chloe walked towards a remote corner seat and sat down. Beth came in soon after Chloe sat down. After she walked inside, she walked over when she saw Chloe wave. President Green, it's been a long time. Beth took off her sunglasses and twitched the corner of her mouth coldly. Have a seat. What would you like for a drink? Chloe asked. I'll have a cappuccino. After Beth finished talking, Chloe waved and called the waiter over. Give her a cup of cappuccino. Yes, President Green. What do you want from me? Let's cut to the chase. Both of our time is precious and we're both very busy, right? Beth said overbearingly. Ever since Cody went to Imperial Star and rescinded the contract, they were done with each other. Beth started working for Andrew at first, but she wasn't promoted and had no celebrities under her either. So she just left the company and opened her own studio and trained some independent models. Rumors said that her models also accept some individual work from outside, working kind of like high-end escorts. Beth's reputation had become worse in the industry because her business was similar to the Hainan Rendezvous event that happened years ago. Neither famous directors nor actors would cooperate with her. Her connections had no effect in this realistic society. You are busy. Probably busy tainting Cody's reputation, I assume? Chloe laughed coldly and looked at Beth. President Green is humorous. Please don't accuse me randomly. Cody is a superstar now, and I'm merely an obsolete agent. We're not even on the same level, Beth laughed quietly. You know that I'm not kidding. I'm serious about what I said. I'm just curious what's your goal for slandering Cody, Chloe said indifferently. President Green, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't do the same with talking. Just because I have grudges against Cody, it doesn't mean you get to frame me when something happens to him. You're also a public figure. Please don't be fooled so easily. Beth seemed to be prepared, and she didn't intend to admit to anything she did. Chloe didn't rush. She took a small sip of coffee and said slowly, When Cody's depression took place years ago, you brought him to see the doctor immediately. His family and he truly appreciate you for this incident. A simple thank you also isn't enough for your help in dragging him out of his mess and giving him the opportunity to make something of himself. But Cody has earned a lot of money for you these years, and you should be content already. He is obedient to you about almost everything. He still went on the show as a guest for you despite feeling ill. The only thing that we didn't discuss with you was signing the contract with GK. I know that you didn't think GK would do well. Even though GK isn't affiliated with the entertainment industry anymore, Cody's talent wasn't buried away because Imperial Star's President Cooper gave him a better platform. Yet, for the temporary interest on Andrew's end, you disregarded his choice, framed Violet, and got between their relationship. I thought you and Cody considered each other as family over these years, and even Cody thought so himself. But in the end, he was just a money tree for you. Everything's fine if he can make money, but once he doesn't listen to you or gets in the way of your benefits, you will become so merciless towards him. Beth, why are you so heartless as a woman? Even having a dog for many years will nurture feelings too. Will you harm it because it's sometimes not obedient? Why are you so cruel? Chloe accused Beth's actions from before. She started with the relationship card, followed by the condemnation and question. Haha, President Green is full of imagination. Beth still seemed unwilling to admit any fault. You don't have to deny it. I can't think of anyone other than you that would do this. Maybe the paparazzi did expose his relationship, but the way of blackening his fame, making him suffer, and exposing his past and family background, I really can't think of anyone else except you. Chloe was almost certain that the person was Beth. After listening to Chloe's words, Beth raised her chin in a provoking manner. Even if I did it, what can you do? Aren't those things truth? It was true that he went behind my back, didn't listen to me, and dated that nurse. His parents' scandals, the illegitimate kid that his mom had after, and the ridiculous things that he did when he was young are all true. I did not slander his reputation. But as the person he once trusted the most, taking these things out is equivalent to rubbing salt on his wounds. Are you trying to ruin him by doing this at such a sensitive timing? Chloe raged, wanting to slap her when she saw the smirk on Beth's face. What's wrong about ruining him? I made him who he is today. I can make him famous, and I can also destroy him. Aren't you like his sister? You help him then. Aren't you a godlike existence that also has a high IQ? Beth looked at Chloe scornfully. You're right. Cody indeed is like my brother and a family member. I will do something about it. Go help him then. Why do you bother talking to me? Beth picked up her coffee proudly. Tell me, how can I make you stop and give Cody a break? Chloe took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Oh? You're on it already? President Green, I thought you were going to scare me, threaten me, and shut me out of the industry. Haha. Beth raised her head, glanced at Chloe, and laughed. I won't. Your intention of doing this isn't ruining Cody, but using this opportunity to get what you want. You can just tell me your condition, and I can make any decision for Cody. Of course, the condition has to be in the range of our capabilities, and can't go too far. All right, if that's the case, I won't hesitate anymore, President Green. Beth stuck out her index finger and placed it vertically at Chloe. $10 million? Chloe asked. Haha, $10 million? Do you think you are gifting a beggar? One of Cody's endorsement deals is worth more than $10 million. I'm talking about $100 million. $100 million? Haha, you sure are so greedy. Chloe looked at Beth solemnly. President Green is taking this too seriously. This amount of money is nothing to multi-billionaires like you guys. A quarter of GK's revenue numbers in the tens of billions, and Cody's annual commercial value is more than $100 million. President Cooper makes money, you make money as well, and Cody himself also makes lots of money. But I, the headhunter in the past, am currently dealing with a career trough. That's why giving me a little money is reasonable. As the saying goes, money can help drive away misfortune. President Green is smart. You probably wish to settle the disputes, right? That's right. I do not want this matter to go any further. In fact, Cody's career is not a big deal, and he doesn't really care about it anymore. I'm afraid that public opinion will make his depression recur. You don't care about him and used these insidious moves on him. You made him suffer, but you can still ask for money shamelessly now. You're indeed a character. When Chloe scolded a person, she didn't need to swear to condemn them. However, Beth only smiled after she heard Chloe. President Green's eloquence is still as brilliant even after a while, but there's no use saying these things. Even if you condemn my entire family, I still have the same condition. The money cannot be less than the amount requested. If you don't want to pay me, I will keep on exposing new material in the media. No one can tell how the consequences will turn out, but I have nothing to lose. You can think over it, President Green. My time is precious and I won't waste it talking. Thank you for your coffee, President Green. Contact me when you reach a decision. Bye for now. Beth stood up after she finished talking, grabbed her bag, and left. Chloe's facial expression was gloomy. People said that actors were heartless and prostitutes were immoral. Chloe thought that Emery and Bella were already ruthless by turning their back to their friends, but seeing Beth made her understand what a real batch was like. In her eyes, money was more than anything. Even her own parents were probably not comparable to money, given the right price. If Chloe remembered correctly, when they rescinded the contract, Cody even gave Beth a lot of money for helping him all these years. After she left Andrew's company and wasn't capable of finding celebrities to cooperate, Cody even used his connections to help her and didn't even tell her. Yet, not only she didn't care about their relationship, she also utilized the secrets that Cody told her to blacken Cody's name. Such people were really hateful. What kind of world is this? Chloe felt that she met an ungrateful person and a malevolent bitch for the first time. Walking out of the coffee shop, she swore and pounded the steering wheel. She called Justin after walking out of the coffee shop and simply described what happened. "What do you want to do, Chloe?" Justin asked Chloe in a serious tone. "What are your thoughts?" Chloe probingly asked Justin. "It's up to you because I have to take your feelings into consideration. I cannot treat him like other celebrities due to your relationship with Cody, and I take extreme caution with that," Justin said seriously. Chloe felt her heart being weighed down as if a huge rock was pressing against her. $100 million is actually not that much. Nothing will be affected no matter if you pay or I pay. You're giving her money? Even if we decide to pay, the money will be paid by Imperial Star, not you. Justin immediately extinguished Chloe's intention of paying. "No, absolutely not. It's not a problem with money. It's how she treats Cody. Her behavior makes me angry and sad." "I think so too. A woman like this is actually really scary. If we give her money, we can't guarantee her to not blackmail us in the future. It'd be an endless black hole. I also don't recommend giving her money." Justin was relieved when he heard Chloe say she was not giving out money. The problem wasn't money, but Cody's side's attitude towards this. As a big shot of the entertainment industry, Justin's style had always been decisive and domineering. That was why giving out money in exchange for peace wasn't his style. "Actually, I have an idea. What is it?" After Chloe told Justin, Justin couldn't help but praise Chloe. "Our Dr. Green's little brain is way too smart. When I'm drunk, I will only lean on you, not the wall. Good job." "All right, stop joking around. I still need your cooperation." "No problem. Just let me know what you need me to do," Justin answered frankly. "I'll go to Southside first. I still have an important seminar there. When I get home from work, I'll organize and publish the information. You can create publicity by uniting the mass media at the time. By the way, we have to buy the 5-cent armies and the whole package too. We can't let that impudent batch spread rumors and not allow us to do the same." "Understood, the mighty and powerful President Green. I'll do whatever you ask. Stop joking around with me. After everything's done this week, I intend to bring the twins to visit Grandpa Cooper. Grandpa won't be home for the next little while. There are many conferences in Capital City towards the end of the year. We still welcome you guys, though. My parents miss Pudding and Little Bean a lot. It'll be great to visit Uncle and Auntie, too. By the way, is Max still going after my sister-in-law?" Chloe didn't forget to gossip. "I'm not quite sure about that. I haven't seen that guy recently." Justin was a bit confused. "All right, I'll ask her later. How about you and Avery?" As Chloe started the topic, Justin interrupted immediately. "Oh yeah, I can't chat anymore. I have to meet with a client, bye." Chloe knew that Justin didn't want to talk about Avery and found an excuse to get away. Inside the Green family residence. Ever since that incident with Andrew and Emery, the Green Corporation suffered quite a bit of a loss. He hadn't been to work for a few days and could only have a video conference at home. Andrew was writing calligraphy within his study in the evening. "Boss, are we going to let her get away? That Emery batch had you taken to the police station and caused us to lose so much money? She was totally fine, but she said her condition was severe and framed you by hospitalizing herself at Southside. How can we tolerate all that?" "Everybody wants to avenge you," the assistant stood behind Andrew and said bitterly. Andrew paused. Then, he slowly put down the calligraphy brush in his hand and asked, "Do you know what kind of pleasure I get from doing these big projects?" His subordinates did not understand where he was getting at, so they did not dare to give an affirmative answer. "Sorry, we don't know. Can you please tell us? It's like playing tag. I enjoy the process. The best part isn't catching the target, but rather how you can intimidate her while trying to catch her, thus magnifying the terror in her heart. His subordinates were incapable of reaching Andrew's realm, and thus did not understand what he just said. Wasn't revenge something you would do to those you hate? Is Emery still at Southside? Andrew asked. Yeah, she's still hospitalized. Every day there would be reporters there to interview her. She's being very high profile, so she might be aiming to make a comeback in the entertainment industry. People on the internet are spreading the news that she has an $8 million contract with Tian Media Company. Is it true that President Lewis helped her get it? Yeah, it's true. Andrew nodded. Then he looked down at his watch. It was over a bit after 7. Since it wasn't too late, he told his subordinate, "Get the car ready. I'm going to Southside to check her out. Boss, the media is on top of this right now. Don't you think you shouldn't show yourself with her now?" His subordinates were rattled when they heard that Andrew wanted to go see Emery. They did not know what he was trying to do. Just go and prepare the car. Andrew was very calm from the beginning to the end. The people at Southside were all shocked to see Andrew at the hospital with a rose bouquet. Emery's guards panicked when they saw him at her door. Emery, Andrew is here." Her manager rushed in to report. She too was dumbfounded by the sight. What does he want? Emery was originally playing on her phone in bed, but once she got the news, she got up. She also looked a bit rattled. I don't know. He only has one bodyguard with him. He also has a bouquet of roses, too. He's outside. Do you want to let him in? Let him in. I don't think he'd dare to hurt me publicly. Emery actually secretly missed Andrew. Even though they had now become enemies, she still wanted to see him. This was a fatal weakness of this woman. Miss Emery said it's okay for Mr. Green to go in. You guys can get out of his way, her manager commanded. Then, her bodyguards cleared the path for Andrew. Andrew had 99 roses in his hand. He walked straight towards Emery's bedside. President Green, what brings you here? Even though Emery was in hospital clothes, she still had heavy makeup on. She still looked delicate and alluring, and not at all resembling the look of a normal patient. From the looks of it, her wounds weren't serious. She might not have even been hurt at all. Andrew put down the roses by Emery's bed. He looked at her with a charming smile and said, "How are you doing? Are you feeling better?" That look of his made Emery recall the distant past of sweet memories when she was still with Andrew. This look was that of Andrew, and only Andrew. It bedazzled and enchanted her. At that moment, she was lured in again. Emery, President Green is talking to you, her manager reminded. Emery was able to return to her conscious self. Oh, can you walk out for a sec first? I want to talk to President Green alone, she told her manager. Her manager didn't feel comfortable leaving Emery alone with Andrew because she was still worried that he would hurt her. It's fine. Just give us a few minutes of alone time, Emery repeated herself. Only then did her manager slowly retreat from her room. Andrew and Emery were the only ones left in this big, luxurious VIP patient room. You must hate me to death right now, right? Emery felt so guilty that she couldn't even look Andrew in the eye. She had many malicious things she could have said to him, but she didn't have enough courage to say when he was right in front of her. Why should I hate you? Andrew pulled over a chair and sat down. He picked up a mandarin from the table and started to carefully peel it. Because I cost you a lot of money and damaged your reputation. I even got the police to arrest you. Shouldn't you hate me to the extent that you want to kill me? Emery uttered each of her words clearly. On the other hand, Andrew wasn't anxious to respond. He continued to slowly peel the mandarin. He took a small piece and put it by Emery's mouth. Here, eat some mandarin, he said in a gentle tone. Emery was once again shocked. Why are you frozen? Don't you love mandarin? It's in season, so it should be very sweet. Then Andrew put the piece into her mouth and then peel another piece for himself. The two didn't look like enemies at all. They looked more like a couple. She couldn't take it any longer when Andrew tried to put another piece of mandarin in her mouth. She slapped Andrew's hand, sending the mandarin to the floor. Andrew, don't act with me. What the F do you want? Andrew seemed to have a smile hanging on his face and said, That bad temper of yours. You're still the same old you. Didn't I tell you that you need to maintain your composure? You don't seem to have learned anything. Are you trying to tell me to be more like Chloe? Ha ha. Let me make this clear to you. I can't learn it because I am me and Chloe is Chloe. I won't try to imitate her. Even if I did try to be like her, you won't like me. I know. Emery was rather provoked. Deep inside, she was indeed jealous of Chloe to her core. Chloe was calm, gentle, and smart. She was none of those things. In front of tough decisions, Chloe was able to exercise intense calmness. This was her gift, and inimitable by others. I never told you to be like Chloe. I'm only stating the problems in you, Emery. You've been by my side for many years. I've witnessed how you were able to become a star from an ordinary girl. So you're saying that I should be thankful towards you? So you're saying that I don't know how to show gratitude? Emery gave an evil grin. No, you don't need to thank me for anything. You gave me your youth. I just think we're equal now. We don't owe each other anything. You were by my side while I made you a star. I thought we broke up peacefully, but never would I expect you to be so extreme. Andrew calmly recounted the events. We're equal? BS. Andrew, let me make this clear for you. We will never be equal. You owe me a life, my child, that innocent child of mine that never got to see this world. You killed him. Chloe, though, her children are alive and well, and you even treat the twins like they were your children. Do you have a conscience? Are you cold-blooded? Emery still held a grudge against Andrew about her dead baby. For the past few years, her health had been going downhill. The doctor had announced that her chances of becoming pregnant were extremely low. Chloe, on the other hand, had a pair of cute twins. How was the world so unfair, she thought. Emery, I have always thought you were a smart woman, but you're always messing things up. You compare yourself to Chloe, but do you really think you can be compared to her? You can only see what Chloe has, but not what she did to earn it. Nor can you see the pain she had to endure. I think the emotions you have towards her, whether it be jealousy, envy, or hatred, are all biased. Even if Chloe didn't exist, I wouldn't marry you. Do you still remember what I said to you when I first touched you? Andrew said. Emery tried to dig through her memory. She recalled the scene when she first met Andrew at her interview. Andrew told her that they make a deal. He would make her famous while she had to be with him. However, he told her to remember that he would never marry her. All they were doing was using each other. At that time, she nodded confidently and said, Mr. Green, I understand. Now, though, she had forgotten that promise. People were told to stay true to themselves, but so many people had forgotten what truly mattered throughout their paths in life. Emery didn't know if it was because she wasn't determined enough, or if there were just too many temptations throughout her career as a celebrity. She was no longer the person she was when she was young. It's in the past. What's the use now? We can't go back in time. This thought has always been in my mind. If you didn't marry that mayor's daughter but me, then would we have ended differently? Emery said with tears overflowing. No, there's no such thing as ifs in life. Instead, there are only results and consequences. Our lives are made up of choices and we pay for our choices, Emery. You're not a child anymore. You shouldn't be so stubborn. It's getting late. I'll leave you to rest. Andrew looked at the time. He did not want to stay any longer. Andrew, if I say I regret it, will you forgive me? Emery looked at Andrew with teary eyes. If you told me this earlier, maybe. Now, though, it's all too late. Andrew left his last words and smiled devilishly before he left. Emery's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. She knew clearly that Andrew would not let her off the hook easily. She was doomed. She looked at the 99 roses by her side. Didn't 99 roses represent forever? But now, the forever seemed like a curse to her. Ah! Emery screamed painfully. When her bodyguards and manager heard her shriek, they rushed in, thinking that she might be in danger. Emery, are you all right? What happened? Her manager asked while hugging her. Get out! All of you! Out! Emery's mental state wasn't stable. Andrew left Southside Recuperation Center in his Benz. He lit up a cigarette and looked up at the lively lights in the building. "Chloe, I wish you were working overtime. Then I could get you something to eat," he mumbled to himself with a soft smile. Andrew paid this sudden visit to Emery with flowers because he wanted her to be petrified of him. He wanted her to know that she was doomed, and there was no way he would let her off the hook. Emery was unable to sleep the whole night because her emotions were extremely unstable. The next morning, an assistant nurse came to Chloe and said, "Dr. Green, Emery is very unstable. She's been screaming and wanting to see you the whole night." Chloe was slightly shocked. She put on her white cloak and glasses before she walked towards Emery's room. Chloe went into Emery's patient room and saw her in there. She had seen Emery around the hospital because she had stayed there for a few days already. She looked very lively and would even give signatures to doctors and nurses. Just in one night's time, Emery had changed drastically. Now, it seemed as if she had lost her soul. When Chloe opened the door, she saw Emery sitting by the window smoking. Her hair was left loose and she looked very weak. Chloe walked over, grabbed Emery's cigarette, and threw it to the ground. Then she stomped on it. "You are at a hospital. Smoking is strictly prohibited. Please be considerate of not only your own health, but also that of others," Chloe lectured. Emery turned over to Chloe and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm doomed. What's the matter? What happened?" Chloe looked concerned. "Andrew came last night." "And?" Chloe asked. Emery briefly told Chloe what happened last night. With a bitter smile, she said, "I know I'm doomed. Andrew won't forgive me. He was too gentle to me, and I know it's a sign, like the calm before the storm. I'm doomed. I already warned you, but you didn't listen." Chloe looked at her calmly. "No, I've gone too far. There's no turning back now. Chloe, let's team up. He's our mutual enemy. Remember how he wanted to hurt you? Remember how he almost killed your husband? Remember how he kidnapped you when you were pregnant? He's a devil. As long as he's alive, we're both doomed. Andrew is my enemy, but I will not do evil with you," Chloe said calmly. "BS. Doing evil with me? No, we're cooperating. Without me, you won't be able to deal with him. As long as I testify that he wasn't with me the night Bella died. As long as I testify. Also, there's Joyce. I'm pretty sure she's dead even though they haven't found her body yet. Andrew was the one behind all these murders. He must have left something behind. We can work together and beat him. Otherwise, we'd be the ones doomed." "No, not us. Only you are doomed," Chloe said calmly. "Hehe. You think Andrew will leave you and your family alone? It's true that he loves you so he won't hurt you. But what about your husband? And your daughters? Are you absolutely sure that Andrew won't put his hands on them?" Emery tried to provoke Chloe. "Even if he does try to hurt them, I will protect my family. I will not get involved in the heist between you and Andrew. You are a patient now. If you asked me to come here to discuss your health, I am more than happy to do so. However, if you want to discuss personal matters, then I am sorry, but I will not get involved." Then, Chloe turned away and left. No matter what Emery said, Chloe would not believe her. Emery was a calculating woman, so she could betray you any second. Emery was now in an even more devastating state after Chloe rejected her proposal. She could no longer sleep. She took a lot of pills, and at noon, she demanded to be discharged from the hospital. Apparently, she called President Lewis to send someone to pick her up. At noon, Chloe took the time to sort out her files and upload it, creating a huge discussion on the internet. Chloe had recorded the conversation with Beth yesterday and published it. Now, everyone knew Beth was the one behind all this. Beth's Weibo began to be bombarded with slanders, and the staff at her studio were all panicking. "Sister Beth, what should we do now?" her assistant asked her with a concerned face. Beth had never thought that Chloe would record their conversation when they negotiated. "That batch! How dare she trick me?" She was betting on the fact that Chloe loved her little brother so much that she would give her $100 million. To Chloe, who was filthy rich, $100 million wasn't a lot of money. A lot of rich people would rather use the money to buy themselves security. Never did Beth expect Chloe to be so extreme. Beth was furious. Beth logged onto her Weibo and issued a statement. Due to the recent audio clip published, I am making the following response. The voice in that audio is not me. It is obviously an edited clip. Although Cody and I do not work with each other anymore, I will not do anything to harm him. Please do not continue spreading fake news, nor practice cyberbullying. I am innocent, and I hope that the slander against me can stop. I have also contacted my lawyer about someone's fake audio. Thank you. Netizens held a huge discussion in the comments section. Sister Beth, you had always been the person helping brother Cody rise to the top. We'll be deeply hurt if it was you. Please tell me that isn't you. The audio was posted by GK's President Green. Why would someone so rich and powerful want to frame you? Why don't you just admit that it was you? If you don't want people to find out, don't do it. Waiting for the truth to be told. If you did hurt Cody, then you're a true batch. $100 million isn't a small amount. Are you going to use that money to buy yourself a nice coffin? Thank you for helping Cody throughout his career. Now that you guys are not working together, please do not slander him. We have witnessed his hard work throughout these years. Thank you. Waiting for the fight. It looks like there's going to be a great show. Isn't brother Cody abroad now? If it was really you, he'd be so sad. Sister Beth, I support you. I believe you're not that type of person. Chloe probably was framed by someone else. Beth had affirmed that the audio was edited and that voice was not hers. So people were also split on their opinions of whether it was actually her in the tape. Chloe had just finished her lunch and returned to her office. Then, the phone rang with a call from Justin. Everyone on the internet is talking about you. Just as you said, that woman denied it was her, so the discussion is only getting bigger and bigger. When are you going to post the other part? There's no rush. I'm going to let the balloon expand a bit more before I pop it, Chloe casually replied. That's the Dr. Green I know. Why don't you quit as a doctor and come lead our PR team? Nah, that's boring. I rather help patients recuperate than creating gossip in the entertainment industry. Don't try to take away the fun in my life, Chloe chuckled. You're speaking so greatly of yourself. Ugh, now even I want to get into the medical industry. Why don't I sell Imperial Star Entertainment tomorrow and open up a hospital? So you can do anything with money, eh? Forget the hospital and just do your job, President Cooper. When you send the last part tonight, message me on Snap. I'll take care of the rest. Okay. Chloe nodded, and they hung up. Right then, Cody sent Chloe an audio Snap message. Sis, we're at Bali. The air is fresh. Why don't you come over when you have time to relax? I love islands. I'll come with my family for a vacation when I finish work before New Year's. Sis, I read the news. Is that audio real? Did Sister Beth really do those things and also try to extort you for $100 million? Leave that to me. You and Violet can focus on enjoying your vacation. A chance like this doesn't come by often with both of your busy schedules. Chloe did not directly answer his question. Rather, she changed the topic back to their vacation. Sister Chloe, I really want to know the truth. I'm not a child, so you don't need to hide it from me because you're scared that my feelings would be hurt, Cody said, as he desperately wanted to know what really happened. After debating with herself for a while, Chloe nodded and said, She did it. Why would she do such a thing? When we terminated the contract, we gave her money. It's been a long time since then. Why would she suddenly want to expose and slander me now? I don't understand why Sister Beth would do such a thing. She shouldn't be that type of person. Cody sounded disappointed and sad. Although Beth was no longer his manager, he still viewed her as his teacher, and he was very grateful to her. She has always been like this. It's just that you were never in her way of money. Now that she has her own studio and it's losing money, she would naturally try to find a way out. And this time, the way out is you. She only wants money, right? Cody asked. Yeah, and she wanted a huge amount. $100 million. What did President Cooper say about this? Cody asked. With Justin's temper, he won't even give her a cent. There's no way that he's going to give her $100 million. She damaged her own reputation. She's a disgrace to herself. Justin will end all paths for her. She won't be able to survive in this city or the entertainment industry, so she'll end up a lot worse than now, Chloe explained calmly. Cody quietly listened. Cody, are you softening up for her? Chloe tried to pry as Cody said nothing. The moment she exposed my past, I decided that I will not pity her. Sis, I'll leave this to you. I believe you'll do what's best. Thank you. When Violet and I come back, we're planning to get married right away. That quick? Chloe was surprised. Strike the iron while it's hot, right? It's beautiful here. The chance she accepts my proposal while we're on vacation is a lot higher. After all, Violet is a pretty hesitant person. Cody chuckled. As long as you're happy, I fully support your decisions. If you want to get married, I'll pay for everything. Don't bother to say no. Haha, sis, but isn't President Cooper paying for my wedding? Shouldn't we make him pay? Cody smiled brightly. No, I'll pay for the wedding. Just make President Cooper give you a big present. Make it real big, Chloe joked. Cody's smile was as bright as the sun. Sis, thank you for everything. You're like my real sister. Thank you for appearing in my life 4 years ago. You were like the first ray of sunshine that shone brightly into my life. I don't know how different my world would be if you weren't there. I even think that I'm now a completely changed person because of you. If Beth helped me become famous, then you're the one that helped me become hopeful in life. Haha, I'm cringing. If Violet heard that, she'd be jealous. I'm just your sis. Why are you confessing to me like I'm your lover? Chloe smiled. Psh. Violet admires you so much that she wouldn't be jealous of you. I'm famous, and she doesn't even admire me. I think you're the person she's aiming to become. If you didn't give her a chance, Violet would not have been able to become your assistant at Southside. After all, she's just an ordinary girl that came from the village. We wouldn't even be able to meet if it weren't for you. You are our savior. Okay, I get it. We're way past the stage to be so polite. As long as you two are getting married, leave the rest to me. I'll deal with the things in the country. By the time you come back, everything would be over. Thanks, sis. You also need to prepare a large red pocket for me because I'm going to announce my marriage as soon as I get back. Cody seemed to be in a good mood. He seemed to be enjoying himself on his vacation. Chloe felt that she made the right decision giving Violet a vacation. No problem. Now your sis's bank account is loaded. I don't lack money, haha. After the call, Chloe returned to her busy work. That day she got off work on time. It was a very rare thing that she had no overtime. She called GK and found out Jack had to do overtime. She decided that she would drive over to GK Corporation to pick Jack up from work. When the employees at GK Corporation saw Chloe, they all showed respect. Hello, President Green. Good evening, President Green. While she walked around GK, the employees there all greeted Chloe warmly. Chloe nodded and smiled back. Outside the CEO's office, she could hear Jack's deep voice. He was scolding a subordinate inside. Chloe opened the door so there would be a crack where she could peek and see what was going on inside. She found 5 department managers inside, and Jack was scolding them. What's the matter? Why is Jack so mad? Chloe asked Mark in a quiet voice. President Green, you're here just in time. Please save us. That condo development at Lynn was delayed by a lot. We can't give the customers their units on time, and the customers are making a big fuss about this. The media interviewed President Dawson today, and they asked him about this. After investigating, he found out that all the departments were responsible for the delay, so he's furious now. Lynn? Shouldn't we have already handed over the units already? Chloe remembered this project. Half a year ago, she had gone to the south to inspect, and everything was going smoothly. Apparently, the director of that project lost a lot of money gambling in Macau, so he used the company's funds. Then he used his position and power to make us pay in advance. Since we had worked with him before, we felt everything would be fine, and all the departments approved of giving him the money. Even though it wasn't a large sum of money, that person used all the money for gambling. He even borrowed money from private lenders. Worse yet, he used our condos as collateral. Not only our company, but the banks in Lynn and private lenders are all affected. Although the law is on our side, the construction at that project stopped because he ran away. We don't know where he is now, and he owes the construction workers a lot of money. He made a mess and damaged our reputation there, and now the condo project can't be finished on time. Oh, wow. Is it that bad? Where are we now in the project? Chloe asked, sounding very concerned. We're at the final step. We just need to put on the windows and doors and we can hand the apartments over. Oh, okay. I understand now. Chloe nodded as she knew what she should do. Chloe pushed open the door and she saw how terrifying Jack looked. But when Jack saw Chloe, his eyes immediately softened. Honey, are you off work already? Yeah, I got off work early today. I wanted to go to Taste of Sichuan for spicy hot pot, Chloe said with a smile. Hello, President Green. President Green. When the 5 managers saw Chloe, their eyes lit up because they saw their savior. They were so delighted that if they could, they would light fireworks to celebrate. I still have some work left, Jack responded, but I'm hungry. Chloe bit her lips and started to act cute. Indeed, Jack had no resistance towards Chloe. He looked at his watch, then looked at the 5 managers and said, I'll deal with you guys tomorrow at the morning meeting. You can leave now. Yes, President Dawson. After the 5 managers left, Jack stood up. He put on his jacket and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. He said, Let's go and eat hot pot. Okay. Before they left for dinner, Chloe didn't forget to tell the secretaries, Tell everyone they can go home now. These people couldn't admire Chloe more. President Dawson was definitely terrifying whenever he was angry, but as long as Chloe could come, everything would be fine. Inside the Taste of Sichuan's private room, the couple ate the delicious spicy hot pot. It's very spicy. Slow down. No one's going to fight over it with you, Jack kept on reminding. It's so good, though. I craved this for so long, so I don't care. Chloe stuck her tongue out. Honey, why are you off work so early today? Did Mark call you for help? Of course not. I was busy during the day, but there was no work in the evening, so I wanted to go out for dinner with you. How Cody's case going? I've been so busy with work that I haven't had the time to read the news. Jack put some beef in the pot as he chatted casually with Chloe. It's nothing too difficult. I can take care of it, Chloe said confidently. That's good to hear. Jack nodded and put some vegetables in Chloe's bowl. Honey, about the condos in the south. I heard it from Mark today. What are you planning to do? There's no good plan at this point. I'm going to pay for the windows and doors and see if we can hand over the apartments to the customers on time. As for the banks and the private lenders, though, I'm not going to deal with that. It's too complicated. The total amount for the doors and windows isn't a small number. We had paid for it already. If we pay it again, aren't we double paying? Yeah, that would be what's happening. Jack nodded. We won't be able to earn much from that condo project. We probably won't be able to expand in Lynn now since we got ourselves a bad reputation there. Yeah, and that's why I was so mad. You had personally approved this project 2 years ago. It should have been a great start for expansion, but now it's gone sour. I'm not happy about this, Jack said with a light sigh. What if I have a plan that can save us? Chloe looked at Jack with a smile. What plan? Jack looked up at her. Give me a kiss first, and I'll tell you after that, Chloe teased. Jack was in a very good mood now. He walked over and raised Chloe up. Then he kissed her on the lips. She had only requested one small kiss, but Jack did not let her go. When the server came in to add soup, he was shocked to his core by the sight. Honey, we're in public right now. It's inappropriate, Chloe said. She pushed Jack away because she couldn't catch her breath. Honey, since you rarely ask for it, I must satisfy you this time. Chloe was speechless. What? Are you not satisfied? Jack teased her. No, I'm very satisfied. Ha ha. Chloe waved her hands as she was no fight against Jack. So, honey, can you tell your husband what your clever plan is now? Jack licked his lips alluringly and gave Chloe a sexy smile. My plan is that we don't pay for the doors and windows. Jack was briefly at a loss for words. Honey, stop joking around. If we don't put the windows and doors in, are our customers just going to sleep in the open at night? Jack said as he stuffed some hot pot meat in his mouth. Hear me out first. My plan is that we don't put the doors and windows on. Instead, we sell for cheaper prices, a price that's friendly to the ordinary citizens. Then, the customers of the condo project in Lynn can buy their own windows and doors. Psychologically speaking, The customers will think that since they got the unit for cheaper than what they originally intended to pay, the apartment not having windows or doors would be fine. We also won't be plagued with negative news since there will no longer be a delay, and the Lynn condos would even gain a good reputation for its people-friendly prices. Chloe slowly articulated her plan. Jack listened attentively. He nodded in agreement and said, "I understand what you mean. For us, pushing the prices down and installing windows and doors cost us the same amount of money, but public perception will be different. If we lowered the prices, then they wouldn't care as much about the windows and doors. Sales will go up, and they would definitely buy a window and door package that suits their budget after they buy the units. But if we installed the windows and doors while maintaining the same price for the units, our sales might be down due to the delay. We might even lose future expansion opportunities in Lynn as well." "Yes, that's the plan." Chloe nodded. Jack looked at Chloe with respect. "Dr. Green, you sure are smart. You're just saying that." "It's nothing, really. I didn't save any money for the company. Even if we sell the units cheaper, we're not profiting. But we would be able to regain our reputation," Jack added. "Yes, that's why I think this plan is feasible." "Of course it's feasible. It's decided then." "Ugh, what should I do? My wife is now a doctor, but she still deals with company matters. Why do you have to make me look so useless and disgraceful?" Jack teased. "I'm just the wife that supports you, the woman behind your back." "Ha ha. I won't say another word then if you don't want me to." Chloe smiled. "No, you have to help me. Do as you please. The whole world is yours. I'll give you whatever that is mine that you want." Jack had unintentionally confessed his love to Chloe, which made Chloe feel sweet like sugar. They had a wonderful time eating hot pot. When they drove home, it was already 9:30 p.m. Pudding and Little Bean were watching television with Avery. Chloe glanced at what they were watching. It was one of the most popular reality television shows recently. Pudding and Little Bean had given up on cartoons a long time ago because they thought it was childish. They didn't watch SpongeBob or Peppa Bear because they didn't like them. "Babies, still not going to bed yet?" Jack went over and sat in between the twins. "What did you have for dinner?" Chloe took off her coat and walked over. The twins continued to focus on their show and ignored their parents' questions. "Sis, look how great Big Brother Lou is. I'm his superfan. I should go tell Handsome Cooper to sign Lou over to Imperial Star Entertainment, and then when I grow up, I can marry him," Little Bean said while chewing bubble gum. "Then you're missing out. Big Brother Lou is in his 20s now. When you grow up, he'd be in his 40s. He won't be young and fresh anymore. Rather, he'd be like your uncle. Are you sure you would want to marry him then?" Pudding analyzed calmly. "Hey, you two, stop. You shouldn't always talk about marrying, okay? This is too serious of a problem for you two to consider now. I'm not even married yet," Avery protested. "What's going on? Why are they ignoring us?" Chloe realized her daughters were ignoring her and Jack. "So are Little Bean and Pudding mad at us?" Jack chuckled and asked, "Oh, so someone remembered that they have daughters. We thought that they forgot about us and went to spend time with just themselves. I heard that they had a blast. They had hot pot and ramen. Wow, they're living their lives while we're forgotten. What a sad life we have," Little Bean whined. Yes, someone did not behave like good parents. They kept flirting with each other, acting as if they were still teenagers. Even if you two met in high school, you're still overdoing it. Not only did you two not bring us to eat with you, but you two also returned home very late. Also, how dare you ignore our existence?" Pudding protested. "Brother, sis-in-law, I didn't teach them this. You two know better than I do how quirky they are." Avery rushed to explain. "So, you two are jealous?" Chloe couldn't help laughing. "Did Daddy and Mommy hurt our little baby's feelings?" Jack was already abandoning his bottom line and apologizing. "You can answer that yourself." Pudding looked at Jack and pouted. "If this continues to play out, we'd have a little brother or sister soon. By then, our level of importance in this household will drop even more drastically." Ugh, it's such a sad story. "Sis, let's go to bed. We can tell Handsome Cooper tomorrow to pick us up and we can become children of the Cooper family." Great-Grandpa Cooper, and Grandma Cooper all love us. Great idea, sis. I'm on your side this time. The two kept agreeing and adding on to each other as they turned around and went upstairs. Jack and Chloe were left behind in the living room, dumbfounded by their daughter's reactions, not knowing whether they should laugh or cry. Jack, you should have kept a closer eye on your daughters. They're rebelling now. Chloe leaned in Jack's arms. Don't worry, they're just talking. I have my ways to deal with them, Jack said confidently. Like what? Chloe raised a brow. Like I can freeze Pudding's bank account so she won't be able to move a cent. Ha, great idea. Chloe smiled proudly. Avery looked at her brother and sister-in-law with a bit of disdain and said, Your whole family is so weird. Jesus, I'm too scared of you guys that I'm just going to go to my room and not get involved in this. Chloe knew the two were just teasing them, so she didn't bother to take it too seriously. She went upstairs to their bedroom to take a shower. Even though Jack knew the twins were just teasing them, he still couldn't stop himself from appeasing them. When Chloe finished her shower, she laid down on her bed and started looking at Weibo on her iPad. Just as they expected, her case with Beth was intensifying. Beth denied that the voice was hers, and she was suing Chloe for slander. People on the internet were closely following this case. Cody's, Beth's, Chloe's, and Justin's Weibo accounts were all bombarded with comments. When Chloe opened her Weibo, she had received many private messages and even more posts with people tagging her. A lot of the comments were related to Cody. People were saying that she needed to provide more evidence and she shouldn't be framing Beth. Some people were Beth's fans or part of her 5-cent army who were intentionally trying to provoke Chloe. Chloe, if you're accusing Beth, then you should provide evidence to back up your argument. How dare you think you can bully a small studio because you're a famous doctor and a president of a company? Chloe, what's your relationship with Cody? Why are you helping him? Goddess Green, come out and say something. What's going on? Who should we believe? Chloe glanced at the comments. She looked at the time and it was 10:50 p.m. It was just a good time for Chloe to post the other clip onto the internet, one that blew up the whole internet again. Chloe uploaded the video of the clip she uploaded earlier, which just had the audio. Now, with the whole clip online, it was really a big slap to Beth's face as she was caught red-handed for lying as well. Chloe posted the following with her video. I didn't directly post the video because I wanted to see if Beth regretted her actions. I did this because Cody had been following her for quite some time, so I wanted to give her a chance. After all, we shouldn't discredit everything she had done for Cody. However, from the looks of it, I was just being too nice. Not only did she show no apologetic signs, but she is also denying any involvement. Moreover, she is blaming me for everything. Feel free to have professional data analysts analyze this clip to see if it has been edited. Of course, some people will still say I am despicable because I secretly filmed this. However, if she didn't get greedy and want $100 million or say bad things about Cody, then my filming would have been unnecessary. I believe God is watching us. Persisting in doing evil deeds brings about self-destruction. She had said that I was framing and slandering her. Fine. Even if you're not after me now, I will be after you. After all, you said you wanted $100 million, so isn't that extortion? In a very short amount of time after Chloe posted her video, she gained thousands of comments and likes. All of Chloe's fans were excited. The giant face slap of the century was indeed satisfying to watch. Goddess Chloe, I love you. I'm going to give you 32 likes. I knew you had proof. Great work. Sister Chloe, thanks for helping Cody so much. Time reveals a person's true intentions. We know who's good and who's bad to him. It's disgusting how some people treat him just like a money-making machine. Let's see what that batch Beth has to say about this. Our goddess Chloe's so smart. It's so exhilarating to watch. Dr. Green, didn't people say that people will be stupid for 3 years after giving birth? Why are you still so smart? Ha ha. When Chloe read this comment, she burst into laughter. She even responded to it. My kids are 3 years old now, so I passed that stupid mom phase. As an IT professional, I can affirm that this video has not been edited. It's 100% authentic with no trace of being edited. Let's wait to see how that batch responds. 10 minutes after Khloe posted the video, Justin simply retweeted it. He did not add any additional comments. One simple act signified Imperial Star Entertainment's stance. Imperial Star Entertainment's official account and Cody's current manager both retweeted Khloe's post. Then Imperial Star Entertainment's artists also retweeted it. Cody's inner circle retweeted it as well. Also, people like Victoria and Max, who were of the upper society, also retweeted it. Noah did it the best because Noah was officially verified as the city's director of public security on Weibo. Anything he reposted was credible. Wow, I haven't seen Director Ace active for a long time. Goddess Green sure is incredible. Let's see how that batch dies. Half an hour later, a well-known media channel posted an explosive piece about Beth's studio. A lot of artists revealed that Beth's studio pushed down salaries and even threatened and blackmailed them. Because they weren't A-list celebrities, they were taken advantage of, but still didn't dare to stand up for themselves. But Khloe did give enough courage for them to speak up. A few other, less well-known celebrities used their official accounts on Weibo to recount their grudges with Beth's studio. A few female models even complained that they were forced to have sex with executives after signing their contract with Beth. This created a huge discussion in a short amount of time. 40 minutes later, Cody signed into his Weibo and retweeted Khloe's post. What he wrote was extremely deep in essence. Cody wrote, "Have you ever heard of the Buddhist saying, 'Life is limited, so why are you in such a rush to do evil? What happened in the past is in the past. All I want is to be a good person.'" He inserted a picture of a young training Buddhist monk. His Buddhist comment received a lot of praise from the public. The past that Beth exposed was the past after all. In Cody's fans' eyes, he was a strong person who could endure pain. No one could choose where they came from, but they could choose what kind of person they became. Cody gained much support by reposting Khloe's post and adding his own comments. All of a sudden, the public was supporting Khloe's side by a landslide. "Brother Cody, we will support you forever. Love you, hang in there. Karma is a thing. God will reward those who are kind. Let's all be good people with no regrets." Big Brother Cody, President Cooper and Khloe have really helped slap that batch. I never expected Beth to be such a batch. I'm so mad now. Cody, no matter who you decide to follow, we will be by your side forever. We will support you. The sun will always shine on you. Beth did not release any comments. She understood that whatever she does would be useless because the other side had so much evidence to back them up. Also, Khloe had garnered support from many influential people. Cody's response was greeted with applause, which further supported Khloe's stance. "Sister Beth, what should we do now?" The staff in her studio were all rattled. "I'll have to go somewhere and hide for a while. I'm scared that those crazy fans of Cody will do something crazy against me." Beth was someone that had been through a lot of storms in her life, but she was terrified right now. She quickly left her studio and drove home. She immediately packed her suitcase so that she could go abroad to hide. However, before she could even leave her estate, she was stopped by the police. "Are you Miss Beth?" "Yes, I am. We are the city police. We have just received a report saying you committed extortion. We currently have no evidence, but we will conduct further investigation. However, in the meantime, can you cooperate with us and not leave the city? I have something urgent to attend to. I'm only going out. I'm not escaping." Beth looked very pale. "Then can you please come with us? If you are innocent, the court will serve you justice." Just like that, Beth was brought back to the police station. Her attempt to leave the city failed. The very next day, all media outlets had headlines like this. Ex-manager of Cody slanders him to blackmail tons of money. President Cooper of Imperial Star Entertainment calls for justice. Justin's stance was firm. Beth's case was now ongoing. No one cared about Cody's romantic relationship or his past right now. All they cared about was how this case was going to go. Beth had done many evil deeds, including suppressing and unfairly cutting salaries for less well-known celebrities. After her morning meeting, Khloe returned to her office and read the message Justin sent her on Snap. "Thank you, Dr. Green, for that wonderful strike last night. We have achieved a grand victory. Thank you, President Cooper. It was all because you helped. Also, those reposts by stars helped a lot. Celebrities are huge influencers. With everyone's work, we were able to get the optimal result. I really need to thank you and your staff for the help. No need to thank me. It's not like we're wrongly accusing that batch of something she didn't do. She deserves to be punished. I consulted my team of lawyers, and they said that she's most likely going to be sentenced to at least 10 years of prison because she tried to blackmail you for a large sum of money. Also, Beth was involved in pornography and sex trade. Our country has been targeting the sex industry, and she basically got caught red-handed. Justin chuckled proudly. Persisting in doing evil deeds brings about self-destruction. She's done so much evil that it's not strange how God will take care of her. I just feel a bit bad for Cody, with all those things she had the heart to do to him, Chloe exclaimed. Dr. Green, not everyone is as kind as you. If they were, then the world would be a much more peaceful place. I'm not kind. I sometimes have my own schemes, but I'm just not as evil as her. When Chloe said this, she recalled how many batches she had to deal with. It was truly a tiring journey. It started with Jennifer, then Bella, Joyce, and Gianna. There was also Emery, Ruoxy. She had to deal with so many women that wanted to wrong her. Some were because of Jack, some were because of Justin, while others were because of Andrew. They all had their advantages. There were even times that Chloe didn't want any involvement with them, but they just came at her. In the end, she had to fend off the enemies with all her power, and it might even make it seem like she was the most vicious one out of them all, since she was the victor. Sometimes, life could only be summarized by a bitter smile. Okay. You don't have to act so humbly with me. Since you helped me so much this time, dinner's on me. Don't get me wrong, I don't want dinner with just you and me. I'm going to treat your whole family to dinner, Justin emphasized. It's fine, don't worry about it. We've known each other for so long. Also, Cody is like my little brother, and helping him is something I should do. Us teaming up together against Beth was a natural thing to do, so no need for dinner. Chloe declined the dinner offer. You really don't want it? Yeah, it's fine. Fine. Thanks for saving me the money then, Justin joked. When we come to your place for dinner, make sure to prepare a lot of seafood. No problem. My mom has been nagging me about when you guys are coming. She says she misses you, Justin said with a smile. I'll be less busy in a few days. I'll go to visit Mrs. Cooper then. Okay, just call me before you come. Okay, I'm going to hang up now. Take care of yourself, okay? You're a mom now, so don't just go workaholic mode, Justin nagged. Okay, President Cooper. I understand, Chloe chuckled. Then they hung up the phone. Since the twins complained that their parents went out on a date without them, Chloe and Jack ran home as soon as they got off work. The food Uncle George prepared was as healthy and delicious as always. In the midst of the cold winter, the whole family sat around the table having hot pot while having a great conversation. Avery, I heard you're going back already? Chloe asked. She had overheard Pudding say that Avery had already booked her return flight to the States. Yeah, if I don't go back soon, my dad will go nuts. Avery smiled. Don't go, Avery. Stay a bit longer. Why don't you stay till New Year's is over? Jack's parents are coming back for New Year's, and if you and your dad were here, then the whole family would be reunited. Sorry, but I can't, Chloe. If both of us are in the country, then GK headquarters would probably go berserk. Maybe if Jack goes there for me, then... Haha, Avery teased. Chloe was in a rather awkward position. What's the matter? Are you going to miss your husband? Avery continued to tease her. Auntie, you can't tease my mommy. She's an honest person. Targeting her is a shameless person's actions, Little Bean protested. Hey you, why can't you be on my side? Fine, but if we compare Auntie and Mommy, I'm on Mommy's side. Little Bean was firm on her stance. You really hurt my heart. Give me back my American dollars. Avery put out her hand. American dollars? My sister and I already bought the Versace belt for Handsome Cooper. If you want it back, you'd have to ask Handsome Cooper. Maybe you can snatch it off him. It might be easier that way. Everyone in the family was already used to how dirty Little Bean talked. Avery immediately blushed. Wow, your face is so red. So, Auntie, do you like Handsome Cooper? Little Bean continued to pressure Avery. Little Bean, don't say that to Auntie. Instead, You should ask her if she's that desperate to snatch that belt off handsome Cooper. Pudding's words were even worse compared to Little Bean's. Big brother, hurry up and teach those girls of yours a lesson. Avery put her hands on her face, looking embarrassed. My daughters are spectacular. Jack was very proud of how shameless they were. Haha, I agree with you, honey. This family of yours is so weird. All of you are just ganging up on me, the outsider. Let me just go to a corner and cry. Maybe Avery was so embarrassed that she ran upstairs. Her face was red, and she used her hands to cover it the whole time. Meanwhile, the twins continued to eat their dinner as if nothing happened. Sandra was upstairs fixing the beds while Thomas was out with colleagues. If they were there too, Avery would probably be so embarrassed that she would want to shoot herself. Pudding, how's your investment portfolio doing? Jack started talking about finance with his daughter. Not bad. Not bad, eh? So you're earning some money? Jack raised an eyebrow and asked. Then he started chuckling. Daddy, when Pudding says not bad, it means she made over $1 million this week. Otherwise, she wouldn't say not bad, Little Bean explained. Wow. Did the stock market fluctuate that much this week? Jack asked. Yeah, which stock? Jack asked out of curiosity. Chloe also paid attention because she and Jack had a portfolio of their own. However, they didn't invest that much since they weren't professional traders. Green Corporation, Pudding said calmly, as she popped a fishball in her mouth. What? Green Corporation? Which Green Corporation? Chloe was shocked. Mommy, does eating hot pot make you stupid? How can you ask which Green Corporation? How many Green Corporations are there out there? Pudding gazed at Chloe with a concerned look. So you're talking about Andrew's company? Chloe almost couldn't believe what she heard. Pudding nodded. Yeah, there was a lot of negative news about Green Corporation just a while back, right? Because of that, the public felt insecure with the company, so they sold a lot of their stock and pushed down the stock price. I thought it was trading at a great discount, so I bought some shares. Aren't you afraid you'd lose money? After all, Green Corporation's stock price has been declining quite a lot, Jack asked Pudding with a serious look on his face. The stock market has its risks, and I'm obviously scared of losing money. However, if you don't have the guts to lose some, how could you gain any? I trust that no entrepreneur has had a smooth sail towards success, including Grandpa and Granduncle. When they started GK, there must have been times when they were in debt. You have guts. You're like me. Jack was really proud of his elder daughter. Her speech was on par with that of successful CEOs and rang true to the heart. If he posted that online, many of his business partners would probably think it was something he said. Pudding, the Green Corporation isn't doing well. If they can't turn things around, your money is going to waste. I think that the risks are high. What do you think? Chloe posed a hard question for her daughter. Mommy, just stop trying to scare me on purpose. I know what Andrew is like very well. Given the fact that he could get rid of so many of his enemies as well as dominate the Green Corporation through all these years, he's not a wimp. The tricks Emery is pulling won't cause him to lose much. That's only temporary. I want to invest in the Green Corporation because of the long-term benefits. 3 days ago, I read on the economic news that Andrew met with the CEO of South America's biggest energy company, Mr. Boyle. They didn't just meet so they could have dinner. I guess that they would have projects which they'll work on together. Once the news is out, the stocks will rise in value for sure. I think it'll be pretty easy for me to make a profit of 3 to 5 million, and that won't take long. Green stocks are low right now. They have been falling for a week now. Most people are in a rush to get out, but I know that it's going to bounce back. Otherwise, after another week, losses would even make someone like Andrew cry. After Pudding finished speaking, she gracefully wiped her mouth. Okay, I'm done talking about investing. I'm going to watch the news, have a nice meal. Sis, wait for me. Little Bean followed behind Pudding. The two cute babies seemed like adults when they sat on the living room couch and watched an economic news channel with interest. Chloe looked at Jack with disbelief. Honey, I think you gave birth to 2 little Buffetts. Jack looked moved. So what are you? Chloe cleverly replied. Pudding's analysis of the stock market and the Green Corporation was on point. Jack also researched it. He was also waiting to see what tricks were up Andrew's sleeves. He paid close attention to Andrew and Boyle's meeting. Boyle was here to discuss a local mining site. He wanted to collaborate in developing the site, but he had not spoken to the local officials. After all, resources like the mining site were directly controlled by the government. Boyle didn't want to go back empty-handed, so he dined with a few famous entrepreneurs. Jack and Justin were both on the guest list. They both chose not to attend. After all, South America was too far away, and building a client-customer relationship would be time-consuming. They couldn't build a meaningful basis for a relationship in the span of one dinner, and Andrew chose to attend. Although he had a low profile, the paparazzi still got a photograph of him. Jack speculated that Boyle and Andrew had reached a ground of common understanding. It was just that they chose not to go public yet. Pudding was only 3, yet she had grown to like watching economic news and analyzing entrepreneurial movements. It was too unreal. At that moment, Jack was both proud and concerned. He was proud of how intelligent his daughter was at such a young age, how she could strategize and control the situation. He was also a bit concerned since she was a little girl after all. Would she ever find a guy who was a fitting match for her? As a father, he should really start worrying. "Honey, what do you think about Pudding's analysis? Is it correct?" At the dinner table, Chloe asked about her husband's opinion in a serious tone. "Honey, I think our daughter is becoming an investment guru." Chloe wiped away her sweat. "You're wrong. She's not becoming an investment guru. She's already one," Jack added. On the other side, the twins sat down on the couch and spoke. Little Bean said, "Sis, you shouldn't have shown off. I think you scared Daddy and Mommy." Pudding replied, "It's okay to show off sometimes, otherwise they'll think I don't know anything." Little Bean said, "But they'll interfere in your business, like borrowing the money you make or something like that." Pudding replied, "No way. Daddy and Mommy both aren't people who are short on money. Stop worrying over nothing." Little Bean said, Okay. Anyways, I saw some beef jerky online. It looks like it tastes good and goes well with milk tea. I heard that babies who eat beef have good health and won't get sick." Pudding replied, "So?" Little Bean said, "So, can you get me a box? It's almost the new year. I want to stock up." Pudding sighed and said, "I knew that you wanted something from me, otherwise you wouldn't be following me like this." Little Bean replied, "Sis, I'm your closest relative. Daddy and Mommy will get old and leave us, and when I get married, my husband might cheat on me. So, you're the person I'm closest to. I'll love you forever." Pudding said, "Fill up the shopping cart with whatever you want. I'll check out for you later." Little Bean gratefully replied, "I love you, Mua." Pudding said, "Get away from me, you glutton. Control your weight, control your weight, control your weight. Do I really have to remind you 3 times?" Little Bean said, "I heard you the first time. I'll try to control myself, ha." Chloe and Jack went upstairs and immediately started working. Mr. Dawson was a typical workaholic. When he went back to his bedroom, he organized his documents and watched the news in his notebook. Chloe tried to relax and listen to music to let off some steam. Suddenly, she got a notification on her phone. It was a new chat group created by Max. Chloe clicked open the group. It was composed of herself, Justin, Brenton, Victoria, Sarah, and Chloe's sister-in-law, Avery. "Hi, everybody. Good evening." Max sent a voice message. Victoria replied, "Mr. Cruz, what's up?" Max said, "Oh, you're too polite. Ha, call me Max." Victoria replied, "Eh? You seem to be in a good mood. Do you have something good to announce?" Max said, "Ahem, it's my birthday next week." Brenton said, "So? Are you here to scam us?" Max said, "Do I look that cheap?" Justin said, "Max, how are we celebrating this year? Are we doing what we did last year? Go out to sea on a yacht with a bus of girls?" Max said, "You're joking, what girls? Am I that kind of person?" Brenton replied, "You are." Victoria replied, "You are." Justin also replied, "You are, everyone, tell him." Chloe said, "You are." Sarah followed suit and said, "You are." Max was speechless. He said, "You guys sure are crazy and heartless." Avery said, what's going on? There are so many people here." Avery had just showered. When she picked up her phone, she found it spammed with countless notifications. She just noticed that she was pulled into a group chat, and her sister-in-law was in it. Max said, "Avery, you're here in time. It's my birthday next week. I'm having a party. You have to come." Chloe said, "How dare you call her Avery? Are you that close?" "I don't think I'm that close with you, all right?" Avery was shaken. Was Avery a nickname that everyone could call her by? "It's okay. We'll get to know each other," Max shamelessly said. "I smell something fishy," Brenton jokingly said. Stop roasting me, okay? Sirs and madams, sisters and brothers, uncles and aunties, I'm formally announcing that my birthday is held at my mansion next week. Please show up, okay?" "What time is it next week?" Chloe was a sensitive person to time. "Next weekend at 6 p.m. Brenton said, "The weekend, huh? Such a convenient time." Max replied, "Yeah, so don't find any excuses. It's a good thing that my birthday is on the weekend." Justin said, "I have a business trip to Hong Kong next weekend." Max replied, "Don't give me that crap. Justin, even if you have to go to another continent, cancel that now. You have to be there." Justin said, "Are you forcing me?" Max replied, "I'm not forcing you. I'm asking." "Haha, don't cheap out on my birthday gift." Sarah said, "You want gifts? We're out. You're all rich, so you're not in need of anything. We're the only bureaucrats here. We can't afford it. We're dipping." Max replied, "If the director's wife is the one coming, she can come empty-handed. I won't start anything." Sarah said, "Really?" Max said, "Of course I need your director Ace to take care of me a bit in the future, haha." Sarah said, "I knew you were planning something." Victoria asked, "Can I bring my baby?" Max said, "You're welcome to." "Are you sure, though?" After all, Pudding and Little Bean are going to be present. Victoria said, if the twins are going to be coming, I'll have to reconsider." Chloe replied, "Huh? Victoria, what's that supposed to mean? Are you bullying my daughters?" Sarah said, "We wouldn't dare to, but we have to consider our son's mental and physical health." After our last meeting, Ethan said some interesting things. I think he learned it from Little Bean. I'm not going to go into how dirty it was, but Noah gave him a beating for it. You can imagine. Haha, good for the twins. Justin couldn't help but laugh. Chloe was speechless. Max said, "Okay, stop arguing. We're set on a date. Can you all make it?" I can't," Avery meekly said, but it immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Max said, "Avery, whatever you need, tell me. I will take care of it all for you." Brenton replied, "Oh man, here he goes again." Justin said, "He's always been like this." Max said, "Go away. I'm going to speak to Avery alone." Avery replied. Avery said, "It's not that I don't want to come. I already booked a ticket back to the States. HQ already scheduled me for work. I have to go help my dad." "Sorry, I'll get you a present." Avery added, "Do I look like I care about a birthday present? Do you think I really need it from you?" Max seemed displeased. Avery felt really awkward and didn't know how to explain. "So, when is your flight?" Max asked. "Saturday at 10:30, Avery meekly replied. "Damn, did you do it on purpose? Can't you leave a day later?" Max was in disbelief. "I really didn't mean to. I ordered the ticket not knowing that it'll be your birthday this weekend," explained Avery. "Why don't you reschedule or cancel? You're not in that big of a rush, right?" Max patiently tried to convince Avery. "I can't do that. I already scheduled work at headquarters. I have a board meeting right when I get back. It's already year-end, so there's a pile of stuff that I have to take care of." "It's more important than my birthday?" Max had a sour feeling in his heart. Avery didn't reply. "Okay, if that's the case, then I won't force you. Do whatever." After sending the message, Max threw away his phone and didn't send any more messages. Everybody else didn't dare to speak. Watching the pair's awkward conversation was strange. Chloe laid her phone down on the nightstand and softly sighed. "Honey, What's wrong? Jack saw her being a bit distressed and immediately approached her, hugging her shoulder. He put down his notebook and retracted from his work. Sweetie, I feel like Mr. Cruz is trying to court our Avery. And? Jack nudged her delicate face. Avery isn't giving him a chance. I might be overthinking, but I think that she still has feelings for Justin. You're not overthinking. In the beginning, Avery was a little interested in Justin as a result of Pudding and Little Bean playing matchmaker. She's over it now. She told you about it? Chloe looked at him curiously. We had a heart-to-heart, I guess? Objectively speaking, do you think Avery and Justin make a good couple? Jack asked Chloe. Chloe hesitated for a few seconds and softly said, I think they make an okay couple. They both have distinct personalities, they're both successful and workaholics, and they both come from good backgrounds. Avery grew up in the States. She has an avant-garde mindset, and she wants to be strong and independent. No doubt she's charming. It's just... When she said that, Chloe paused. Keep going, Jack encouraged. It's just that I don't think Justin can accept her. He's stubborn. You might get a little jealous hearing this, but I don't think Justin can let me go so easily. He can't just put down his emotions. He needs time. Right now, the time isn't right. Maybe in a few years it would get better. Given the current situation, Justin might not agree. Chloe analyzed. Jack nodded in agreement. You're right. I thought about that too, so I urged Avery to back down. The feelings Justin has towards you can't be let go so easily. Even if it doesn't seem like it on the surface, deep down, he's still trapped behind an obstacle. He's adamant, like me. If he can easily accept other women, he wouldn't be Justin. Even if he can, Avery won't be the one. He doesn't even look at the local celebrities and the daughters of rich families. And most importantly, if he got with Avery, he has to face us very often. Do you think he'll ever call you a sister-in-law? Chloe shook her head. So, in my opinion, rather than create opportunities for Justin and Avery, why don't we let her try it out with Max? Jack suggested. Mr. Cruz isn't a bad person. He's actually a pretty capable person. He isn't as careless as he looks. But don't you think he's a bit too flirty? Chloe questioned. Chloe was familiar with Max and always saw him being surrounded by beautiful girls. Normal women couldn't even handle it. A fierce girl like Avery was out of the question. I investigated Max already. Guess what I found? Jack smiled and asked. What? He's actually a very faithful person. It was just that a woman hurt him, so he turned out like this. What we see is just the surface. Deep down, he should still be a guy that is very loyal to his love. That happened? I never heard Justin mention it. Chloe was taken aback. Justin wouldn't tell you something so private. After all, men don't like gossip as much as women do. Right, honey. Tell me about Max. You've piqued my interest. Chloe burrowed further into Jack's embrace. She seemed interested in Jack's investigation. A few years ago, Max still had a good reputation in the social circle. He met a girl, a model. She wasn't particularly stunning, but she had an aura about her. Max really spoiled her. He bought her everything. He brought her to many events and went against his family to be with her. And then, the woman became his third aunt. Jack was blunt. Chloe almost choked on her own spit. What? Third aunt? Chloe was completely shocked. She was an exceptional gold digger. She looked like she didn't care about fame or power, but deep down, she tried harder than everyone else. She found out that Max wasn't a main member of the Cruz family, and he didn't have too much power or money. So she took the opportunity to get with Max's third uncle. Third uncle? What's the age gap then? Chloe was shocked. He was 20 years older than Max. What do you think? And? Chloe inquired. The woman succeeded in getting with Max's third uncle. She made him divorce his wife and abandon his daughter. The original third aunt left with their daughter to immigrate to Canada. The woman married into the Cruz family with a high profile and then gave the third uncle a son. Damn, that's scary. It's like a soap opera. There are lots of these stories in rich families. Jack caressed Chloe's hair. Max must have been heartbroken. Chloe suddenly felt really bad for the Max that appeared boisterous and carefree. The night of his third uncle's wedding, he attempted suicide. Luckily, he was saved in time. His third uncle was kicked out by the Cruz family, so he left the city and the woman left too. So later, Max turned out like this, surrounded by women and money, Chloe speculated. Jack nodded. Such a tragic story. Chloe lowered her head as her heart filled with empathy. It turned out that everybody has their own sorrows behind their backs. It looks like Max isn't a playboy by nature. He's the complete opposite. It was just that someone once hurt him. If he really likes Avery, that's a good thing for her. However, feelings can't be forced. We'll just let things run its course and see what happens. Let's not stress ourselves out over it, Jack comforted Chloe. Sweetie, I admire you so much. Chloe curled up in Jack's embrace and smiled. Why is that? Jack smirked. You know everything. You can see through everything. You can always look at others' stories objectively. You're just too smart. Jack was silent. Dr. Green, you really want to spoil your husband like this? I'll get prideful. Jack dotingly looked at Chloe. Be prideful. We can afford it, Chloe teased. So I can do whatever I want now? After speaking, Jack's hands agilely slid under her clothes. What are you doing? Chloe covered her face in embarrassment. She easily fell into his trap. She was too gullible. Their children were already 3, yet he still had such strong desires. Was that a good thing? Chloe couldn't properly consider that question until she laid on the bed with her legs weakened. It was because Jack took her like a storm. She didn't even have time to think. Every year, Max's birthday party would be luxurious. It would be filled with socially elite men and women, as well as superstars. Justin and Brenton always attended, and Chloe would attend if she was free. If she wasn't, she would send a gift. However, Max viewed this year as more important than usual. It would definitely be impolite for her not to attend. So, before bed, Chloe discussed with Jack. Sweetie, let's go to Max's birthday next week. Next weekend? He told us in the group today. It was kind of formal. Okay, if I'm free, we'll go together. Pudding and Little Bean get along with him pretty well. We'll go together as a family. I think his main focus was Avery. Haha, but Avery booked a ticket already. That's between them. We can't muddle in their business. Towards Avery's love life, Jack wouldn't interfere too much. He would only give some objective opinions. Time passed by quickly. Soon, it was Saturday evening. Avery's plane would leave at 10 the next morning. Max's birthday party began at 6 in the evening. It seemed like God didn't want her to go. That night, Avery was packing her luggage, and the twins didn't want to let her go. What? Don't look at me like that. Avery couldn't handle her niece's sad look. Auntie, can you stay? I'm going to miss you. Little Bean had a sweet mouth and tried to get her to stay. Auntie, I just made some money selling stocks. Don't go. I'll buy you food. We'll go to Hot Springs together, okay? Pudding was generous. Ha! I also have money, okay? I'm the youngest board member at GK headquarters. Though I'm not as excellent as your daddy, I'm not a freeloader. You don't have to buy me anything, Avery said while packing. I'm sad. I don't want you to leave. Little Bean began crying, using her tears as a tactic to get her to stay. Don't be like this. This isn't the last time we'll see each other. Auntie will come to visit. Avery caressed Little Bean's head. Auntie, you're a girl. Don't take your job too seriously. Actually, I think marrying a good guy is the most important thing for a girl. Pudding gave her advice. I'm still young, and I can work for a few more years. I'm not in a hurry to get married, so stop trying to pull an arranged marriage on me, okay? Haha, why don't you guys come to America with me? You guys can study there and I'll take care of you. Avery purposefully teased the twins. No, we don't want to leave Daddy and Mommy. Little Bean outright refused. The twins' unwillingness to let her go couldn't change Avery's mind. After packing her bags, Avery had a video conference with her secretary at the headquarters. Andy, my plane will land tomorrow at 10. Pay attention to the flight information and come pick me up early. Yes, Miss Dawson. How does my schedule look like for the next few days? Avery asked her secretary in English. Miss Dawson, you need to hold an end-of-the-year conference after you return. After, You have to release the new products for the upcoming quarter, as well as attend business meetings with North American clients. The president wants you to take care of these things. What about my father? The president is currently in Dubai discussing business with some clients in the Middle East. He'll be back in about 3 days. Okay, I see. I'll see you later. She hung up and was about to go downstairs to have a chat with her brother and sister-in-law. After all, she was going to leave tomorrow. However, she got a FaceTime call. What is it? Avery picked up and asked Max in a slightly unfriendly tone. What are you doing? Nothing. I just finished packing. Packing? Are you really in such a big hurry? Yeah, I booked my flight a long time ago. I have a lot of things to take care of. Okay, if you want to go, I can't stop you. However, since we're new friends, I want to treat you to a farewell dinner. So, would you have dinner with me? Now? Avery looked at her watch, and it was already 8:30. Now's not too late too, though. It's just past 8. It's a bit inconvenient. I have to rest. I've got a flight to catch tomorrow. Sorry. Avery straight up refused. To be frank, she had no interest in Max's dinner plans. You won't even humor me? What did I do wrong? Nothing. Am I that dislikable? Not too dislikable, Avery slowly said. Not too dislikable. That comment. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Avery didn't reply. Okay, see you. Max hung up. Avery went downstairs into the living room and began chatting with Chloe and Jack. On the other hand, Max rose up and walked out of the VIP room of a nightclub. Young Master Cruz, where are you going? You just got here. A few rich heirs yelled after him. Have fun. I'm going to see a friend. Max felt that Avery was different from all the girls he knew. The more Avery rejected him, the more he wanted to approach her. After Max went downstairs, he drove his flaming red Ferrari to South Hill Manor. He thought that it would be impolite for him to visit empty-handed, so when he passed by a store, he directly bought 10 fruit bouquets. He even bought 5 huge durians, 2 boxes of Haagen-Dazs, and a cake from Black Swan for the twins. Avery, Jack, and Chloe were chatting over tea. They didn't pay much attention to the doorbell. They thought that it was one of their family members returning. When a maid opened the door, Max, out of breath, said, "Guys, come and help me bring stuff inside." Chloe and Jack finally saw that the unexpected guest was Max. Young Master Cruz, what's going on? Chloe rose and approached him with a confused look on her face. Nothing. I'm just visiting my twin nieces. Whilst he spoke, the maids brought in his things. They laid them on the ground, and both Chloe and Jack were shocked by what was there. 10 fruit baskets, 5 huge durians, Haagen-Dazs ice cream, and Black Swan cake. Are you crazy? Avery was speechless. The food is for the twins. I have another reason for visiting. Max got straight to the point. What reason? Chloe curiously asked. I want to invite Avery out to dinner. After all, she's leaving tomorrow. Avery didn't know what to say. You're funny. You could have just asked her over the phone. Isn't coming to our house too excessive? Chloe couldn't help but laugh. I called her. I sent her a message, but so-and-so just doesn't want to go, so what can I do? Max looked sad. At this moment, both Jack and Chloe looked at Avery. Avery, if Mr. Cruz is so adamant, why don't you go out and have dinner with him? Jack suggested. Big brother, Avery couldn't even reply. Max looked at Jack with excitement and bowed. Thank you, big brother. Who you calling big brother, so shameless? Avery rolled her eyes. Avery, go. It's not that late. Don't let him come for nothing. Chloe saw that Jack was playing matchmaker, so she chipped in as well. I should go change. I can't go out like this. At last, Avery gave in and went to get ready. Max gratefully looked at the couple. I'll treat you two to dinner someday. Ha ha. The twins heard the commotion and ran downstairs in their nightgowns. They couldn't help but tease Max. Yo-ho-ho, look at who we have here. Little Bean covered her mouth and giggled. Uncle Cruz, you're bawling. How could you visit us empty-handed? Seeing Max in a leather jacket with only his phone and car keys in his hands made Pudding tease him. Who said that? Come and look at this. Max pointed. The twins' eyes started glowing. Whoa, what's that? Is that cake from Black Swan? And Haagen-Dazs? Little Bean made a dash for the food without any concern for her manners. Pudding couldn't hold her calm and said, "Uncle Cruz, you're too generous. It looks like you really want to pursue my auntie. Of course, I have to show my level of determination. It's just too bad." Pudding shook her head and sighed. "What's too bad?" Max questioned. "It's too bad that my auntie is going back to America tomorrow. Even if you want to, you won't be able to." "That's not a big deal. As long as she's on Earth, I'll pursue her. I'll just go to America." Max seemed mentally prepared. Whilst eating Haagen-Dazs, Little Bean gave him a thumbs up. "That sounded cool. I support you." "Little Bean, can you at least not be this easy?" Pudding lectured. "He gave me food, heh. It's okay for me to go easy on him on occasion." Little Bean was having fun eating. "Pudding, don't blame me. I have real feelings for your auntie. I'll prove it with my actions. Haha, here, have some cake and calm down a little." Max immediately handed Pudding some cake. Pudding glanced at Max and at last took the plate of cake. However, her next sentence was, "Get her back before 11, otherwise I'll show no mercy." "Damn, it's already 8:30. How could you only give me 2.5 hours? That's so cruel. I don't care. Anyways, get her home before 11. Okay, Missy. You're way scarier than your parents." Sometimes, Pudding was as serious as a grown-up. Max didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jack and Chloe couldn't help but laugh. Avery came downstairs in a very simple outfit. She was wearing a pair of black jeans and a white knitted sweater. She had a dark green wool coat on. Even though her outfit was simple, she seemed elegant. "Big brother, sis-in-law, I'll get going," Avery called. "Auntie, be clever, don't get taken advantage of," Little Bean reminded. "Okay, I know, you little troublemaker." Avery lovingly patted Little Bean's head. "Who do you think I am? Do I look like that kind of person?" Max seemed dissatisfied. He didn't expect that the twins would reply in unison. "Yes." Max was speechless. "Okay, just pretend that I didn't say anything, haha." Just like that, Max personally picked up Avery at South Hill Manor against her will. If she didn't go, it would seem too rude. Furthermore, Avery knew that Max wasn't sketchy, although his actions seemed a bit extreme at times. After all, she was Jack and Chloe's cousin. Even if Max had vile intentions, he wouldn't act on it. When Avery got in the car, Max was extremely excited. "What do you want to eat? Whatever's fine." "I'm sorry, we don't have a restaurant named Whatever here," Max teased. "So would you go with me to eat whatever I want?" Avery thought and deliberately asked. "Of course, I'll go with you anywhere." Max sounded extremely macho when he said that. "Okay, let's get street food on Chang'an Street Food Avenue. Chang'an Street Food Avenue. Did I hear right?" "Yep." "You sure?" Max asked once again. "I'm sure." Avery nodded. "Okay, whatever pleases you." Max hit the gas and sped towards Chang'an Avenue. Chang'an Avenue was home to a very popular night market. No matter the season, it would always be open until midnight. Both sides of the street were adorned by special food stalls and street stands. It was the top tourist destination for foreign tourists. Here, they could get a taste of all kinds of local delicacies and traditional food. However, Max rarely came here. From his point of view, the food stalls were unhygienic and had no class. Furthermore, it was crowded and dirty. So, when Avery said that she wanted to go, he didn't believe her at first and thought that he heard wrong. When they got there, Max parked and got out with her. Avery had been here once before. She came with the twins and their bodyguards since Little Bean and Pudding liked the food. Chloe didn't let them come here in order to protect their stomachs, so they had no choice but to secretly beg Avery. Little Bean liked fried rice cake and lamb sandwich. Pudding liked potato noodles and grilled dough. Last time Avery came, she had lots of fun. She wanted to come back again if given the chance, so when Max asked what she wanted to eat, she immediately thought of this place. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll buy—" Max showed his gentlemanly side. "I want fried stinky tofu." Avery was blunt. "Huh?" Max asked again. "Fried stinky tofu," Avery replied again with certainty. Okay, girl, you've got a strong taste." Max sweated as he turned and walked towards the food stand that sold stinky tofu. Max wasn't stingy. He pulled out $100 bill and put it into the hand of the auntie that was working that stand. "Get me a serving, keep the change. Hurry up, I don't want to wait." Right after Max spoke, the people in line looked at him as if he was a mutant. They thought that he was clearly rich and dumb, like the classical dumb son of a rich landlord. It was incredibly stupid to buy a box of stinky tofu with $100, especially when the actual price was $5. The server quickly filled up a bowl for Max. When Max held the stinky tofu, he exclaimed, "Damn, that's too stinky. Was it soaked in feces?" That angered everyone as they shot him murderous looks. The server rebutted, "Young man, don't slander us. This is healthy and safe. Here you go, eat it while it's hot." Max turned his disgusted face away and handed Avery the bowl. "You eat first," Avery ordered. "What?" Max felt his world crumble. "Try it first and let me know how it tastes. Then I'll decide if I want to eat it or not." "So, you've never actually tried this stupid thing?" Max felt that he was going to have a breakdown. "Right." Avery nodded. Can I not eat it?" Max indeed had never had it before. But judging from just the smell, he already felt that it was as disguising as a turd. "That's fine. Then let's just go back to our homes now." Afterward, Avery pretended to turn around and leave. Hey. Please don't. Let's discuss this." Max blocked Avery anxiously. "So, are you going to eat it?" Max looked down and remained silent for 5 seconds. Then his face looked as if he was ready to die. "Yes." "Okay, then hurry up and eat it while it's still hot." Max opened his mouth wide with his teary eyes closed and ate a piece of stinky tofu in one bite. It was actually more swallowing than eating. While Max was eating, Avery was beside him, rushing him. "Hurry up, eat faster and have more, another piece." With Avery's urging, Max ate 3 pieces of stinky tofu, one after the other. Then, Max looked at Avery with tears in his eyes. "Boss, is that enough? I've eaten 3 pieces already." "Yeah, was it good?" Avery looked excited. "Yes, it's yummy. Here, you try one." Max immediately gave the stinky tofu to Avery as if it was a hot potato. Unexpectedly, Avery said, "Since you like it, then you can have it all. I'm okay. I'll go have something else." Then, Avery turned around, leaving Max standing there in the cold wind by himself with a box of stinky tofu in his hands. At this time, Mr. Max still had the will to post something on his timeline. He took out his phone and took a picture of the stinky tofu to post. He wrote in his post, "What the? Who can tell me? Who the heck invented this stupid thing? Come out and I promise I won't beat you up. Haha. Young Master Cruz, did you have it? Was it good? Young Master Cruz, you are also on Chang'an Street? I'm also nearby. Hope that I can run into you. Young Master Cruz, are you together with girls? Why didn't ask us out if you were going to hang out on Chang'an Street?" Young Master Cooper's comment was the best. He said, "Little Max, you are not allowed to come to my house for a week. Stay away from me. It's stinky as heck." Young Master Cooper really didn't like it. Looking at this funny and silly comments, Max didn't know if he should laugh or cry. At the same time, Avery was actually planning to play some pranks on Max, but then she realized that she might be a bit overboard. It was because Max had been feeling nauseous the whole time after that. It seemed like he really couldn't handle the taste and smell. In the end, in order to comfort him, Avery found a barbecue skewer place. She sat down with Max and ordered some skewers and some beer. "The prank just now went too far, and I want to apologize for it, so I'm treating you to skewers and beer." "Beer? Sounds fine with me." "How much can you drink?" asked Max with a smile. "Average," answered Avery. "What do you mean by average?" Max was curious. Avery held out her index finger. "Just one?" "Okay, then let's drink slowly." Eating skewers while drinking beer was the hobby of the Northerners. You could have it in any season, among any age group. While Max was sitting facing Avery and eating his skewers, he had already forgotten about all the suffering from before. "Hey, are you actually leaving tomorrow?" "Yeah. What if your flight is delayed?" "Oh no, what if the plane can't fly up? Are you still leaving?" asked Max. "If it's because of weather, then there's nothing I can do but wait," answered Avery in a low voice. Wait, are you planning on blowing up the airplane? Avery asked Max, somewhat jokingly but somewhat actually worried. As if I'm capable of pulling that off. Max laughed. They two were having a nice time chatting and laughing. Each of them finished a bottle of beer yet didn't feel drunk. Excuse me, can you bring us 2 more bottles? Just like this, the two of them kept on going, 2 bottles at a time. When they both had 7 bottles each, Max finally felt a little drunk. Meanwhile, Avery still remained calm and continued eating her tofu rolls. Hey girl, are you sure you can only drink 1 bottle? Doesn't look like it. Max couldn't resist asking. I've never said that I can only drink 1 bottle. Then what did you mean by this? Max held out his index finger and tried to imitate what Avery did just now. I meant I can keep on drinking. Max almost fell down from his chair after hearing it. Puh! As they were joking around, a tall and skinny woman walked over. Max, what a coincidence. You're eating with your friend? Her voice was extremely sweet, as well as her smile. The moment Max looked up, his whole face changed. Why are you here? He seemed to have a strong reaction, which made Avery start to look up and down out of curiosity at the woman standing in front of her. Yes, just walking around with my friend. I totally didn't expect to see you on Chang'an Street. Hey, is this your friend? Asked the woman with a bright smile and elegant gesture. Yes, this is my girlfriend. Max intentionally stressed the word girlfriend. The woman didn't seem to be surprised either. She said with a smile, You changed girlfriends again? So you're still a playboy like before. When can you grow up and not make your parents worried? Then this is not your business, third aunt. Max said this in an awkwardly strange way. Hearing Max address this woman as aunt, Avery almost choked on her skewer. She was obviously young-looking and looked like she was not even 30 yet, but Max just called her aunt. This was hard to believe. Avery, let me introduce her. This is my aunt. Yes, my actual aunt by law, who is my 3rd eldest uncle's mistress from an affair. Wait, let me think about how to put it. Now she's his legitimate wife. After all, she was the 3rd wheel that took the place of my original aunt. My uncle is almost 50. This is what happened. Max didn't hold back when talking about this woman. He really didn't hold back on making this woman look bad in front of Avery. After Avery heard it, she looked so shocked that she blanked out, while the woman who Max called third aunt put on an awkward face. Max, are you still blaming me? She looked at Max lovingly. Auntie, you must be joking. How would I dare to blame you? You are my elder. Besides, it's not like we're exclusive. You're not anyone to me. How can you be so serious? As the saying goes, everyone is looking after their own interests. Auntie, you are always so determined and take action immediately, which I, Max, admire a lot. It is said that only one who is heartless can achieve great things. I really admire it, Max vented in a sarcastic way with his fist in his hand. The woman's face didn't look comfortable either. Shall we get going? Rushed the friend behind her. Okay, then we shouldn't keep you from your dinner. When you have time, go back and visit your uncle. He hasn't been in good shape recently. Also, you were his favorite when you were young, so please don't hate him for something that happened in the past, said the woman worriedly. Of course, my uncle will always be my uncle, but outsiders will always be outsiders. After all, your last name is not Cruz. Max said everything so confidently, and the woman couldn't help but feel a bit humiliated. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.